Not where I'm at. Nobody does anything nowadays. It's fucking ridiculous.
Hmm.
Flat Earthers just accepted this force that applies to light, and just accepted that it applies to pendulums. It just baffles me, bro. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you. I think there's some exceptions to the so-called rule of the spin of hurricanes. Don't they sometimes spin the opposite direction they're supposed to?
I can show you a picture right now of a tree over my house that proves a hurricane spun backwards to what they said. They don't. No two hurricanes are the same, dude. They could show them however they want on the screen. Maybe they are doing that, but you get multiple winds in hurricanes. Just saying. Not saying I'm wrong or right. I'm just saying you get multiple winds. I'm in the hurricane belt. I will say usually I get counterclockwise shit though. Like usually you can predict, not always, but usually, like I'd say, well over 50% of the time, you can consider it spinning and coming downward from the coast, like sideways from sideways to you, and then from the top, like you would expect it coming straight down on you usually. But I got a picture says otherwise.
Let's see.
It's making that pop sound.
Yeah, who's doing that? I heard that too.
I mean, you got to admit though, when we get y'all out of space, away from stars and moon and shit like that, like we do. When I'll agree, okay, y'all carry y'all's on when we start talking about like the planets. It's tough for us. We're new to this. We're making sense of it all, and we got some good explanations and a few good debunks. But when we keep it down to earth and in reality, bro, you got to admit we give y'all teetotal hell and reminding y'all reality, and especially on this channel.
I don't know. I think they're making up shit. I don't know.
That's what happens when you try to like meet them in the middle and say, "Okay, y'all do good." They won't give a fuck. Even the nicest of them, even Armador, the nicest of them.
I was just joking. Come on, man. It was a joke. It was a joke. I'm
here, reality smacking in the back of their head. They bring these arguments. We just bring up reality, bro, and we, it might take us a minute to look it up and get to the point, but dude, we just keep bringing up reality. And I know in the back of their head, it's got to be nagging at them, dude. Like, yeah, that doesn't work, dude. No, and this don't work. And this is the opposite. And all the shit they've claimed is not the way.
Brian, your mic went out. We can't hear your World Wrestling Federation excitement.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good time for a topic change.
Wait again.
Yeah, I heard that too. Like what? It's a pretty cool train. Look at that. Get the little coin up, sitting on its side. Yep, it's pretty crazy. And that's a train that's made by a human. That's man-made, train right there, which all trains are, but like it's on the rails and whatnot, so there's little imperfections, but that coin's able to stand up. So imagine a giant rock ball, all right, that's just rotating, all right? Rotation doesn't take anything but just rotating, all right? There's no like imperfections on how something like rotates, it just rotates. All right. There's no way, we're gonna feel that, on a ball Earth.
Yeah, but that train's going one direction. If you were to put that train in a circular path, the coin, you know what I mean? It would not necessarily do that.
Well, at that point, the coin would experience centrifugal?
Yeah, centrifugal. It will move outward.
So we move outwards, though. So I mean, that we don't really have to worry about. The only thing we would have to worry about is whether or not it would cancel out gravity.
Which we can
strong enough. It would.
We sorry if I'm interrupting. We can calculate the acceleration that it moves outward. It's way less than gravity.
Yeah.
So there's no way we would feel the motion, but every time I bring this up, it's like you people always fucking ignore that fact.
You people.
Yeah, you people.
People. You flat Earth, not.
And then you're gonna recite the same thing again and again and again and again.
And again and again. And
rather than addressing the fact that we can calculate, like, presuming we live on a sphere and the Earth rotates, we can calculate the centrifugal acceleration. We can get that value.
0.033916 meters per second squared. So that's why we ignored it. It's so tiny.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So by that logic, if we were to feel a motion, we would well, if an object is rotating and it's just consistently changing direction towards the center, we should feel the centrifugal acceleration moving outward, but we don't. And never mind the fact that gravity
is 0.033916 meters per second squared. It's very tiny.
Wow.
That's why we don't feel it.
But just because we don't feel movement or the force or the acceleration or whatever you're talking about, just because we don't feel that, and you can prove it with numbers, mathematics, that's not evidence that the Earth is moving. You're just saying that if we were moving at such and such a speed, or we wouldn't feel it. I agree with that. Might be true.
Of course,
that might be
not.
true. But you've never first established that we are moving.
Yeah, but hold on.
Establish.
Right. You're right. It's just an argument that I'm just arguing against the typical flat Earth thing that says, "Oh, we don't feel acceleration." I'm like,
yeah,
we wouldn't.
Yeah, it's not so much a proof as it is literally just a, hey, you got that wrong, flat earther. That's like flat earthers are making an argument, and we're just kind of defending the globe, saying, no, that's not how that would work. It's not proving the globe. It's just defending it.
But even your thought about that this would happen if such and such was the case, not only are you not giving evidence for the Earth moving, but when you say that the flat earthers are arguing against the fact that a flat earther will say that, oh, you would feel that effect. The thing about it is we can't test it. It's totally untestable whether we would feel it or not if the Earth was moving around in space in 10 different vectors, in different speeds. Can't ever. It's unfalsifiable. Totally unfalsifiable.
Well, don't use that to argue one way or the other. That's what I'd say.
Right. That's what I would say too. What we really need to get down to is showing that the Earth is moving around the sun, and you would have a case. Otherwise, you're just totally, you're just doubling down on a supposition.
I mean, even the globe priest says there's no optical experiment that can show either way. So, to me, I just can't imagine, like that guy talking about the sniper. I can't imagine a bullet, somebody having to take it into account, Coriolis. I can't imagine a pilot doing it for that matter. But I will say a little bit I don't know. The flat earthers say that it's rotating 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, etc. I always think, well, it's only once a day, so when you put it that way, it doesn't seem quite so extreme. You put 1,000 miles an hour in someone's head, and they're like, they can't imagine it. They've been 70 down a highway or motorway, and they think 1,000. So I don't know.
Mm.
Yeah, the Earth rotates at 0.000696 or 6934 RPM. So that way it doesn't seem like much.
Yeah, but theoretically,
That's the right way to do it. Sorry, go on.
For that all to work, very good. Yeah. For that all to work, though, Matthew and others, you also need the concept of gravity to be clinging everything to the ball,
right,
and to be counteracting all the forces we know would be present if you spin a ball with a bunch of stuff on it.
Right.
So you have
without
to then
gravity, the globe falls apart.
Right. Well, without that theory of it, yeah.
Right.
Because gravity just means weightedness. So, but without the theories of gravity, as it were, that correlate to that. So I'm just saying it's a big leap to suggest it and then suggest that one has to accept something that hasn't been proven or validated to be the case to then accept this, I think a pretty dramatic claim that we're on a huge sphere like this.
I've been in situations where I was somewhere and I was in something that was moving and I was viewing something outside, and I got really confused. I didn't know whether I was moving or the thing outside was moving. That's a definite, and you can't argue that happens. But to say that, that this is all happening because the Earth is spinning when you haven't established that the Earth is spinning or moving around the sun.
Because humans can't sense motion.
We can sense a lot of motions.
No motions.
What I'm saying is, why don't you establish first that the Earth is moving?
Matthew, what do you mean?
Because they can't. Because they
feel
can't.
any motion.
Humans infer motion by sensing acceleration, by sound, by sight. Like when you're riding in a train or in a car, you don't actually feel motion, but if the vibrations are more and the sound is louder and you see that the outside ground moving faster, then you know that you're moving faster, but we're not directly sensing motion, just acceleration.
Well, I'm wondering why you're saying that, because the cilia in your ear, in the ear, the little hairs, there's a liquid in the ear, in the vestibular system in the ear, and that liquid always, you guessed it, finds its level. So when you have a level liquid in the ear, and then the little cilia and all the little hairs in there are what give the sensation of either that you're upright, that you're upside down. That's why when you're upside down, you know you are. Partly there's also the blood rushing to your head and other factors, or if you like athletes, the fact that athletes can be so highly skilled, dodging left and dodging right, all of that is because that very sensitive liquid in the ear, along with the little hairs, that when you tilt your head, that water it's still level, but it's level in a different way that makes you, that correlates to your brain and the rest of your system, that you're tilted sideways or, falling over or upright or whatever it may be. So, we absolutely do feel it through that system. I'm wondering why.
We feel orientation and acceleration.
Acceleration is motion.
No, they're different.
Why?
Because you
tell me something
you can be under
accelerating
constant acceleration without any constant motion without any acceleration.
Well, okay, but can you be under constant acceleration without motion? That's what I said.
Well, it's still besides the point, because he's all he's trying to say is that we can't feel, we can only feel acceleration. Like if it's constant speed, we can't really feel that. That's what he's trying to get at. Let's not try to.
We can't feel any motion.
Okay, so this semantics. Even if you're right, semantic. But even if you're right, it's just a semantical argument, though. Like he has a
disagree.
Point.
Yeah, I disagree too. Motion and acceleration are different things. Humans can feel acceleration and thereby infer motion, but we don't directly feel motion.
But Matthew,
We dr-
things that are in acceleration are in motion, right?
yeah, that's why we can use
Okay.
it to infer it.
So
Wait,
that's
wait,
the
hold
type
on,
of motion that we can feel.
but wait, hold-
Acceleration.
But
No,
hold on,
it's
what did I
acceleration feeling.
what did I say wrong though? Because you said you disagreed though. I was basically just saying that, like, even if the other guy was right, it's still, besides the point that you're trying to make. Am I wrong? I thought you were like Matthew.
He thought he had your back, and then you dissed him.
Yeah, so you can't tell the difference between going 200 miles an hour in a plane and going 600 miles in a plane if it's like smooth level flight. That's an example.
Yeah.
And you can
Because
feel
it
the
feels
motion
the same.
going from 200 to 600,
Right.
and that's motion.
That's acceleration.
No,
And
that's
I've
acceleration.
agreed up to that point. So I'm
It's
confused.
both.
Where am I wrong though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You're
Unless it
acting
was-
like acceleration isn't considered motion. That's silly. We can feel
Acceleration
motion.
and
if
motion are
it's
related,
acceleration.
and we can infer one from the other, but they're different things. And until you understand that they're different, you won't understand what I'm saying, I guess.
No, motion doesn't have to be acceleration, but acceleration does have to be motion. So
Acceleration
it's
implies
not correct
motion.
saying that we can't feel any motion. Yes, exactly.
We can have motion without acceleration.
But we can't have acceleration without motion. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
We
Okay,
can't have
so
acceleration without motion.
therefore we can feel some motion as long as it's accelerating.
If we don't,
Yeah, but you wouldn't say that you can feel motion without including the contingent acceleration,
Oh my
because
God,
that's what
I
you
know.
feel.
But he said we can't feel any motion, and I said we can if it's acceleration.
Yeah, and I'm jumping in again saying that this is, even if you're right, this is a semantical argument because I'm pretty sure he's arguing that we.
All right, Arma, but you being pretty sure is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm asking him, is he saying that we can't feel any motion, or is he literally just not including that acceleration is motion?
Fair enough.
Okay,
I'm saying,
That's what I'm
okay, yeah,
asking.
let me clarify then. Human beings don't sense motion. We don't sense any emotion. We can infer motion when we
See, you're
feel
saying it again.
acceleration.
We don't feel any motion, but
Right, we're feeling acceleration and
motion.
implying it.
But acceleration is motion.
Acceleration is not
So
motion.
stop
It
saying we
causes
can't
motion.
feel any motion.
We cannot feel any motion. That's a raw fact.
That
of
is
human-
wrong. That is weird and wrong, and I don't care if it's technically right.
I understand.
I thought that motion was
Who
the change of
cares?
motion was the change of acceleration. For example, if you're on a fishing boat and it's swaying side to side, that's motion. So that's the change of
change of location.
That's
acceleration.
acceleration.
No, it's a
It's just a
change of
motion.
acceleration,
Change in
which
location.
is motion.
So this is so like.
He's right when he says that not all motion can be felt, because constant motion, he's right, under the heliocentric rules, you can't feel all motion. But
Yeah.
to say that you can't feel any motion is wrong, because if that motion is being accelerated, like if that motion is due to acceleration, well, then you're feeling that motion.
through
And you
the
can't tell me
acceleration.
that motion and
A lot of
acceleration
people get
are like inversely proportional to each other or exclusive of each other. That's not right.
Matthew, can you
What,
see that
like-
the mouse and the wheel that Linda posted in the chat? So you're telling me that mouse that's clung to the wheel there, because he's not necessarily changing motion, you're telling me he's not feeling motion right now because he's not accelerating.
Where
That
is
is
it?
acceleration, though. That's because isn't that it's centrifugal, whatever. That's it's a circle thing. That's technically
Pretty aggressive.
that is
centrifugal
acceleration
force.
technically. It's
I don't see
constant.
the
It's a
mouse.
constant speed of rotation, but I'm pretty sure that's considered acceleration, though.
What's motion sickness then?
What? What's that have to do with anything?
You'll explain motion sickness. Is that movement sickness?
Yeah, motion sickness is improperly named. It should be called acceleration sickness.
There's also another issue, like acceleration isn't just the change in velocity, it's also change in direction. So while we're rotating on Earth, we're also changing direction a lot. Why can't we feel that?
It's too small.
It's too small. We're moving 360 degrees. We're constantly changing our direction.
Right.
And we can't feel that because it's too small.
Right.
The acceleration's too small. I
Exactly.
agree there if you're talking about change of velocity because
Yeah.
of gravity overcoming it. But why can't we feel the change of direction? Is it
Because
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 gravity
that's
pushes
also
in
an
on all,
acceleration. It's too small.
is it because gravity pushes in on all sides? Because I could buy that maybe.
It's because we only
Vector
changed
diagram.
direction about 15 degrees for an hour.
I mean, that's the rate, but we're still changing direction instantaneously the entire time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not really changing direction.
Oh,
Not
okay.
really.
I'll just stop talking.
No,
Good point.
if you draw a vector diagram, all the effect of centrifugal force is that it changes the direction of down slightly towards the equator.
Okay, so I could buy that. So you're saying gravity, since gravity is pushing into the center of the ball, then we don't feel it because even though we're changing direction, we're also being constantly pushed in every single time we change direction. Instantly, the force of gravity is changing with it, right?
I'll draw a vector diagram for you. Actually, give me 5 minutes. All right.
Remember, we're not the direction isn't changing that much. Like relative to the North Pole, the direction of down changes 0.25 degrees per minute. 360 degrees a day, roughly.
So let's stick there.
And we don't feel combined acceleration, like combined vectors.
That's basically what I'm saying, is that it combines into what you'd call a new gravity vector.
Well, what about the other motions? What about the revolution around the sun? Why doesn't that add or subtract?
By far, the rotation of the Earth is the major one, by orders of magnitude. So the other ones are even smaller.
Yeah.
But I mean, depending on where we are in the globe, like if we're coming around the other side as we're moving around the sun, you're going to speed up and slow down depending on where you are on the Earth, right? But is it just relative to that frame? You know what I'm saying? Like we don't feel that whip of direction, like when we're coming around and going around the sun.
Right, because it changes every 12 hours, and the acceleration is 0.033916 meters per second squared.
Can you see my screen though?
I see it, but I don't know about them though.
Blue. Oops, missed.
Oh.
Missed.
If it's constant, why do you have to say it's squared?
Acceleration
It's
is
acceleration
per second squared.
Change. Yeah. It's a constant acceleration.
Change in speed in time over time.
Yeah. All right.
That's actually not a bad question, though. That's not a bad point. Like,
can
if
you see
it's
my
constant,
screen?
it is weird that it's squared.
Oh, excuse me. I've been fucking thrown up all morning. I've just had my first bit of food, so we'll see how we go. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So obviously that's the north rotation axis. The green line, so that's where our observer is here. And the green line is his gravity vector towards the center of the Earth, right?
Okay.
The centrifugal line goes outwards, perpendicular to the axis of rotation. All right. If you were to combine, okay, so wait, one sec. Let me get rid of that green bit. How do I make this? If you get rid of that, sorry, that's better. Yeah. So the green line is the gravity vector towards the center of the Earth. The blue line is the centrifugal force outwards, perpendicular to the axis of rotation. If you combine both of those vectors, you just get the red vector. That's your new down and your new gravity.
Wait, you said perpendicular. I don't see the How is that? Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Never mind. I think right. Yeah. Okay. My bad. Yeah.
Axis of rotation.
I see it. No, I don't know. I was thinking something else, but okay, I see it now. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So the blue centrifugal is perpendicular to the axis of rotation, which is this. And if you combine those vectors, this one's actually really short because it's small.
Like it's basically about
the
one.
Red line, is the red line mathematically accurate, or did you just draw it?
Yep. Oh, sorry. Is it mathematically
So,
accurate
yeah.
on this screen, on the diagram? No. I've just drawn 3 lines in paint. So
a plumb bob with swing down the red instead of the green?
Yes. Yep.
At
That
that
is your
longitude?
plumb bob. The red is your plumb bob.
Really?
So then plumb bobs aren't aiming to the center of the earth in your idea?
No, they're not.
Can anyone hear
If
me?
the Earth started rotating really fast, they would. Well, first of all, the Earth would change shape, and secondly, your plumb bob would point nowhere near the center.
Unless you're on the equator or North Pole or South Pole.
Yes. Yeah.
My bad, Rue. If my internet went, can you explain what
Yeah.
you said in response to my plumb bob question?
This is your plumb. The red is your new plumb bob.
So
That is where
plumb
your
bobs
plumb bob
would
points.
deviate at that latitude and different latitudes?
Yes, but
Depending.
you wouldn't know that. That just is your plumb bob.
But it wouldn't be pointing down to the center of Earth?
Correct.
How does that not mess up things like construction projects and stuff?
How would
Because
it?
the whole ground that it's built on is also under the same forces, so it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's weird.
This is your down vector, right? This is what you declare to be down.
So would it technically not be perpendicular with the Earth at that spot? Like it would be
It actually,
a couple arc sections off?
is. It actually is because the you know how the rotation causes oblateness in the shape, right? So it's not a perfect sphere. The result is that these red vectors are perpendicular to or normal to the surface ellipsoid, not the sphere.
The surface of water also.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, if the Earth was entirely water, it would be an oblate spheroid, and these vectors would also be perpendicular to the surface.
It's interesting.
Yes, it is, and also the you know how we say 60 nautical miles per degree. That's kind of not technically accurate because the Earth is oblate. So you actually have different distances for a nautical mile, like the minute of arc, because the Earth's oblate.
But it's not much, right?
No, it's not much.
You have to take into account for celestial navigation. Are there charts, or is it okay to?
That's a good question. The latitude that we use on Earth is called geodetic latitude, which does take into account the differing distances of a nautical mile. So 1 degree of latitude at the equator is slightly different than at the 45 degrees. Yeah.
So can you carry that plumb bob up into the sky? Can you carry that line up?
Sure.
So it wouldn't be perpendicular to level then, would it?
Actually, hang on. I did a 1 second. I did a geodetic latitude slide one day. There we go. Let me share that one.
Yeah, so if you carry your plumb bob up according to the red line, then it should keep going the same direction.
Yeah. All right. See what I've done there? So latitude, 45 degrees latitude is where it makes a 45-degree angle with the equatorial plane. It's not just 45 degrees from the center of the Earth.
So then plumb bobs are going all over the place in your idea.
What do you mean? They always point down, but due to rotation, that down is up towards the center.
Yeah,
of the
but if you made a bunch of those, like right there on your thing, I mean, make a bunch of them going all the way around, and they're all different. They're not all pointing to the center, so you don't have like
right.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
yeah, they don't point to the center because it's rotating.
We're never going to. The Chinese are never going to get their 11-kilometer deep hole Are they? If they're relying on your plumb bob?
Truth prevails. I'm pretty sure the next differential after acceleration is called jerk, and then after that it's snap, crackle, and pop. I'm pretty sure.
I thought Kosho was joking.
Hey?
I thought
What
Kosho
is
was
that?
joking about the jerk.
Yeah, a jerk is a change in acceleration. So he's correct. If there's an acceleration that is changing, that's called jerk. The rate of change of acceleration is called jerk. And then I think the next three derivatives are snap, crackle, and pop. I have to look that up though.
A lot of flat earthers here are changing accelerations. They're a bunch of jerks.
Physics. There we go.
Yeah,
Here we
well,
go. Fourth, fifth, and sixth derivatives of position are called snap, crackle, and pop. There you go. Which are pretty useless, except for jerk. Anyway, that's all I've got. Does that make sense, Register?
Yeah, so far
Cool.
checks out. I just never heard of that before. I mean, I knew the vectors combined, but I didn't know it affected plumb bobs like that. I got to think about it more.
Yeah, just basically think of it as that is your plumb bob. You just don't know that there's a centrifugal component to it.
Do you have any physical world validation of this other than just the theoretical?
Weight change with latitude.
No, plumb bobs, I mean.
Plumb. I don't know actually. I know there's studies where they put a plumb bob next to a big mountain and it deviated from the celestial sphere a tiny bit. I don't know whether that counts.
Well, you just presented this as a fact, so I'm just wondering if you have any actual evidence for it.
We've got the centrifugal force, so weight change with latitude demonstrates that, and then the gravity vector towards the center of mass. The end.
For the amount of times you said the end, it never seems like it's the end for you.
It's a deductive. You've got two vectors. You add them together. That's your new vector. The end.
Yeah, but I mean, the weight change with latitude is also you're just linking a conceptual. You haven't isolated that what the cause is for that. Just like with Cavendish and these other things. Yeah, but that doesn't matter if it is. I mean, you could come up with you could come up with a theory about your favorite unicorns, and then you could have a prediction based on that. That doesn't mean you've isolated that it is unicorns causing it.
Right. We did that last night with who was it? Maybe Dicelo was here. I don't know. But the hypothesis has to make necessary predictions. Right. So your hypothesis of the unicorns do it, I disagree that makes any prediction. Whereas my rotating globe, you can disagree if you like, but you would be silly to disagree that it makes a prediction of centrifugal force.
Well, yeah, you're presuming a sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if somebody made a story about unicorns and made very specifics about them, that they do this, they do that, maybe they have different, sizes or whatever it is that causes them to do different things, then you could make a prediction based on that.
Your hypothesis, unicorns do this. I don't agree that there is a necessary consequence of your hypothesis. You might say there is, and go and test for it. You might say your unicorns somehow are the reason for this force that we measure, or the different gravity vectors. Right? I would disagree that that's a necessary consequence of your hypothesis. Right? Whereas my hypothesis, if the Earth is a rotating sphere, hopefully you would agree that the consequence of centrifugal force is necessary.
Yeah, how about this? The ether, the ether is a toroidal field, which is a spinning sphere, and what you're measuring is actually the centripetal force based on the flux lines of the ether field.
Okay.
Not
I
centrifugal.
don't know whether to agree with that or not.
Centripetal.
Yeah.
All right, which they all center at the dielectric plane in the center, the dielectric inertial plane.
Yeah,
So
I have no idea.
centrifugal.
Yep.
So centrifugal and centripetal. Well, basically, centrifugal divergence is the force and motion vectors of magnetism towards the creation of magnitude in space, as seen in fields, nature, growth, and nearly all natural phenomenon. Centripetal convergence is the inertia and the acceleration vectors of the dielectric towards counter space.
Okay.
Just want to clarify that. So, yeah.
Oh, first burp. Fantastic.
Looks like crypto's got a little rally going.
Well, everything dumped yesterday. Bitcoin took a little dive and then everything dropped. I mean, some of these 20, 30, 40% single candles, just absolute. It's like Bitcoin hit a little breaking point there, even though Bitcoin didn't make a huge change, but every coin took a huge hit.
I don't think XRP did. But yeah, I wonder if it's tied with the Binance and Coinbase debacle going on.
Yeah, XRP did. I mean, well, it dropped 12%. So yeah, it didn't take as heavy as a hit as some of them. Some of them were like 30, 40.
Ouch.
But they're all kind of coming back now. I mean, they're starting to, that's kind of what they do. You know, Bitcoin will dump a little. The other ones will all dump and they'll all kind of build back up again, you know?
Yeah.
I haven't heard much about the Coinbase Binance thing. What is going on with them? I haven't really been up to date on whatever that's going on with that.
No, they're getting dragged into court by the SEC. So yeah, we'll see exactly what's going on. I'm pretty sure Binance is going to be shown to have some shady endeavors going on. I don't know how Coinbase will make do, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I know on the 13th is when the Hinman emails are going to be publicly exposed. So we all get to see what took place within those emails. So I think that's going to be a big deal.
Hey.
I got a little 2-minute video if you want to see it, talking about it.
I hear they're making credit cards in the US in the shape of wheelbarrows now.
What? I'm assuming that's always a joke. Like, what? I don't get it.
You don't get the joke?
No.
When inflation's so fucking high, you're going to have a wheelbarrow of cash to buy a loaf of bread.
Okay. Doesn't really make sense with credit cards then. Anyway.
Well, no one uses cash anymore. They only use cards, yeah?
Yeah.
Ruhit, if they told you, you know, the day that you have to get a chip installed, like a little chip under your skin, maybe on your back of your wrist or whatever it may be, you know, to buy and sell and all that, would you get it?
No.
Really? You would pass? Even if everyone else is doing it, you're going to pass?
Let's say I would not be an early adopter.
But if coerced enough, you might do it.
Oh, there'd be a huge rebellion, right? If they made it mandatory.
Ruhif would put a barcode on his forehead. For $1. No, I didn't get a reaction. For 10 cents. No,
10 cents. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We could call him Barcode Billy.
If they did do it, no doubt it would be an injection, since it just basically programmed everybody to be expecting it, and everyone obviously got in line and did it.
Bro, I've been scared to get a tattoo my whole life. Due to fucking the Bible. Anybody else?
I'm supposedly not allowed to because I had cancer, but I think I might.
You beat cancer. That is special, bro. That's special. That's the main reason I fucking like you. I don't. God knows why, but it all boils down to, dude, your fucking inner strength, bro. That's
Dude,
admirable. Bro. I'll give you that. That's probably the
hate to
only
break
thing
it
I'll
to
ever
you.
give you, but I'll give you that, brother.
Okay, hate to break it to you. I was a fucking mess during that. I just sat there and they injected me with a lot of shit. No one
Yeah.
beats cancer. Their body is
I
just.
seen you, bro. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
I can't believe you fucking beat it, bro. It's a miracle.
No.
I can't believe you're still wait. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
That is fucking the part I don't believe, bro. Just so you know, I'm not like a diehard Christian. Like, I'm very spiritual, which is a lot of people. I'm describing literally a lot of people on this channel, and then you'll have people, they're demons. No, we're very spiritual, probably more than the rest, bro. But we just don't, we talk about it. But oh my God, you've come that close, bro, and still you're an atheist, bro. It's like some kind of fucking anomaly, bro. That's weird to me, bro.
Yeah, I've never seen the link. I was terrified during the whole thing. Yeah.
Nature helped me. Nature
You
helped
had
me
to
through
pray.
it.
Ruth, admit it right now. Did you pray at all during that time?
No, but I put a
You're such a fucking liar.
semi-sarcastic Facebook post when my brother
Bro,
was a perfect match.
That
You
means
say
you
you
did.
didn't
That
make a
means you
promise
did.
to God, you're
Because the
fucking
Facebook is the
lying,
only
bro.
thing-
I don't care what he says. If you say you didn't make a promise to God, just between you and God, not me and my loud mouth, you act like you didn't make a fucking promise to God what you would do if he helped you at one point or another, then I promise on my life you're lying. I'll die if I'm wrong.
I'm not even saying a promise. I'm just saying he prayed. He did something. Even if he doesn't believe, he looked up at the sky and he said a prayer because he was
He made
terrified.
a deal.
Definitely didn't.
He
I had
did,
lawyers at
because
my bed
there's a
fucking
Facebook
signing my
post
will.
that you
That
just
was
admitted
fucking
to.
hardcore.
There's a tangible Facebook post that you just admitted to that alludes to it, that you did something. So if you're telling us that because we can go and look it up, there's stuff that you did in your own head that you're not going to tell us. And that's
Not
my
a
It was a
story. and I'm
sarcastic
sticking
post.
to it.
Rip's
It was a
definitely not a humble
semi-sarcastic post.
person.
I don't believe you, Ruhith.
Okay.
You prayed and it worked.
Bro, we all know
Believe in
because
God.
we've all been in that situation, except for maybe some of the young people here. And we've all made deals. We've never told anybody, bro. That's what I said. I can't prove it, but I would bet my life. I would literally promise I will die right now if I'm wrong. That you fucking asked God for something and made some kind of promise. I'm not asking you to reveal that. I just would bet my life on it because I
Why
know
would
fucking I'm not. Because I know human nature, bro. It's human nature, and I don't consider myself different than somebody. I know Rip's not humble, so he won't admit it. And there are a lot of humble people here who will. There are a lot of people here who aren't humble and won't. But anybody who's been in a situation like that has fucking asked God for help.
No.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. You would have to have the concept of God. I mean, there's definitely atheists that get sick and then they just take whatever mainstream medicine gives them, and then whether they make it or not is, but they don't necessarily have a thing with. I mean, it just seems like you're being very hyperbolic to say you're going to somehow bet your life.
I just bet my life. That's all. Just
Gio, I think that could be possible, but I don't know, man. Faced with your own mortality when you don't want to die, I don't care if you believe in God or not. I'm thinking you're looking up and you're talking to someone and you're You're making some sort of prayer, asking
No,
for
like
mercy.
I am an atheist, and I don't think you guys are. I don't believe there's a God. I'm pretty strongly believe that.
We know. It's not what we're talking
Right,
about.
bro. You're not humble. We
What'd
get
your
it, bro.
Facebook post say?
No, nobody is sure of anything, Rueb. Okay. We know
Yeah.
you're not a humble person, bro. There's nothing about
That's
you
true.
that's even a speck humble, bro. So we know you're not gonna discuss it with me. But are you gonna reach to the phone and kill me because I just bet my fucking life? Of
No, I'm just going to say you're
course
wrong.
you ain't. Of course you ain't. So deal
Rohit,
with that.
what did the Facebook post say?
Oh, I can't remember. But it was my brother's a match. I think it said thank quote unquote God or something like that.
It was his post or yours?
My post.
Why would you say thank God if you don't believe it?
Yeah, it was sarcastic.
There's nobody more scared of death than a fucking
Wait,
atheist, bro. That's the
it
only
was
thing
just
I've learned
after
in
you.
years.
It was just after you got good news that you're cancer free and you posted thank God and you were just joking.
No, it was my brother was a match for a stem cell transplant.
Okay, so something related to you getting better. You
Yep.
needed a match. Luckily, your brother was, and
Yeah.
you jokingly say thank God on the post.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I cried. I literally got down on the floor and cried when they said it was a
Right,
match.
bro. I'm surprised you admitted that, bro. Thanks for that.
I bet
That
you
means
did,
a lot.
dude. But you don't say thank God if you don't believe there's
Remember
God.
that feeling though? Wait, hold on. Remember that feeling you got, bro, when you cried? Just try, bro. That's what when we talk about God, bro. We don't all have to talk about when we broke down, bro. It's that feeling, bro, when you just know. It's like thank you, Mother Nature. Come on, man. It's like you realize
yeah.
you're nothing. You're nothing, and you're moving somewhere that you don't know, and you get scared, bro. It's okay to be scared, bro. It's
Yeah.
okay to break down sometimes, especially with your brethren. And
I walked out. I walked out of
there's
a
nobody
burger
more scared
shop.
of death than an atheist, brother.
Yeah, I walked out of a burger shop and it had just started raining. And I smelled the rain and fucking cried. I listened to Tupac Changes where he says we're never going to see a black president, and I cried. Like it was fucking intense. Couple of months.
That's God.
Okay,
I couldn't explain it
I
no
just
better,
yeah.
bro.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I call God. Fair enough.
Yeah.
That feeling, bro, is like none other. It's like none other, bro. And that's what I describe as a spiritual connection type, man. That you just don't get every day, bro. It's so awesome, bro. It's just overwhelming, bro. And it's just hard to explain. You just did a good job of it.
All poking aside, Ruhith, I'm glad that worked out for you, buddy. I'm glad
Thank
you
you.
got healthy.
Yeah, me too, bro. I don't know if you showed that picture a long time ago on purpose,
Which
but
one?
it like, bro, it was a long time ago, dude.
Oh,
Like
I've got a stack of
during
pictures on.
when Randy first started his channel, dude. Like you showed the picture. I think he asked you. I forgot. I mean, like you showed a glimpse of a picture, bro. I don't know. Maybe it's in my head, bro. But I just remember such a long time ago, dude. And you showed a picture, dude, and you were like you looked older than you do after you got better, bro. And you described it all. And in my
There
head,
you go.
you showed something. Maybe you didn't, bro. But in my head, I was like, damn, that's bad. But you've always had a charming characteristic, charisma, and I've always been willing to listen, dude. I've questioned that time to time with
There you
certain
go.
arguments. You probably done the same with me, bro. But I will always commend you, bro,
You've reached your bro quota for today.
for beating that fight, bro. Beating that fight. That's like crazy, dude. Crazy. That's I can't put it in words, bro. You felt it, and just to to hear it, bro. Fun to be a part of, even, bro. I don't know how. I don't know
Yeah,
how
bro.
to word it.
Check the chat, Brian. Is it that photo?
Here's a question. It's just open ended. I do have my thoughts on this, but is there any system? It's just an open question at this point. Is there any system, as it were, protocol, etc., however you'd want to word it, where mainstream medicine diagnoses cancer when someone doesn't have it, and then treats them with God knows what, with their treatments and stuff? Now,
Possible.
You said possibly.
Sure, possible.
Right, but I'm even talking about like on a conspiratorial level, meaning because a lot of those tests and things, I mean, I'm actually pretty familiar with the medical industry in different ways. And I know that there's many different forms of tests that they do, and there's different kinds of equipment. But some of those equipment, I know for sure, the doctors themselves don't actually know for sure. Like they're getting a result from the equipment and they're just going off that. And then, meaning that they don't have in some cases, they don't know for sure that it's even in the person. So I'm talking on like a conspiratorial level. Could there be a layer of big pharma where they diagnose you, say you have it when you don't, and then they start treating you. And then whether you die from the treatments or whether you survive, whatever it may be, they've either made money off you, they've killed you, whatever the deal is. I'm saying on a conspiratorial level, you still would say maybe?
No, it's no.
All right, so you thought I just meant misdiagnose or something.
Yeah.
All right, I'm talking about a purposeful system set up to diagnose it when someone doesn't actually have it.
I mean, I can only speak from my experience in that they got my white cells under a microscope. There were far too many and they were too immature. They were just breeding out of control and not healthy ones.
Bro, my wife beat cancer too, bro. My wife beat it too, but that's not the picture. Just so you know, real quick, that's not the picture. You actually look better, although you're hooked up and bruised. The picture you showed was even a little worse than that. In my mind, okay. I could be dreaming it, but it was even worse than that, bro. But yeah, my wife beat it, bro. Dude, my wife and her people, like, they talk tongues and get deep spiritual, bro. Like I've only ever seen her do it one time, bro. And I swear to God, she beat cancer. Swear to God on everything I fucking love, including my kids, my grandkids. I watched it happen, went to the doctor with her, and watched it just gone, dude. Couldn't fucking believe it. First time I've ever told that story in my entire life. And it's a God's honest truth on everything I sober love.
Thanks, Carnival.
Meanwhile, my mom, brother, grandfather.
What was your blood cell? What was your white blood cell count at, Ruth?
Oh, I can't remember. It was some ridiculously high number because there were lots of them immature. 17,000 rings a bell, something like that. 17,000. I can't remember.
Yeah. I've had a high white blood cell count for a while, and they keep wanting me to go to like a hematologist, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to deal with it.
Chronic leukemia.
Is that what you had?
Hi, man.
I had acute.
Riff, you know, there might be a God, right, Riff? You know there might be a God, right?
I leave open the logical possibility. But I would say that.
Hey, do you have anybody in your mind?
So if we find out, hold on, Brian. So if we find out there actually is a God or creator, you don't have to go to a psych ward.
No.
All right, cool.
I would be shocked if the Christian God is true. That's.
Hold on, dude. I'm being serious here. Do you have a couple people in your mind like you think? Because you're a smart guy, bro. You taught me a few things, and hopefully I've taught you a little common sense. Eventually you might. But anyway, you strike me as a smart guy as far as like math logic. And like, do you have a couple people you look up to as like real smart? You ain't got to name them, but just think of them couple people like that you look up to, like fucking damn. You think I'm smart? These motherfuckers are smart. You got a couple people like that?
Quite a few guys in this arena that I think are incredibly smart.
Yeah, me too, bro. Me too. So think of fucking how clueless they are on how this fucking world works, bro. Literally clueless. I'm not talking about looking up the stars and measuring angles and shit. I'm talking about the way shit works. Think about how fucking literally stupid we are in the big picture of things, and then think there might be a God, bro. There might be somebody that's so much smarter than all of us, bro. It ain't just an accident. Just consider being so smart. I'm not a preacher, bro, but consider there just might be somebody who put us here and looking over us, maybe, man. Maybe answering us from time to time. Maybe, just maybe, and remember that feeling. Don't ever forget that feeling, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's the only preaching I'll ever do to you. Done. Thank you for listening.
My wife is a Christian. I don't think she's an idiot.
I don't care. I didn't say.
Oh, what was that? Unmute, Brian. What was that?
No, go ahead. Finish up your statement. Irvin.
Oh yeah, I don't think she's an idiot. I think most Christians believe Christianity for emotional reasons. Like I had when I said like I cried when I smelled rain and I heard Tupac, that and Brian equated that with God. That kind of made sense to me as to why a lot of people are Christians. Anyway, unmute.
So, are you raising your kids Christian because your wife is?
We've kind of got an agreement for them that I don't, I don't sort of push them away from Christianity, and she doesn't indoctrinate them. We have pretty open conversations about, Mummy's a Christian, Daddy's not. It's up to you to investigate it when you're old enough to make your own decision on it.
And what does she think about? I mean, I know you said that she laughs at flat Earth or whatever along with you, or whatever, that she thinks it's stupid or whatever you thought. But what about, does she know that her Bible talks about, all of those components of the firmament and the lesser and greater light of the sun and the moon and all of those components?
Yeah, she doesn't treat that as literal stuff. I mean, before I got into flat Earth, I was in genetics, right? And genetics was because I got into a creation debate. I got into a creation debate with my father-in-law for a couple of years, and that was a terrible idea in the end. My wife got pissed off. My father-in-law had kind of a meltdown. So I don't argue the Bible anymore. I'll still argue against the creationist genetic stuff. That's fine. But I think the reason deep down why my wife doesn't like that I sort of dick around in flat Earth is because it's similar to me arguing Christianity. Love you,
like
Carnival.
arguing, Ruhif.
I do like arguing. Yeah, like I said, I don't think Christians are idiots at all, and I just don't think they have good reason to believe what they believe. I mean, if you ask my opinion of flat earthers, then we might have a different discussion. It's like they who was it the other day? Someone said that the actual words, "I'm looking for an alternate explanation," and I went, "Yeah, that's literally all you're doing. You're not looking for truth. You're looking for an alternate explanation."
I told
I
you
would
most
say
of
I would
these.
say the globe is an alternate explanation from the entire history of humanity that has had a planar stationary foundation of the earth. So many ancient traditional texts, the spiritual texts going back since the dawn of time, and of course our direct lived experience on multiple fronts. So I would say that the globe is a severe alternate explanation of what the sky is doing, and especially with all the unproven theories of gravity and all of that. That would be the reaching for some alternative explanation compared to the foundation that has been the foundation since the dawn of time, other than this current kind of globe cult thing that they've been pushing.
Absolutely. And I told you guys, most of these dudes, these hardcore Globers, they came from the evolution debate.
Yeah, correct. What's his name? Mark Reed, the guy that goes on modern day debate a lot. He did a debate on human chromosome 2 fusion, and I was like, "Holy shit! That was literally my thing a couple of years ago." And here he is in the Globe Earth debate as well. Is that a carnivore? Oh, Jim and Jeremy, there you go. This is the best game ever.
Mate, you've gone off the deep end.
No, yeah, wife's away at the moment, so I sat here yesterday all day.
The handcuffs are off, are they?
Yeah, exactly.
I remember I logged off like right after you said, "I'll stand up in a minute."
Got to stand up, yeah.
I looked back an hour and a half later, and you were still on.
Still here. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 1 in there. There. That can't be. 1 remaining. Boom. There we go. Fuck. See 2 in there. Fuck. Whoops.
I'm just surprised that you're so tolerant of your wife having her religious viewpoints. And I think the shape of the earth and cosmology for some could have religious components, some it does not. I mean, everybody's different and has different perspectives on things, but I'm surprised that you would have, it almost sounds like you have like a compassion and understanding, even a respect, might I say, for her thoughts on that, even though if you debated her on it, you probably could say she has no physical proof or whatever you would debate.
Sorry,
But then you would have such a disdain for people who have a different cosmology than yours. Like, why that disparity?
I do see flat earthers as different to Christians. Yeah. Can you unmute Brian? Like he's still muted.
Why are you trying to moderate the VC?
I know he's been muted for a while.
Yeah, he's been rampaging for hours. I think we need a break, man, for reals. I mean, no one else could even speak. It's like just in the mind of Brian. It's like Pete Shea level, dude. We need to chill, please. It's becoming unlistenable.
Thank God, I thought I was the only one.
I didn't even mute him, but just saying, like, whoever did, I think we could use a break. It's just not fair for someone to come in and just talk nonstop. It's a point to no one else can get in. Every time someone else does in, they get clipped and overtalked, and it's pretty unfair for everyone else.
Yeah.
So what were you saying? So why do you think the shape of the Earth is different?
To why they believe it. Like I know that she gets, emotional support from her beliefs, and I don't want to kill that, obviously.
Are you Christian, Gio?
No, I wouldn't identify as that. No. I respect the Bible. I think there's definitely wisdom in many of the parables, and I think that some of the inspiration that went into there's so many different kind of interpretations and different books and so on, but I think there are passages in those books that were inspired by essentially various, mystical divine experiences that they were having with themselves, with the creator, etc. So I think there's a lot of like divine inspiration in it, but and I think there's knowledge and wisdom and in that way, but I don't have any need to identify with a book or let any book be some kind of foundation to my spiritual understandings on things.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious because I was wondering if people think that the Earth being round, as a flying space ball, is like mutually exclusive with there being a god or creator or whatever.
Wait, say that again? You mean?
I was wondering if people if there's in a few of the people I've spoken to that I got the impression that they thought that if the Earth is a flying space ball, that sort of means that there is no God in some, like the fact that the Earth is flat is somehow tied to religion is like the impression I've got.
I see what you mean. Well, I guess it could be said like, okay, so if the Earth is like stationary and planar, I mean, it doesn't even have to be planar. It could be, some other shape as well. But I mean, that this guy Authentic Intent, he used to often say, he used to go out on the street and, he used to set up a table and talk about flat Earth and all of that. And he would say, there's no atheists on flat Earth. That was one of his little phrases. There's no atheists on flat Earth. I think kind of what he meant by that is like, I don't even know if he came up with that phrase, that little phrasing, or whether he had heard it and then said it a lot. And I think what he meant by that is like, there's no one that thinks the Earth is flat, as it were, that is an atheist. In that sense, right. That the creator the concept of some creative intelligence seems to come with that, that this realm is here and all of that. So there's that idea. And then there's the idea with the globe. I mean, I know a lot of people I went to a grad school where, many of the professors were like Copernican scholars. And so, and it's, cosmology department and everything. So, there's, in terms of a lot of my friends in that community and so on, colleagues, a lot of them are absolutely spiritual, some religious, etc., and absolutely think there's a creator, but they're also in a heliocentric mindset. And it's not just them. I just bring them up because they, are studying it and focused in those ways. So yeah, so definitely, a creator in a heliocentric model, can go together. A lot of people, even a lot of them that I know that are astrologers, they also, they just think that the planets are physical balls out there, and that they're, the God created this, created the balls and everything synced up together in this kind of synchronistic solar system to create, the alignments of those and how they correlate with human events and human emotions and stuff. So yeah, definitely you can have a creator on that. But then it does seem like the atheism in a way kind of goes with heliocentrism though. It's like, even though heliocentrism is not exclusive of there being a creator or not a creator, but it does seem like atheism goes with the heliocentricity. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're necessarily exclusive. I'm not religious myself, but I don't think the Earth being a flying space ball means that there is no like God or creator or whatever you want to call it.
It could just be that the creator made that, right? That it made the ball and the space model.
Yeah. The Bible just doesn't coincide with both the stories are they don't work together, right? Just right out the gate in Genesis, the heliocentrism story and the Genesis story, they don't match. Basically, they can't be. It can't be both.
Is everybody else hearing like Discord notifications?
No, you might need to mute a channel.
All right, then I guess it's mine. But I muted all my sounds. If Discord did an update, but I keep hearing it. As long as it's not everyone else, I'll figure it out.
I'm not hearing it.
All right.
But I've got all my stuff muted.
I think I've ever served. Yeah, I do too. But I even turned all the sounds off, but I'm just still hearing it. I just want to make sure it's on my end. All right, thanks.
Well, you could have it be both, where there's the God of the Bible and then the heliocentrism, but then you'd have to say that parts of the Bible are not true, I guess.
So which parts of Genesis conflict with the Earth being round? I don't even know. Like I'm not a I don't know the
No,
Bible.
not to the. No, it's not specific to the Earth being round. It's specific to the heliocentrism story and the Bible story.
Oh, right.
So yeah, you could have a round Earth and be a Bible person, but what you can't have is the heliocentrism story along with your Bible story.
So, what about it? How do we get to that conclusion? I guess is my question.
That the stories don't match?
Yeah, like what are their stories though? Is what I'm asking.
It's pretty easy. I mean, God created. I forget exactly how it is. The order in which things were created. Like what happened on the first day of creation? You know?
No, no idea.
Well, whatever the order is of stuff that got made, it's not the same order as the heliocentrism. So, like, in other words, Earth was created first or some shit, and then he created light afterwards. You know what I mean? That's definitely not how the heliocentrism story went. All right. Can you have Earth before light and the helio? I forget which order. Is there a Bible?
Yeah, the Earth is first, and then the sun and moon.
The Earth and the sun, yeah. So that's not how it would have been. You would have had light before Earth. But it's not sun specific, it's light, right?
Yeah, he creates light first, and then let there be light, then the sun. Oh, sorry, then the Earth, and then the sun and moon together, lights in the sky. And then
yeah, so you got light, and then Earth, and then the sun.
Sun and moon, and then vegetation, then animals, I think.
So there's light and no sun.
Yeah. Let me read Genesis 1 again.
You may want to recheck this. I don't remember it, so I don't know. We went into it pretty in depth one day, and Bob Dole was straight killing him. Shout out to Bob Dole.
The water, I think the water was here before anything.
Oh, sorry, the sun was later. Fuck. That's right. Sun was after the plant.
The sun came after plants. Okay, so there you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty much a wrap on heliocentrism, if you believe that story.
Not just heliocentrism, like just any evolution.
Well, specifically, your heliocentric story says the sun, and then we had plants, right?
Yeah, sun before the planets, basically.
Hold on, you say plants or planets?
Planets.
Okay, what is exactly the order that thing should happen? It's not
scientific order. Scientific order?
No, the Bible order.
Oh, the Bible. Okay.
Something.
God created heavens and earth. Let there be light.
Earth was first. So Earth was first, and then the light.
Light. And he called it day and night. So he called it day and night before sun and moon.
Yeah, but we had Earth and then light after that.
Yep. And then light and dark. And then the firmament. And then the land. So he's drained all the water off to the land. Then vegetation and trees.
I'm pretty sure the water was here before anything. Even potentially even God.
Yeah. And then sun and moon. And then creatures. There we go. And then
why don't you start from the beginning, like where it says he hovered over the face of the deep?
Yep.
Does someone want to read it? I just posted it.
Yeah, someone else can.
I mean, the orders totally can't have the heliocentric model and the chain of events that happen in heliocentrism and the chain of events that happen in the Bible don't coincide.
Right.
Right. You got Earth and then light and then the sun and the moon. Like I don't know.
I don't know why you're skipping over the water, bro.
You can read it.
I don't know. Say the first thing he did that happened? Right in Genesis.
What are you, like, immune from saying it or something?
I don't know it.
What, I'm doing something else.
Is Jeremy gonna start fucking melting and shit? All right, here we go. It's in the beginning, when God created the universe, the earth was formless and desolate. The raging ocean that covered everything was engulfed in total darkness, and the Spirit of God was moving over the water. Then God commanded, "Let there be light," so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, think about that. The water was here before God.
Hold on, what did you just read though?
Well, here I'll read. I'll continue it a bit. All right. So then God commanded, "Let there be light," and light appeared.
That's wrong.
God was pleased with what he saw. Then he separated the light from the darkness, and he named the light day and the darkness night. Evening passed and morning came. That was the first day. Then God commanded, "Let there be a dome to divide the water and keep it in two separate places." And so it was done. So God made a dome, and it separated the water under it from the water above it. He named the dome Sky. Evening passed and morning came. That was the second day. Then God commanded, "Let the water below the sky come together in one place so that the land will appear." And it was done. He named the land Earth, and the water which had come together he named Sea. And God was pleased with what he saw. Then he commanded, "Let the earth produce all kinds of plants, those that bear grain and those that bear fruit." And it was done. So the earth produced all kinds of plants, and God was pleased with what he saw. Evening passed and morning came. That was the third day. And there's,
so
I guess I'll stop there. Yeah.
Where's the dome in the Helios?
Yeah, I mean, that is not describing a globe in a vacuum.
I agree.
What were you saying, Elbow, though?
Well, so I was asking your wife, because you're saying you and your wife laugh at flat Earth, but then she's a Christian, and then she believes exactly what I just read, which is about domes and Earths and separating waters and all these things that have nothing to do with the globe.
Yeah, she doesn't take all that stuff literally.
Well, then she's not a Christian, because I think Christians are verbatim, aren't they?
Okay.
You know, you can't go like interpreting things.
My bad, that's all. Was that the New Testament or the Old Testament? Genesis.
That's the Old Testament, Jeremy. Come on, champ.
Dude, I don't know. Is there different versions of that, or is that because I've heard it different before?
I mean, that's a translation. Good News translation from the American Bible Society. Because, yeah, obviously the wording of that it sounds like it's translated, you know, like God was pleased with what he saw. I don't think, you know, probably the word pleased is not the original. Stuff like that. So, yeah, it's a translation. Good News translation, as they call it.
It sounded like somebody refuted the fact that I mentioned the waters here potentially before God. I think that was what was it?
It sounds to me like you almost pushed the waters above outside the universe.
Okay. You want to elaborate a little bit?
Just where he said he separated the waters above from the waters below and everything above. It just sounds to me like that he pushed the waters above maybe outside the universe and the stars and heavenly bodies or within the dome, inside the dome, not within it, but inside it with the earth.
Waters above, waters below, flat earth's brains are really slow.
Hey, Elijah, do you wanna address that, or is it the Bookfin or whoever that was?
I think that was Elbow. I don't know, Elbow. If you were trying to get
Elbow.
in, we only heard a little part of only your for a second.
No, it just. Oh, are you talking to me?
Well, I think Elbow was trying to get in before. I don't know if his mic was not coming through. I don't know if Dysel is. Maybe I think Dysel was referring to maybe Elbow because he was saying that something. But
Yeah, I was saying the water was here before God, and then I think he chimed in and said that's not true, but I didn't hear like anything after that.
Yeah, but
No,
what do
it
you mean
doesn't
by what do you mean? What do you think he means by created the heavens and the earth in the beginning? Because I mean, I know you with the version you read, and it says the universe, but it says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
I'm looking at what was posted there, and
Okay. Well, I mean, it says in the
we're
beginning God created the heavens and the earth, right? And then that means, if you actually look at the translation, it's meaning he created his kingdom first. That's where the water come from because he already created the earth.
yeah, but when we say Earth, we're speaking of the land and the water. We're not just talking about the formlessness because it says in the beginning the earth was formlessness and desolate, and talking about how God hovered over the face of the deep. He never said let there be water. That wasn't.
Well, it doesn't say it on the Bible that you have, but if you look at Jubilee and look at every other translation, it does. Matter of fact, it tells you every single thing that got created before he came down and saw the face of the deep.
So he said, "Let there be water."
Yeah, it says that he created the waters.
Okay, because
like if you look at Jubilee, go look at Jubilee. What is it? 4:1 or something? I think it's.
I gotta pull out the Bible. Yeah, let me take a look.
Is this Jubilee thing? Is that Christianity or?
Yes.
All right. Just checking. I was asking for a friend.
Definitely not.
Oh, it's not?
Sorry, it's Jubilee 2. It's not Christianity. Well, it's not.
Yeah.
It's part of the Apocryphus.
Yeah, because I don't see Jubilee's not in the KJV, is it?
Oh no, you don't. If you okay, because you only ascribe to the canon.
Oh, I mean, if we're just gonna start throwing books in, I mean, yeah. What about the Gnostic Gospel of Timothy?
Well, I mean, Jubilee was part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean, it's actually called Little Genesis as well.
Yeah, but the Gnostic Gospel of Timothy was the only book written while Jesus spoke. Out of all the canons that came, maybe even hundreds of years after his death, this book was like the actual autobiography. Like as he spoke the words, it was written. That's the only one we got. So, are we going to include that too? You know what I'm saying?
Want to?
Where do we draw the
if
line
you
here?
want to.
Well, why not? Why not?
Okay.
I mean,
I'm not throwing it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should include all of it, right?
I definitely think so. All scriptures are. Right. There's scriptures, yeah. Why not?
Right. But yeah.
But if you look at if you look at Jubilee chapter 2, and it says, "And the angel of the person spake to Moses according to the word of the Lord, saying, Write the complete history of the creation. How in 6 days the Lord God finished all His works and all He created." Right. So let me start from where again. For the first day, He created the heavens which are above, and the earth and the waters, and all the spirit which serves before Him. You hear that? So in the first day, He created the heavens which are above, the earth, and the waters.
Okay, so
Nice.
how does a Christian that still believes in the whole heliocentric story get around it contradicting this story? of the scriptures or whatever. Because I'm about to set up a debate between Ruhif and his wife. So
Compartmentalization, I guess, or like one belief trumps another, maybe for them.
Yeah, she just doesn't take Genesis literally.
when are you guys free for a debate, Ruhif?
She is not free for debate.
Yeah, but how can you be a Christian and not actually take like the creation story as very, very relevant?
I think that is treated as literature of the time, saying God is God. A science book, as people often tell you.
Is tomorrow afternoon good, or?
I mean, does she believe it's God's word?
Yeah. Oh, she had great issue. Like we've got a lot of gay friends, right? She took a lot. It's hard for her to reconcile gay people with the Bible because Leviticus and Deuteronomy, especially Leviticus, I think it's 18:22 or something, where it says, if you have sex with a man, you are to be put to death. And it was like, this is a capital offense. And God can't really change, the objective morality kind of argument. God can't change what he thinks of an act. So she has to have this tension in her mind of, I've got all these gay friends having, some of them married, right? Having legitimate monogamous relationships. But if they have sex, it's against God. So yeah.
So she's trying to reconcile and be understanding of your weekend activities.
Yes. Exactly.
Or if you're a hardcore Glover, you didn't have to tell us you had a lot of gay friends. We already knew.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I don't know if Ruhif wants this out there, but well, you've said it on live stream, and you sent me a picture. Although I have respected your request not to share it, but
I censored it.
Let's just say Ruhif was almost fully naked except a Speedo in a gay parade. Isn't that what it was?
Yes.
A gay pride parade?
It was the Marriage Equality Parade in 2013, and I wore a mankini, so the Borat mankini down the parade.
Holy hell! What was Kosha wearing?
Oh dear.
I think he had the Choder Boy hat on. You'd have to see the movie Orgasmo to get that one.
Yeah.
Great movie, by the way.
Oh, I'm stuck. Fuck.
Isn't this why heliocentrism originally was viewed as like complete blasphemy? Because they were bringing, it's completely non-alignment with the creation story and all of these components.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, how do they reconcile this? The Christians that are also heliocentrists?
They don't. They just treat it as allegorical.
The whole creation story, it's allegory. Like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or not? Which that movie? Narnia.
Oh, it still has a moral to the story. There's 2, 3, 4. Basically saying God is the boss, made everything, sovereign, blah blah blah. Don't ask me to defend it. Don't accept it.
Were you raised with any religion?
Kind of. I went to Sunday school every Sunday and literally had no idea that people took it seriously until I was in my mid-20s. I was so naive, so stupid. It was unbelievable. Like I remember having a Jewish girlfriend, and her parents were observant Jews, and it was like Sabbath, and we were like having the feast or whatever on Friday night or whatever, and I was like, people actually take this seriously. And then I saw a mate from high school post on Facebook something like, "Oh, I got this award for being a builder, and I have to thank the Lord." Blah blah. Like, just went in this full religious thing, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I messaged him. I said, "I had no idea at school you were religious." And I remember it was called ISCF, Inter School Christian Fellowship. I had friends in that, and I had no idea what it was about. Like, I was unbelievably naive about it. I just thought they were nice stories at Sunday school. That's it. There's a lot of hand waving during that, by the way.
Dude, you didn't find out. Hold on, Rohit. You didn't find out till you're 20. You were in your 20s that people were serious about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Holy shit, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you are Australian, so.
True.
20s though, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That's actually really, I don't know. A lot of my family was heavily religious, so I knew they were serious about it right away, though. So I don't know. I guess you said your parents weren't?
Not overly at all, but they did send us to Sunday school. Yeah.
Still though, 20s. Oof. You're a late bloomer, huh? You're gonna figure out the Earth is flat someday.
Someday.
You do a quick stint in the psych ward. We'll heal you up nice. We'll get you some ayahuasca treatments or something, and you'll be out of there easy peasy.
Yep.
Maybe we'll send chemo through. We'll send Spurs over there, get you some chemotherapy.
Yeah. Chemo. Where is he around? I haven't seen him for ages. I suppose I don't go to Gems anymore.
He was in here the other day.
All right.
Just for a little bit. He doesn't come around often. He's killing on my TikTok these days.
Yeah.
I mean, say what you want about chemo. He's a straight up beast in the streets, though.
Okay.
Bro, he's sick with it. I mean, you can't deny it.
Yeah.
Is he the champ or what? I mean,
he's definitely the champ. Yes.
What's he doing on the street?
he's a beast, bro. He's kicking ass and chewing bubble gum, and he's all out of bubble gum.
On what? Like what?
You got to remember, he spent a lot of time in gyms, bro, face to face with them dudes, hours and hours a day.
Has he got like a YouTube channel or something, or?
Do you not know who Chemo is?
Not officially. I think I've heard you guys talk about him before, but I don't know if I've ever talked to him myself.
Yeah, he's got a couple YouTube channels. I think one of them's Gas Under. One of them's called Under No Pressure.
Yeah.
And the other one is Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther? I think those are his two channels. He might have a third one. I'm not sure.
Let's not fuck this up. Yeah.
Looks like Witsit's doing a debate right now on Modern Day Debate.
Who against?
I mean, he had posted the link earlier, and then I just clicked on it to see if it's still going. Some guy named Malachi, Malachi.
Malachi.
Malachi. There you go. You know him?
No. Although if you know your Bibles.
Yeah, I just pronounced. Yeah, I know. I just didn't say the word right.
Not.
I guess that sounded stupid for me to say it that way. Oh well.
Right.
It's fine. I was laughing.
I'll make it. I'll make it out of the psych ward.
You'd be right next to Ruhith.
Malachi.
We're gonna book a double room, you and Ruhith.
Sounds good. Sounds like a good night.
Ruhith's gonna wear his Borat thong.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Ruhith, Jesus H.
Sorry. No, I was sick this morning. Yeah. Apologies.
What'd you get sick from?
I have no idea.
They
Woke up at
eating
5
weird
o'clock,
shit in Australia.
and I was I retched like 7 times, and then I just felt completely fine, and then half an hour later did it again, and yeah.
I ate some
I had no idea.
salmon. I had some salmon a few days ago, and it was like a huge piece, and I cooked it pretty well, but there was like an edge of it that didn't cook very well, and I just sort of ate it anyways. And oof, I woke up. I didn't puke or anything, but I woke up the next morning like really nauseous. Thankfully, it passed by the end of the day, but
Yeah, I haven't thrown up since 2016, by the way.
It must have been that sausage at the Gay Pride Festival.
Yeah.
2016, huh? That's pretty good.
Yeah. Cancer.
I like to get. I know you're a bit older, but I like to get drunk every few years and throw up. It like cleanses your soul. So I threw up. I threw up this year.
Gee.
Ruined my whole weekend.
Yeah.
What would you eat though? Would you have like some Vegemite on kangaroo meat or some shit? You'd be eating weird shit down there.
No, Vegemite on toast is like it's a kind of a comfort food if you're feeling sick.
What would you eat? They got you sick.
I have no idea. Don't know. Like my experience with food poisoning has been that it's about 4 hours later, and this was 5 a.m. So yeah, I literally have no idea.
You know what happened one time? I ate pasta vazul, right? And dude, I laid down. I ate mad of it, and then laid down. Never been sicker the next day. I know there was nothing wrong with the pasta. I think it was just from laying down with all that pasta inside me.
Yeah, I can't eat pecan pie or pecan pie, as you fucking say it. I can't eat pecan pie because I ate an entire pecan pie when I was 13 or something like that, and just fucking vomited it everywhere. Now I look at it and I feel pretty bad. Oh, stuck again. What am I doing?
Hey, Jeremy, did your wife make that pasta?
Oh my god, man! What is wrong with your microphone? Also, what were you wearing when you went with Ruhif in that parade? We're trying to spot you out of the picture.
Which parade?
The parade you were with Ruhif. He was wearing that Borat thing.
The mankini.
Yeah, I was
Did you
wearing
have to
banana
like?
hammock.
Did you have to like shave your bikini line for that or something?
No, you go with the hairy chest with the Borat one, right?
I don't really have one of those.
You don't got hair on your chest yet?
Oh, not much.
You'll hit puberty someday.
Thanks, Jeremy.
What's up, Kosho? I kind of cut you off, but you came in all nutcase with your fucking crazy mic. What's up?
Yeah, I'm in the car. I was just asking if your wife made that pasta or not, because she did that. She did that to me too, man. She made the
No,
pasta
it
for
was
me
my
the other
great
night.
aunt. My great aunt made it. She was an angel. Okay, she never smoked, drank, nothing. She didn't do anything. She never had kids. Never had a boyfriend. Nothing. She almost was a nun. God bless her. Lived to be
So you
100
thought,
fucking 105. What's up?
That's nothing.
No, the pasta vazul is good. I think it's because I laid down. I just laid down. I ate Madivan and then laid down. The shit didn't get a chance to like properly. What's up?
Yeah, an Ativan.
An Ativan? Fuck is
What
that?
you said? Yeah, you had something and lay down.
Pasta vazul.
He said it sounded like you had an Ativan and then lay down.
I don't know what that means. Is that a drug?
never
It
mind.
sounds like a big pharma drug. Is that like an Ambien?
Yes, it is. It's a benzo. Yeah.
I didn't do that. No, I just ate the pasta and laid down, and it didn't have a chance to like go through my system. What a woman, though. Hell of a woman. They don't make them like that anymore. Now you got chicks out here twerking and shit. I wish food was just like a pill. That'd be so convenient. Like I don't want to cook, do dishes, do all this grocery shopping thing. Like it just be a pill. You take like 1 or 2, 3 pills a day.
Matrix.
And you're good.
Matrix steak. You know the scene in the Matrix where he eats the steak knowing that it's not real.
Flop. Oh. Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, I would still eat food. Food's fucking magnificent.
I mean, it'd be optional. Like, all right, you could just take these pills, or you could eat actual food. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
As long as the pills were like legit and had like real deal shit in them and not no bullshit. Like some organic shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't need like red dye number 5 and monosodium-glutamate and whatever the fuck I can't pronounce. Monosodium glutamate. They said that shit, MSG, that's terrible for you, they say. I worked at this Chinese restaurant. They used to order that shit by the barrel. You ever see King of New York where they got the barrels? They had like these barrels and we would go through like a pallet of barrels a week. They just be dumping that shit in there. Gio, how bad is that? What's your thoughts on MSG?
Yeah, it's a neurotoxin.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. That's an all, like, I don't know. Chinese food probably use tons of that shit.
They even call it like they call it like its own like entire like flavor. Like the flavoring of it. You know, you have like salt, sweet, sour.
Yeah.
It's like its own like it's a very bizarre chemical. It's a neurotoxin. It's definitely bad. But I mean, people do eat it and get away with eating it for some time.
I was watching this infomercial once. The guy was like, "This is terrible stuff," and they went all in. I don't know, 20 years ago. I haven't even watched TV for like 15 years. Yeah, like wouldn't that be dope? What's your feelings on another thing I said about the pill? Like there's this all natural, herbal, organic fucking stuff they put in these pills, and you just take a few of them or whatever for every meal, and then you're full. You have all your essential, vitamins and minerals and stuff.
I mean, they have like protein powder, multivitamin things. A lot of those are like synthetic nutrients or whatever, like, fabricated. I just mean synthetic, that they're like made in laboratories, but you can use like protein powders that also have like a multivitamin type things in them. But I mean, that's not natural though. But I mean, you could like technically live off that, maybe like Soylent Green. There's like that Soylent Green shit too, or whatever. But the other thing you could do is like, you could maybe put like real food into capsules. Like you could do like, dehydrated meat and other stuff in there, I guess, and put it into some kind of.
No, you can't.
Yeah, like
you can't get
real
enough.
food. What's that?
We'll make you some
You're
gummy.
the biggest
grams of
naysayer
protein.
I've ever seen.
You need grams of protein, right? They're huge.
All right, but
things.
that's what I'm saying, Gio. All right, Gio, that's what I'm saying. You put real organic shit in these capsules, and it's just you need to eat 5 capsules or 10, whatever it is. Just like that way, you don't have to go through the whole thing of like cooking and. You could do it if you wanted to, but on the other hand, you have these all organic, natural pills you can just
can do tube steak injections over at the Gay Pride Festival.
You could wrap them in fucking seaweed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, just have these little things. Or maybe little like hamster bites you could just eat on the side, like I don't know.
Well, I
just feel like this whole. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just feel like this whole cooking food process that we go through every day is like obnoxious. Anyways, what were you saying?
The closest one thing I do, which would maybe be somewhat similar to that, is I'll make like these like power blends, basically like a power smoothie, whatever term you'd want to use, meaning that like I put like meat, like raw meat, organ meats. I'll even do like whole fish, like sardines, like right in the blender. And then blend that with like maybe like ginger, lemon, some other fruits and things. And then but I don't necessarily like drink it, like I don't sip on it, I have like a glass straw, like a thick glass straw, and I like suck it down fairly quickly. So you're not really like sipping on it in that way. But you're getting like that way, you're getting like serious nutrition, and you kind of drink it down fast, and it doesn't even taste that bad because it tastes kind of like the ginger, the fruits, whatever's in it. But yeah, I'll do like whole fish, like organ meats. I usually do this when I'll do it with raw meat. I mean, I'll eat raw meat, just by itself as well sometimes, depending on the source of it. But yeah, so it's like kind of like a liquid shake that you can drink very quickly. And when I do that, it's like you're getting like a whole meal, but you can drink it down pretty quickly.
See, Gio's over here eating raw meat. Brewhip's over here eating soy coffees, drinking soy coffees from Starbucks and shit. That's why we're bodying you, bro. We're barbarians. Anyways, that sounds absolutely disgusting, Gio.
Dude, I've done some like whole fish, like whole like sardines, oysters. Like I've done all kinds of stuff in them. It's awesome. I mean, the nutrition is awesome, that part of it.
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. I don't know. Are you all like jacked up and shit, like Arnold or something, or what?
No, not really.
Like super
Just
fit though,
thing, right?
Yeah, like raw eggs. I'll do blends with raw eggs, raw milk. I don't eat all my meat raw, but I always try.
Gio, do you know what this guy told me? I spoke to this guy who's like a personal trainer, and he trains a lot of Olympic athletes and stuff. And he was telling me when I told him, because I used to make protein shakes with raw eggs and blend them, and he said there's no point doing that because of the consistency, because of the way the molecular bond is in the raw eggs. The body can't actually take up the protein, so you're just basically having it for no reason. It's more of a waste, really. And I didn't actually know this, and I looked into it, and it's apparently true. I think it's like 5 or 10% 50% maybe of the protein that's taken up, not more. So you can get more effect from taking other things that are taken up there.
My only response to that is I completely disagree and think I would say that's entirely false information.
I thought so as well, Joe, when I first heard it, but then I did look it up, and it's true actually. I looked it up with like nutritionists and like basically research that's been done, and it's actually true, yeah.
I mean, it's never and if you cook it, there's never a situation that cooking meat gives you better nutrition. I mean, there can be bacterias and stuff on meat that might not be, might be problematic because of the source of it or the way it was handled and all that. So there are concerns with raw meat in that way. But raw animal foods are always the most optimal nutrition on every level. The proteins are not denatured. Every time you cook animal protein, there's some denaturing that occurs. So I don't think that's true at all. Whatever that guy said, if that's what he's saying, that raw eggs you're not getting the protein out of them, that's just not true. I don't think.
No, he was saying the bioavailability of it is low. That it's not that. Of course, if you cook things, you break down the molecular bonds, and you ruin the nutrients in it. But no, he was saying more that there's something about the way the molecular bond is in raw eggs that prevents the body from taking up the protein. Something like that. He was saying it's actually better to boil the egg and have it that way because of it does something to the molecular bond so that it increases the bioavailability. So even though there's more protein in raw egg, your body actually takes up less than if you would cook it because of this thing that I'm talking about.
I mean, I would say it's the opposite. Cooking the egg, you're going to get less protein than raw. But I mean, if you want to send any information or link anything, I'll check it out. You sure you're not thinking of like separating the egg white from the egg yolk? Because that is a thing where there's certain complementary nutrients that come in the whites and the yolk that work together. So if you separate them, there can be less bioavailability, if that's what you're thinking of.
Is it like there's more fiber in dried prunes than there is in plums? Is it like that you're talking about?
No. I'll show you here. I've actually shown it here. So basically, the bioavailability of cooked eggs is around 91% for the protein, and the protein in raw eggs has a bioavailability of 50%. So it's not as low as I said, but it's lower. It's about half the bioavailability. So it's actually better to cook the eggs. I know it sounds counterintuitive because, like you say, normally when you cook foods, the nutrients actually decrease in the foods. But with eggs, it's not that the protein increases when you cook it. It's that the way what it does to the molecular bond in the egg enables the body to absorb it better. Because when he said it to me, this guy who told me, this personal trainer, I was like, nah, man, because I've been doing it for years, having raw eggs. And then when he said it, I looked it up, and it's true.
Wait,
My
what's
mom
this
used
about
to go
raw
out with
eggs? Sorry, I just got here. Could you repeat that with the raw eggs? What's going on? Sorry, I just got here.
So basically, I spoke to this personal trainer guy who's he trains Olympic athletes and stuff, and somehow we got into the conversation of raw eggs, and I told him I've been having raw eggs to make my own protein shakes, and he said it's not good to have raw eggs because they're not taken up by the body. Because of something about the molecular bond that lowers the bioavailability of the protein in the eggs. And I thought that's intuitive because normally when you cook food, you lower the nutrients in it. But then I looked it up and it's actually true. And it's that whilst the protein is higher in raw eggs, your body can't take up as much of it because of the way the molecules are structured. Gio, I've sent you. I've put a link in thing in text chat.
All right.
So what you're saying is eat more baked marshmallows.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, I always feel for myself, just my own anecdotal experience, that raw eggs are always optimal in terms of the nutrition, way better than cooked.
That's what I didn't I did it for years. I used to have it in the morning. Used to have 2 raw eggs with a banana and some milk. Make my own shake.
You know, you can eat the shell too.
Can you?
Yep. It's got a lot of good calcium in it and minerals. Yeah.
How would you eat it though? Like, what would you do with it?
Well, I mean, you can crunch on them, but yeah, they're a little hard to crunch on. But one thing, so you can dry the shells out, and then once they're dry, you can put them in a blender and powder it, and then you can just keep like a bottle of that powder, and then you can like sprinkle it on food or add it to food or whatever. But another
It
thing is,
makes
if you're gonna do it in a blender though, you can just put the whole egg in there with the shell and blend it all together.
I didn't actually know that.
I like the
I wonder
sound
if
of
you
the
can
powder.
smoke it. I'm gonna dry it and snort it, but make it into a powder.
I think the powder. Yeah, the powder sounds better. Sprinkle some
It makes
extra in
sense though. It makes perfect sense. Sounds logical because I mean the egg, the way it's constructed, it must be like loads of calcium and stuff in it.
Yeah. It also has that membrane. If you're that membrane that's on the inside of the shell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually really high in a substance called hyaluronic acid, and hyaluronic acid is like
I know it for your skin and stuff.
Yeah, it's for the skin and like between your joints, between your tissues, like it's like this fluid basically that's between all of your your bones and your organs, your tissues, your skin, hair as well. Like hyaluronic acid is like an incredible substance.
Yeah, I know. So how would I go about it?
hold on.
So I just eat the whole shell to get it.
Well, no, you can peel off if you don't want to eat the shell. Like if you crack the egg, you can. Depends on how healthy the chicken is though, because if you get factory farmed or something. Well, I wouldn't even recommend eating any factory farmed anything really, especially raw. But what I'm saying is that if the chicken didn't get very good nutrition, then that film is like very weak, and it might even be hard to. But if you get one that's really strong from a really good nutrition egg, you can just peel it off. Once you crack the egg, you can actually just kind of peel it with your finger, and then you can actually just pull it. Sometimes almost like removing a sticker from something. You get it all in one motion. So you can actually basically peel away that inner. Because even if I don't do the full shell, I'll always peel that layer off and eat it.
I'm gonna look into it. I didn't actually know this because my wife really looking for something for hyaluronic acid. So thank you for that. Sorry.
Supposedly you can ride on them too.
You can what?
Ride on
them. Right?
Right.
Ride.
Sure.
R-I-D-E. Like riding on eggshells.
Oh, I thought maybe that was a.
That was pretty cheesy. But I guess you could put it in plants. I don't know. My wife's always saving the egg white or the eggshells and putting them on our plants and shit. So
yeah, for minerals.
Yeah.
Well, I make these superfood ice cream things that I make from scratch, where I use a bunch of different berries and fruits, and then I'll use raw eggs, raw milk, and make like a natural ice cream, basically.
That sounds really nice. I
I'm
mean,
scared to
yogurt
eat.
with honey now. Natural yogurt with natural honey.
Yeah, I'm with Jeremy, dude. I don't know if we're
I'm
coming over
scared
to your
to
house
eat.
for dinner.
I mean, I just don't know if my body's used to that stuff. Am I gonna be okay or?
Well, I mean, you definitely got to know your sources for any raw animal foods for sure, because the way it's handled and yeah, there is a component if you have very weak gut flora, because you have to it's hard to say that you'd be able to get something that doesn't have some you have good bacteria and bad bacteria. So raw milk has a lot of probiotics in it, and especially colostrum, raw colostrum is even better for repopulating the gut flora. So if somebody has had a lot of antibiotics and things like that, to where a lot of their gut flora is blown out and they've never had probiotics, then if they were to consume something, it's possible they could be more likely to get sick if there's good and bad bacteria in the raw food, either the egg or meat or milk, whatever it may be. So there's something to be said for building your natural gut flora, which then allows you to be able to have more, because the good bacteria and the bad bacteria, it's in a simplistic form, they kind of fight for power, basically, in a sense. So if you don't have very much good bacteria, then you consume some bad bacteria. That's when people can get salmonella poisoning and get really sick. So I do think
it's good for that.
has to be built.
Yogurt's really good for that. Yogurt has a lot of good stuff for your stomach.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't say that, like, because in today's world, I mean, who knows, like, what's in some of these foods, just the processing. I mean, they're giving these animals vaccines and the handling of it and stuff.
Growth hormones.
Even in a wild animal, I mean, there still could be parasites and things. So, yeah, I mean, I could never like guarantee to someone that raw animal foods would, unless you really knew the source, like absolutely to know that it wouldn't have anything. So, I mean, it is, you could argue that it's a risk in a way, but there's also like immense benefits to these raw animal foods. So
I'm thinking of getting my own chickens. I'm thinking of getting like 5-6 chickens or something, putting them in the back garden.
You guys ever tried bat meat from Wuhan?
Yeah, bat soup. Very nice.
Put it in the blender.
Ew.
Yo, there is a thing, bat nest soup, I think it's called. It might be bird nest soup.
Yeah, it's bird nest soup.
It's birds. All right, never mind.
Is it kosher?
It's expensive. It's a delicacy in like Asia and shit. It's gnarly.
Yeah, they're like worth their weight in silver or something.
Yeah.
Somebody tell Jeremy that bats don't use nests.
Yo, somebody tell Kosho to go fuck off.
Did you say bat nest soup?
Yeah, what do bats do? I don't know what the fuck bats do. They don't. What do they got? They just hang there like vampires upside down, or
They hang about.
They go in caves.
They hang about. I was getting bats.
Yeah,
in
they're
my house.
mammals, dude.
I was getting bats in my house for a while. I had like some opening that they were getting in. That was happening for a while. I'd just be chilling. All of a sudden, there's a bat flying around the house. I'm like, oh.
Holy shit.
Yeah, because where I live, it's like there's a lot of wildlife here, and yeah, the bats were getting in for a while. We figured out where it was. I had to have the Batman had to come out. A bat dude, the Batman. I just think it's funny to call him the Batman. But yeah, he came out and then he figured out where they were getting in. And he put this little like trap door thing where the bats can get out, but they can't get back in. So it's like a one-way door. And I'm good now. I haven't had one in a while, but yeah, it's crazy when they get in here. And then I had to like open a window to try to shoo them out. They fly right close to your head too. Like they don't mess around when they're flying around inside. I know they like function off sonar and all that, but they're a little bit like they're kind of almost like drunk when they're flying. Like, it's kind of freaky that they're going to smack you right in the head.
Yeah, it's not very easy, man. Just flying with sonar. Ask Jeremy. That's how he gets by. He's a sonar.
That's a great call.
All right, let's get down
Don't
to
take
it.
any
Who's
shit,
the
Jeremy.
redshift? Who's the redshift expert here? All right, we're gonna get right down to it now, Coach. You know your redshift shit or what? I'm gonna just wait for Dr. Parks. I don't want nobody making shit up on the spot and shit. I know how some of you guys be doing.
What about Redshift?
Or maybe Chronic. Chronic. I can't believe the guy named Chronic is like one of the top leading experts in all the space shit.
What about Redshift?
Well, there's
Yeah, what do you need
specific-
to know, sir?
Well, I need to know how if you're getting different redshift results day after day after day from the same object.
That's
Which
interesting.
object?
What's up?
Yeah, if they're traversing upon the galaxy far, far away, wouldn't it change over time?
It would have to, according to their yes, because there's more space. Okay, day one you observe redshift, and we'll give the value X. Then the next day there's more space in between you and that other galaxy, so now it has to be redshifting X plus something because the more space, the faster space is expanding, right? So do we observe that or what? Because I mean, this should be one of your guys' predictions right here. No?
I assume because you're asking this question, you've already done your due diligence and thought about how much you would even expect it to change by, right?
Absolutely not. This is all freestyle off the top. You know how I get down, bro. Come on.
Okay.
Well, okay, let's do the math. Do the math then. 13 billion miles away.
No,
13 billion
sir.
light years. 13 billion light years.
Do me a favor real quickly, sir. Sir, do me a favor. How many whatchamacallits? How long is a billion seconds? I remember on top of my head, I think it's about 32 years. Is that right?
I think a trillion seconds is 30,000 years.
Yeah, 30,000. Yeah, so I think a billion seconds is 30 years, 32 years around there, right? Let's use that. Let's just use that 30 years, okay? Because let's remember say what, sir?
Okay, go ahead. Where are we going with this? 30 years now what? Where'd you get 30 years from?
Just math. Just a little bit of math. You gotta do, seconds, how many seconds in a day, how many days, and what it take to do a billion of those. But anyways, where were we? Right, and so let's think about the expansion rate of the universe is 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec. Megaparsec being 3.25 million light years. Okay, so let's just use okay, anyway, let's use a single parsec. Okay, 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec. So it takes about I didn't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, right. So in a single day, something that's a megaparsec away is going to move away at about 6 million kilometers. Okay, 6 million kilometers.
It wouldn't be a constant rate. It would be a constantly ever growing rate.
Yeah, but let's just see how much it changes by in a single day. Okay.
Bro, we need to do the math for something that's 13 billion years away because that's a lot of megaparsec. Otherwise, it's not going to work. This is a scaling fallacy. Where's new perspective at?
Here's the point, sir. Here's the point. Assuming I'm not going to convert kilometers to miles because that's just going to add extra complexity. Let's just use those as they're equal, okay? Just for simplicity, or just change the value I give you by 1.6. Doesn't matter, because it looks like something that's 1 megaparsec away would take 30,000 years. Is that right? Let me see. Yeah, 30,000 years for it to move away 1 light year. Or 30 years for it to move away 1 light year. Okay? So 1 light year, whatever was between you and a megaparsec is going to increase. So that's 3.25 million light years. That will increase by 1 light year. So you have 3.25 plus 1, or 3.25 million plus 1. That's what that would change by in 30 years. Okay? So this is the change that you're expecting to see. It's not a scaling fallacy. This is actually the smallest scale, 3.25 million
but scale it up
light
now.
years.
Scale it up to the distances we're really dealing with.
That is the distance we're really dealing with, by the way.
No, you're looking at shit billions of light years away. Way more than
millions of light years away. And what we're going to be looking at is actually further. I think one megaparsec is too close. You're right. So let's go further.
Told you, you had a scaling fallacy. Shout out to New Perspective.
How many megaparsecs do you want to use?
Whatever the 13 billion, the farthest redshift you're getting. Obviously, the farthest one, so we can have some kind of, possible measurable amount. Because that was actually one of my questions. Is I don't know if it would even be measurable. I do know you can measure wavelength extremely precise. So precise at LIGO that they say it's within 1/10,000th of a proton. So very precise with the wavelength. But
fuck, what do you think LIGO's measuring, dude?
length contraction of the tube by 1/10,000th
Yeah.
the width of a proton is their error bar.
What does that have
So
to do with
they're-
redshift?
How do you think they're measuring 1/10,000th the width of
Not
a
with
proton? You
redshift.
think that's an actual measurement? It's with the wavelength of light.
Yeah, it's with the disturbance.
They're
What do you
measuring
call
the
it?
wavelength of light.
Hold on, sir. What do you call that? Destructive interference or
Interference pattern.
yeah, interference. That's not redshift, dude.
I know they're measuring the wavelength of light of the light. All right. Kosho, are you there over now?
What is it, man?
Are they measuring the wavelength of the light in the
Measuring
tube?
two totally different things. It's two different things, man.
Are they measuring the wave?
Yeah.
Is it the wavelength?
They're measuring interference pattern in that case. In the other case, they're measuring spectrotrop, whatever it's called, spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
Okay, fine, bro. Just let's do the numbers, and we'll see which one is the most. We'll just use the biggest one. Do 13 billion light years or something, and let's work it out with the megaparsecs.
Okay, multiply that by 400 then. Okay. So then divide the 30
So we
years
do
by 400.
3.25 million. Hold on, there's 3.25 million megaparsecs. That makes
And
up
14 billion.
3
Yeah.
point. How many light years are in a megaparsec?
3.25 million.
Are you sure? Okay, so
100%.
divide that by 13, or divide 13 billion into that. We'll see how many megaparsecs it is. See how
441.
fast it is. 441.
That's right.
Okay. 441 times 70. How many seconds? Kilometers per second?
70 kilometers per second.
So how long is that going to take to create another megaparsec? How long would we have to? How long does that have to go for to create another megaparsec?
Ooh, plenty of time. Let's find out.
Does it take a long time just to make one megaparsec? Well, I don't know. How good are they at the spectroscopy thing? Like you're saying that this would be an immeasurable thing if they're moving faster the next day. Like it's happening, but we just can't measure it. You're saying? Okay, what's the error bar on the redshift, bro?
Looks like it would take about 27 years. This right or is this wrong? This might be wrong. Could be right though. No, 2.7 years. Let's go ahead and use that. Looks like it would take about 2.7 years. Oh, here you would like this. 2.73 years. 2.73 years roundabout. Isn't that one of your favorite numbers?
Yeah, but you were just making up numbers and throwing decimal places all over the place. So I don't know. That would be a hell of a thing, though. But go ahead.
Well, it wouldn't matter. I'm either 20. It's either 27.3 or 2.73. I'm sure it's 2.73. So, anyways, it's roundabout 2. It would take roundabout 2.73 years for something that far away to increase by another year. The distance between us and there. Okay, so if it's 13.7 billion light years away, one day, 1 year, 1 day, whatever, it would take 2.73 years for that distance to increase by another light year. It's already 13.7. Okay, so 13 and then 9 zeros. Okay, and we're adding one more of that 2.73 years. So
All right.
that's significant to you, then.
It's faster. It's faster nonetheless. Not a lot, but it's still faster. So what? You can't measure it? What's the error bar on your redshift? How good are they? Are they nice with it?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Are they the sickest out when it comes to measuring redshift, or what are we doing?
I forget what the plus and minuses were.
I mean, it's the wavelength of the light, right? So, you know, they're saying redshift could be caused by dust and light attenuation,
No,
right?
that's not true.
That
They're
is
not
true.
saying that.
That is
They are
absolutely
not
true.
saying that.
They are saying
certainly
that.
aren't
That's
saying
coming in your mainstream. That's what they're saying.
By they, do you mean people who are just disagree with Hubble? Because the people that I've heard say that are just people who disagree with Hubble. So,
no,
but
this
if you're
is
saying like
mainstream.
scientists, mainstream science, it's not mainstream shit.
I had a thing from Oxford and another one from like Stanford or some shit.
Okay, so the thing that you posted, the very first post you posted, was the thing that I had read already, and that was a guy who disagrees with Hubble. And then the thing from Oxford that you showed
It's a genetic fallacy.
Yeah, it showed not.
Who cares
the
if
thing
he
that
disagrees with him?
Yeah, well, if he disagrees with Hubble, he's just going to find reasons why it's impossible.
Okay,
So
fine. Okay, fine. We'll toss that guy. What about the other ones?
Yeah, the Oxford and all the other ones are not claiming that that light attenuation will affect spectroscopy. They're claiming that if you're taking readings, not spectrometry readings, but if you're taking photometry, which is like observing the specific wavelengths and then measuring the magnitude of that wavelength, which is a very indirect way of measuring redshift. If you do that, then yes, absorption and all that kind of stuff, things that are like dust and all that kind of stuff could actually affect those. But that's an indirect way of measuring redshift, and it's not nearly as accurate as spectrometry. Spectroscopy.
You can't even say it, bro. Listen to me. Do we have an example of light going away from us on Earth here? Something we can demonstrate where a light moving away causes redshift? And if so, if we do have that, you must have such good measurements that you should be able to notice this 13.8 billion thing. I think you're in like a catch-22 here. I'm pretty sure I have you in this weird catch-22 thing, you know.
I wasn't
Twisted brought
listening.
this up the other day. Come on, bro. Pay
I heard you
attention.
say catch-22.
Yes, you're in a catch-22. Ooh, it got chilly out. Let me explain why. Do you have? Okay, well, let me just ask this. Do you have something where they've made a light move away and redshift off it? Like something we could test controlled here on Earth.
Made that what?
Have we ever moved a light away from us and detected redshift from the light?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let's see it. Did you show it?
Okay, look at how speed guns work.
What's up?
A speed gun, things that measure speed that cops use.
If they see how long it takes for the laser to bounce back. What do you mean?
They don't. That would just measure the distance.
And
Measure
how
the
long it
redshift.
took from the light of the car?
Yeah, there's an interference pattern between the redshift caused by the speed that the thing's moving, and then they have another. So it bounces back, and then it interferes with the other everything of the gun. Anyways, it does have a measuring the redshift.
So you're saying a cop's laser detector is proof of optical redshift?
Sure.
You say yeah, sure, or yes, sir. Bro, is it or?
One. I was just saying both in one statement, being efficient.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, Mike's being messed up. Doesn't matter.
You said
Yes.
you're eating a fish stick? What's
Oh
up?
my god. The answer is yes. Just to
Bro, you
remind you,
sound
the
like you're in
question.
a car wash. You sound like you're in a car wash, but there's no car, and it's going.
So what?
What were we talking about? Oh, the red shift.
God damn
Well, I
it.
mean, listen, Witsit was quizzing these guys, and nobody had nothing. Now all of a sudden, you got this easy peasy thing in your back pocket with this.
I remember Woodson asking that question. I remember somebody else bringing up a speed gun.
I do remember talking about speed guns, but I thought it was for something else. Way before that.
Maybe the conversation just happened multiple times. Wouldn't be surprised.
I'm pretty sure I wrecked you guys when we were talking about that too. I can't remember what it was now. Damn. Anyways,
Your memory is a bit fuzzy.
Bro, can you make a light move away from us and we can see redshift from the light?
Yeah,
Fuck this laser range, huh?
The answer for the second time is yes.
Okay, where is it?
You want another example?
Not this laser. No, not another example. Just this laser rangefinder thing that cops use. That don't work for me.
Okay. Well, children, I remember kindergartners, maybe first graders, possibly preschoolers, and their teachers, to measure how far away the sun is or how fast we're moving around the sun, they often will do a little test where they measure the redshift of the sunlight. That will determine
Just stop,
how fast we're moving around the sun. I'll tell you what, even if you're a geocentrist and you think the sun's going around us, still, they use redshift to measure that speed. So.
Bro, something on Earth here. Something here we can physically manipulate and know what's going on in between us and the thing. Like, for real, bro. Come on, something we could sink our teeth into. Can you just one time do one? The times where I want you to do stuff in the lab, you won't. And the times I want you to do stuff in reality, out in the real world, you won't.
Jeremy, he has
It's
to
like
look
opposite.
it up. He has to look it up, man. Give him like 5 minutes. Okay?
Look it up. I already gave him 2 answers. The speed gun is a sufficient answer, dude.
You gave me like a
Sit
half
on
an
it.
answer because the sun one doesn't work, and the
What if you do a speed gun
laser.
on the sun? How fast is the sun going with a speed gun?
Yeah, go show. How fast is the sun going with a speed gun?
And can
You
we
gotta
put
insert more coins.
Coach,
I think you gave like a.
Go ahead. No,
Go ahead,
you are.
Godric.
Coach, you
I'll-
brought
I'll-
up the point, Coach, and then you leave us hanging, bro. Damn.
You guys are overloading. You guys are overloading Kosho GPT right now. It can't do this many hash functions this quickly.
Yeah, the servers are down.
Seriously, do we have a light? Forget the laser speed detector thing cops use. I don't know. I wouldn't say that's a light moving away from us. Measuring redshift on that. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's not. Just can we make a light move away from us and then see the light's still? We see it. We see the wavelength, and then we move it away from us, and it starts the redshift. Can you do that or no?
You want me to do that?
I'm just saying, has anyone ever done? Is that a thing we can even do?
It absolutely is a thing that we can do. It's a thing that cops incriminate people with when they charge them with speeding tickets. Remember that they don't do that. They don't really have a case. I have seen them try that though, but it usually doesn't hold up. But yeah, it is definitely a thing that we do.
Mic check.
That's what I thought, dude.
What happened? Well, I got disconnected. What happened?
You went silent, dude, because fucking I got you.
There's only 7 people in here. What's going on? No, something went wrong, bro.
There's more than 7 people in here.
The server must have Geo.
It's you, Jeremy.
It's me.
Yes.
Okay, is the live
Jeremy?
stream bot? Is the live stream bot in the room right now?
Yeah.
Jeremy, Kosha said your mum's fat.
Yeah, everything looks fine, man. Yeah, there's like, yep, YouTube's up and everything's fine.
What? Mic check. Why don't I see the live stream bot in the room?
I have no idea.
It's in here. Did you minimize the? You can like, I don't know. Maybe you minimize the whole category.
No, because even with the screen with the squares up, it's not. Huh. Are you using your good eye, Jeremy? Let's just carry on. Oh, who turned out the light? Bro, the COPS laser detector, it's measuring redshift. That's what it does. It's doing the spectroscopy thing on the fly. What's it getting? Blue shift? The light's coming back at you from the car, right? Okay, explain to me how this works, Jeff.
Well, if you do the speed radar on shooting star, does it work? Will that work, Kosho? If I do the tracker, the cop tracker radar on a shooting star, give us the speed.
I'm just not sure this is the same thing, and he's trying to make it be the same thing. I don't know.
Excuse me.
What's up?
What up?
It's too much to process, Jeremy. Servers are down.
I mean, I think if we have the capabilities to measure a light moving away from us here on Earth, we would be able to, detect an increase in something that's moving insanely far away, insanely faster. A year later, a day later. Anyways, we could switch it up though. What else you guys got?
Let's bring it to evolution. Where's the missing link? Where's the half man, half ape?
I'm telling you, Lloyd Pye, everything you know is wrong. He did some great bang up shit in evolution. It was pretty good stuff.
Is that the pelt down man?
What's up?
Is that the pelt down man?
Hilt.
Did I say
I don't know. Lucy, he did some shit on Lucy and Neanderthals shit.
Now, is it possible the Neanderthals did not go extinct, but they're living today among us, like dudes with big heads.
Maybe.
Riff, someone talk to me.
Maybe.
I mean, what are the chances that Homo sapiens emerged victorious and Neanderthal and what's the other one? Cro-Magnon took a shit? Like, why? Like, because they're not as flexible?
These are the big questions.
It would just come down to who's smarter, who's going to make it, honestly. Like, you know what I mean? If we go to battle and I'm smart enough to make machine guns and you only are smart enough to make arrows, like, I'm going to probably get you.
You know, the Neanderthals couldn't throw overhand.
What's that, Kosho?
Neanderthals couldn't throw overhand, so they couldn't like throw a spear, for example.
Can monkeys throw overhand, or apes, or whatever we came from? Gorillas, where do we come from?
Probably not, which doesn't help his argument. But
that was actually one of. Oh, go ahead, guys.
No. Go ahead.
That was actually one of William von Hippel's big thing, was us being able to throw stuff.
Have we ever had a black pitcher in Major League Baseball? No, I'm thinking about.
Not only that, we had a black pitcher throw a no-hitter while he was on acid.
Is that Jimi Hendrix or something?
No.
A black pitcher threw a no-hitter on acid?
You never heard of story?
At Woodstock. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little far-fetched.
Yeah, Doc Ellis. No, it's a famous story. Yeah, Doc Ellis. He wasn't supposed to pitch that game, so he took some LSD. And then he got called in. He got called in that he had to pitch, so he went in on LSD, and I think it was like a decent dose. Like, it wasn't a super low dose, it's a fairly high dose. And yeah, he pitched a no-hitter. Hearing him retell the story is pretty amazing too. He was saying that he was just completely tuned into the. Yeah, he was like in like extrasensory perception mode.
That's awesome.
He was seeing trails off the baseball, so he was able to correct his throws. But
that's that's fucking crazy. That's not something you could test for either. Like, I don't think you could test for that.
I'm just gonna throw in my thoughts. I say time traveler.
Do you think time travel is a thing?
Yes. Come on, you can't tell me you didn't see the dude with the cell phone back in the 1900s.
I'm not.
That's Jay-Z.
Hova. It could be possible. I mean, I don't know what isn't. I wouldn't rule anything out as impossible.
We're getting into Will Smith, Aristarchus territory here.
What, time travel? What if though?
I don't know. Ken Wheeler said it's not possible, so he did say that, by the way.
It doesn't seem like it would be possible. I know.
We could take the notion that everything the government says is a lie. So, time travel, yes.
What if you could go yeah, I don't know. I have a thing where if you get some trains inside a train inside other trains, some weird shit might happen.
I thought we settled that.
No, we didn't settle that, Coach, because you don't like stakes in the ground.
Oh, fuck.
My science teacher, one of my science teachers, because I'm in the science section now, so one of my science teachers came up to me and was like, "That's awesome stuff you're talking about." He's like, "I thought you were doing your homework or something." I was like, "No, I'm just chatting with some people in Discord."
I thought my kids are never going to go to public school.
That's right, when we were going over that stakes on the train thing for like a week.
Snakes on the Train, isn't that a movie with like Ice Cube or something?
Snakes on a plane. Yeah.
Okay.
And Kosho
Planes,
made a
trains.
meme. And Kosho made a meme: steaks on a plane instead of snakes on a plane. Or steaks on a train. Or steaks. What was it you made?
I got steaks on a train.
Coach, your kids will never go to public school. So we're talking about Amish community, like flat earth talking. What are we talking
I'm gonna send him to Winston's house.
You could hook them up with chemo. We're the leaders in a new school.
Chemo's teaching kids every day on TikTok, so
He's killing them on TikTok. Yeah, that chick's channel. She looks like a blonde-haired Norwegian chick or something. She looks like she's from Denmark or Norway or something.
So what chick are you talking about?
I know. I knew that was wicked. The chick that he's always on his chick's channel on TikTok. Where'd you see him on TikTok?
I think he just told us he was on TikTok. I never seen him.
Oh yeah. Be giving him shout outs in the chat and shit sometimes.
Yeah, link his channel.
I don't know. It's not his channel. It's some chick's channel. I just told you, some Norwegian or Denmark or something.
Obviously, link her channel then.
It's from Sweden or something. I don't even know how to find it. How do you find it? That shit just like pops up when I'm scrolling through TikTok. I don't know. I don't even know the name.
Oh, fuck.
I thought you and Kimo were boys.
We were a long time ago.
Send him a DM. Be like, yo, where you at on TikTok? I'm trying to holler at you.
We haven't been cool since I became a mod over there.
Oh yeah, you guys had crazy beef at the end. I remember that. Dang, dude, you guys keep this up. I'm about to take Brian off mute. I can't even see who's in the room. My Discord's all messed up or something.
I've been sitting on the toilet this whole time.
Where you sound like you're using a bidet.
I'm washing my hands.
Do you sit down when you pee, Coach?
Yeah, and I stand up when I shit.
Remember the Jackass? Was it a Jackass or a CKY where he took a shit running at full speed?
That's CKY.
Those CKY movies were dope, bro.
He was rollerblading, actually. I think. No, he wasn't.
was
Right. I
running.
think there was two of them. There's one where he's rollerblading and one where he's running.
Just full speed.
You ever done that?
Go CK. Nah. I did shart in a car once on the thruway, but.
Were you in Jake's car?
What's up?
Were you in Jake's? Jake on a plane's car?
No, that fucking guy.
He has a story. He has a story where his friend did that in his car. He had like a nice Mercedes. Or
Are we
something like
boys?
that. Me and Jake?
No, me and Jake. I don't know. Isn't he from like
Yeah.
Cali or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't got no. Yeah, my boy. I mean, dude, that's got to be a common thing because the throughway exits are so far apart. Like, you're really pretty much just fucked.
Since I don't want to leave you by yourself, dude, I'll just tell you, I did that on a cruise once. I was a lot younger than that.
Was that the time you stole the toilet paper from the orphanage?
No, that's not. But that same night, I thought I was going to. I thought that was going to happen to me because it's a long story. But it was a miracle. It was actually a miracle because it was the middle of the night, and like I just left this crazy person's house, and I had to walk all the way back home because she gave me a ride. And so it was the middle of the night.
Give her a ride.
Well, I didn't say what.
Did you give her a ride?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to. Yeah. She for some reason did like a whippet, like she had one of those what's it called? Computer cleaner things, and then she just did a whippet. I was like, what the hell? And then she got so crazy after she did that, started throwing stuff at me. But anyways, so I had to leave, and I lived like 8. Well, it took me 8 hours to get there, but maybe not 8, 6 hours. Either way, it was the middle of the night, like 3 in the morning, and I had to take a dump so bad, and there was nowhere around, nothing's open. So I thought I was gonna have to take a dump behind that church, but one of the doors happened to be open. So, and that was right when COVID started, and so toilet paper was, everyone was buying all the toilet paper, and this place had like thousands and thousands of like the fluffiest toilet paper. So I took 2 rolls, no big deal.
Fluffiest.
Yeah, it's like fluffy, like the softest. Like I was like, holy shit! And there's like it's like huge, thick rolls. I was like, holy macaroni! And so yeah, and I returned them anyways.
What the hell? All right. What else we got?
You know you're going to
see-
burn in hell, Kosher.
I've already gotten a lot of shit for it, and I returned them like a year.
No, you will burn in hell for this.
You got it. Jesus. You got it pretty bad before for it, so yeah. Bro, you realize you got wrecked on this whole Coriolis thing, and where you're not traveling in the shortest distance. Do you realize that yet, or do you still think that they're actually?
Oh yeah, you're right.
The shortest distance.
You're right about that.
I know you don't think that. It's fucked up. Kosher, you got $73 trillion. What do you do to definitively prove if Earth is planar or non-planar?
Build a awesome rocket, but not even an appropriate one, like an awesome fucking rocket, and sort of like the spaceship from Fifth Element, like it's like a cruise ship for space. Build like that and have a huge party up there with flat earthers and celebrities and stuff.
Did you get to the moon? Okay, how much would it cost to get to? Let's say I was just some dude, right? And I'm like, yo, I'm trying to get to the moon. How much would that run me?
Well, it cost
Like,
the government $5 billion per trip in the '70s to do that. So
yeah, but they're retarded. Look at who's running the whole show right now.
That's what I'm saying.
I know a neurosurgeon whose professional medical opinion is Biden has Alzheimer's.
So you're gonna build a rocket and fucking have like everybody come aboard and party? That's the plan, Kosha.
So how much to get to the moon, bro? Right now.
$1 billion.
$1 $1 billion? You could get us to the moon for $1 billion if we had $1 billion.
If I didn't care about the safety of the people, sure.
Okay, let's say we care about safety. How much would it be?
Still about $1 billion, probably.
What the fuck? Would you add some seatbelts or something? Like, what did you just do? That didn't change the price, and now the safety's in there. Seriously, like $100 billion, $100 billion. Could we
No.
get
$1 billion.
that's equivalent to the government spending $5 billion in the 70s?
No, it's not. But yeah, I would literally just ask Elon Musk, like, "Hey, is one of those starships ready?" It's like, "No, they're not ready at all." I'm like, "All right, doesn't matter. I'll still use it."
Okay, what if we just wanted to get a rover on the moon? Let's say you know what? Fuck the rover. Let's say we just want to get a camera. Remember when you used to drop an eggshell off the roof of your school and some kid's egg would break, other kid's egg would be fine because they had a parachute or they put it in styrofoam or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
We need to land something like that on the moon, have it like pop open, right? We hit a button and shit like pops open, and then like a fucking solar panel and a camera unfolds, and now we just have a camera live streaming on the moon, like a little satellite dish unfolds. We have this whole little thing that just unfolds.
Listen, Richard Garriott.
Could you do that?
Garriott. Yeah, do you know who Richard Garriott is?
Richard Gere. I mean, he did some good. He had some bangers.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Pretty
Anyways.
woman.
Oh, thank you. No, but yeah,
What
he.
are you saying?
12 cents.
Coach, say something coherent one time. Can we pop?
Anyways,
Can we unfold?
Richard Garriott. He's been to the moon, or he's been to the space station. He's been to the Mariana Trench. He's been to North, South, and North Pole. That's irrelevant. But what is relevant? He helped fund this prize called the X Prize, and one of the X Prize things was, I think you would get $25 million if you could send something to the moon that would be able to drive for 50 feet and then send a 30-second video back to Earth. Anyways, that's the prize those Israelis were trying to win when they sent that craft to the moon and they crashed. And
Yo, here's what we need.
Tardigrades. Anyways, here's the point, dude. Here's the point.
What's up?
They were supposedly supposed to spend less than $25 million to do that. So if they can spend less than $25 million to send craft to the moon and drive on it, then
like if we had a couple hundred, if we had a couple $100 million, you could get that done easy.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it ain't even about getting a 25 mil. It'd just be dope as fuck to have a camera on the moon pointing at Earth. I don't even need to drive around. It doesn't even need to move.
Oh, and you'd love the Epic Discover.
I'm talking about some shit some real people can do, not some government agency or whatever the fuck you got going on here with these elite Illuminati motherfuckers. I know. What was Epic Discover?
Epic Discover, which I'm surprised you don't even know what the hell that is.
I'm pretty sure we went over it 4 times at least, but I forgot. Go ahead.
It's 4 times further than the moon, and it's taking pictures of the Earth every day, 16 times a day. So I don't know why you want something on the moon, taking pictures of the Earth.
I mean, who sent that up there?
Will Smith.
Yeah, I know. See, that's what I'm talking about, bro. We need some shit we can verify, independent, repeatable, scientific shit. I mean, that would end this whole conversation. Where if we had like normal people going to the moon and shit, like something Mars, I don't know, something.
What normal
It's just,
person can afford going to the moon?
I'm just saying, if this whole space thing was real, we would have, dude. That's everywhere in the whole universe is out there, and we're just sitting here going around in circles for 25, 50 years, whatever we're doing here. Like we didn't go nowhere.
You know how they say, like, some people say the glass half full, and some people think the glass is half empty, right? You're like a glass is half empty kind of guy because, there's millions of other life forms on Earth, and there's millions, maybe not millions, but there's a whole bunch of other generations of humans in the past, and yeah, if we're leagues ahead of them when it comes to capability. Okay, so like imagine the universe is the way we say it is, right? None of those other life forms are leaving the Earth at all, or ever. They probably don't have a chance to on their own. Okay, so us being able to get what we're getting is a feat in itself. But you're just saying it's not enough. Like we should be able to do more. Well, maybe one day we can.
Coach, let me help you. The glass is not half empty. The glass is all the way full. The glass is halfway full with water to drink and halfway full with air to breathe, Coach. All the way full, bro. Positivity.
That's what's up. That's what's up. See, Godric, you need more flat earthers like you, dude.
Hey, Kosho, what makes you think that the Epic at a million miles away? What makes that have a sustainable orbit? You think? Like it's different than that 22,000 mile orbit, obviously.
Right. That's an excellent question, Dan.
Yeah, I got to look that up. That's kind of a weird one. Huh?
Yeah, you can go ahead and riff.
You don't undo my game.
It's weird because they say normally that a lower orbit will decay, and a higher orbit it'll lose its speed and just start drifting out there, doing nothing. Like it won't maintain past 22,000 miles. I was told that it won't maintain in Earth's grasp.
Right. It's technically not just orbiting Earth, though, is it, Dan?
Say it again, Rube.
It's technically not simply an orbit of Earth.
Yeah, I think that's the answer.
Yeah.
But that's a true.
Say it again, Jens. I missed that.
Have you heard of Lagrange points?
Yes.
Okay. Why'd you ask the question?
Because I was unaware of million-mile Lagrange points around Earth. So if it's not orbiting Earth, maybe that would make sense. Maybe it's orbiting the sun.
Yes, and the Earth.
Sounds like a three-body problem to me.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
I'm so sick of that Epic thing. It's 2015. It's one set of 10 gifts. It's not video. It's not really. It's certainly not what we're asking of to see the Earth live. It's not. It's still shots, and it's not. For some reason, we don't see lots of them. We just see that stuff from 8 years ago.
Posted one from yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, it was United States yesterday from Epic Discover, 4 million, a million miles away. I mean,
Don't you think it's goofy that it's like a round number like that? Million miles. It's like
it's not.
sure.
It's an estimate. I was
so funny.
I was rounding to the nearest million.
No, they always say that. So what's the other? What's the main purpose of that? It's certainly not to photograph Earth.
Actually, it is.
It is. That's the main
Yes.
purpose.
Yep.
And NOAA is a weather agency, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, let's be honest. Why would they want to take a picture of it from so far away?
1, 2, 3.
Well, you know what's interesting about that, about being in a Lagrange point, is consider the inertial frame that the Earth is orbiting in. So the Earth is orbiting in reference to in some inertial frame. Well, you can consider those Lagrange points to be sort of in that inertial frame, or observing from that inertial frame, right? Because they're orbiting both the Earth and the Sun, but they're not like we're a what do you call that, a orbit. What's the one you said? The stationary, the geostationary orbit. Yeah, that's the opposite. Like that's rotating with the Earth at the same rate, whereas this is not rotating with the Earth, which is kind of interesting. So you can see why that there might be some purpose to that, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say because even though I agreed that it's in the Lagrange point, what you asked specifically was, you know, they say we can't orbit past geostationary, but that's not true either because you know, like the moon is far past the geostationary point, and it's still orbiting Earth.
I'm just sort of tripping that all that stuff that we're used to seeing as space junk and existing is generally at that 20,000 mile mark. And of course, you know, there's this lower stuff, low Earth orbit stuff. But I'm surprised that the only thing we've ever seen transit is those few images of the ISS. You'd think junk would fly past the moon all the time.
Yeah, you can do the math for it.
Math.
They're the only, yeah. You got to download the TLE data, which tells you the orbits of all these things, and then you got to do some pretty difficult math actually to see when it will pass the moon. You could probably see a rocket booster pass the moon. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
I'd be happy seeing Hubble.
Yeah, Hubble. Yep.
Seems to me it should wander past the moon, and it should be about, you know, half the size of one of the solar panels.
Yeah, that'd be a fun exercise for someone else at the moment.
A fun exercise for someone else.
I got too much to do. I've been doing nothing all day as well.
I'll show you a cool website, Mr. Dan.
What do you got? I'm driving. I may not be able to see it.
But yeah, you can download the orbital data for all the space junk that you can think of, and you know, work out where the moon is and therefore when it will transit the moon. You could do that.
So, don't you think it's funny that shit never gleams in the sun, day or night, ever?
It does.
None of it.
Yes, it does. It's just the only thing that the websites tell you about is the ISS and the Chinese space station and sometimes Hubble. But all the data is there.
Seems to me that you'd look up sometimes and see a quick flash in the sky and you go, wow, that must have been a satellite.
Yeah.
That must have been something up there. But we never see quick flashes of sunlight like that. We never see anything like that. We don't see objects or reflections of them.
All right, but I disagree that it's going to be like a flash. It will just be a slowly moving light. Yeah, Transit Finder. You can manipulate the code for Transit Finder if it's in the website, in the web page, and just stick in a different object.
I've got a guy staying at my house that showed me a bunch of pictures of some sort of portal opening up that he's convinced is in the same spot all the time. And it looks a bit like a combination of a sprite and a gas cloud together. And it sort of turns into what he says is a material object as they were entering. Real convinced about it. And it's interesting because it it's like just sort of like a cloud that he's saying is look at all the structure here, look at all the the contrast, look at the clearly this is a craft. And I'm like, well, no, looks like a cloud. Doesn't look like a craft to me. But he knows the location where this is, and I'm thinking like, well, he wants to tell somebody. It's like, well, that somebody's going to want to go shoot it better, So I'm saying, well, why don't you shoot it better to begin with? And the same guy's got all these patents and potential patents on propulsion systems, and he's just like, yeah, I wish somebody'd buy my patents. And I'm like, yeah, you got to get out there. Like, you're getting old. You got to get this stuff out there. And he thinks he has all this great technology that would change the world. And I can't get him past looking like a dreamer. He's just sitting there waiting for somebody to come ask him for it, as opposed to getting out there and fulfilling, the needs of our society in terms of electricity and energy. And it just bugs. Yeah.
Seeing you were talking about the sky there earlier and satellites, I can't understand why I can't get flat earthers to accept that there's two celestial poles.
Because it destroys flat Earth.
And why they won't discuss the topic, and why they claim that the southern ones have to be fake to whatever degree.
Yeah, I can't find a body to reach flat Earth consensus on anything. I can't find anyone that will come to agreement on anything flat Earth. Anyone. So pretty difficult to come together with flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's pretty easy to go, okay, there are two celestial poles. That is a huge problem for flat Earth. We now have to claim that the stars over half the Earth are not doing what everybody sees them doing, that there's some kind of illusion, there's some kind of magic that can't be explained, and that's more acceptable than not being able to find curvature, which says you're not going to be able to find anyway because of the nature of it. Like, I don't know how that's weirder, dismissing stars over half the Earth.
It is a very northern perspective, isn't it?
Well, I don't understand why it doesn't put an end to flat Earth, because it should.
Maybe
It really
right.
should.
You may be right, but at this time, level water should put an end to the globe.
Not really,
flat
not when
water.
they've explained it. Not when they've explained it to you.
They have not satisfactorily explained it to me. Not satisfactorily at all.
Well, but you guys haven't disproved that the water's not curving. You've got all these terrible experiments.
I saw the air quotes there, by the way.
Hey, Dan, real quick, are you in LA or near LA?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I posted, you actually missed it today, a few hours ago. You missed the Hubble passing the moon, passing the sun, funnily enough. But yeah, I posted a couple more sightings for the ISS, and then Tingong passing the sun and the moon.
Well, we had no sun today at all. It was socked in all day. But
no, sorry. It was it was the moon, actually. It was the moon that the Hubble passed over.
I mean, when it comes to level water, flat earthers have gone to the stage where they don't even know what level means on a globe as opposed to level in a square box.
Yeah, I don't think there's two definitions. I understand what you've been told, but I don't think there's two definitions.
Well, so mathematically now, you're saying that we can't do maths on a circle, on a ball. If I get a basketball and put it in my room, there's no kind of maths on that that will work because it's not flat. So all they're doing is applying that kind of maths to the globe. But as soon as they do that, we're meant to not accept it. Because it's magic mathematics. But it works when I've got a ball, a basketball. If I want to make a golf ball, be the first person to make a golf ball, I can use that math. But I can't apply that maths to a giant body like the Earth. See how silly that is?
I don't know. I thought we were still talking about water, so I'm confused.
We were talking about water being level.
Yeah.
And they're giving you a different kind of level that you won't accept. Level as in to the Earth, perpendicular to the Earth. I don't even know the right words to use because I'm not into all this shit.
Mecca lecca high, Mecca hiney ho.
Oh, there he is. Mecca lecca hi, Mecca Johnny ho. So yeah, I hear you. I just, like I said, you're right. The southern stars should be a deal breaker, but water should be a deal breaker too. For some reason, it's not, and the explanation you have is pretty loose. I know you think you have an explanation that level isn't level everywhere. It's only level in that spot. And I just don't buy that. I don't think that that's true when it comes to the word level.
You can't hold a flat line to a sphere. I mean, holy shit. Your imagination is poor.
What do you mean? Elaborate on that.
Well, I mean, just think in your head like a circle and then put a straight line level on that circle. What's happening to the ends as they extend out? Are they touching the earth?
No, they will
they're not.
deviate
They're
from.
not
They
fucking
will
touching
deviate.
it. God. That's why when you move to the next spot, that spot's fucking level locally. And then when you move to the next spot, that spot's fucking level locally. But it doesn't make a straight line on all three of those spots. They're fucking
And the stuff with reflections off water, I mean, that stuff's always close to you. Gonna look flat when it's that bloody close. And then when you go the distance stuff, it's all fuzzy. So, like, a lot of it's so dishonest.
I don't see dishonesty there. I really don't. I mean, certainly not on my part. I'm able to shoot a level line of a light beam across what appears to be parallel to the surface of the Earth. So what they're telling me is, because of their knowledge of the surface of the Earth, my beam must be bending, but they don't have any explanation or prediction of that light bending.
But hang on a second.
It could just be that the local area is flat.
See, you're claiming that at the same time when I get the star movement explained to me, and so you have the dome at the top with Polaris, and those stars are coming down, then somehow they're bending all the way down to the south to wrap themselves back to another celestial point again. So, how do you make light bend like that here in the south, whilst not bending it in the north, whilst at the same time claiming that you can't have this slight bend across water?
1, 2, 3.
Well, it's not a slight bend. It's not a slight bend at all.
Well, neither's the star movement, apparently, that I'm supposed to accept.
I hear you.
In fact,
like
it's
I
way
said,
worse. And you're in here saying that light can't bend. But you're telling me that Polaris is bending light all the way to the south.
I've never made those claims about Polaris. I've never made any claims about Polaris. I don't know anything about it. You know that, right?
Oh, you'd love it.
Then flat Earth's over, because the stars prove the globe. There's
Like
no
I said,
alternative for it. There's no alternative for it.
The globe Earth is over because of the nature, the characteristics of water.
No, because they have an explanation. You just won't accept it. Whereas you don't have an explanation for the southern stars or any star movement. There, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not. You're not comparing two things that are equal.
All right, you got me. I don't have an explanation. No, I don't have an explanation for your sky. I don't have an
I
explanation
didn't really want to get
my
you.
sky.
I would have gotten some other flat earthers, but they've all gone quiet.
God, they treat you like shit.
That doesn't matter. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
I don't come around much. Well, I have info they don't want. So
There's a lot of disdain for converters, people who've converted.
Yeah,
I wouldn't take it personally.
They treat me like shit every time I question anything flat Earth. It's like you're not allowed to question it. And that's, my biggest problem with Mark Sargent has been that, his show is always so happy and it doesn't really discuss issues that we have amongst ourselves. And flat earthers don't. We just don't get stuff worked out. We don't get stuff worked out.
I don't understand why Globers don't concentrate on the South. Because nothing in the South works. Yet they get distracted by all this other bullshit about level not being level, and just show them the friggin' stars. Show them that Australia is not the shape you think. The oceans are not the distances you think. Nothing in Australia works on a flat Earth.
It's weird,
and I just don't understand why that's not used.
Every time you look at Australia, it's a different shape on a map, so that's kind of weird.
But I live here and the bloody thing doesn't morph. And we know the size of our country. It's not a mystery.
Okay, so go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dan.
I'm looking at a map. If you look at a world map, and it's a regular world map, like a continents, west on the west and east on the east. And on the bottom, they'll show you Antarctica covering the entirety of the globe, left to right. And it's really weird because when I think of Antarctica, I think of it as probably roughly the size of Australia. But you'll see it on the world map as depicted as being massive, covering every continent in width, all the way across. You're talking the entire surface.
Yeah, but you're comparing a globe to a flat piece of paper picture. They're never going to be identical.
I just don't know where they're showing so much Antarctica with so much mileage. I don't know where where that's coming from. Do you know the type of image I'm talking about? I could go turn it in.
Yeah, the rectangle one. Yeah. With Australia in the middle. That's the map that I have on the wall. Because that puts all of Europe in one piece rather than split in half.
There's so much Antarctica, so much mileage of it. I don't get it.
I'm going to post a picture of how the Mercator projection projects.
Because it's an island, so it has a lot of shoreline. So you're able to flatten out, stretch it out, unwind it, like roll it across a flat piece of paper and get all of the edge.
It's indeed twice as big as Australia, that's true. But if you look at this projection thing I posted, it doesn't give you the full picture because there's not dots everywhere on the screen. But basically, if the equator on the Mercator map is accurate, everything north and south of that is spread out. So basically, when you get to the pole, either pole, which are points in reality, or at least in the globe, those points are actually extended to go from the left end of the map and the right end of the map. So even though they're points, they're stretched out all the way, so they can you can on this square map. So yeah, Antarctica would make up the whole bottom of the map because it's where the South Pole it would be located. So,
do you think Antarctica is twice the size of Australia?
I do think so. Yeah.
Whoa. Sure doesn't seem that way.
Don't forget that's not the land underneath it. A lot of that's ice. So if you got the map of what the land is underneath it, that would be different, wouldn't it? Because
it's just weird because that same map
That is
doesn't
the
show
land.
any North Pole. It
that
doesn't
is the
show
land,
any,
isn't it?
Yeah.
and it doesn't
The
show
land is approximately twice as big. Sorry.
anything in the north. Those same maps don't show anything in the north. No ice, nothing.
Right. There's no land at the North Pole.
It's weird.
Yeah, where Mount Meru's supposed to be, or some magic place.
Who invented that Mount Meru shit?
I don't know.
Where did that
Ancient shit.
Where did that come from?
Pete Shea keeps that one up, I think. I like keeping it up because what's at the North Pole? At least we have land at the South Pole. You could put that at the middle.
You ever been to the North Pole?
No. Have you?
No, I'm not claiming what's there and what's not there.
Well, I know lots of sailors
You are.
have, and you can watch the
Wolfie
shipping.
flies over it.
You can see all the
Wolfie
ships,
sends video.
and I know that Russia's about to crush through there with icebreakers because bits of it are melting during your summer.
Yeah, Wolfie sent us a video going over the North Pole a few months back.
Wolfie's been to the North Pole.
He flew over it a few months ago. Yeah.
He flew over it.
Yeah, he's an expert on the globe, so he should know things.
Seriously, he flew over the North Pole.
Yeah.
But he went by GPS, or did he get like Polaris at 90 degrees? Like, how do we know he was actually there?
I assume
So
GPS.
not. I mean,
GPS and INS.
so I mean, maybe he was there, maybe he wasn't. I mean, we don't know.
Well, either way, Australia is.
Polaris at 90 degrees would definitely tell you, but.
Well, no, it wouldn't
Well,
because it's not
Australia
at 90
exists,
degrees.
and it's unfair to expect people in Australia to become flat earthers if you can't even tell us where Australia is, what the size is, how far it is to another place, why the sun doesn't move across the sky twice as fast in our summer to cover the distances that it needs to.
What'd you do to Merle, by the way? Where'd you put Merle?
Didn't. Knew anything.
Somebody did. Somebody has put Merle away for the winter.
Well, I think he popped in Gems a few weeks ago. Told them they were all idiots and left again. I don't think there were many people there. Or maybe he was just in the live, like as in YouTube channel. I can't remember.
Do you feel sorry for him? Do you feel any
I don't like
camaraderie?
talking about. I don't like talking about people on live stream.
Okay. You're smart.
Comes back to bite.
Well, what made me think of him is like, okay, what other Aussies are we dealing with? You know, what Aussies did we quote unquote have fooled?
Fuck.
Iron Horse. I saw him on friggin' live debates today with Whitsett. He wasn't debating Whitsett. He was in the chat box thing.
1, 2. What? That's a mistake.
Oh no, you could maybe come up with a 20 if you were lucky.
What?
Because they'll just point to the Southern Cross and go, well, how does that work on a flat Earth? And you're like, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about everything else.
I am a fucking idiot.
What'd you do this time?
Just fucked it up. And I'm trying to do a perfect run.
On your sex cells?
Yes. So if I make a mistake, I'm going to start the whole fucking thing again.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen those time lapses of like the Arctic ice?
Arctic
Oh,
ice doing what? Melting or growing or
yeah, doing what?
Dancing.
well, time lapse doesn't sound like much is going to happen. This is just sitting there.
I've seen like a 20-year time lapse, but here this is a 2-year time
Oh,
lapse of the poles. Let me see. It's hard to find shit sometimes. There's a 2-year time lapse. I just think it's interesting to see how much it changes by. It's crazy how much this gift. Yeah, it'll show you the calendar next to it, but it's crazy how much the North changes by. I've seen sometimes the North Pole. There's no ice at the North Pole.
900.
Very cool.
that is cool, isn't it?
The North looks crazy, but I guess you account for like all of Canada. Just the whole thing just kind of fucking freezes. Almost nowhere in the South gets ice, except for maybe Chile.
And how does the tilt work on flat Earth?
It's not needed.
Like, how do you even get 24-hour sun at the North Pole? Oh, I suppose going around closer in that circle, right? But still,
Actually,
okay.
it leads me to a test that because you were talking about we don't focus on South
Sorry.
America or south of the equator, southern hemisphere, but I was thinking about it. Like, there's a claim about the how the sun, just travels across the tropics on the flat Earth, and this explains the seasons and yada yada yada. It gets further away and blah blah blah. But I'm surprised that like a simple test that hasn't been done is just measuring the angular size of the sun, not at different times or like throughout the day or throughout the year, but from different places on the Earth. Because if you could see that the sun was the same size from, say, New York, and on the same day Australia, while the sun was either at either of the tropics, for example, the sun should be significantly closer to Australia in that case, but you'd find that they're actually basically the same size. There'd be a slight difference in angular size, but not enough to account for, actual like a great distance.
It's not exclusive to either one.
No, but how do you explain longer days in the south during our summer? If we're on the outside of this ring, it would mean the sun would have to go slower. But it's got further to travel now around this ring. So it has to move faster.
I don't know. Yeah.
So how does that make
I don't
sense?
know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not into the making up stories on how the sky works thing. That's not like my thing. I mean, maybe some people are into that. That's not really my thing.
Well, but I live here and you get to explain flat Earth in the north. But if I want to tell my friends, I have to be able to explain it in the south.
No, I don't make
And
up
I
how the
can't.
sky works, and I don't make up the stories on how the sky works in the north or the south. That's more of like a Glober thing, making up stories on how the sky works. Shit you can't test,
So-
falsify, replicate, reproduce, nothing. Just making up stories
you
on how the
don't-
sky works.
You don't have the Polaris at the center and the sun and the moon going over around the equator, around in a circle. That's not part of flat Earth belief.
No, I just don't have a story on how the sky works. Maybe some flat earthers made a story up on how the sky works. I didn't make one up for myself, so I don't know.
But you have a story on how water works, how it's level, don't you?
Everyone
Otherwise
knows
you wouldn't
water's
come to the
level. That's not
conclusion.
even in contention.
So otherwise you wouldn't come to the conclusion that the Earth's flat.
Water being level is not in contention with anyone, I thought.
Fuck.
Are you contending water being? Do you not think water's level?
Not the way there's two. Not if you're describing globe maths. No, not that kind. There's different kinds of level. That one's perpendicular to the center of the Earth, or something weird like that. I don't know if that's the right word.
Something weird
Yeah.
like
As opposed to a straight line.
So you think your level is perpendicular and ours is a straight line?
It is
what
in
you
globe
think?
maths. Well, otherwise you can't do maths on a basketball.
You know,
And to make
perpendicular is a straight line. You know,
and
perpendicular is
to,
a straight line, right?
and to make build a basketball, I actually have to have maths that works on a round spherical
We don't
object.
live
Did
on
you
a
know?
basketball.
Did you know perpendicular is a straight line?
Okay, maybe that wasn't the right term to use. That's why I said I'm not really up with that shit.
So, what you're gonna argue?
But if I wanted to draw a line across a basketball, I would have to go from the center out because the top's curved up, and I can't, unless I cut the top off the ball, actually get across there. So I would have to do that maths for a globe, for a ball, a spherical object. So claiming that doesn't exist isn't true. So claiming there aren't level on a globe would be the same as level on a flat Earth is not correct.
I don't know. Do you know how? Oh, you know how this works now? Because a second ago you told me you didn't know how it works, and I don't know. But now you're
Because I
talking
don't
like
need
you
to
do
be a
know how it works.
mathematician or a scientist to understand the concept.
Like I tuned out as
And
soon as you were like, I don't know how it
demanding
works. I just
and you
zoned out because I was like,
that I
oh, she
be
doesn't know
one,
how it works.
and you demanding that I be. Well, I don't know the language that you're using, but I understand the concept.
Like the language that I'm using, like perpendicular. Do you
Or
mean
that
the
I
word you
used.
use?
Maybe I said I used the wrong word. Maybe I don't know. I just thought that was
No,
what
you guys
people said
you
about it.
gotta be
Yeah, you
careful
said
not to.
right after that you said perpendicular. Like, well, I don't know how it works, so I stopped listening. But what was your point though? Because I'll pay attention now if you know how it works. Go ahead.
You could have level on. There's two different kinds of level. There's level on a globe, and there's your kind of level on a flat plane. They're not the same. The maths is not the same. And claiming that
Describe me your level.
you
What's the
can't
globe
have
level?
level on a sphere is incorrect because
There's
the
only
maths
one.
exist.
There's only one level. There is only one.
Describe there can only be one Highlander. Describe the globe level to me.
Normal to plumb.
What's normal?
Perpendicular.
Perpendicular to plumb. So a straight line. So a straight line then?
No, normal means equal angles.
Well, you gotta.
Perpendicular is a straight line though. Somebody
gotta
said perpendicular. So not perpendicular.
You gotta be clear on that because normal can be mean different.
Yeah, the word normal doesn't come into geography. Like
And over a ball, over a sphere, over a ball, yes, your straight line across the top would be curved. But if you looked at it from the one direction, it would be a straight line still. So you're like claiming you don't understand things and that the globe doesn't have maths, it can't be used.
Don't worry about that. They
You're
use
the
it
only
as,
one who claims you didn't understand things.
They,
You were the
they
only one
used
that
it
claimed.
as
Hold on. You were the only
language
one
earlier on
that
this.
claimed.
Oh my god, you talked over me, bro.
You were the only one. Yeah, I know. We're trying to get in at the same time. Sorry. I'll go and then you could go because I want to respond to something she said. She's the only one who claimed she didn't know things about this whole level thing, not me. I don't know.
It's
was gonna say that,
scientific.
you guys-
I'm not a scientist, is what I was saying.
What I was saying
mathematician.
is that they use word games on you.
Yes.
Okay, try to go one at a time, guys, and for the sake of the conversation, not that nobody can speak or something, not that there's people who can't speak, but if you're just adding in a comment or something, give way to the people who are part of the conversation, just to keep the conversation flowing. Perfect.
Okay, so how's level work on a globe? It's perpendicular from plumb or normal. What's normal mean? Describe to me what normal is, Jesse.
Okay, the normal line to a plane curve at a given point is the line perpendicular to the tangent line to the curve at the point. So in other words, if you have a curve, and well, just hear me out here.
I'm laughing too. I'm laughing too.
Go ahead, Jesse.
If you have a curve, and that curve has a tangent line, a line that is tangent to it, right? It touches in one point, doesn't go across it, it just touches it. At that point that it touches, perpendicular to that straight line at the point that it touches the curve, that is where that angle is normal to that curve. It's
About
it's
how
basically
about
this. It's basically the same thing as saying perpendicular, but it's technically accurate, even though saying perpendicular is not necessarily exactly precise.
how about this? Like every time that either side has a claim, both sides go back to the base axioms and find out if there's an assumption there to begin with. So
Alright.
if you're making a claim, you go back to the base axiom and you distinguish whether or not there's an assumption being made.
Okay, so let's just go over that again real quick, because you said a lot of words there, and are you saying this normal thing is, if you had to draw it out, this normal thing in perpendicular, would it look any different?
Well, no. Well, normal is an accurate way, is the correct way to reference a line that's sticking straight out from the surface of a curve, equal angles in all directions to that curve.
By
Or
whose definition? Come on.
just
Okay,
standard
but if
geometry.
you
I just looked up the standard geometric definition on Google. I didn't make any of it up. It's a thing
okay,
that
but
I
if you
see.
alright, but if you had to draw this out, if you drew a plumb line and then a perpendicular line from plumb, and then you drew this normal thing out, would it look any different than the first one?
I'm not sure. Say that question again.
If you drew a plumb line and then a perpendicular line to the plumb line, if you drew that in one diagram, and then you did another diagram where you did a plumb line and then you did normal to plumb, would it look any different?
I'd have to see what you're talking about.
Can you picture drawing a plumb line and then a line perpendicular from that plumb line?
Hold on, just let me get you a screenshot or a picture here.
We have Jesse, can you envision a plumb line in your head?
Certainly.
Can you envision a line perpendicular from plumb in your head?
Yes.
And you put those together, and now you can envision what that would look like?
Yes.
Does it look different or the same as this normal from plumb thing that you're talking about?
No, plumb and normal would be the same thing in that case. Because
So
you've given
perpendicular
me
from plumb, yeah.
you've given me two straight lines, right? And they're at right angles.
I didn't give you anything. You came up with this normal thing. You said levels normal from plumb, right?
That's not exact. Normal is level from plumb. Is that a
Said
sentence?
level is normal from plumb. Did you not say that? What's with this normal thing in level?
Hold on, I'm about to post an image.
Yeah, your normal is based on the assumption that water curves and that it's a ball, right? So you need to go right back to the base axioms, to the first order measurement, first order in all planar surveying.
I think he
Okay,
was
do you
just
see that?
explaining what the word normal meant.
Do you see that image I posted for you, Jeremy?
It's just gobbledygook because you're basing everything you're saying on an assumption.
Well, no. Here's
He's just giving
reality.
you the definition of a word.
In reality,
It
we
doesn't
do
matter.
have some spherical surfaces, like say a basketball, a bowling ball, or whatnot, and we might want to have a word that describes what we would call
Fantasy.
perpendicular to the surface, but since perpendicular isn't necessarily exactly the accurate way, because perpendicular might imply that it's at right angles to a flat line, a straight line, or
Okay.
a flat
I only
surface.
got a second. I only got 1 second. So you're saying this describe level and using this normal and a plumb line again. This normal line's always a straight line, right? It doesn't bend in
Yes.
any axis. Okay.
Yes.
So can you just describe it again using normal?
normal and plumb would be in the same direction, would be this along the same axis.
Describe level using this normal thing now, like you just did when you first came in.
It's the point at which the perpendicular line intersects the plumb line.
What is a perpendicular line?
I mean, sorry if I answered for you, Jesse, but
perpendicular is an angle.
well, just I jumped in, but go ahead and answer it. Sorry, just respond to. He's asking what you mean by it, so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't understand his question. I posted the answer, and he's still asking. So evidently, I'm not understanding what he's asking.
I think he was asking you to describe what you mean by using the term normal with plumb and level.
Well, I described it, and I posted an image. I'll describe it again. If you have a curve, it doesn't even have to be a spherical curve. It could be any curve. And you have a tangent line, which is a straight line which touches that curve but does not cross over it. That's the definition of a tangent line. If you make a line that's perpendicular to the tangent line at the tangent point on the curve, then that line is normal to the curve, normal to that point on that curve. And the globe model says that plumb is normal to level at all locations.
Let me read this. It says here,
Plumb is normal to level? I don't know.
Just think perpendicular. Like
it says a level line is always normal to the plumb line of the Earth's surface. In the case of plane surveying, the level line and horizontal line are the same. But in the case of geodetic surveying, the lines are different. Hence, the line normal to the plumb line is known as a level line. I don't get any of that. Personally, I'm reading it, and it does seem like word salad. When you say, in the case of plane surveying, the level and horizontal lines are the same, why not? Level and horizontal, if derived from plumb, should be the same. But Jesse's right, the word normal is used in these statements, and I doubted that a great deal. I laughed out loud. So congratulations, Jesse. Something normal.
Am I a normie now? A normally?
Yeah, I already put it in all caps here. It's a normal globe response. It does seem like an excuse.
No, it's just geometry. We needed a word to describe that situation of being essentially perpendicular to the surface of a curve or a sphere, and normal is that word. Even if the Earth is flat, we still have other things that are curved or spherical, like basketballs, and we still need a word to describe that relationship in geometry, even if the Earth was flat.
Normal isn't like exclusive
so you're
to
saying level.
spherical stuff, though.
So you're saying
Normal
level
just
is this
means 90
normal
degrees.
line? My bad.
Are you good?
You're saying level is this normal.
I didn't make that out. I might be cutting out.
I said, are you saying level is this normal? The normal line is level?
Normal to the surface or normal to the surface of the Earth would be plumb, and plumb would be perpendicular, and plumb would be normal to a level line. Does that answer your question?
I feel like you're playing this weird
Normal
multi-syllabic
means
word
90
game right
degrees. It doesn't mean level. It means perpendicular.
Yeah, normal basically mean so. This is statisticshowto.com normal line definition. In calculus, normal is a non-intuitive meaning. Normal within this context means perpendicular. A normal line to a point on a curve is a line that, and it gives a definition. That's the same picture I posted you. It basically means the same thing as we mean with when we say perpendicular, but it's technically accurate when referring to the surface of a sphere or a curved line. So the reason I keep bringing it up is because this boondoggle of an argument about perpendicular has to have two straight lines it's just a red herring, because there is a word that actually does mean what we need. Now that might have been word salad.
Pass the dressing.
The use of normal is not exclusive to curved surfaces or lines, though.
Not at all. No one's making that argument.
Yeah.
The
I'm just
argument
clarifying.
the argument that gets made is that since plumb is perpendicular to level, and perpendicular can only be used in relation to two straight lines or flat planes, that therefore the Earth must be flat. So then I say, well, then we'll use the correct term, normal. It means the same thing, but it's technically correct to use it on a curved surface or plane as well, or line.
Yeah, I think flat earthers should use the term normal more often, because flat earthers are normal. They stand up straight, plumb to the flat surface of the earth. They're normal. But globers, they're not normal. They're standing sideways, non-parallel. They're a bit wonky.
I mean, I don't understand it.
Relative to the globe.
How do you explain the stars above your head to the Aussie? How do you explain that our stars don't rotate around Polaris? That Australia is not stretched long ways like it is on a flat map? That the oceans, that people can actually navigate to Australia and not get lost using a globe map?
Geo's got a good sky story. Break them off with the quadrupoles.
4 is just not that. Let's make it 5 poles.
Go and read Robotham.
So my stars are fake.
Who said that?
We just called it. Well, they're not doing what I see them doing, according to you.
I didn't say that either.
This is what she'll do. She'll do it for hours. It's amazing. Yeah. She'll keep trying to say that people.
You come up with imaginary quad pole that no one can see, that doesn't exist, that's just an imaginary idea that no one can put into practice and make work.
Yeah,
yet you ignore what we see.
Continually saying that the stars are fake, and no one ever said that. So it's
and yet you claim that you can see that Earth's flat. Yet that I can't see the southern stars doing what they're doing.
Who made those? Let's just start there.
What's the explanation for it on a flat Earth? 2 celestial poles.
Well, who made those claims you're saying?
You, with your quadrupole.
Okay. You said a bunch of things that no one said. So can we start there? Could you just take those back and say, okay, I agree you didn't say those things, that we could maybe start over?
No, you just say them in a different way. But that's the basic claim.
I don't know what the basic claim is. I don't make anyone
If there's
else's
a quadrupole, that means that the stars aren't doing what I see them do.
I never said that.
So how does a quadrupole work then? See, it's just an idea. It's not an actual thing that explains anything.
Your thing is just an idea for what we see.
No, I can see it. I have footage of it. Everyone in the south can see it. It's not an idea. Same as your Polaris, your northern celestial pole.
You know that thing
our
you see?
Polaris.
Right. You know that thing you
exists.
see? You know that circle of stars you see?
Yeah.
It's very real. It's very visible.
Yes.
And the idea that there's 4 of those, there's 1 of those in each southern region. It's that straightforward. You're seeing exactly what you're seeing. It's like 4 corners of a room. You're seeing
That
one
doesn't
of
make
the corners.
sense. So one's got to morph to the no. How does that work? How do I have? Imagine that in the north. You're looking at Polaris, but there's really 4 of them. How does that work? That makes no sense.
Well, it's simple.
It's not simple.
For us,
What's simple is what I see happening. That's simple.
well, just all you got to do is tell us that you've got the one pole and we've got the quadruple.
I mean, if you want to have a discussion that is like respectful and back and forth, we can do that. But if you just kind of want to do some kind of roasting thing that's not actually like exchanging ideas, I'm really not interested. I have never heard anyone else claim the quadrupole other than myself. So I don't know who else has said anything. A lot of these ancient cosmological mandalas and ancient cosmological structures show like the 4 corners of the earth essentially, and it's in a lot of ancient sacred texts as well. So what I think is that we do live in a quadrupole. The sky is a quadrupole system. So you have the one in the center, the Polaris, and then there are 4 like north, south, east, west. Like the Mercator maps, to me, it all correlates. It's all fractal from the center. So the center, like the early Mercator maps, show 4 rivers and 4 islands at the North Pole. So you already have that north, south, east, west, the 4 rivers, 4 islands. And then you have...
So you're claiming... I know that, Matthew. I know the one you talk about. Sorry.
Right, just say my thing real quick and I'll pass the mic. So that at the center. And then you have the 4 continents. Like you have the North America, South America. You have the sort of Asia, Australia. You've got the Europe, Africa. And then the sort of Hawaii, Southern Pacific one. So there's the 4 continents all coming out from the center. And then I think
your claim is that the light from Polaris is bending all around the dome to get to Australia and then creating another. So light bends this massive amount of degrees. Is that your claim?
Okay, if you strawman me again, I'm not going to continue talking with you. I never said any of those
don't
words.
Talk to me. I was talking with... I'd rather talk...
So you just want to strawman and talk over people? Is that your thing?
You're just explaining to me something I've heard from you a few times, and I understand what you're saying. So I don't know why you have to explain it again.
Because you asked me.
What?
You asked me.
How it works, but you're not explaining anything. You're just telling me about it. You're not explaining how this quadrupole exists, from where it's refracting, like how it bends around you're not explaining anything. You're just telling me about this vague thing that you have with the 4 poles at the north, and I know, I've heard all that.
All right, you've said like 4 things in a row I never said, so I don't know where to go with this. You seem, I don't know if you're schizophrenic or what's going on. This is very fractured. I never said anything about North Poles bending around anything. I was explaining my thing and you interrupted and made about 4 strawmans. It's very unpleasant to engage with you if you're going to do that.
All right, sorry, keep going.
Okay. So I was just saying that you have the 4 continents coming out. So what I think is occurring is that at each of those 4 locations, there is a polar center. So south of Australia, there's a rotational center. South of South America, there's a rotational center. South of Africa and in the Southern Pacific. Like 4 corners of a room, 4 corners of the earth. So there's a rotational field of stars at each of those 4 corners.
So when you pass from one region to another, do you notice the flip? Is that noticeable?
Well, it's a good question. I've never been to the deep South Pacific, but I mean, one way to like I just posted this one little image. So the thing is, we can only see in a local area, and we're never really in like I mean, to go to the deep South Pacific or South Atlantic, I would like to see what's there for sure. And whether you could even see two of them at once is a question in terms of the distances involved. So you may
doesn't matter if you can see two at once, does it? It's just the fact they oh, okay, sorry, keep going. Yes, I get you. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm
Sorry,
I'm not sure that you'd be able to see more than one, at any one time. You may transition from one to the other. Like if you were to go to like the 60 degrees south latitude and you're seeing one of them, and if you were to travel all the way to the other one, I agree with you. I'm not sure exactly like what would be between them, in terms
so do you
of
have any evidence of this 5-pole system? I mean, I have evidence of a 2-pole system. Do you have evidence of a 5-pole one that I can work with and show my friends as to why the sky isn't what I see?
Well, I'm not saying it's not what you see. It is what you see. It's just a matter of the explanation of what it is.
Explanation has no proof.
Like in this one,
in
this one I just posted, like if each of those four, those are not even lined up exactly correctly, but this is just a basic kind of showing the basics of it. So I mean, if you were in South America, you're going to see that one. If you traveled all the way to Australia, you're going to see that one, etc. So you're still seeing that one of those four.
They have to be side by side. So then you must notice when it morphs from one to the other, because they can't just be a reflection. They're one side of the sky is just flipping now to the other side, like the stars that were going this way. Now, when I've moved across the sky, I must see half and half of these two skies, surely.
Well, not necessarily, because you can't see that.
And why have we never seen any of that? No footage of that. Why has there never been any footage of these?
Can I just kill this for a second?
Yes, please do.
Perth, Sydney, Auckland, there are infinite number of locations around the southern hemisphere you can have directly south viewing the celestial pole. It's not just 4, there are infinite celestial poles here. Or there's one. They all point different directions.
Not sure.
On the A map.
I'm not sure what you mean here. I'm going to post this one, this Pierce quincuncial projection. See how it shows the latitude and longitude lines that like expand from the north and then they hit the equator and then they contract back in the south. So if the magnetic lines actually do this, then you could be like, let's say, take the South America. You could be over on that east side of South America looking south, and it's still going to focus to that southern pole. You could be on the west side of South America, and that flux line looking dead south is still going to aim at that pole. Is that what you mean?
So light bends.
Yeah, you're talking about light bending. What do you mean?
I haven't said the word light bends once. So again, you're just straw manning and saying things I never said.
How else are we looking in different directions and seeing the same thing if it's not bending? My eyesight's bending now? Either the sky's
looking in the same direction. He's saying south is different for different people.
I know we're looking in all different directions, but we're seeing the same thing. So what's bending, my eyesight or the light of what I'm seeing?
I just posted what I was referring to if you're looking in the chat.
Yeah, nothing is bending.
I didn't say anything about bending. What I was saying, I was trying to address what Ruhif was saying. Ruhif, did I understand what you were saying correctly? That the way I'm explaining that, or no?
Kind of, but I mean, then you've got between New Zealand and Australia, do they switch over? Like, is this the map that you're proposing?
I'm not saying this is the map. No, I'm just showing a basic layout. I'm really just showing it to show the 4 corners and how it shows the latitude lines, which are actually similar to the way they are on a globe in a way. Like in terms of like that they focus at the center, expand out, hit at the equator, and then they contract back to one of the 4 corners, like these 4 quadrants.
Right, but your idea only works with that map. So if that's not the map, then your idea necessarily fails.
It's not reliant on that map. It's reliant on south being in all directions.
Which it is on a globe. It's in one direction. If Geo's saying there are 4 poles, then it only works on that map. That's the only map that has 4 poles.
No, it could. Well, it just. I mean, having 4 corners, you can take an AE map and you could put four corners on it. I'm not saying that that's the only map. That one just shows the continents laid out that has that kind of quadrature component to it.
Hmm.
Jesse, are you still with us?
The thing is, if we could only see like a region of the sky, like a localized region, then if I'm correct in what I'm saying with these 4 corners concept, it may be the case that you won't be able to see 2 of them, at any one time. So it's like whatever quadrant you're in, you're going to see the one that's in your quadrant. Now, I agree
I'm
with.
pretty sure I have a
agree
good
with
view
what,
of the sky. I'm pretty sure there's more than just a small section of the sky that we can see. It's like 180 degrees over my head.
But
And
as
that
soon
includes
as
a
you
lot of
say there are
stars.
different, sorry, as soon as you say there are
Sorry.
different ones, there's a switchover point, right? Flying from Australia to New Zealand, there's a switchover point where south just changes.
on that map.
Yeah.
Why? Because that map puts New Zealand over in that other one. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that projection is exactly the case. Yeah, that one does seem to put. I would think New Zealand is the same one as next near Australia. The other one would
There
be
would
over
be
like.
switchover points somewhere, though, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
So somewhere we would notice, like people on ships would notice that their stars have swapped sides of the sky.
Yeah,
And
so
that's
I mean,
when
the
you
question
really
with what
have-
the question with what I'm saying is what would be between them. I agree. Like, so if you take that last map
Bermuda
projection,
Triangle.
or like I just posted this one that's just like a basic quadrupole. So yeah, the question would be, and this is another one, but it just shows, so like what would be between them? Like if you were to go to the deep South Pacific, like deep in the South Pacific, would you see a pole, or would you actually just see like stars moving sideways across
No,
the sky?
you'd see them going around the celestial southern pole.
Well, I haven't seen. I mean, have you seen any like very clear, solid footage that's verified to be from the deep South Pacific?
Pretty sure there are webcams in Ushuaia.
Yes, there would be some. There wouldn't be none, and there's definitely none of them going straight across the sky. That I can tell you. Anywhere in the south.
Yeah, like we've been asking for a map for close to 10 years, right? Just placement of continents and islands.
Well, Australia on the whole, nothing about it works. The sun time, the distance to other countries, the size of Australia changes. Every different map they give us. As if we don't know the size of Australia. Imagine if we gave them, flat earthers, different maps of America every week. And said, yeah, look, it's flat, but you just got to, your country changes sizes. Don't worry about that. Small minor detail. You can still navigate across the thing.
What do you mean? You have to
using
change the sizes of the countries for all your different maps.
Not on a globe, you don't know. You can look straight at a globe and get
If you're
exactly
taking a globe,
everything.
if you're taking a globe and putting it on a 2D map, there's always going to be distortions because of the longitude lines.
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking
But a
about us
flat
giving
map
you
should be
maps and
perfect.
sizes changing and whatnot.
A flat map you don't have to do that with. You can just put the continent straight on there because it's flat. You don't have to flip it.
Doesn't mean that we know it. Doesn't mean that we're allowed to go out there and we're not.
We do know. We know the
cartographers.
size of Australia. We really do.
You know, by using declination and all this stuff, you know a good idea of where they would be. Okay, and I agree that you have a good estimate of the sizes of the land masses, but where they are in relation, okay, and where they are on a 2D surface and the sizes that are represented on that 2D map are all
We're
different.
perfectly for
It is a
ships and perfectly for
huge
aeroplanes. We don't run out of fuel coming to Australia. I didn't land in the ocean 200 kilometers short of Australia because we weren't coloring enough fuel because we were stupidly using a globe map when we were actually on a flat Earth. And the distances are much further.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. It's
Do you
okay.
not understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you're saying, but you're
Okay.
bringing up a different point now. My point was you're expecting a model or a map from us, and it's not a super easy thing to do when we're not allowed to go down there and check it out.
You're
It's
allowed to
tough.
go to
It's not
Australia.
like it's
You're allowed
10 years.
to come to
It's a free
Australia and
country.
measure the distances. And New Zealand, you can do all that stuff with the land that you're allowed to. Like
We
you
can
can't say
go
you can't
there.
come to
We can't go
Australia,
much further.
and you
We don't
can't.
know where
The
that is
people
in
in
relation
Australia
to
haven't
the
driven
South
across
Pole.
it and don't. I have relatives that are truck drivers who drive to Perth from Adelaide,
I'm not
from Brisbane.
arguing that.
How many time zones
I'm
are
not arguing that.
And I have
in
friends that sail
country?
boats and things,
But
and
making a
they
map,
use globe maps, and it works perfectly.
what do you mean
And
by
the
a globe map?
stars, our stars rotate around Sigma Octantis. They don't rotate around. Nothing about Australia works on flat Earth.
What do you mean when you say globe map?
Well, every maps that's used for people to navigate on is made from the globe, and it gets them to where they're going. So don't you think in the south, if it was out, you would notice it? Everybody would notice it? That we're all complete idiots and we don't notice that Australia is twice as wide as on a flat Earth? That this just
Going back to size
passed people
again.
by? Or the sun?
All right,
The
never
sun would
mind.
have to. Why do
I'm
we have
dropping
longer days in this
You
winter?
gotta give him a chance to speak, though.
Sorry.
It's cool. I'm dropping back.
Yeah, trouble. I mean, I think, there's a lot of questions on the table. The globe is a current model that obviously is backed by, governments and a lot of resources over the last 100+ years. So I can understand the idea of sort of going with that or clinging to it. I'm not saying you're doing that, clinging to it. I'm just saying being excited about it or going off that information and so on. Now, if one chooses to believe all, that and so on, then you're all set. There's no reason to even discuss it, right? Like you've come to your conclusion, and people, there's people you disagree with discussing it, and then one could just move on. But being in the conversation, in an extended way, indicates that an individual probably is interested to hear that there could be something else going on other than the globe situation. If there is something else, if it is the ancient cosmology, the sort of foundational core cosmology of humanity, that the Earth is stationary and planar, etc., then there's a lot of questions that us modern humans would have to figure out. So I don't think anyone's claiming that we have all the answers. I think if we're been lied to for over 100 years by the entities, the controllers, the powers that be, then there's a lot that needs to be figured out. So I think like the spirit of like discovery and questioning and looking into things, to me, is way more interesting than just bickering and fighting.
Well, when that cosmology was made, was Australia discovered? Had anyone been to the south? Or was it all just revolving around the north because that's all they knew about back then? Could that be the reason why it all revolves around the north?
Australia
Because
was
they didn't know about it?
known. It was known.
Yeah, there's Australian Aboriginals and
thousands of years ago, it was known by the Northerners, was it?
Hundreds of years ago, certainly.
Well, then we get into the history and what we're told about our history and all of that whole question. So it depends on whether you believe history. I mean, obviously, most of us
Well, a
have
few
been.
hundred years they knew about it, but thousands of years ago, like how long ago is this ancient text that you're talking about? You're going back thousands of years, aren't you? This ancient cosmology. How old is that? If it's ancient, sorry, I just assumed it was thousands of years because you said ancient. Which means I assumed there was a time when the South hadn't been discovered because you didn't write book, you didn't have all that stuff back then. Except you're the rich people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying to get some of these answers, like, about $1 billion with a B, $1 billion, and a research group of about 30 plus people with an additional hundreds of people helping, and about a decade is what we need. So think about that. $1 billion, 30 to 40 main people on the team, plus hundreds of additional people, and about a decade. So
And if they
do it for
if
zero
they
fee
came to the
stuff.
conclusion that only the globe would work for the sky, would you agree with that? Then,
me
like, would there ever
personally,
be a time where you would agree that only the globe works, nothing else is working?
I mean, if
when
your
it comes
question
to
is if we
the
had
stars?
having that team and doing that, if you're saying that the conclusion that is arrived to is that the Earth is a globe, then if
Well,
that's
from the
what the truth is,
sky
then
proves
yeah.
a globe.
What's that?
But don't you think they've done that already? You don't think
No,
we have enough information to prove that the sky says it's a globe?
absolutely not. No, I think the sky has been interpreted through a model of a globular Earth. They
But
extracted
when they flip
the globe Earth model from the sky, which the sky does have spherical geometric components to it. So that's how they've inverted and extracted it from the sky.
when the Vatican flipped back from, flat to globe, wouldn't they have discussed this topic then? Because they knew about the stars and Australia, and wouldn't they have gone, hey, can't we have a four polar thing, or like the four corners of the earth like our ancient texts tell us? Like,
Well, I think there's been a massive takeover, essentially, on the Earth. Whoever these controllers or entities that are in control now have done a huge takeover way before we were even born. So we're kind of born into this taken over scenario, is my viewpoint on it. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of history that we're not even privy to. Most of us were born after World War II, and we popped out, and here we are with globes on the television. So, I mean, we're in a particular time.
How far back in time was the takeover? Let's start there.
Yeah, that's a good question. It could be a series of takeovers, but I think there's a lot in the 17 and 1800s that is very interesting to look into in terms of a lot of components. But I couldn't give an actual like exact date. I think it's been a series of events.
I'm curious how they communicated together in the 1700s and coordinated. That would be a very difficult feat to do.
Freemasons.
I'm not sure what Freemasons gets you.
We'll just like to use the example for a moment. I'll just use a very brief example, and it's related to Discord. So that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, there was the original one, the 1.0. We were all on that one for years and so on. And there was a takeover thing, if you guys had heard about that. I won't get into all kinds of details, but there was a guy who basically got ownership of the server because the owner of that server wasn't around for a while, and Discord has a thing where if the owner is not around for some time, I believe it's like if he doesn't respond in email within like 30 days or something, anyone who has a role that allows you to see the audit logs, like a mod role that allows you to see the audit logs, can actually like petition Discord. Like you can write an email to them and say, hey, I'd like to petition for ownership because our owner is MIA, and then they try to contact the owner, and then if the owner doesn't respond, they give the ownership to that person. So this happened.
India, right?
What?
India? India 007, right?
Well, no. Okay. No. The original owner of the server was a guy named Stock, and he was absent for some time. And then this guy named Human Sheeple is the one who ended up getting the ownership. Indio created a second server, which is the one they have now, the 2.0 thing. That was one that Indio now has the ownership to, and then they brought that other CJ on when that happened. CJ, another admin, they brought on their thing. So nonetheless, but my point is, I'm not trying to go on a whole history of that. My only point actually in bringing it up is to say that like that server, that 1.0 server, I mean, it was what it was. We were, cooking along, doing our thing. And once that Human Sheeple guy took it over, the whole server just shattered on multiple levels. Like, half the members left. He changed the whole thing. He changed all the roles, like the whole thing. Like it was not even recognizable. It was totally changed. I think eventually Discord deleted it or something even happened. My only point in bringing it up is to say that like when there's a takeover, things can dramatically change. like in those ways. Like that server was not even recognizable. Within a week, it was not even the same thing. And people who hadn't been there for a while, they were going on it being like, what happened? Oh my gosh, what happened to this place? So my only point in bringing that up is just to use that as an example to say that whatever life was or has been for humans in the past, if there was some level of a takeover, whether they used genocide, whether they used, who knows what, things can change dramatically, and then life can be totally different. And then, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, the situation we're in now, where there's a certain historical narrative, there's certain cosmology, there's a lot that we're told, currently, the kind of creation story, and so if one chooses to believe all that and go with it, then fair enough. But if it's not the truth, and if there's other components going on, then, we have like a very authentic scenario, especially with the shape of the earth, that needs a lot of work to be done on it to unravel this. And and I'll just use the term "if" just to be neutral, if it's a globe, in that sense, just using that term, then that'll be validated further than it is now.
That human sheeple guy was pretty trippy, by the way.
Well, I think the globe has been validated by the stars, at least that. Can't.
Space exploration. We have a 24-hour live stream from ISS. My satellite TV works.
Being able to sail to Australia using a globe map.
Can't show us. That's a narrative you can't show us. That's a narrative that you cannot show us.
Well, we can show you people sailing to Australia and back and using a globe map and actually getting here.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said. But
then a 24-hour stream and shit like that.
24
we can
hours.
show you the daylight hours match with a globe.
There is a 24-hour live stream from the ISS.
Technically allowing you to say that, yes, but you can't show it to me.
What do you mean I can't show it to you?
Well, it's not a 24-hour stream whatsoever. It's about 40 minutes per hour.
I think it's 60 minutes an hour. I've never seen it blank.
No, it does cut out.
Okay. Well, if you can, bust out some transitions from day to night, we'd love to watch them. I mean, they never used to show that at all. I know they do now.
Yes, they do.
Well, they never used to. Until we complained about it.
Well, who cares about the ISS? What about Australia? We're actually physical.
You're upside down. You're upside down.
You guys only want to concentrate on these little topics.
The blood rushes to my head and I get exhausted.
You're upside down, actually.
Oh, who wants to meet
the equator is at the top. The equator is closer to the sun, so we're both sideways if you want to get really technical.
Hang on. You guys got to meet the baby.
You're only at the top because you're whooshing through space first.
There's I understand the concept of debate, like debating someone. And, if it's, debates can be cool, like there can be good to challenge one's mind. But I think like the bickering and fighting, I just don't see used to. Like, for example, if you or someone believes various things about the globe, then that's fine. Like you can believe that. I think it's just much more productive to have discussions that, sharing ideas and being able to exchange these things instead of just trying to like reinforce concepts that somebody doesn't think is the case.
I thought you were truth seekers and looking for reality rather than is this a fantasy where we're meant to dream and imagine things that can't possibly work and match reality? I didn't think that's what it was. Sorry.
Yeah, I never said anything about dream or anything like that. I actually, what I said fits into seeking the truth. That's what I'm saying is that the truth is the truth. And so we could be truth seekers together and sharing ideas and seeking that instead of like trying to like baseball bat slam each other's head into the wall because we disagree with someone. It's that energy that energy that just isn't productive. I'm not saying you or anyone's doing that. I'm just saying a lot of these conversations tend to go that way a lot, oh, it's this. And then someone says, no, it's not. And it just ends up being much more of a of a food fight. I'm not even saying that's what it is right now. It's actually pretty chill right now compared to.
Definitely not right now, and
But the reality of the stars do only match the globe.
I don't agree at all.
And I know, well, unless you go into imagination,
well,
with nothing that backs it at all.
Have you looked at Okay, if you
Sorry.
look at Stellarium, you can put the azimuthal grid on Stellarium, which has a planar foundation and a hemispherical dome. You can put that right on Stellarium, and it maps perfectly. So it doesn't only work on a globe; it also works on.
What do you mean?
It maps for one location, and as soon as you move it, it doesn't work, and from one point of view only. So no, that's not true.
You can also.
So this is why I think I'm argumentative. But really, I want you to stop saying things that aren't true about the South.
What do you mean by maps perfectly? I mean, the stars are where Stellarium says they are. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, even taking Stellarium out of it, like you can have a planetarium. A planetarium has you can have a flat floor on the base of the planetarium. You can have a domed ceiling, and you can, project the stars onto that planetarium. And if you were in a particular location, let's say you're in New York City or something, you have a planetarium, and you set the planetarium for New York City, and it's a dome above you. You can walk outside and see the dome of stars above you, and then you can walk inside the planetarium and see the same stars. There's nothing about a globe that's needed to map the stars over a planar surface.
But you didn't have the southern stars in that. You're only using half the sky.
It works with the southern stars as well. The southern stars
Yeah,
are.
and then put it together and you get a ball. How do you not get a ball?
Where do you get a ball in a planetarium?
Because you just walked in and put the south in there, and then next you walked north, and then you walked in and put the south in there. Two complete domes, separate domes that don't overlap. So how do you not get a ball out of that? Two domes, two
Their
hemispheres.
perspective. They're not solid things. They're from your perspective. They appear.
They don't have to be solid things. They can be ghost farts. They're lights in the sky that move a certain way.
I got a challenge for you, right? Any flat earther, if I give you the right ascension and declination for a star, tell me, and I give you a location on Earth, tell me how to get the altitude and azimuth of the star. Because that's what Stellarium is doing, right? It needs a globe.
It doesn't use half a dome. There's two domes. Or if it does only use half, you're flattening out the outer edge, and it's not a representation of our stars and what they're doing at all. You might be able to map them on there, but it's not realistic.
So if you guys are done, can you guys explain the relationship between the stars and the Earth? Just real quick when you're done.
Well, when you put yourself in a square room and you spin around, everything should match.
I'll give it to you in just a couple words. It's a few words relationship. There's a 1-to-1 relationship with the coordinates in the sky and the coordinates on the planet. Or on the Earth, I'm sorry.
That denotes stationary positions, if you ask me. Or at least common references. Reference frame.
Celestial navigation, if you accept that you are 60 nautical miles per degree of altitude away, welcome to the globe.
Where's that number derived from?
The size of the Earth.
Are you potentially dividing 360 something by 360 degrees? Is that what you're doing?
90 degrees of latitude. So every degree of latitude is by definition 60 nautical miles.
By definition or by division?
Yeah, that's what a nautical mile is. It's 1 arc minute of latitude. But if your distance from the GP of a star has a linear relationship with the angle to the star, you are living on a globe. And that's how celestial navigation works. That's why no one has taken up the challenge to draw circles of equal altitude on a flat map.
And whilst no one uses stars to navigate anymore, we get that. They exist and they move. We see the movement. And to claim that there's one in the north that works and there's ones in the south are doing something weird coming from one central point, coming from 5 or 4, from not one central point, I see no evidence for it at all. Or even just navigating to Australia. God. The more I think about it, the worse flat Earth is when I try to put it in Australia, Australia in flat Earth.
Yeah,
My
the more I
country,
think about it, you fuckers should move.
my country stretches sideways, the sun's whizzing across the sky whilst having longer days. Like this whole place is bloody magical.
Yeah, maybe the idea is to take all you Aussies and just put you in quarantine somewhere.
It's worse than hanging upside down, being laughed at for hanging upside down, the arse end of the world. It honestly is.
Yeah, but
I
it's like,
see what the British were thinking, though. I mean, I get it now. You guys are just problematic.
But I think like in life in general, especially when, like what the truth is in different scenarios, it can be the case that someone could have a certain perspective on something like this is how it is. And they may think it's very, very solid, but then some part of them is like, well, there could be, there's something else going on here. There could be something more. And then, but they might think in their mind, like, well, there's no other way it could work. No other way, in that sense. But once they discover the way it is actually working, they'll have a moment of like, oh, okay, I see what that is now. Oh, okay, I see how I missed that before. I see how it's not the thing I thought it was, and I see how it is this other thing. So I don't think like in terms of truth seeking, just to write something off, so fully without knowing that there could be, like Australia may be laid out in a different position than the AE map. I don't think anyone's claiming the AE map is precisely the way it is. The sky could be working in a way that is not, currently in one's understanding. I'm not saying you, or I'm just saying one's the correct understanding. So I'm not trying to say magical or anything like that. I'm not trying to convince you to think anything different. I'm just saying that, there could be more to the story.
Well, I used to think that too. But then once I started talking to actual globers and getting real explanations for things like the horizon doesn't actually rise to eye level when you go up.
No, and it doesn't. It
then I filmed the lunar eclipse here in Australia, and I'd used a lot of different settings on my P900 camera because that's what you all told me to buy. And I can clearly see that there's not an object between the moon and it's actually a shadow. I can see that with the different exposures that I've used. So there's no black sun or black moon there. There's no object there at all to cast this shadow. The sun's on the other side of the planet, moon's on one side. The only thing that can possibly be making this shadow is the Earth. And that can't work on a flat Earth. You can't have an eclipse. I filmed it just last month or last year or whenever the last one was.
I did too.
Like nothing I do works with flat Earth. Everything I learn, once I learn the real, and I see some real experiments, it's like, oh shit, I've totally misunderstood that.
Well, I mean, it's ultimately
like
up to you.
Do you disagree that the horizon rises to eye level? Is that something flat earthers are still saying, or have they stopped saying that one?
I don't know. I don't identify as a flat earther, but no, I don't think that the horizon rises precisely at eye level, and it should not over a plane. There's a dip angle, so there's always going to be somewhat under your eye level as you rise up. But
that was a flat Earth proof just a few years ago. A solid flat Earth proof.
Could you make a prediction for the angle?
Okay, I don't know what someone else said who relates to a flat Earth idea or term or whatever identification they may or may not have had. So I don't know who said whatever they say. I'm saying what I'm saying. I've never said the horizon rises precisely to eye level. So if you're talking to me, if you're asking me, I don't think it rises exactly to eye level. It's always going to be a bit below because there's a dip angle, because there's basically a right angle triangle between your viewing point, the ground, and the horizon. So that's always going to have.
How far away is that ground point?
For flat Earth? I'm sorry.
How far away is that ground point?
It depends on the conditions. Depends on the optical extinction point of the atmosphere. How far you can see on that in that moment.
Well, if the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, the southern stars aren't rotating around Polaris. There's no reason for an eclipse except a globe. What proof of flat Earth is left? What are we down to? you can't find the horizon? Is that it?
But that question you asked is sort of like if asking someone like, well, you haven't cheated on this person, you haven't cheated on that person, so who have you cheated on? It just reminded me of the way you're saying that. Like it's like
who have
it's
you
not really
cheated
a
on
question. It's not a question
Who
of
have you cheated? What do you think is a good flat Earth proof? What's left? What?
I mean, it's a loaded question.
So there's nothing.
Water still level. The point is that water does seek level, and that
We're back to the definition of level again.
I can parallel the surface of the Earth with a predictably straight light that they're telling me is predictably curvable.
Hey, Trouble. I don't want to seem like I'm picking on you, but you are cutting a lot of people off. I don't know if it might just be
excitement. Sorry.
Yeah, it could be whatever. I just wanted to say something before somebody else did. Yeah.
Well, I don't hear it. Gotcha. I don't hear it, and I just want to say nice things about you, Coach, because you don't act like a Glober ever, and you're truly a friend. The people you spend time with, and you spend a lot of time being very cordial, and I just want to give you super, super, super kudos, credit, and applause for that. I know I've done it before, but it's really meaningful.
Totally, dude. Shout out to Kosha, man. You're never condescending. You're not rude. You're not snappy. You're not trying to force your ideas on people. You're not like sassy and trying to like subjugate people. You're awesome, man. Props.
Well, appreciate that. Go ahead.
With the horizon dip, just watch that 60-second video in the chat.
I was going to make a joke about how it was a dishonest trick, but
yes.
And Ruhif's so close, but he's still biased. I think Kosho's not biased at all. I think he comes from
Kosho's a Glober.
But
once you understand why it's a globe, you cannot be a flat earther.
He still would never be biased. He still wouldn't be biased. He doesn't bother with bias. He's totally interested in any flimsy theory that might be worth looking into. He'll look.
I appreciate it. I would. Thank you.
Did you cut out for everyone or just for me? Damn it.
Yeah, you cut out. Yeah, Gio,
hopefully for everyone.
Video.
Yeah, I'm doing a bunch of things at once right now. So, but yeah, I will check it out.
It's just a big part of it, is not being in a constant echo chamber. Echo chambers aren't that healthy. I think sometimes that about good and evil and what they call the adversary and what I, would consider adversity. And if you didn't conquer adversity, you'd be soft. If you weren't challenged, you'd be soft. So I really seek balance when it comes to good and evil, or dark and light. And I think balance is the key, and love energy comes in between. And our strength may come from that. And it's intense when you think of good and evil, and that there could be like really bad people. That's fucking weird. But it's probably part of real life. They say we accept it in the movies, like the bad guy. But going up and down your block and knocking on 10 doors, thinking 2 people might be pieces of shit is really weird. Thinking that 5 might be pieces of shit is even stranger. So shout out to balance as well, and may we all seek, peace of mind and a certain amount of balance, because it is kind of rough seas these days, rough waters to navigate.
Yep. Yeah, at the end of the day, we're all humans. We're all here on this earth together. So whatever our perspectives are, I think mustering some, respect for others and patience and compassion and all that stuff is all good.
Geos, do you still think certain people are drawn together for like past lives reasons and for spiritual reasons they might not understand?
Yeah, karmic bonds.
It seems prevalent, doesn't it?
Yeah, and putting that in the context of like these communities is pretty interesting to consider as well. Like we're all from all over the world, you know, different people, and it's pretty interesting to think about.
Yeah, but it could be a security blanket. It may not be as positive as we think.
What I was going to say before, this is kind of kind of a little bit more the heady topic of the Earth situation. I mean, I'll just say this, like, let's just say from the perspective, I was going to say this before, so just I know it's kind of jumping back to this, but I was just going to say this, like, okay, so if I'm just going to use the term if, so let's say that the Earth isn't a globe and it is actually stationary, and you know water is level and it's of a it has a planar foundation to it. Let's just say that is the absolute truth. And let's say at some point, either in the future, or if you could like go into the sort of God mode and you could see the whole thing, a lot of these questions that people have, like, thinking like a lot of the globe arguments or the way the sky works or, long distance observations and refraction, like all of these different things, if we could see it either in the future when all this information is more fully, hashed out, or if you could do it from like a God mode type thing, it would be a scenario where we'd be like, oh, okay, that's how they did the globe thing there. Okay, that's how they did the GPS thing. That's how they did the map thing. That's how they convinced us the sky map to a globe. This is how they, it's like you would be able to go through the list and be like, okay, this. That's how they did this on the globe. That's how they did that. And then and then you'd also be able to say, oh, okay, so the actual planar Earth is like this. The sky links up like this. Australia is laid out there. This continent's laid out there. Sorry if it's kind of a reiteration of what I said earlier, but I'm just saying that like a lot of these, those questions, to be able to have that, to be at the conclusion of it, to see that. And I think that even people who are sort of arguing or pushing for the globe, are still questioning things to a degree to even be discussing it. And so there must be some.
Do you think the Vatican would have done that though when they swapped from flat to globe? Because I've got letters from my great grandmother, and she talks about her grandfather that came to Australia, and he thought the Earth was still flat. So they hadn't got the word out to everyone. The other grandparent thought it was round, but one of them thought it was flat still, and he thought they were going to sail off the edge when they came over. Different kind of flat Earth back then, I think.
I think it's just I actually, Joe, I gotta say for the record, I do like this server. This has actually been my favorite server so far, and I mean that. So because this server at least tries to keep the echo chamber off. But as a globe earther, I don't blame people for believing the Earth is flat. I blame, and as I said, I'm not trying to convince anybody here one way or the other, but I just blame the education system. I blame our system that's all screwed up.
Well, why would that be the case? I mean, I have thorough education. I have undergrad college degree. I have a graduate college degree in a cosmology field. So I'm not trying to hype myself up. I'm just saying that I have thorough amounts of education. I actually studied with Copernican scholars and, very deeply heliocentrically related professors at my grad school and stuff. So, and I absolutely do not think the Earth's a globe, at all. So, how does that fit into your idea there?
Because I don't think you'd ever swap though. You said before if the skies were proven to be a globe, you still wouldn't. Wouldn't swap. You'd still go with as flat.
So somebody asked me a question. How? It's okay.
Sorry.
That's fine. Well, because in the education we don't teach to observe things. I tutor all the mathematics at the college, and most of the students, and we're talking about competitive GPA students, like students who are like come from rich families who are just perfect in their score, and they're not lying. They're like, a lot of them are very honest about it, that really all they do is just memorize. And that's what it ultimately is. This education is there's nothing observant about it, or rarely, if anything at all, or at least minimal. But it's mostly just memorization, taking classes, memorization, and that doesn't teach anything. Never mind. Never mind never mind the fact that there's too many lies going on, deceptive, especially with NASA, or especially with a lot of the information that's being spread around.
Yeah, but weren't you saying that the reason that you used the term flat earthers, the reason there's flat earthers is because the education system? I thought you were implying that the education system didn't teach them it was a globe or something, and then now they're uneducated. Is that what you were? And I was only trying to say, I wasn't trying to necessarily bring my personal history into it. I'm just saying that it's not the case that everyone who comes to a conclusion that the earth is stationary and has a planar foundation to it, is some kind of uneducated person. That's not the case at all. I mean, there's engineers and experts and professionals and educated people, within these communities. So
They are, but also keep in mind, not everybody has the same background. I'm lucky enough to have the background that I am, but others who are born in like the Midwest, they don't have the same type of background, if any at all.
Every
can I ask
people
you,
have independent thought and capabilities. They do. You're kind of generalizing a lot of stuff here.
do you think that people would become flat earthers if you said to them, all the stars don't rotate around Polaris, there's actually two sets of poles, but we don't know what's going on at the other end? Because that doesn't get told to them, because pretty much every flat earther I talk to doesn't even know there's a southern celestial pole. It's not that they disagree with it, they don't even know it exists.
Well, I don't know who you're talking to, because I've been in this community since the very beginning. I've never heard anyone say that the stars don't rotate clockwise and counterclockwise in the northern and southern regions. I've never heard anyone deny that. There's been questions about what it is, how it's all functioning, but I've never heard anyone deny that there's a counterclockwise and clockwise rotation of the star centers.
No, I didn't say that. I said celestial pole. They do deny that there's a southern one. They say there's only the northern one.
Okay, you mean like a pole? Well, I mean that's the definitional. Yeah, I mean you'd have to. I mean I can't speak for anyone else.
Where all the stars rotate around. Okay, sorry.
I mean I can't speak for anyone else. That I'll say for sure. But one thing about the stars in general, like however it's functioning, I will say this: if you have a planar foundation, a flat floor, in a room or whatever, you can actually you can put anything on the ceiling, literally anything. You could have stars going clockwise, counterclockwise, doing anything in the world. So there's nothing about a star field above that eliminates a planar foundation.
No, but you have an explanation for what those stars and lights are doing on the ceiling of your roof. There's no explanation for what's happening at the south.
Okay. Well, I mean, my general explanation of it, if you take the stars are moving in a vortex pattern. So like the clockwise and counterclockwise is a universal vortexual pattern. So if you take like a wooden spoon or a paddle and you put it in water and you pull it through the water, you're going to see these clockwise and counterclockwise vortices that form behind the paddle. So it's a very universal pattern. You can also do it. There's something called the electric Coriolis effect, which basically takes it puts like pepper. I have a video of it. It puts like pepper and water and two electric poles in it. And you turn it on and one of them goes clockwise, one of them goes counterclockwise. So I mean, within magnetics, that's a very foundational. Hold on, let me just finish.
That doesn't match.
All right, let me just finish. I'll fully pass the mic and go for as long as you want. Let me just finish. So I'm just saying that clockwise and counterclockwise pattern is like universal in nature. It can be replicated and demonstrated on the small scale. So the sky field appears to have, in my viewpoint, a similar electric flux lines to it as those vortexes do. So that fits exactly with the electromagnetics.
It's not what we see, though. What you're seeing in that water, what you're describing, is not what we see in the sky. You have a patch where there's like nothing happening. Like, that's not what we see in the sky. They squash together, those two bits side by side. We don't see them. They're perfect. And they meet all the way around. You've just got them happening in the center. And that's not what you're saying. That doesn't explain why Polaris is at the center.
Well, like this, for example, I just posted this image. See how it has the dual vortex? You have the clockwise and counterclockwise. I'm just saying that that's a very universal pattern in terms of electrostatics and vortex patterns. Like, for example, this is an electric field. See how similar they are?
We don't see that. That's not what the stars are doing. They're not squashing like that at the center and then going out wide. They keep the same distance from each other all the way around. So that is not representative of the sky movement of the stars at all. It's close, but it's not representative. You're not going to be able to put them on 2 pieces of paper like that.
Cool. Well, yeah, I respect your opinion, and thanks for hearing me share mine. So, yeah, that's another one that shows it. Yeah, that one does show them squished together a little bit. I'm not saying that the distance of them precisely fits that, but the pattern
You
of
just
it.
said it was an exact replica before, and
It
it's
is,
not.
yeah. Well,
It's not an exact replica.
vortexual pattern of clockwise and counterclockwise is a universal pattern.
But that's not what's happening in the sky. So it's time we stop comparing these two things because it's like apples and oranges. I mean, yeah, they're both fruit, but they're different.
Yeah, stop using that massively wide-angle shot for the star trails for a start.
I can show you the patterns the stars actually make, if you like. And this is the one that... And flattening them out just doesn't work. The sky is circular.
This one shows it as well on a domed type surface. This one shows it as well. Could be even replicated on a small dome.
No, they don't show it. Because again, you've got them squashing together where the 2 circles meet, and that's not what we see in the sky. They don't squash together and then separate. They keep the same distance. That's why no one can understand this stuff, because it doesn't represent what we see at all. And a personal dome means that I would see it everywhere. And you don't. You only see 2 of them.
I just posted that video of the electric Coriolis effect as well. It shows that clockwise and counterclockwise, and they meet in the middle. Very similar to the flux lines of the stars.
But it's not. It doesn't match what they're doing. Similar is not good enough. They're not going off into space either side. They're going around in circles and matching all the way around. It doesn't represent what we see at all. The celestial equator is totally... There's nowhere along the celestial equator do the stars separate and rejoin again.
You know what? I'm willing to entertain the idea, or just just build a flat Earth model. I am so for that.
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm much more interested in like discovery and exploration. I mean, like I said, if someone just wants to like baseball bat slam someone, like it doesn't work, it's not this, it's just
No,
but
I hear it on the Gym Panda server. I have fun. I troll around sometimes, and because that's just the way I am. And I mentioned the fact that I want to build a flat Earth model, and then every time I always get it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like I don't care. Like I don't care. I'd rather just build a model and just have fun. Like why can't we just do that instead?
Yeah, I think it was this guy Adam the Wizard. He was saying the other day, he was kind of mentioning like he's like, instead of kind of fighting with each other and just kind of trying to bludgeon each other's viewpoints into one another, he was like, what if we all work together to actually? He was just saying like to see if we could build a model that he even said like a concave Earth model or a flat Earth model, or he was kind of just it didn't have to be the concept of flat Earth. He was just saying like, as an actual exercise, can we come together and what can we do? What pieces can we put together and what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you? Why haven't you? Why don't you? I don't have the skills for that.
I have to learn how to use Blender or something, but I'm too lazy for that. No, but I'm for that, and other people have done that too. So.
Well, I was going to say, don't we think that hasn't been done already?
It probably has somewhere.
And we've got heaps of flat Earth map things that don't work.
I don't care if it doesn't work or not. Like why are you
Well, there's
so
heaps
obsessed
of
with that?
them. There's like, well, because I live in Australia, I'd like to know where I am. I'd like to know how people get here and back.
Why?
I think.
Yeah, sorry. Why
I
would
don't think that.
not get it to work? Like, what's
Yeah.
confused?
I was going to ask.
No, I just want to entertain the idea and just build the flat Earth model. Like I'm a globe earther, okay? I don't want to argue about the flat Earth. I just want to build
You
a
don't have to
model.
argue.
Well, right. Well, it's
And
like
okay,
what is productive? For example, how many people have, in general, if you want to use the flat Earth, globe Earth terminology, how many people have globe Earthers, quote unquote, converted back to the globe? There's probably some. How many have flat Earthers converted, quote unquote, to a flat Earth? If people are interested in that converting thing, there's probably a handful on either side. But in general, that's not happening. So why not? It's not happening very much overall. So why not spend our time doing something productive rather than just sort of going on with the same points? Like Ruhif, no offense, but you come in and you present these globe things and it's like, it's good to hear them. I'm open to hearing them, but I mean, it seems like you want something out of it. Like you want a conclusion for us all to just say, all right, Ruhif, you're right. But it's like, that isn't happening. So instead of doing that, might as well do something else productive.
Yeah, I think you missed. There was conversation last night, and it was pretty much saying, it was a bit brutal, but it was the people that go to flat Earth are already conspiracy theorist people. They're not flat earthers because they are convinced by evidence of flat Earth.
Yes, in the beginning, flat Earth was the last conspiracy you fell into. Nowadays, there's a couple that fall into flat Earth at the end, and I don't know how the hell they do that. But most of them took many steps to get to flat Earth.
Yeah, there's no flat earthers that also don't believe in several other conspiracy theories.
Really wasn't that way for me. I mean, I was always interested in the Earth and cosmology, and I mean the topics, everything I went to my grad school for, etc. And I first looked into flat Earth. Well, I looked into just the Earth in general. I looked into like hollow Earth and concave and flat Earth, and I came across the Flat Earth Society. This was back in like 2004, I think 2003, 2004, in that range. And I was not a conspiracy anything at that time. I hadn't even really looked into the moon landing yet, and I was looking into hollow Earth and flat Earth, and I came upon the Flat Earth Society, of course, because that was back then in 2004. That was like the only thing, one of the only things you could find. It's not like there was Robotham and like that stuff wasn't really just easily available on just a simple search. So I came to Flat Earth Society and I was reading everything, and I instantly resonated with it. I instantly resonated that there was truth to it. There was some truth to it, and not everything in that website was true though, because I began reading through it and I was like, there were things that resonated and seemed very solid. And then there were other things that were like, ooh, I don't know about that. And that is kind of what a lot of people say about the Flat Earth Society, is that there is some good information, but then they mix in misinformation to kind of throw you off the path. And that is what it did. It did kind of throw me off the path, because I was like, okay, if this is the Flat Earth Society, this is it, right? This is kind of the main website that comes up, and they've got this kind of some false information on it. I kind of pushed it to the side. I didn't think it was false, but I just pushed it to the side. But I'm saying my initial impression was a deep resonance that there was truth, there. And I then looked into the moon landing somewhat after that. And then at that point, I was not even conspiracy minded per se. I actually did not know whether the moon landing was real or not. And somebody had told me it was fake. And I was like, I'm going to research this. So I spent time researching it deeply and then came to my conclusion on that as well. So I'm just saying, for me, like, I originally had a resonance that the Earth, that something about the Earth being flat was true, and later looked into the moon landing, and then all the other components of my life that have, in terms of my own path of coming to truth and researching and discovering further things that are true, and so on. So I'm just saying, for me, it wasn't really linked to anything about a conspiracy. It was just linked to truth and cosmology in general and just what the Earth is.
Okay. 9/11.
I think it was a bit after the moon landing that I did a deep dive into 9/11 for sure. Yeah, that was very fascinating because that was amazing to go through and see. It was an exciting time of discovery for me. It just in terms of I was just kind of mind blown with a lot of that. But yeah, I looked into that for sure.
Yep. Pandemic.
I personally, sorry guys, sorry Rufus, sorry all those other people. I don't believe in the pandemic.
Yep. We can't talk about it anyway, so yeah.
No, we cannot.
Yeah.
Well, we could mute the live stream if you really want to, but
oh no, it's fine. I'm playing my game and I'm trying to concentrate on it as well.
We know Ruhiv asked it.
But yeah, I mean,
okay, good.
Oh, you kind of went first, but well, maybe it's just because it's linked to this real quick. I'll just say this about the kind of conspiracy thing is just okay. So from the perspective that there's no conspiracies and everything's legit, big pharma, totally legit, NASA, totally legit. Everything is just absolutely solid, buttoned up. The truth is all given to us. Then okay, there's no conspiracies, right? In that perspective, no conspiracies. All is good. Earth's a globe. Everything's fine. You know, everything's perfect. Okay, that's one side of the spectrum. From the spectrum that they're on the totally other side of the perspective, that there's totally a group of criminals, criminal families that are absolutely involved in a at least several 100-year process of doing this, you know, takeover, ruling the world, you know, having control and power and money and all of that, and starting world wars and getting power and vying for power. You know, that classic, what is that game, Risk or whatever, that board game Risk, where you're like world domination. Okay, so from the complete side of the perspective that there is a cabal, a criminal network, whatever, and in that perspective, from that full side, yeah, absolutely, that there's tons of deceptions going on, 9/11 and the JFK and the scamdemic and the shape of the Earth. So if that's the case, let me just finish. Hold on. If it's the case on that side of the spectrum, then of course seeking truth in today's world would involve a consideration at the minimum and a research into all of those components.
It is like one extreme to the other. It's like there's never been a crime committed where people wanted to keep it quiet between more than one person.
I
Like someone said the other day, they're
I
seeking
laughed so
alternate
hard
explanations.
when you said that there was no conspiracy because
Yeah,
that would imply that would imply that the news is just there. It tells the truth all the time, and obviously
That's mostly truthful. Yeah.
I think Kosha was kind of next too, though.
Well, no, I was just saying. I was just gonna let Ruhiv. I was just saying Ruhiv was gonna respond to you.
Yeah.
That's why I was just.
Yeah, like I said, it's the guy the other night said, "I'm looking for an alternate explanation," and he kind of gave himself away that he's not looking for truth; he's looking for some conspiracy.
But would you say that, like, say, smoking as an example was a good conspiracy? They did conspire against the public using science to claim that their product was good. I mean, doctors were even telling my mum to smoke when she was a young adult.
Yeah.
So that would be a conspiracy, wouldn't it? And it happened.
Yep.
But we don't call it a conspiracy. We call it a crime.
Well, you know, think about that. I don't know. I'm not trying to derail into that whole topic, but I mean, tobacco actually is a medicine. Like real, like natural tobacco that grows naturally in the jungle, for example, is actually very medicinal. It does not cause any health problems. If anything, it's actually cleansing. Like it's antibacterial and has all these cleansing effects, like in deep ways. So, but the modern day tobacco, and the big tobacco cartels are growing very, very toxic tobacco. So I'm just saying it's kind of interesting, like if that's what you're talking about in the 40s and 50s when doctors were like, I smoke, you know, this brand of cigarettes, because like the medicine men and medicine doctors of early times always used tobacco as a protective and as a medicine, you know. So it's kind of interesting that in the 40s and 50s there are those doctors. They're kind of doctors. They're the medicine men, quote unquote, and then they're kind of smoking the tobacco. But yeah, then the idea of the tobacco cartels that are putting chemicals and God knows what in them, and then making people sick from them, perhaps, and then connected to big pharma to make people sick and then give them the treatment for, you know, whatever they have.
Yeah, my mum's not quite that old. I think what they were smoking is crap, same as like we are today.
Yeah. But Rue, if you were saying somebody wanted an alternate explanation, so what was your thought on that? I mean, that sounds like it's good to consider alternate explanations of things. So what are you saying that, what was your implication on that person you said that, who said that or whatever? Oh, he's muted. Maybe he stepped away.
Yeah, but it is odd to go from one extreme, like where everything is a conspiracy, to then to a group, people that nothing's wrong, nothing has ever been wrong, and and that there aren't people at the top that do conspire together to benefit from whatever firing about.
Yep.
As if no crime's ever been committed. Like, surely there's a halfway in between of truth.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I think there's actually another species that's at the top of this whole thing. I don't think they're ultimately human that are actually doing the core of this. Like, if we viewed this group as like a parasite right now on the earth, like they're not human at the core, at the base level. But they have a lot of humans that are sort of brainwashed and doing their bidding for them and all of that in terms of.
Well, the thing is,
yeah,
we're humans and we can't really compete against gods and aliens and super beings and that. I'd rather just hold the humans responsible. And if they're interacting with some other source, so be it.
Yeah.
Not fucking with that. I'll probably get wiped out in 2 seconds. But these humans, we can hold them accountable.
I think these other beings are actually way more vulnerable, though. That's the thing. They kind of have a lot of all the protection around them because they know that they actually wouldn't stand a chance if we,
I just wouldn't underestimate humans. We're amazing. We're capable of amazing things, both good and horrendous. So
that is true. That is true. But I mean, like, are humans this evil? Like, let's
Some
just
of them.
say that, like,
I think yes. I've spoken to someone like on a dating site, and I never saw him again after this. But he said to me he knew people who would definitely take endocrine out of children. And I just thought, yeah, I'm not hanging around with you. Yeah, there you go. I can't even picture, because I'm going, there's no way you could ever set up, like a company that could do that. He's going,
Do you
yeah,
still
no,
have
I know
his-
people who do that.
Do you still have his number?
No.
Okay. Asking for a friend.
So that's like, there are scary people out there. They just are. For whatever reason.
Well, have you ever heard of that guy, Gio, in the World Fair, like 1896 or whatever in Chicago, where he built like a hotel with like all these death traps, like death compartments in it. Like he would trap all sorts of like I don't know how many people he killed, but he basically built it so he could just capture people and serial kill them. Ever heard of that guy?
Nope.
Okay, I'll just say
There's a few like that. I've heard a few. Sorry.
But I have heard of those types of the scenarios.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just know that they're definitely sickos.
I mean, what I ultimately think is that this other species that I was saying, these other entities that are actually in control, as it were, or, well, they are the controllers, if you will. They're kind of asserting this kind of parasitic effect. They are then connected to a demonic entity in the spirit realm. So they are actually connected to that demonic entity. It's that demonic entity that is ultimately really doing everything. So the demonic entity works through the other species of entities. Those entities then go through the humans that they are doing their bidding work for them. But the demonic entity, let me just finish real quick. The demonic entity, though, fully possesses the other entities, the other species. Like, they're not even human, so they're fully in that demonic thing. And then they are kind of basically trying to do like MK Ultra crazy shit to the humans that they can to get that demonic entity to be in the human and possessed by the human, as it were, then doing the bidding work. Like some of the people work in the CIA and some of these guys, they're like literally demonically possessed to varying levels. And then I think even that demonic possession has even filtered down into like the rest of humanity in varying ways, which is why some of these evils exist in these humans like this. Because I don't think that's like the human spirit. It's this other entity that's actually behind that.
See, I think that's a cop out for the people doing it. I think they know what they're doing. I think they've been coerced into it. Some of them enjoy it. But if you want to be part of the gang, you've got to do something horrendous that everybody sees so that you won't dob on them and they won't dob on you. And then it just snowballs from that. And of course, the more you do that, the higher in the group you go.
Right. Exactly. Yep. Those natural hierarchies can form, and yeah, it's like kind of like breeding psychopaths basically at different levels and things. Yeah.
Especially when everything operates at a blackmail level where they all have dirt on each other.
Oh, have you heard Mel Gibson's coming out with 4 new videos about all this child molestation and kidnapping, and the airlines are involved, the banks are involved. It's friggin' huge. JP Morgan, I think one of the banks named, handling all the money. The airlines, there are whistleblowers coming out that used to, work as the pilots and all different sorts of things, apparently.
Real quick, Trouble, because I had this pulled up. I wanted to post it because I just had it sitting here on my thing. So I'm going to, because I got on one of my monitors here, I'm just going to send it. But I was just going to say, so that kind of shows like the idea of like a celestial sphere. So I'm just sharing my viewpoint on it. So I would say like if you put like the planar Earth in the center of that, any one of those spheres, you put a plane, you would then see like that kind of hemispherical dome. Now you're only seeing sort of, I'm not saying it is an actual sphere in this way. I'm just saying that the top part of it is what we see. And so I was just saying that in my viewpoint, like the magnetic field, the way the sky works, in either the north at the equator or at the south, it seems to have that like that to it. And see how that tilts? It's like tilting because the one on the north is pointing to the north, how far you are, and then the equator, and then the south, that would be the southern one. So I understand the concept of the Earth being a globe because it does fit with this. I understand that, and I could even understand the southern stars being explained as a globe. It makes sense to me. In fact, I think the globe's explanation of the southern stars is very good. I mean, it's up there in the 90th something percentile of pretty good explanation in terms of the globe. But I think that's because the sky has a spherical quality to it, even though we're on a planar surface. So this just kind of shows, in my viewpoint, how if you have the planar Earth kind of in the center, whether you're in the north or the equator or the south, that you can still get that same kind of star field.
Yeah, but that doesn't put Polaris at the middle, and it would cut off like the stars at the horizon.
Well, that is like what we see. That is
around Polaris, and that's apparently not what you see. Apparently, you see Polaris going all the way around, like almost above your head.
Well, yeah, it's because those are like a freeze frame, just in like one position. Like that one, like the one on the left shows 20 degrees north. It says in Hawaii. So imagine that pole on the left there would be Polaris, but that's for Hawaii. So if we went further north, like up to Alaska or something, then you'd have to make that pole would have to be much higher in the sky. And then in theory, if you're at the North Pole, it'd be right above you. And then the equator one shows at the equator, of course, but the way we see that. And then the one on the right shows in the south. So that pole over on the right there, that would be the Southern Crux and Sigma Octantis, etc., that region. So it just shows how that can all work over a planar surface in my mind.
Okay. It's interesting.
Because ultimately, I think we see in a toroidal field. I think we experience this entire realm within our own toroidal field that extends from our body all the way out to the extent of our ability to see in our vision. It's just toroids all the way out from the center.
That kind of doesn't make sense to me, because then that means Australia would be underneath you guys. And the toroidal would be at the North Pole going up, and then one at the South Pole, but we'd be hanging upside down on a flat disk, and you'd be on the other side of the flat disk.
That's a wild idea. Yeah, I've thought of that before. Like, if you went...
Because you don't have toroidal fields side by side. You have them opposite directions. Is that right? Is that a toroidal field? Or is it just like a hurricane? It's only half of one.
This is kind of an artistic one I'm posting, but in my mind, it's in a sense, you'd have a planar surface, and then that toroidal field would be surrounding the plane, and so it would center at the north, the vortex at the north, and that's where the Polaris would be. And then you'd have that center rotation, and then the whole toroidal field. But then, like I said, I also think there's a quadrupole. It's a quadrupole system, which is why we have north, south, east, west, the 4 islands and the 4 rivers at the north, the 4 continents all coming out from the center, and then the 4 southern pole star regions.
But east and west wouldn't be on the outside. Only the south's on the outside ring. And if you've got 4 of them, that's 4 souths, not east, north, south, west. Or are you just saying because that's another 4?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like it's the cross, basically, like geometrically, the cross.
And I don't understand how it would work when you're swapping from one location to another. How the sky would just flip. Or how it wouldn't. Either way.
Directions don't exist.
Well, I don't think it necessarily. I don't think it necessarily flips. It's kind of like a tunnel almost. Like that one I posted before, where it shows the 3 spheres that are kind of tilted like that. It's sort of like if you're in the north, or at the equator, or at the south. I almost think of it as like a tunnel, where you kind of have the northern one, and then you go to the center, and the northern one kind of fades and starts to disappear. You see the center one, then you go to the south. So it's kind of like a swath.
It's too complicated. It's much easier just to go with, we have what you have. Like, you're not coming up with an explanation for what you see in the north. So I don't know why I have to have an explanation for what I see in the south other than what I see.
Yeah, I think the explanation...
Like, why isn't the onus on you to make something for the north instead of the south?
Well, the north would just be the center of the star rotation. What do you mean?
Well, imagine telling everybody that the Polaris is not at the center. There's actually 4 Polarises. But you guys don't do that. You make your end the center.
Wait, where are you getting 4 Polarises from? I'm not clear.
Well, you've got 4 southern poles, so why can't you instead flip it, have the south in the middle, and you guys have to deal with the 4 poles around the outside? I mean, there's no reason why north's in the middle, is there? Could easily flip it to being south.
Are you saying that if you were to go to one of those, like here, I'm going to post this image. I'm not saying this is exactly it, but it does kind of show a little bit over a planar surface how you can have these different poles, just in a very generalized sense, although it only has 3 of them. So, let's say there was 4 of those. Instead of 2 on the outside, let's say there's 4. And so you know, the 4 corners of the earth, as it's in these ancient texts as well. But anyway, so if you then have the North Pole in the middle, you'd have the Polaris. Those would all be rotating. And then in each of the southern regions, you would have one of these 4. And
you would clearly see them change when you go from one to the other. Nobody sees a change.
Well, we see a transition if we're on one of these continents, like if you were in North America, and then you went, well, let's say if you're up in like Japan or up north there, north of Australia, you would see like Polaris up there, and it would just look like that circle of rotation. Then as you go south, you're going to see the middle between them, and then you're going to get all the way to the south, and you're going to see the southern one. You won't be able to see one of the other ones. Like, you're only going to see the one in your local region. So as you go south, it transitions. That's why I'm saying that the actual globe Earth explanation.
That makes sense. But now go west. I'm now flying from Australia around the outside, around the rim. I'm not going north at all. I'm just going sideways, whatever you want to call sideways. So I want to go around 3 of them. Surely I'm going to notice this, you've got them as not reflections or anything, so they're actual 3 separate places, or 4, it doesn't matter how many. I'm going to see them swapping from one to another. There's no way that's avoidable. I don't see how that's avoidable.
I agree. There will be a transition between them. Yeah.
There's no evidence of that. This is why I don't go for this method, because there's no evidence of it at all.
I hear you, but I think that we don't have access to the deep southern Pacific or southern Atlantic. Those are kind of zones that people are not traveling in and getting.
I think we do. I think lots of people have traveled across them.
Well, how about this then? If you're
And
saying
there's not one.
Yeah.
You just said there's multiple of them. So don't pick the one that's in the middle of the ocean. Try another one that's near land.
Well, if what I'm
Why
saying
don't
is
most
the case,
people notice
yeah.
it?
If what I'm saying is the case in terms of there being 4 southern star polar poles, essentially, in terms of like rotation of stars, then yeah, if you were to travel from like deep southern Australia and stay on like the 60 degree latitude, or even more south than that, all the way, then yeah, you would have to transition from one to the other. And then what would be between? Like, for example, when you can see Polaris and you're in the north, let's say you're driving south, you go south. Let's say you're in North America, and then you're going to drive all the way, because you can drive obviously from North to South America. So as you go, Polaris gets lower and lower in your sky, and then it ends up, being invisible at some point once you get beyond it. And then the southern one starts rising in your sky. So there's like a transition point. Well, what if it's the same going between one of these 4 poles? Like one of them sets essentially and is no more visible, and then the other one starts to rise, just like it is in the north and south.
Because people have gone west and they don't see that. It's never been reported. I mean, there's a lot of people on this place. 7 billion people on this place, moving around all the time. Across these times, they would notice this shit. The whole sky just morphed suddenly.
No, it's not morphed. It just would do the same thing. It's not morphing. It just would do the same thing as it does when you go from north and you see Polaris, and then you go to south and you start to see Sigma Octantis. One of them sets and the other one rises.
Yeah, of course. But now go east to west. They're not setting and right. Well, yeah, now one's setting and another one is appearing in front of you, exactly the same as the one you just left. And then another one, and then another one.
Yeah, but that's what I'm suggesting could occur in terms of, because you were asking on a quadrupole type star layout like that, what would happen between them?
Yeah.
So
but we don't see that happening. So can't we just rule that out now that we don't see it happening? Never seen it happening. No one's recorded anything like that.
Well, okay, I hear you, but I don't have anyone that I've seen that has like validated, verified footage from deep in the Southern Pacific and Southern Atlantic. Most of all the like the flights and the plane routes, and also the the shipping routes, and also like the undersea cables, they all like go up north around that way.
Well, the undersea cables.
No, they don't.
Yeah, no, they don't. They go around, and they won't cover the length of a flat Earth from Australia.
Okay, well then, would you be able to show me like maybe your top 10 or 20 documented footages of the sky in that area, in this deep Southern Pacific and deep Southern Atlantic?
Flights and boats travel the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, go have a look at the.
Okay, so
the
could you
map
give me
of
your
the
top 10 or 20 examples that convinced you of this?
Sure. QF27, QF28, QF63, QF64, flight from Buenos Aires to Luanda. Yeah, if you go on the AIS traffic website, you'll see like shipping containers going from, South America to South Africa to Australia.
Okay, so you're talking about a website that shows dots on a screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking, what I was saying is the sky. We're talking about the sky and the documentation of what the sky looks like in the deep Southern Pacific, validated and verified that they are at that degree of longitude and latitude and so on. Because if you're saying you know what the sky is there, then all I'm asking for is your top 10 or 20 examples that you have, even 5 would be good to start with, that convinced you of what the sky is in those regions.
Yeah, celestial navigation works. The end.
Okay, Trouble, did you have any examples of it, or you were I guess you weren't saying you had examples. You were just saying that you think it would exist, which is logical.
Yeah.
I mean, it's logical to consider that humans would have circumnavigated in those regions, but the question is, are they? Because when they do circumnavigation, they're not doing it.
Photos.
They're not doing it at like the 60-degree latitude.
But wait,
there are people on cruise ships as well as big ships sailing across these areas, and they would notice if the sky morphed, especially the guy on watch who's got to watch out for icebergs and shit or whatever. It'd have to be part of his navigation. Like, we're going across here, we're going from southern celestial pole A to southern celestial pole B. and there'll be a direct line where the stars just suddenly flip, because the whole sky's changed.
But the sky wouldn't look any different to the people in the boats than it does to you guys on land there in Australia. So
It
I'm
would
not
when
sure
they were
what the
moving
issue is.
from one celestial pole to another. If there's 4 celestial poles in the south.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah. So from this, like here, let me just post this real quick. Okay. So now, again, I'm not saying that this is exactly the right layout or the right map or anything like that. I'm just using it as a very general kind of thing. So if you see where the north is, and then see where one of those southern poles is, see about the distance, just with your eyeballs, just kind of imagine the radius, of that, just in a very general sense. Okay. And then, and think about what happens when you go from north to south. Like you see Polaris, and then as you go south, Polaris, sets and you can't see it at all once you're near the equator, etc. Then you go south, and then the Sigma Octantis and that all starts rising in your sky, right? And look at about that distance. Well, if you now compare the southern, let's say over on the left there at the 9 o'clock position to the 6 o'clock position. So the 9 o'clock to the 6 o'clock, those two, the kind of south and west, as it were.
Yeah.
Look at how far that is. So just
actually,
general type of layout, it would do the same thing. It would, the one of them would set and one of them would rise. Now, do we have validation of this? I do not, and I would love to actually do, because to actually see that or to do it ourselves, etc., because that you'd have to be quite far south to do that. You know what I mean? Like if you go north at all and then you kind of cut across that way, which then gets into the GPS routes and the globe. And if the globe's a deception in that sense, then, the routes are obviously being fudged in their model with their coordinate systems. And I know there's a lot more to discuss with all that. I'm just saying that, are they really, to really go south, because to see the one rise and the other one set, you'd have to really be far in the south. Any way you go north, what's going to happen is you're just, the one in the south is going to set and you're going to see the north one. And then if you go into the other quadrant, then that one in the south would be visible. Like you can only see two of them. You can only see at most 2 of them at any time. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now imagine the map, the picture you just gave us. Now picture all the star movement circles all the way out to they meet each other. Now the one in the center, that's Polaris, so it's doing perfect circles. So the ones on the 4 corners, when they meet the Polaris ones, they're going to squish like a diamond out in the corners. Like how is this working? I don't understand how this works in your head. How when they meet each other, these circles, that they're not going to clash in some weird way.
I see what you mean, but yeah.
Like it does on the celestial equator. Like the celestial equator does that. You can, you film it, you can see.
I'm going to post this one again because I agree it looks like this. We all, I think, would agree that in general, I mean, obviously this doesn't have the specifics.
But that only gives 2 poles. That doesn't give 4 poles.
Well, that gives any 2 at any time, at any one time.
And that doesn't give the ability for Australia and South Africa to see the southern celestial pole at the same time.
Well, if there's 4 of them, that one just kind of shows like a really, really wide, but it shows 2 of them like that.
Yeah, that's the north and the south celestial poles.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that to validate what I'm saying, you would have to travel in the very, very southern oceans, like 50, 60 degree parallel, like at the limits of what they'll let you, basically, if that's even far enough out, which I would think it probably would be. I mean, 60 is pretty down there. But it's just the question is, who's done that? So.
Well, no, what's that? It's in that picture, that one with the map on it, the bottom circle, that's near land. So you just have to cross from that land over to that a bit of ocean, and you'd see this line of.
Well, it looks like a bit of ocean, but it's probably a lot more than that map leads you to believe, to be honest.
Well, all right, then the one that, if you go, all right, the top left, and you got the one at the top and the one at the left, halfway between that is where the crossover would be. That's right in the middle of Australia.
I mean, you're looking at this map, and you're probably, anyone looking at this map is only just barely scratching the surface of what the actual surface of our world
But either
looks
way,
like.
you can't have one of these crossovers areas that's not over land. It's because you got 4 of them. So you can swing it around from Australia and bang it over somewhere else now, over America. It can't be happening and no one sees it.
Well, see, I'm looking for a couple of images. This one kind of shows like a little north, south, east, west kind of pole thing a little bit. It does kind of show 3 of them or whatever. But Yeah, what you'd have to do, it's just what I'm talking about in terms of the quadrupole thing, you'd have to really travel on that south, because if you're going to go anywhere north and essentially enter back into the quadrant between, it's basically like the idea of quadrants, where you have 4 quadrants and then the center one. So there's 4 outer corners of the earth and then the center. And it is so interesting that concept of the 4 corners of the earth is very, very deeply entwined in virtually all of the world's major spiritual traditions and religious traditions.
Well, doesn't it tell you that they're either wrong or they're talking about something else? Because there are no corners of Earth.
They have very like deep traditions around them. Like in the Vedics,
Are you saying that Earth's the
dude? Let him finish what he's saying, dude.
Sorry,
You're just interrupting him.
Sorry. He talks a lot. Hard to get a word in.
Well,
I try to only like speak for about 20 seconds at a time, but go ahead though. It's all good.
I actually wanted to hear the rest of what you were saying, though. You're talking about the Vedics. You were supposed to say what the Vedics say about the 4 corners. I've never heard this.
Yeah, they talk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was saying. Well, it's in the Bible as well. I was going to post this. This is these are these cosmological mandalas, and they make these with sand. This is all sand. Little colored pieces of sand.
Dude, were you here? Were you here when I was saying that the Mandela effect is actually the Mandala effect?
I was listening. Yeah, I was. Yeah,
dude. Yeah, that's. I kind of went down a little deep dive with that, and I'm kind of on board. That like think about it. The mandalas are these things that you put a lot of energy and intention into, right? To bring about change, to meditate on bringing about change. And sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if I'm wrong about that, if I'm wrong about that, I want to know, because that's my understanding of a mandala is like it's a meditation thing, and there is a goal, and the goal is achieved by completing the mandala and like meditating on it.
That may be like one way that like someone could use them, but it isn't necessarily. Well, okay, so there's different ways to use them. Like I'll just read this. I'll read this real quick, just because I think this is a decent little explanation. We'll see how this is. I was just going to read this. Because like mandala is a Sanskrit term, which means a circle, and maybe I won't even read this. I'll actually just share share it myself. I could read this after maybe, but yeah, you're saying like to accomplish a certain goal. I mean, to me that sounds a little bit more like it could go like more blend into the idea of using them like for kind of black magic, like almost using it, if that's what you're referring to like get some kind of like almost as like a talisman, to get some kind of almost like a spell or something. Is that kind of the way you're thinking of it, or?
Yeah, kind of. Like I don't think they're making beautiful artworks of sand. I think it could even be made of like it could be like a computer, where like the computer chips, the circuit board, like forms the mandala, and like it's some sort of like spiritualism meets technology. Whatever they're doing at CERN, it's very, very weird. Whatever's going on with the Mandela effect, it's very, very weird. The fact that the Mandela effect has to do with things being changed just slightly, like Mandala, or like Columbu, just these slight changes is very ironic to me. And I've kind of noticed a pattern where, like, I heard Elon Musk say this the other day. He says, whatever the most ironic outcome would be, that's the most likely outcome to happen. And how ironic would it be if it actually is the mandala effect, right? And they are using a form of mandalas to affect change. Like, what if CERN is a giant mandala? Like, I don't know. Just throwing stuff out there.
Exactly what you're doing.
All right. I think I hear where you're coming from now. Well, okay, I'll share this. I mean, my understanding of a mandala, like it is a Sanskrit term, and they're actually used like in generally a very positive way to like as essentially a way to like focus attention and to put some sort of energy, like it's like an alchemical container, basically. Like a mandala is a circle, essentially. So it's a circle, and then you create something inside that circle. So like for using it on a spiritual level for that, it is more of used as like a spiritual aid for a circle is a container, and then to be able to fill that container with some component of your mind or of the world or of a concept, whatever that may be. And by putting it in that circle and like in that space, you're able to like establish like a sacred space for either like meditation, it's like meditating in that sense, and is kind of used as like a blueprint for some kind of positive spiritual growth. So for example, like when people, like they can be used for like in psychological work, when people are processing like traumas and things that happened to them as a child or different memories, things like that, doing mandala drawings can actually be very, very healing because they can draw it out, so whatever the memory is, and that can help integrate it for them, meaning that part of their process of understanding it and coming to terms with it and ultimately healing it is integrating it. And so by making a mandala, they're actually able to like complete that psychological process, and it feels, it's like manifested, it's been expressed, and it's been like in that container, and then that it can be very, very supportive in that person's journey. And then lastly, I'll just say, in terms of these cosmological mandalas, just real quick, these are also like they're layouts of the cosmos, like in terms of this the four corners concept. So in terms of these, it's like making a mandala of the cosmology.
So you'd make a good therapist, Gio.
Making it like a cleansing process in a way.
Yep. They can be used that way. And they can be used to like express sacred geometry as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying that mandalas are bad. I think mandalas are like guns. It just depends whose hands they're in. You know what I mean? Like, or not a gun, maybe like a hammer, right? You can use a hammer to build a house, or you can use a hammer to tear it down.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they could be like, what I would say is that there's a very, very dark side of this concept. It's like there's always the light and the dark. So yeah, the dark side is like creating an actual black magic ritual. That's why they do rituals. This is why they do it. They're not necessarily just doing it because they're just like wanting to do it themselves. They're doing it because they're trying to affect the ether, and they're trying to affect others through it.
100%. I'm on board with you 100%. I've encountered the same thing in like martial arts where somebody gets really good, and instead of just like holding a job down and like starting a family and using the knowledge of self-defense to like better yourself as a member of a community, they go and they like just beat people up, and they're doing drugs, and they're just becoming vicious. You know what I mean? And I think it's the whole, Spider-Man thing, like with great power comes great responsibility. Some of these people, they have knowledge from the past of these very powerful methods and systems, and they use them for evil purposes, but they can absolutely be used for good,
Yeah. Well, there's this form of transformative therapeutic work. It's called family constellation work. It was developed by a gentleman named Bert Hellinger. And if you look up Hellinger, there's a whole, they're still doing the whole trainings and everything. They're still doing everything, it's quite a large organization. And you can get trained in it, you can get certified and all that, and then you can, practice it as well. But basically what it does, I've actually done this. I've done workshops and with others doing them live as well. And they're incredibly potent. So I'll try to explain just super briefly if you're interested.
Yeah, it's just like family of origin, family of creationship.
Well, here's what you do. There's two main ways to do it. You can do it on like a table. So let's say you have two people, you have a table. You can do it just on a table with little pieces, little like physical things, and you move them around. But you can also do it in a real setting. So like in a workshop setting, you might have 4 or 5 people. And here's an example of how it works. So you have a group, let's say you have a group of 5 people and the facilitator, 6 people total. And you're all just sitting in a room. Okay, so let's say it's the first person's turn. So let's say it's my turn, for example. So then there's a little bit of a kind of meditation before and kind of focusing the energy and everyone being on the same page and all that good stuff. And everyone kind of knows their role and everything. Because what's going to happen is this. So we'll tune into something that I want to work on, like either a goal I have or an issue I have or whatever it may be that I want to improve or that I want to get more understanding about. Set that forth and set that intention, even vocalize it, write it down, anything to really, or even make a mandala, whatever it may be that you want to kind of, bring, that you want to work on. And once that's established, okay, now when you say that intention, the other 4 people that are with you, they go into another room. So they're not even listening to what you're saying. So they're coming in blind. They don't know anything about it. They're just coming in. But they're going to be like the actors, as it were. They're going to be the players in the whole thing. Okay, so again, you state your intention with the facilitator, etc. Now the people come, and then now you're all in the room. Well, the facilitator facilitates a process by which the people in the room, everyone. Okay, if I'm the one who's doing it's focused on me, then the other 4 people. And when you start, you kind of use your intuition and kind of the flow and the ether, basically. You kind of just use the flow to kind of arrange the people in the room in a way that fits with your situation. Now this can be done in different ways, but I'm also talking about family constellation work in this case. This is family. So it's something with my family. It's not just any intention in this case, if I'm going to describe it this way. It's something with my family. Now, you set up the people in the room the way you want. So you can, go up to them, put your hand on their shoulder and be like, okay, walk over here and stand there or whatever it may be. So you literally place them in the room, the other 4 people. And there's multiple different ways it can be done. But basically what it is that those other 4 people, they represent those family members involved, because this is in family constellation in that way. So one of them might be the mother, one's the father, one's the daughter, one's the son, whatever it may be. And there's different ways to do it. You can do it blind, where you don't tell the person what role they're playing. Like the facilitator knows that's the father, that's the mother, whatever, but they don't. So that's one way to do it, where they don't even know they're the mother or father. And that's very fascinating to do it that way, because they have no idea, and etc. But the other way, you can also tell them, you're the mother, you're the father. But if in the case, let's say you don't tell them, you don't tell them whether they're the mother or the father. And once you set them up in the room, you might just say, the facilitator might say to one of them, how do you feel towards this person? And the person might say, well, I feel kind of like that they have a lot of anger or something like that. They might just say that. Anyways, and then the facilitator kind of facilitates this process, and it is absolutely remarkable and unbelievable what happens. It's like setting up a scene, in my viewpoint, connected to the ether, where these other people that are total strangers, ultimately, that you're just doing this workshop with, are literally tapping into. And it can go very deep. It can go to the level of the family, the personal family, but it can also go into the racial, karma, racial karma that exists between races, and different things within humans, actual genetic, and it can go very deep. And the healing that comes out of it and the resolution is absolutely mind-blowing. Because what I just explained right there, I understand that a skeptic might be like, oh, that sounds pretty out there, really, these people, and they're just randomly, I feel this and that. But the way that it's facilitated, the thing about it is it's so remarkable, because whether we have full understanding of how the process worked, there's actual physical, very real changes that happen in the family system. So somebody can just go to one of these workshops. They don't even tell their family they're going. You could do that. You don't even tell them. You go to this workshop and do it. And when you get home or whatever, people have a message on their, voicemail of their mother, sometimes just crying, I'm so sorry about this, and I was thinking about it. I mean, the other family members have dreams that are connected to it. It's absolutely incredible. the actual changes that happen, and very real changes happen in family systems too. So like, let's say that like a mother and a son, like, or a father and a son, let's say, have not talked for like 20 years. They have this huge fracture or something. And if the son goes and does one of these workshops, it's like he'll get a call from his father the next day, first time in 20 years. And his, things like that, like ways that the other people in the family system are literally changing and being affected, which is kind of interesting because Platypus had brought up the mandala effect. I know I've been super long-winded. Usually I don't talk this long, so forgive me, but this was a very detailed thing I had to lay out. So yeah, and very real changes. And it's interesting how you're linking it to the Mandela effect, because that's what we're talking about. But yeah, very real changes happen in the family systems, like in the attitudes that the other family members have towards the others in the family. And in this case, it's in a healing way. Like this is not for like black magic or controlling people. This is healing. And so, so that's interesting.
Oh yeah, dude. No, that was awesome. Very, very interesting. I think there's definitely something to it. It's something I wish more people would get into. I did a kind of a workshop. Like some people went to a workshop and they like tried to replicate it where I was, and I took part. And yeah, some crazy stuff happened. Definitely. I mean, it wasn't exactly what you were describing, the workshop that I went to, but sorry,
Yeah.
there's an ambulance going by. But yeah, very interesting.
You better get away from that crime scene, dude.
Yeah, I haven't really seen what the Hellinger Institute is up to. I think this is their website, and pretty sure they're still up and running. Yeah, families, couples, children, for people, for diseases. Dude, this like literally resolves diseases. It's absolutely unbelievable. The stuff that happens with this. People use it for business as well. Like if they have a blockage in their company or their business or their financial like way of making their living. Like some people have like deep blocks around that, and it can actually be connected to family systems is what it turns out to be the case. Like in some cases, let's say like in your family line in the past, maybe like one of the sons, like let's say stole the company from his father. Like he did some deceptive thing and like took a company from his father or something like that, as an example. And then maybe this in this incarnation of that family system, it runs through the actual genetics. It runs through the actual history of the family. But in this actual family system today, that person who's doing the therapy, as it were, or doing this workshop type thing, they are like struggling in their business. It has nothing to do with their father in this life, but they're struggling with their business. And that's an example where if there is something in a past in your family line where there was some kind of thing around business between the family members or something of that sort, maybe like one of the siblings gets cut out of the will or anything like that, that can kind of be like a wounding or like a trauma in the family system. And there's cases in which people have like done this work and then totally been able to like turn around the status of their like business and their income and their whole, their life's work in that way.
Yeah, that's dope. There's a lot of things that are kind of blocked up right now that I think a lot of people need to work on. A lot of like deep spiritual homework that needs to be done. They've been procrastinating.
So, I mean, are you saying that like on the extreme level of Mandela, because I just explained all of that kind of through constellation work, which is like a mandala as well in that term, because you are kind of creating like a circle to kind of have some kind of. The other thing you can do is do it on a table with little like felt squares or little like, you can even do it with little like pieces, like little, chess pieces or whatever, thing like that. And you can do it on like, just a table. You don't even have to do it with actual people. Although with people, it's like really powerful, but you can do it that way as well. And dude, sometimes people like break down crying in the middle of it. And like, I've heard like where people like, I've actually, the one I was at, this was happening where There was like it got so deep that, like I mentioned before, like the racial level came up at the racial level. And one of the guys, again, these people have like never really met each other. They're just doing this workshop, and it's incredible, like how much can go on. And I remember this at this one point, I was just like more kind of chilling. I wasn't involved directly in that part of it. It was like those two, but it was basically had to do with the Native Americans and how they were slaughtered, so profoundly. And it was connecting in with that. And anyways, one of the guys was like crying, and we were all, there just supportive of the whole thing. And he was like, it was a huge release. And it really did feel like we were processing something like on like the racial trauma level of the collective unconscious of humanity.
That's super deep. That's good though.
Good.
So Gio, those two videos I made about the directed energy weapons and the other one about the ISS space station, both of them almost have 50,000 views. A lot of people in the comments. Yeah, a lot of people arguing about space. It's been really cool to just watch it develop and just see. There's so many people out there that are flat earthers that know space is fake, and I have no idea what they're doing. I don't know where they are, but they're out there. They're in my comments. They exist. There's a lot of them. It's pretty cool.
There's a lot. Yeah, they're just not generally on Discord. Like it's very small. But it seems like on Discord, it's just more of like it's almost like a family. Because like, what is it, 1,000 people? Or, maybe 2,000? Like compared to the hundreds of thousands or if not millions out there?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, let's be real. We know that someone said a number the other day. I think they said like 5% of the world thinks the Earth is actually, planar and stationary.
Wow.
What do you think?
I think that's based on surveys.
5
surveys. Yeah, when that number is based off surveys. Surveys are misleading, though, of course. But
it might even be more
data.
It might be more. I mean,
could be more. Could be less.
I'm sure it is. It seems like it is more. Yeah.
Yeah, but using Discord as a metric would be a bad idea, just because I think there's like a, what do you call that, when it's like hard for it's difficult for new people to get used to getting around Discord, so it can be kind of daunting. Even if they get like the invite or something like that, and they download it and then they're just like, well, how do you use this? And so yeah, I think that's what dissuades flat earthers from getting involved. But I think you should post, or you should like promoting the server, promoting different servers. It's pretty easy now, especially when you got because isn't yours just called Earth Awakenings or whatever? Like for the
Yeah, I mean, Flatopus, if you're getting 50,000 views, I mean, if you want, you could throw the link to the server in there. I mean, you're
Dude,
welcome.
I've literally been waiting for you to say that because I've been wanting. I just don't want to bring a bunch of crazy traffic where like the mods are overloaded and it becomes a fucking shit show. But I would love to do that. Because there's a lot of people that want to argue with me. They're fucking mad. They're like, dude, the Earth is a globe.
You've got fans that want to get at you now.
Yeah, like I'm thinking like, okay, well, I could just give them the Discord link, but it's like, yeah, okay,
Well, yeah, man. If you'd like to, for sure, man. I mean, you could. I mean, if you, there's all the channels and stuff, and I guess like Twitch, Odysee, YouTube. I think we're gonna start streaming a Rumble soon too. That's coming in the next update for this platform. Is gonna be adding Rumble, so we'll have that one as well. But yeah, dude, I mean, feel free to share any of that, or even the link to the Discord as well. And the thing is, so the way this live stream is right now, as we know, it tends to be. That's why I was saying this is like almost like a family, like those of us actually on Discord, because a lot of us know each other, and there's obviously like some of the conversations are very like much, very advanced and detailed when it gets to like some of the details. It's not necessarily like kind of intro type stuff sometimes, but the thing is, like, if we have more of a need for that, absolutely. And actually in this next platform update we're going to do, we're going to try to have 2 live streams running, and then any moderator can create an event as well anytime. Can create events, so the whole mod staff can be able to create an event anytime they'd like. So to have the events going like that with the mods being able to all do that like that, having 2 live streams makes sense, because then we can always have one that's open, for an open panel, and then have the other one for events essentially. But then there's a question, can we fill 2 live streams? I mean, sometimes there are like 40 people in here to where, yeah, we probably could. But other times there's maybe, enough that we wouldn't fill 2. But we could just leave the other live stream running, even if it's dead air. I mean, we could just let it flow. And that way it's just open if someone wants to do an event on the fly. But anyways, and even with all that being said, but the thing is, yeah, we could use like a boost in activity for that. That would make it better. So, I mean, yeah, if you're getting 50,000 views and stuff, like there's nothing about our link that should get you, any type of strike or anything. Cause I mean, it doesn't have flat earth. It does have earth, I suppose, but it doesn't have anything with flat earth. So there's no tags there. There's like the word conspiracy is nowhere on any of the, that's what I'm saying. Like this channel, the YouTube, all the channels, they that's what I'm saying. I was pretty selective about the wording I used, like there's nothing about any topics that should flag anything. And if that was happening, you could start to bring a flow of people. Yeah, dude, we could do a second stream and we could do more like, yeah, you could answer questions. You could you could do your own event. Like, yo, I'll field questions. I can help monitor. I can help be there. We can use the stage channels, bring people up on the stage. You could take questions. You could take questions from your audience, like literally, and I could help mod it. We could bring people on the stage. Anyways, so my point is that, yeah, I mean, dude, like any kind of anything like that could bring a boost is welcome. And it would be great timing because we're going to be doing this update. And then, and then we could have a second stream that we could also have for some of the more introductory kind of type stuff with a lot of these topics, rather than only the more intense, complex type discussions at times.
Dude, you literally exactly what I was thinking. Like being able to funnel some of the people, because I have some people that like every single thing, and they're like in my DMs, like, God bless you, you're doing the Lord's work, stuff like that, and like I know they'd show up. There's not a whole lot of them, but there's a handful, like maybe 20 or 30 or so. My biggest reservations were 2 things. One, I have people getting like one of the videos that I put, I had to disable comments. And some people were kind of mad about that. But it's because of the first video. The reason I even made this second video is because the first video got shadow banned because somebody went in the comments and said directed energy weapons. So as far as them coming in here and having any semblance of like we need to not say certain words, they're going to be going off the chain. You know what I mean? They're going to be typing and posting all kinds of stuff. The second thing, which is not as much of a concern, but just like, I don't want somebody who's on the fence to come in here and just get like Xanicked.
Right, of course.
I do not want that to happen. I don't want Xanick to be associated with like, and it's not, I like Xanick. Don't get me wrong. I like Xanick. He's fine. He talks a lot and he interrupts a lot, but it's fine. But I don't want like Xanick, Ruhif, any of the normal globies that just like come in and just like, oh, well, dude, sorry, but it's like, this is a fucking war. This is a war. Dude. It's a war of ideas, and I have to be real. I'm talking to the general right now. I'm telling him, like, I think if we recruit new soldiers, you're gonna turn people off pretty hard, and maybe you should be proud of that. You know what I mean? You're doing your job, I guess.
No, dude, if we had a flow. Like this particular server has always been like, there are new people that come here for sure. There is a flow of new people, but it's generally people that are kind of already in the general community of Discord and some of these other servers as well. So I don't know how much like absolute new foot traffic we have in that way. So the thing is, like, this server has always been, I mean, yeah, you've been here since the beginning. So I mean, the way that it all has been in terms of a lot of us that know each other, we've known each other for years. Many people have history, etc. And so. Right. But like, do you remember back in the day on 24/7, like back on the 1.0 server, as it were, and stuff? Like, do you remember when that's what we were doing? Like, there was lots of new people coming in,
dude,
and we were like,
the golden era. It was the fucking golden era of Flat. I hung out in VC check-in all day.
Oh, it was so fun. It was so fun.
I miss it. I miss it a lot.
I do too, man. I do too. Like, I loved all that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's no way in hell I'd send a single soul to 24/7 today. Like, that place creeps me out. I don't like what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would be super open to having people come here because of me. I don't want them to A, get the server put down, or to B, just come in and just get like, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm not concerned about the server getting shut down. I think that we have angels protecting us, so I think we're good on that. But yeah, we do need to mod and we do need to do the work. Like we need to chop wood and carry water. And the thing is, also in this next update we're going to we'll add some more mods too. And we can always add more mods. I mean, there's so many great people in this community, dude. There's tons of people that could help with modding. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, we'll just adjust. Like if that were to start happening, then we'll, if a lot of new people are coming in. I mean, it'd be good if you have a particular game plan, like, and we could talk offline as well, but if you have a particular kind of plan in that sense, like a timing of it, I can always, help in those ways as well to, in terms of the timing. I could make it a little easier, the way like to get in, you have to do the agree command thing. And like, it works really well with the bot system like that. But I do realize it as a little bit of a slowdown because some people are a little bit like, how do I do it? And it's actually kind of been perfect on this particular server because it seems like this has kind of been a little bit of a particular, I don't want to say tight knit, but it's like particular people that are kind of meant to be here. So in a way, I almost feel like that little bit of kind of process to get in here was meant to be for the time it has been. But I also realize that it might kind of slow new people from coming in as easily. And so I could switch it to where they probably just have to maybe even just click a thing, just one click or whatever, instead of having to like type it. So my point is that if it's a lot of new people, that would make it easier too. So I can like streamline that. I've planned to do that anyways, so I can do that. But if I knew that you were going to do that, yeah, dude, like I would want to fix that so it's easier for people to get in that way. That's always been a plan to kind of change the box, do that. And then we can, and then, I mean, and then having, dude, if it's new people that want to know about the earth and stuff, absolutely. Sorry, Ruhif, and you guys are not going to be able to get at those people. It's just not, sorry. Like we're not going to bring a brand new person. Now, if that person wants to debate, absolutely. Like I'm not saying that, but if they're like new in that way, then yeah, Platypus, I hear what you're saying because you want to be able to share, or you want to be able to bring people and know that they're not going to come here and just get absolutely steamrolled by someone who is like, I don't know. Is the term like professional earther a term? I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, who's got half a decade of experience in just like gaslighting and just spinning circles around people with made up numbers and shit. I'm not about that.
Here's that's bullshit. Like, how do you lie so easily, bro?
We're gonna put Negator.
Honestly, I don't think
Negator will be the first guy to check people in.
I don't think this is the platform to be having this discussion, but I will because I think this is more of like a mod meeting type thing.
Yeah.
But I will say this. So 12 hours ago, those two videos each had about 12,000 views. Right now, they're sitting at just under 50,000 views.
Wow, that's awesome.
In the last 7 days, I've had 178,000 people look at my profile. If I put this shit there, I can't say that it's going to be an avalanche, but I can say that you're probably going to get a bunch of people coming. I would
you know what else?
User-friendly as possible. Like the streamline from clicking that link on Discord, like they're on Instagram and they click that link in my profile. Like it'll say something like, "Hey, you want to come talk to people? Like come, this is an Earth Awakenings community, right?" Just say something like that, and just have the Discord link. From the moment they click that Discord link, no more than 2 or 3 clicks until they're able to get into the VC. Right. You know what I mean? It's got to be plug and play. Because here's the thing: the Instagram community is like very instant gratification. You know what I mean? Like they just want it now.
You know what we could do, man? We could even skip the voice check-in if we want. Well, it'd be a little bit. People. Yeah. Okay. Here's one way to do. Okay, I was just thinking about it. Yeah, you could do it that way. See, I was almost thinking of having like the voice check-in room. Well, it can't quite be that, but I was just thinking like you could almost have that be a live stream, where like when people first come to the server, all they have to do is just click, agree to the rules or whatever, just one simple thing, and then they instantly can go into the VC and. Maybe they will be muted upon joining, but then they could like be unmuted to ask questions or things like that. Anyways, there's a lot of ways to do it. Like you said, we could have a meeting on it, as well and discuss some of those details. But yeah, dude, I mean, I'll just say this too. Sorry if I've said a lot here in one stream, but I'll just say this as well. I've always thought the best way to do it would be to like make a video and just explain like it. Now I'm not saying you have to do this, but because Discord's a little hard to get into for some people, So I almost feel like doing like a short little video if someone were to do this and just be like, "Hey guys, like Discord is this awesome, platform. There's a lot of people that talk about a lot of these topics, and there's live streams, and there's text chats, and you can have a whole, like, connect with people and everything, and almost like kind of walk them through it, like give them like a 2-minute tutorial. Discord is a different platform. You create an account. Here's what a server looks like. You click the server. You click the thing. And almost give them like a little 2-minute tutorial, because that's the biggest thing about Discord. It's like this. It has a weird steep learning curve to it, that it's not as easy as just Instagram, like sign up and start posting pictures. Like Discord, like you have to like get on a server. Like it's not that hard for, in reality compared to real coding stuff. But I mean, it is a thing that even some people, have, what I mean? So anyways, I've just always thought that would be helpful to people, and just totally like show them how to just get in and what it actually is. So they could get over that hump of like, oh, a new platform and, all of that component. I feel like that would help streamline, bring people in as well.
Well, I'll tell you this much. My most, I don't want to use the term liberal, even though he is a liberal, but like my most NPC friend has Discord and uses it like daily. No problem.
Yeah. I just think, I know that some people just seem to have a bit of a learning curve to get into it.
Yeah. One thing I was thinking of just for great content for the Earth Awakenings YouTube channel would be to live stream the VC check-in. And do it fucking old school 24/7 style, where you say, how'd you hear about us? Why are you here? And what is your best proof for what you believe? Because, dude, that was the best content. Getting somebody to come in who's like, oh, I'm going to go talk to flat earthers. And you're like, oh, yeah, you want to talk to us? Well, first tell us what you believe. And it would just start some of the best conversations and breaking down barriers.
Yeah, dude. Awesome. Oh, I know, man. There's so many... I know, it was so fun, dude. It was so many hours in there. Exactly. And you'd get such fun, like, interactions. Yeah. If just people come in, you could ask them like, oh, how'd you hear about the server? And then, often just be like, so what do you think about the shape of the earth? You just bring that question. And then it's awesome, because it's almost like an interview. It's like you're interviewing them. Ideally, you can do it in a really chill way too, where it's like you're actually interviewing them. So they feel like they're like almost like special and they're actually being listened to. You know what I mean? And you could create like a debate vibe, but it doesn't even have to be. It could just be a more chill vibe.
Well, the way I would do it back in the day was I would let them know, I'm like, look, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm not here to argue with you. I'm really just here to hear what you have to say. And then I would ask them, do you think the earth is the ball? And then, yes or no. And I'd ask them why. And that's ultimately what would, it's very rare that they would give me an answer that I wouldn't accept. It's when they couldn't explain it. When they were like obviously there to troll or to like blast their speakers or to, scream the N-word or something like that. Like they wouldn't even be able to describe what they thought because they weren't there to talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like Sunday is generally slow on Instagram. Like my followers are like, I have analytics or whatever. It's like one of the slowest days. So usually my pattern has been Monday through Friday is like conspiracy and conspiracy comedy. I try to post like 1 to 3 times a day. Saturday is wholesome, and Sunday is usually like Christian. I do have something I'm going to post tomorrow. It could be good, but I have a bunch of stuff for next week. Just like there's so much material that we've consumed as flat earthers, being in it for like the last 8 or 9 years, and nobody else has seen it. It's old news to us. It's like, duh, no duh, it's fake. No duh, that's a harness. But people have not seen this stuff. Dude, that video of it's literally just Smooth Operator playing with that video of the guy doing the backflip and then having the U.S. Marine Corps on the ISS space station grabbing the harness. It's just a clip of that playing over and over again, and then the last one is slowed down. That's got over 50,000 views, and people are going nuts over it. They're like really getting at each other in the comments. It's crazy. They're like mad. Some people are like, how can you be so stupid? You're the problem with what's wrong with America. This is why the world's gone to shit, because you can't see what's fake. This is fake. It's right in front of your eyes. And then there's other people that are like, if you think this is fake, you shouldn't breed. If you think it's fake, you shouldn't vote, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's great. It's awesome, because for every comment, there's like 10 or 20 eyes on that comment, just like
people making up their own mind. They're going to go about their day, but they're just going to have this little seed that's been planted. Like, was that fake? That looked fake. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that looks fake. I want to believe it. I want to go to the moon, but that looked fake. And that's exactly what I'm going for.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of transformation coming. Yeah, man. I mean, absolutely. And there's so many more discussions to be had. I think a lot of people like may want to ask questions and talk with others, you know, and like there's almost nowhere to really do that when you think about it. And we know of all the platforms that even exist and you know, et cetera. So, but I mean, yeah, dude, the thing is though, is like, if you were going to do that, yeah, maybe we should, you know, maybe we should talk as well a bit more about coordinating it to a degree, because if you send new people here, because yeah, I mean, making like a 2-minute intro video, I've always thought would be cool for Discord. But yeah, I mean, obviously, even if, you know, if that's not put out there, then even just the link, of course, like just to, you know, like that, you know, if you wanted to, that technically it would be all you'd have to do is to be like, yo, if you got, you know, if you guys want a community to talk more about these things and live streams and, you know, with a lot of these related topics, et cetera, you know, boom, and then just drop the link. But if you do, the thing is like we would need like. We would need to kind of do a little bit of like basically a little bit of a transformation on this server to kind of do the update maybe with this, if you and I want to, because I mean the update's going to be happening soon, and we, you know, we could kind of coordinate it, because what I'm saying is that it's like chicken or the egg. If you send new people here now, or if you put the link in there and you got 1,000 people who come, or 2,000 or whatever, I mean, 50,000 views, I would think at least a couple hundred would click on it, if not thousands. I don't know what the rates are you're thinking the click through for if you were to put the link in, but either way, and how many would actually want to participate. But if they come here and then they hear, you know, Xanic or Negator, no offense to you guys, but I'm just saying, they hear a very heated, complex argument with people that have sound like they've known each other for years, and there's all these inside jokes and history and, you know, camaraderie. It's like going into a bar of like people that already know each other and they're all deep in conversation. You know what I'm saying? So like, where would their space be to like they could still listen? I mean, of course, like, you know, they may be enjoying the content, but I'm just saying, like, if we have like a way that, like, you know, it's you know, we have like a second stream basically, or something that's a little bit more like appealing to the public, as it were, if you know what I mean, in that way.
Yeah,
dude.
Let me do a better job of explaining to you how I would get more traction to the server. I would go about it in one of two ways. Either I'd make a video that would be a compilation of some of my most successful videos, where it's like, you know, the Do Energy Weapon video, the pandemic video, the flat earth video, the space is fake video. It would be a bunch of images of that. And it's like, yeah, you guys had a lot to say, but now you can come and you can argue with me and other people that think like me. Click the link in the description. A super short video. All my followers go and see it. And then if it gets liked, there's the chances of other people seeing it, and that brings a crowd, right? That's one way to do it. Another way to do it would be to type a debate. Be like, you guys have seen these videos. I'm going to debate so-and-so. This is who they are. This is where we're debating. Catch it at this time.
Right.
And just have a debate, and the people that hang out afterwards, that's where you're going to get, that's where we're going to get more people. You know what I mean? Aside from putting the link in my bio, be like, you know, like, hey, I hang out here. This is where I hang out. If you want to come talk to me or people like me, boom.
Yeah.
Description. That's kind of how I would. There's like subtle ways to do it where I just drop it and don't say anything, and like you'd have to go visit my profile and be like, oh, he changed his bio. Oh, look, there's a Discord link in there now.
Right.
You know, that's much more subtle. But then, you know, you can go on the attack where it's like, you know, I could screenshot some of the comments and be like, so is it fake or is it not? I'm going to debate that here, 7 p.m. Eastern time, yada, yada, yada. You know?
Yeah, man. Well, that's the thing. See, if we kind of plan a little bit together, even if you know, in a way, because the platform update here is going to be done quite soon here. And so the thing, you know, and I mean, the thing with that is that if we have we're going to add some moderators, and then if any mod can create an event, then, you know, for example, like you could create an event, you know, like you could even, depends on what you want to do it. You mean, because yeah, you could create one that's like, you could, question and answer, like come ask me questions 7 p.m. on Tuesday nights or whatever it is. Like you could do that and you could let all of your audience know that you're doing like regular, whether you want to call it a Q&A or whether you want like a debate, you and Kosho or whatever, do a debate or whatever it may be, or other people debate. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that it could be done. But I think the thing about doing this update on this platform is that, we've always kind of been in this one live stream and in the one live stream text, like in general, because like I said, it's almost been like a family. It's like we're, a lot of us that know each other for years and all that. But if, and I know Whitsitt has talked about that he thinks he may be able to bring a lot of new people here as well. And we've talked with him, same stuff you and I are talking about now, same thing, like that he doesn't want people to come here and just hear, these like, some of these like really hardcore Globe guys just doing that whole thing, that he wants people to be able to come here and actually like ask questions and, everything else. So he's in agreement as well. So, I mean, we're all in agreement with that and just in all these ways. So, my point is that Whitsitt is saying that he, may be able to, we've talked about that. But I think if we get the platform set up in this way, it's going to be easier for him to be like, all right, yeah, it's set up that way now. Because right now it's kind of, like I said, it's more in the kind of tight-knit family vibe almost. So, and then what you're talking about as well, and I mean, if you're getting like 50,000 views per video, then yeah, that's a good amount of eyes to be being put behind. It's probably about what we can handle anyways. Like we don't want like tens of thousands of people overnight or anything. Like obviously, some kind of flow where we can add mods and kind of work, kind of grow as a community, add mods and everything else. But yeah, so anyway, so doing the second live stream, that I think will just solve a lot in and of itself, because then we can have events and things going. So if a new person comes and there's the open panel and they're kind of like, okay, it's a bit interesting, or maybe they're not fully into that topic. But if there's an event happening in the other live stream, oh, there's a debate or there's whatever it may be. Again, though, we have to be able to kind of fill two live streams, because if everyone's just going to only one of them, but that kind of would have to come with the growth as well. And I think if we're having like events, people do like events, and it's always exciting. Usually every time we've done an event here, there's always 30, 40 people in VC and a lot watching on YouTube as well. So people like events, so yeah. So if we could do that, that would just right in and of itself, because then we could be having content that would also be amenable to new people.
Totally. Like I even thought of like some other ways that I could do it, where it's like, okay, the whole thing where I was explaining, like in the first 12 hours, I got about 12,000 views, and now we're 24 hours in and I'm at almost 50. I could be over 50 right now, just in the time we have this conversation. It could be well over 50. I'm not sure, because it ramps up. It gets crazy sometimes. Like, anyways, I could expect to see another 50,000 views for each video tomorrow. And if I change the description of each video, which I can go in and edit so that the next 50,000 people that see it will literally see your Discord link, like I'm not saying I'm going to do that right now, but I'm saying like I could make it move as fast as you want me to. So when you want me to do it and you want to sit down and be like, okay, this is how we'll do it, we'll schedule the event, or no, we're just gonna hit them from all fronts. We'll do it. It's fine. I'm down with it, dude. I've been literally just falling up I just yelled at the sky. I videotaped it. I posted it on the internet, and now I've got a couple thousand people who are listening to what I say. And yeah, we're just gonna see where.
Nice, dude. That's awesome. Well, I'll say this. I mean, I've been like planning to do this update next week anyways, but I mean, I could actually just plan for it for Monday, that way, just that would give me some time to finish the final parts of it. So
I would say Wednesday would be better for me. Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to be slaughtering sheep, and I'm not going to be anywhere near internet connection. Like I'm not even have my phone on me.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, yeah, like if I do it, well, the point is just to do it before. Maybe like it probably would be best if it's done before you put the link in. Maybe. I mean, even though if you do it now, it's fine too. But because I mean, even if they come now, I mean, a lot of people do figure out the agree thing for the server guidelines, like, because there are a lot of like little instructions, but not everybody reads those. So yeah, I will streamline that and make it just an easier format.
Well, okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter that much, like that. Maybe the timing exactly when you put it in. Either way, the thing is, we're going to do this update anyways. But it would be nice, like if we do the update and have the two live streams running and the events, then it just it would be set up for more new people to be coming in that sense, more so than it is now.
I would lean heavily towards an event, because when there's an event, it's not okay. So if there's an event, you have all the people that are interested at the event time. and that's great. And any content from the event gets clipped and turned into a reel and just played ad infinitum, right? If we have it as like I'm posting it on my bio and like telling people that this is where I hang out and it's a trickle, and you get 80% of them coming in and it's like 13 people with all their mics muted, you're probably not going to retain many of those people. Like they're going to come there once and never come back and uninstall Discord if they even went through the trouble to like install it or whatever. You know what I mean?
So you're saying they need to be able to come in, click on one thing, and be right in a VC ready to go?
Yeah, yes. Like I want to hype an event so that it's not like they just come in here and it's like, Rufus is playing his like Rubik's Cube game or whatever.
Kosho and Jeremy are shooting the shit.
Right.
Geo and Platypus are saying the same thing for 20 minutes. Yeah.
We're talking about taking over the world with the truth.
But this could be nipped in the butt in almost one sentence, but you guys are saying the same thing over and over. I'm saying, you don't have to do that much if you're just talking about implementing something to, take in an influx of people. Because if for some reason at any point in time you are getting a influx of people, like multiple new people at the same time, you could just transform how you do the interview room or whatever it's called, and just have it set up as like a stage type room where you have almost somebody like one of you guys presenting a bunch of stuff, and you have the new people sort of asking questions or and having dialogue with new people in that way. But that's just how you would do it if you had multiple new people coming in at once rather than just like one at a time.
Well, yeah, no, and that's precisely what I've said. We had a talk like this a few nights ago, and that's exactly what I was laying out. I was actually saying that like this server is actually set up with 3 live streams, and the original, like the design of it is that live stream 1 would be just what you're saying. It'd be a stage channel. We'd have a panel of 2, 3, 4 people, depending. Like a panel, like it might be me, it might be Flatpost, might be Jeremy, whoever. That would be like presenting information, basically, just talking about various topics and presenting information. And so it's like kind of like quote unquote introductory content, if you want to call it that, for a lot of topics and different topics and things related to a lot of topics we discuss. And then then it would be easy for them to like raise their hand on the stage or whatever and ask a question. Oh, hey, I'm new. I just heard about you guys, And like whether it's presentation style or whether it's taking questions and answers, it could be like mostly question and answers. But if there's no one asking questions, then you could just talk about topics but you'd have to have like topics though. Like if you're going to talk about the Earth, you'd have to be actually going through things. Like, you don't really want just small talk BS. Like you want to make it like a nice stream. And so, so I think Platypus, like what you're saying, like if they could, there's actually a Discord rules agree thing that actually I could use. Like we could leave the server guidelines like in the back that people could go, it's like the fine print or whatever, but I could actually just make it to like a very simple thing. And I could actually just use the Discord one probably because right when you join the server, it says, welcome to the server, whatever. And it literally says agree and continue. They have a feature for that. I don't have it set up currently, but that's all you have to do is just literally click that one thing. It's a Discord thing. It's not like a separate text channel or anything confusing. It's literally a pop-up. And then the minute they click that, we could like use the other features to like to direct them right to that stage channel, and then, like you could be in there, I could be in there, whoever is in there. But the thing about all this though, man, like we that has to be all coordinated, like we're definitely going to need to add more mods. And the thing is like, if you have a stage channel, you can't just leave it unattended. You know what I'm saying? Like there always has to be someone kind of modding it and bringing people on and off the stage. So I'm saying to coordinate all this, it would take, a bit of coordination from the community. Like maybe what we should do is like add mods and then do a mod meeting right after that. So we can really get on the same page with it all.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Okay. I've gone live on Instagram once. And I was looking at the analytics today. I went live with this random guy for like, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I had 300 viewers. So that means that at any given time, whether there was like 5 or 10 people watching live over the entire thing, it was 300 people. And that kind of got me thinking where I'm like, okay, what if I go live while I'm on Discord debating somebody and they've got the audio from Discord perfectly, right? They see me debating and they're like, I want to get in on this. And there's a little tag in the bottom that says, you can join in. You can join in and talk to me right now. Just go to this Discord link, right? That would be one way to get it, because live streaming is very difficult if you don't have someone to talk to. If you're just staring at the camera, and you're trying to like, I don't know, make a presentation or something. It's weird. There's a lot of ands and ums. Like I have no idea how to do that. The only reason I agreed to do the live stream was because it was like a split live stream where I'm having a conversation. But this dude just talked over me the whole time. It was kind of lame. I was a little disappointed. If I'm having a conversation in Discord and they can hear the back and forth and they're like, that's a crazy conversation. I disagree with that, or I agree with that. I want to get in on that. I think that would be a good way to get people too. Yeah, that's the end of my thought.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I think that's awesome, man. It's something. See, I think Discord is still like pretty advanced, actually, of a social platform in today's world. I mean, it is used a lot for gaming and whatnot, but like the way we're using it, it is pretty unique. The way that it's set up, like with the roles and the channels and stuff, and it's pretty interactive. So, like what you're saying, exactly, dude. Like that would be awesome. See, if you have like 50,000 people seeing your content, obviously and you're getting repeat views like that, people are wanting to see you and what you're putting out. So that's awesome, man. And then if you have that, you know, like you said, they're already asking questions in the comments and wanting to debate you or telling you you're wrong or whatever it is. So, I mean, depending on, you know, what you feel called to do, you know, with it. But I mean, that is an awesome thing, dude. Like, you know, because anyone who follows a content creator or whatever, you want to ask them a question or you want to, you know, that'd be sweet. Like you want to actually talk with, you know, be able to do that. So yeah, like to be able to have like a smooth streamline, like in this case with Discord, where they could come right in and be able to be unmuted and actually talk with you, you know, if it's you they want to talk to or others as well. I mean, that's awesome. And like, I think that could be very appealing, especially, and then to have the rest of the community and others to be able to connect with as well. So I think I see that's like in a lot of ways, that's where there's a lot of future energy headed in this way, because we're never all going to be able to be in person together. So
what's super weird is like the last couple months, I've been saying to my friend group that I can feel like the change coming. I can feel the birthing pains. And I was saying that for like weeks. And then I stumble up, you know, I start like a small following on Instagram. And now we're like sitting here talking about like, let's bring them here. Let's bring them to a higher level of interaction. I don't want them staring at fucking 20-second reels over and over again, scrolling. I want them engaging themselves, challenging their beliefs, challenging others' beliefs. And yeah, we've been saying this for a while. Like COVID, I believe that part of it was to halt the awakening. But what they didn't realize was that it was going to get a lot of people inside who were just going to start scouring the internet for cool stuff. And I feel like it's being super suppressed, super censored, and there's this innate desire that people have to talk about these taboo subjects that they don't have anywhere to do it. They don't have anywhere where they're going to let it happen in an organic way, in a fair way, where both sides are heard. And, you know, like, just to like go back, like sending somebody to 24/7 and just get screamed at by QE. Like, are you kidding me? There's no way.
Right.
I'm sure the Glovers are just fucking, their eyes could not roll back into their heads any further listening to this conversation. But I love you guys. I love you guys, and I want you to be here for this. You know, like this is gonna be dope. We're gonna have a good time. It's a war. It's a game. Play it.
I think the ant analogy from the other day is a good description of the war you think it is.
Well, would you okay, so like Platypus, would you ever want someone like, let's say, Kosho to be in the introductory room? Or something like that, like any globe earthers?
Oh, I would say that you use flat earthers for the check-in if we're gonna do that. I don't that at least 24/7 got that right. You know what I mean?
I agree with that, by the way. I agree.
Ruif agrees?
Yeah. Don't have a globe or anything.
Check-in. You don't need a glober in there.
You guys want them to be buttered up, and then you want to just get.
Yeah, dude, I want that too. I want that too. I want them to be buttered up, and I want people I want all the Glovers of the server to think that they've got a smorgasbord in front of them and they're just ready to devour. And I want to see people stand up for what they think is going on. I want them to make up their own minds and stand up for what they believe. I don't line them up and knock them down and see where they lie. That's what I say.
But the thing is, if we're going to kind of use the flat Earth, globe Earth kind of dichotomy, the thing is though, like in terms of this platform, it would like I would never want it to be a situation where all people cannot share their viewpoint, you know, in that sense. So like this idea of somebody new in terms of, let's say, the shape of the Earth in particular, if there's somebody brand new and, you know, of course they've already been told it's a globe and all that, but they want to talk to people, you know, about the Earth being, you know, yeah, either not a globe or being, you know, planar, stationary, flat Earth, whatever term one would want to use with it. You know, they want to actually have that. Now, if they only want to kind of just learn what we know or have those type, you know, discussions, then yeah, we will provide that. But the thing is, like, I would never want this to be, you know, cult-like in any ways, meaning that, you know, of some way of like, you know, in anything like that, which, you know, of any like kind of like some kind of like cult teaching that has to be like ingrained or anything like that. And so the thing about the globe earthers in that way, like we would always have live streams going where all the globe earthers are, everyone can be there in that sense. And so somebody who is new, because I think Jeremy had said when he first got into this, he wanted to go right to the debates. Like he didn't give a shit. I asked him about it, and he was saying that he didn't give a shit about like the fluffy, like, oh, this is what we think. Like he didn't want that. He wanted just the debates. He wanted to go right into the heat of it. But there's other people that might not want that. Like they might find that abrasive and kind of like too much. Like they actually want the more kind of fluffy learning, asking questions mode. So my point is just to say that like I would never want to like push anyone out in terms of their viewpoint when it comes to cosmology and all of that. So if we had an introductory room where globe earthers were not necessarily in, or at least not the, you know, this kind of seasoned veterans, et cetera. And it's interesting that Ruhif even agrees with that. You know, that's one thing, but that doesn't mean that globe earthers are going to be like shut out from being able to be on the server and share their viewpoints and debate with people and discuss and all of that, you know. So because it always is going to be an open, you know, free energy like that.
I'm 100% with you. I think that's something that would be we got to like nail that in a mod meeting where it's like, because that was one thing that I really liked about the VC check-in, which was I could say like, look, I don't care what you can tell me if it's a fucking donut or a square or a velociraptor shaped, as long as you've got a good reason and I believe that you're telling me the truth and you're not just wasting my time. We want to hear from you. And that was so awesome. You know, you got people of all walks, and it was a good way to just root out the disingenuous ones. And exclusivity absolutely is it draws people to it. If not just anybody can come in there, like people don't want to come into a place where it's going to be just accessible, where anyone can just scream at them and stuff like that. And we're not going to have that here. So, you know, that's dope.
But yeah, man, I mean, you know, you're free to put the link in anytime. I mean, that totally on my side. I mean, I've always said everything we put out, I mean, anyone's free to like copy any of the audio or video and reuse it or repost it or, you know, put the link anywhere. So, but yeah, dude. And I mean, we'll do this platform update soon as well and create like, yeah, have more of the events and the live stream too, as well. And then we could, I mean, if you can bring like a steady flow of new people and you like, I guess it'll kind of see how it goes. Cause I mean, if you can get it, like I can work with you as well, but I mean, I'm already going to do these things anyways on the server, but I can do everything on my end to make it the most streamlined. Like I said, I'll probably switch over to the Discord thing where all you have to do is literally click the little rules agree. It's just one click. It pops up on Discord. Like you know, that's the way to do it. So they don't have to find a text channel and be type shit, or they don't even have to find a text channel and click on an emoji. That's not even the best way. The best way is to use the Discord one. And we can have the fine print be on the actual server guidelines page of the fine print stuff. But all they have to do is just click that as a general, like, you know, just there agree to that, and then, you know, they can read the details if, you know, as well. But that still allows to have some basic stuff. I think it's got like several categories, so I can put some of the basics and all that. But yeah, dude, so I can do everything on my end to do that. But I mean, if you can bring the flow of new people, we can create that live stream right off the bat and have that to where you could actually see the results of what you're doing. Like if you do a video and we kind of coordinate it, like, but if you launch a video and you're getting 50,000 views or more, and it's just those views keep rolling, and you have the link, you know, very visible and whatever, however you do that, you know, to hear directly. And if it's easy for them enough to just create an account, click on the quick agree thing, and then they're in, even the point where I'll have to see how Discord, if it can put them right in the VC. I'm pretty sure there is a way to do that. It'll literally plop them in the VC. And, you know, you can see the results of what you're doing. Like you could launch a video, you could be literally in the VC, or you could be watching that channel and be like, oh, there's a new person, there's another new one, there's another one. And then, you know, if you go in there and ask, hey, how'd you find us? So anyways, it'd be cool to see if you could get like a flow of that going. It would be really helpful for the server as well. If you could get like some kind of flow where it's like, all right, we're getting like 8 or 10 new people a day or whatever it is, you know, that are coming in, then that would like give us the kind of seed that we would need to have that live stream, you know, where there is new people coming in, you know, towards, you know, et cetera. So yeah, there's a lot of ways it could go, but it's, yeah, there's that would be a nice synergy there.
Yeah, I want to make it so that the link is clickable, like, because you can't copy and paste from the bio. I just realized I've been like trying to figure this out. I'm new to Instagram. I'm not really good at it. Clicking around here. So like if I click on a bio, or not the bio, the description of the video.
But yeah, we want to send new people either to like a new live stream or to an event. Seems, yeah.
Yeah. Ideally. The only place I would be able to place a link that's clickable is my bio, 100%.
But yeah, man, I mean, oh yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say putting a message in like the next video that I post. If it's going to get a lot, you know, significant traction, or even a video that's I've already posted, I just go in and edit the, I could say check my bio for the Discord, just something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you put a little thing like, you know, hey guys, anyone who wants to hang out in a community, you know, whatever term you want to use, social community or research community, you know, to discuss, yeah, I mean, whether you put like, yeah, whatever topics you put in there, you know, the Earth. I mean, you could link a bunch of different, whatever your choice would be, you know, but yeah, dude, and let people know that, yeah, there's community here and we could be able to either like answer questions or, you know, have further engagement, because yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do. Like if they're just doing comments, you know, like, dude, I used to do that back in the day at the very beginning of everything. Like, dude, for years at the beginning, 2014, 2015, 2016, I mean, all I was doing was just going onto YouTube chats and just doing that, you know, and during live streams and shit. So like that was even interactive enough for, you know, at that time, you know, and then what we have now is like a whole nother level. So in terms of being able to have like voice and text and these different roles and being able to have all these different VCs and stuff. So yeah, man, we're on the crest of a big wave.
Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of ideas right now too. How I could even curate a smaller group of followers, like put out some content that's like put it in my story, right? Where it's just like, hey, if you would like do a poll, would you be willing to like come on Discord and like talk to like-minded people? Yes or no? See how many people react to that, and then maybe just yes or no, like in the poll, and then be like, if yes, here's the link, and just put the link in the story. So like that would catch my like immediate followers, and then from there I could try to get non-followers too. Like if the content's good enough, I mean, I only have 4,000 followers. My recent video has almost 50K, so it's like 40,000 people that are not following me that saw it.
Yeah, because they follow other people, and then it's like linking through them through the algorithm. So yeah, you're getting more views than you have followers, but that's kind of how it all works like that. And you know, you'll get cross followers and stuff because yeah, a lot of those people that watch it, they might just watch it quickly, and a lot of them might not click on the link if you put the link for Earth Awakenings. Like they may or may not click it, but there's going to be a percentage that do. So I mean, out of 50,000 people, you know, even if it's only 10, I mean that, you know, 10 a day. You know, but I would imagine it'd be more than that. But yeah, dude, I mean, that's the thing about like when we do this update soon, like it'll be set up to where, you know, like I said, any moderator can create an event anytime. And then anyone else can ask a moderator, like if anyone else on the server says, hey, I want to do a presentation or anything like that, they could just ask a moderator. There's also the support ticket thing. So they could submit a ticket and say, hey, you know, I want to do a presentation or whatever. So it's not just for moderators to do events for themselves. Obviously, the moderators can just create them, but anyone can do an event. So like if, let's say, just name someone random, I don't know, if whoever wanted to do an event, you know, let's say Jesse Gordon says, hey, I want to do a presentation on this and that, then, you know, yeah, like we could set that up. Like anyone on the server can do that as well. But anyway, so I'm just saying with that, with what you're talking about, I mean, yeah, dude, you could actually have like, if you want to do like an actual question and answer or like that kind of thing, like your own event like that, you could do that. You could even put the link to the event in your video. That's the other thing. Like you could launch the video. Now, I don't know how quick the views come in or how that works, but like, let's say between like 6 p.m. and 10 p.m., you're going to launch it at 5:30 and then the event starts at 6. So they're getting a link in the video they're watching. They're seeing the link to the event that's live now with you there from like 6 to 10. So that would be interesting to see if you could get like a flow of like fresh people coming in, and then you're actually doing an event, where you're there and you can get people to come in who want to like ask questions or continue the conversation. So instead of them doing a comment on the video and it kind of gets lost in the mix or whatever, they can literally come in and ask the question right there, or debate or discuss, or So yeah, man, that's the thing about having multiple live streams that are live as well. We can even open the third one if needed as well. So, and even do more than 3 in the future as well, but you could do up to 3 right now. So
Yeah, dude. There's a lot of options here, for sure.
Yeah, did I hear you mention like the new wave before?
The new wave?
Yeah, I thought, Gio, did you say that sort of phrase, like the new wave?
I think I said that, yeah.
That sounds...
Yeah, well, I'm seeming to like notice that there seems to be a new wave. If you're talking about like flat earthers or just people coming to the conversation, right?
Yeah, and just that truth, a lot of these truth topics, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing this wave because I started a flat Earth Melbourne group, Melbourne, Australia, like probably 6 years ago, and like nobody would join it, and now all of a sudden, I'm getting 20 a day, 20 or 30 people join this group a day.
Nice.
Yeah, it seems like, and just I'm in a country town, like a few thousand people, 4 hours away from Melbourne. And it even seems like the country town, the people here are all starting to like basically question all of these topics to do with like the earth, the nature of reality. It's definitely a new wave coming along, guys. I reckon that COVID thing, or I'm probably not allowed to say the word here, but that whole thing kick-started it off.
Thank God.
Yeah, it definitely did. It seemed to. Well, I think they did it to kind of slow it down, and it actually had an opposite effect. So that's a very good point. And yeah, I think Witsit was saying a few weeks ago, he was saying that he thinks that we're coming upon like another 2015 moment, like another huge wave, like almost like the idea we were talking about that night, like the second major wave. You know how like in music they'll have, like the chorus and then the major, they'll have all the different parts. So it's like if there was like the first passage from 2015 that we're reaching like the next major point, the next major wave, and we're going to hit that, which would make sense. Like Saturn's cycle is a 7-year cycle. So we would be.
Well,
it's going to be where we were.
It's going to be sort of a little bit harder to notice, right? Because they're basically controlling the like the information that say Google or YouTube or anything is putting out there. Like even Facebook groups and stuff like that, they're suppressing the numbers. Am I correct? So it's going to sort of be harder to notice in the analytics online, but for me as well, just in the everyday reality. It also seems like, general people don't like discussing, maybe it's just me, around me, but it seems like even strangers, you don't see them talking about space as much, like blabbering on about, like planets and distances, and I don't know. Is that just my imagination, or people sort of talking about that sort of stuff less?
Yeah.
Many people are not interested in that.
Makes sense. I think they're losing interest, as they've probably heard a lot of the stuff too about, with the BS of it.
Yeah, like we'll be there and this time, we'll be there and this time, we'll have this at this time, and then it just keeps on going over and over again, and they never really get anywhere, and the vision gets faker, and so people are just subconsciously not excited about it.
No, they're demoralized and exhausted. There were aliens. There was an alien report on the news yesterday or 2 days ago. Nobody cares. Nobody bats an eye. You know, a town in America that nobody's ever heard of has a hurricane or a flood, and thousands of people are out of their homes. Nobody cares. This is the demoralized era. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
I saw this thing last night. Like, apparently South Africa, like the whole country has got like a couple of hours of power a day. So like restaurants and, you know, like all businesses, including homes, like they're just 2 or 3 hours a day of power.
That's wicked. That's insane. Wow.
Apparently that's been going on for quite a while too. And like, I don't even know anyone here that's even spoken about it.
Yeah, flat-side streams get cut short because he gets power cut.
Beer Man's come in here several times and shared details. Yeah, he's going through it. So yeah, he's frustrated too. It sounds like he's in South Africa. So yeah,
that's so rough. Where just like your environment deteriorates around you to the point where it's like you're like, okay, so I just move. What do I do? Do I like leave my home because I only get 3 hours of electricity a day? That's insane.
Might have to, yeah. I mean, people are moving because like the wildfires, which is I think what they want, but yeah, there's a lot of things like that.
Okay.
The thing about here, dude, like when it's wildfire season where I'm at, like you have to have a generator, you know? You basically just have to because your power is likely going to go out, you know, and then and the altitude around here, there's huge snowstorms as well. But even just the wildfire situations, like you can be without power for quite some time. So times have changed. Yeah. And a lot of people have moved out of California, certain areas because of some of these things too. Yeah. Just not even wanting to deal with that.
Dude, I think that's a whole psyop to get people out of the best part of America. And I'm sorry for everybody that lives not in California, but it's so beautiful here. It's so fucking gorgeous. Oh my God.
I know. No, they're absolutely trying to get people out, like in a way. Yeah.
It's working.
Dude, that whole time I've gone through some huge power outages living in Northern California, like some just long ones, like 2 weeks power outage. It's insane. And these are like nice areas and stuff. So it's not like it's insane. Yeah. So, but dude, every time those happened, there's one during the whole scamdemic thing. That was brutal. They were doing all kinds of shutoffs. But anyways, the thing is with that is, when it was happening, I totally felt like it was purposeful. Like it was like planned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, COVID was a simulation. It was a simulated training exercise that was going to last for more than 30 months or whatever it was.
Well, I was going to say this real quick because we're talking about like being like the crest of a wave and like all of this happening. I was just going to share this. It's kind of jumping back to that for the moment. But okay, so real quick, I'll try to be as simple as I can, and I know that it's okay. So astrologically, when two of these luminaries or two of these planets align, like there's energies that take place during that time. So like we had a Saturn and Pluto alignment during the whole pandemic, like from 2020 through the whole thing, Saturn and Pluto were aligned. Now, I won't go into detail of how Saturn and Pluto links to the pandemic, but it's totally connected to the themes of lockdown and constriction and restriction and all of that, the distancing and the whole shutdown. Okay, so just without going into too much detail, I'm just saying that we're coming out of that. That has passed. And in fact, usually when these things get about 15 degrees away, 15 is when they start to fade away, when it's 15 apart. And when it gets within about 15 to 20, it's called the orb. It's how many degrees they are. So right when the Saturn and Pluto from the whole pandemic thing, right when that got about 15 to 20 degrees, the pandemic ended. Just boom, like it virtually did end. Like it was right around those few months where the main part of it ended. Okay, now that being put aside, so we just moved through that. Well, one of the next major alignments we're going into for the next year, about 14 months, is Jupiter and Uranus. And these two principles together are the archetype of some of these things we're talking about, like massive expansion, even like unbridled expansion, because Jupiter is the principle of expansion, and then Uranus is the principle of liberation. So just using those two words, like liberating, expansion, those are two ways to describe Jupiter and Uranus. Uranus is also revolution, rebellion, breakthroughs, like dramatic breakthroughs, technological breakthroughs, advancements in technology, because it's all the new, the different, breaking up the status quo. All of that is Uranus, and then Jupiter is the expansion. So when they come together, it's an incredible energy for new beginnings and new launchings and huge expansions in various ways. So I just say that to say that we're headed into a fairly rare it's a conjunction, so it's the most potent alignment as well. It's like when there's an eclipse, the sun and moon, that's a conjunction. So that's what this means. Jupiter and Uranus are right next to each other in the sky. So anyways, I just wanted to say that, like, talking about what's coming and big things coming, like in the sky in terms of that archetypal dynamic, literally big things are coming. Jupiter, Uranus. We don't know what it's going to be yet. I could describe, the Jupiter Uranus archetypes. We could look at previous Jupiter Uranus alignments and see the occurrings of those times. But unless we're psychic, there's no way to know exactly how it's going to play out. But we do know that that's the weather, in a sense. That's the sky clock weather in terms of the archetypal, energies that will be very active and present. So I think that's something tremendous to look forward to. And we're in about 15 degrees right now as we speak. We're 15 degrees. So it's like I said, 15 to 20 is when it gets activated. So it's already been activated for about a month, very lightly. But when it gets within 15, it really starts to cook. So from here forward, we're going to be in it for the next, 12 to 14 months. So strap in, saddle up.
That's what's up, man.
I'm so excited. I can't wait. Well, no, I can wait. I'm excited for it to happen as it happens.
Well, it's really going to start to peak near the end of this year. That's when coming into, like, we're already 15 degrees. It's going to be 10 degrees. Now these things go retrograde, so they, like, for example, looks like in October, both of them go retrograde. So that it makes it extend longer. But we're basically at the beginning of it. I would say 15 degrees is always when it seems to get that. When we look at, like, previous historical periods, and you look like the Uranus Pluto of the 1960s was, that 15 to 20 is very solid, and 15 seems to be the main kind of start point. So so I think it could be a very exciting time for breakthroughs in many ways.
Maybe that has something to do with moon landing, since we landed on the moon back then, and we're going to land on the moon again this time in the same era. And before, they
did the moon landing thing during a Jupiter Uranus, but I said this 1960s. I said Uranus and Pluto, so it's the Uranus of the rebellion liberation. But in the 60s, for the whole decade, 10-year period, because Uranus and Pluto is a longer cycle, lasts for like 10 years. So that was literally the whole decade of the 1960s. But in 1969, Jupiter came in to align with the Uranus-Pluto. So it's a triple conjunction. So they all lined up together in 69, because Jupiter moves faster, obviously, so it's not going to be there during the whole decade. So yeah, you're right, Kosho. In 1969, Summer of Love as well, you had a Jupiter, Uranus, Pluto, totally characteristic of that time. And you're right, the Jupiter, Uranus, those two were present during that moon landing event. Now, if you think it's real, then it fits that. And if you think it's fake, it still fits it, because it's still the archetypal idea of going to a far out. It's the expansion of Jupiter and the technological breakthrough of Uranus. So it still fits that. Whether you think it's fake or not fake, it still fits it. But yeah, they definitely, I think, planned it at that time. And you're right, we're headed into another conjunction. So it would make sense that there would be a rhyming, echoing thing that they may do with a moon landing, because it's connected to that 69 moment.
Yeah, conjunction, junction. What is your function? Indeed. Hey,
it's also in a trine. It's actually in a trine to Pluto as well, which is 120 degree. So that it actually is. It's Pluto's in there as well. So are they planning to do a moon landing thing? I guess if they are, then it's definitely going to. Yeah. In the next year.
In the next 14 months, indeed.
Yeah, I'm not up on it. The next one, they're supposed to send people, but they're not going to get out on the moon or some shit.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. But what I had to say was more controversial than that, even.
All right,
it's based on something I heard you say, and I heard the other gentleman say. He sounded like he was Australian, and it was about this wave. You said there was a wave that you could see coming and you said it's like the second major wave, and it had me thinking.
Well, Anthony
on a
was
lot of,
yeah, that was Anthony.
yeah, right. But yeah, so there's a lot of conversations we have in here where there's other gentlemen who are asking us, do you think a wave is a thing? Do you think it's just an action word? But you guys were just describing a wave as if it were a thing. Am I wrong? Talking about seeing it, talking about a second major thing, right? So can we agree that
Well,
waves can indeed be things?
I'm not saying that. No, what I mean by a wave is like an influx of focus, energy, people waking up to new ideas, being aware, thinking in new ways, like new paradigm shifts, truths coming out, people being more open to truth, people being less resistant and ridiculing, people looking into things more, people being more interested, like actually having intrigue to be like, oh, I want to learn more about this, that feeling. Because like that's what happened in 2015 when you think about it. I mean, yeah, there were content creators that were putting out content, but I mean, there was a huge amount of interest in flat Earth. A huge amount of people were. That's why it was like one of the highest search terms, and like, was it 2016? It was like one of the highest search terms on all of Google. So I mean, there was a huge interest, in that way too. So when I say a wave, that's what I'm talking about, like a wave of interest. Yeah. It's not. I'm not talking about a physical wave in that way. And is the wave a thing? That's kind of a whole other conversation. But no, I mean, a wave is what something does.
No, you're right. It is. Well, you're right about that as well. And you're right about the whole other conversation thing. But I do got to say, even in the way you described it, it is a different way. So that's another way of using the word wave, in the conceptual way that you're saying, like an event or a point in time. But those also, I would agree, are also things. Wave is one of those words, sort of like, what's another example? Like drive. Drive is another word that can be used as a verb, and it can be used as a noun. Like you can talk about a drive, and you can talk about driving somewhere, and you can talk about waving, and things can wave, but there's also things that are waves. Like a wave is a thing. So it gets argued a lot in here. People aren't agreeing on that, but that's I think it's kind of, in some sense, obvious. But, I try to catch you. Actually, I was really just trying to fish for something controversial because you guys were patting each other on the back for a while.
We're vibing high. You got to bring the vibes down.
Yeah, well, that's why, because you have to remember, I was the one who it started because of something I said. I said something very quickly, and then you guys went on for an hour. And then I came in the middle. I said, guys, this could be summed up in one sentence. And I said it, and then you guys went on some more. But I get it. You were vibing. I get it. It is cool. It's a whole cool thing,
Well, Platypus was talking about putting the link to the server in his
yeah,
and having new people, and Witsit and I, we talked about that as well. And then just the wave, like Anthony was saying that he's seen that as well.
It's true. I think the different social media outlets, or not social media, what do you call them? Like
platforms.
Yeah, platforms. Yeah, there's definitely each new one that pops up. There's like an emergence of kind of flat Earth content, and definitely new people who weren't introduced to it before, kind of become big names for a little bit. Like, who was that chick? Who was that chick that was on TikTok or whatever?
Yeah, she got I forget her name, but she got like bullied heavily, and they like went after they were calling her workplace, and yeah, I guess a bunch of the Globe people like just went after her. Kind of messed her up. I heard a little bit. Like, did you hear about that? Yeah, I mean, Witsit I think said more about it. I don't know the details, but I think it's like she got like trolled and harassed, and I don't know what else, but
yeah, that's not what I'm going for. Like, I've gotten enough mean comments, I think, for a lifetime at this point, and I'm sure there'll be more. I'm fine with it, but I definitely don't want to set up any situations where like somebody new comes in, and then another new person comes in, and one of those people is curious, and the other one is absolutely toxic and like starts messing with people. But I guess
yeah, dude. I mean, the thing about like even with this server, like right now, like there's really only like 10 or 20 toxic individuals. and I'm just saying that in a very generalized sense and using the term toxic very generalized, but it's, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying just like ban them or anything necessarily, but I'm just saying like, it's actually not that many. When you think about all the people actually here, it's actually a fairly small handful in that way. So that is a thing, dude. I mean, if we're going to have an influx of new people as well, like, it's tough. I mean, with the Glober stuff, like, yeah, I mean, I don't ever want to like shut down people's perspectives and being able to debate and share their viewpoint and hash all these ideas out. But I think we all know what I'm referring to with, I mean, there's toxic individuals, if you want to use the term flat earth, on the flat earth side as well. Like there's individuals that are totally toxic. Like you were saying, you were mentioning, you want to a new person in to just be called a string of 25 insults in a row by QE and then banned.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the fact that 24/7 became that place was so eye-opening because I had already left, like right around the time they made him a mod. I dipped, and just that it became that place, and then became like a ghost town. That was just like, whoa. We had like our height was like the Memulus video being released, and all those people joining. There were so many people in that first server. It was crazy. And then, that was the height, and then the downfall. I don't know where it's at now. It's like I don't even. I'm not even a part of that server. I don't think on this. Let me see. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly have my thoughts on all that too because I went through it all. We all went through it together, and yeah,
dude,
man.
That was crazy. They did you so dirty, bro. That was another reason I fucking left too. Holy smokes, I forgot about that.
Well, that was us, dude. Like, yeah, because that happened. Remember that day? You're like, that's it. It was you. You were like, you started it basically because you were like, I'm putting my foot down. This is bullshit. Like what you started with had nothing to do with me. Like it was just this bullshit. I mean, we're on live streams. So we don't have to go into all the details. But I just remember I hope you don't mind me saying that, but I just remember you were like, I remember you went into that. I hope you don't mind me saying, but yeah, you went into like the admin mod room. You're like, that's it. We got to have an impromptu mod meeting right now. Yeah, man, that was cool.
Because who the fuck is CJ? Who the fuck are you, dude? I was fucking wigging out at that dude. I was like, I'm sick of this. This is crazy. Like, who are you? Why are you running the server like this? Why are you it's like you're trying to drive people away.
Right.
Oh man, dude, that was a crazy time. That was the end for me.
Yeah. Well, he came in after that 2.0 thing. So yeah, exactly. Like he was never, dude, his name was like Cogdis Pitbull back in originally. And he was never on voice. He was always only in text. And he was always like in the Cogdis room. But he wasn't like talking to those guys and like getting them out of there. He was just like kind of messing with them and like leaving them in there. And that was kind of what he did for like months or like a long time, like, on the 1.0 server. I mean, I don't know if I should say this on live stream. It doesn't matter though, because it's kind of public information, but I mean, dude, he sent me a link. Like he had a server. It was very weird, man. Dude, he had a server that like he linked several of us mods like at the time. And all I'm going to say, dude, is like, it was a server that had like hundreds of rooms that all had names, like code names. They were like 5274 C Alpha and like a bunch of like code names. And he said he was like developing bots to like filter trolls. So he had this whole thing on trolls. Like he was all like into trolls and trying to figure out how their minds worked and like, but he wasn't trying to like help them. Like he wasn't like trying to free them from whatever or get them back in the convo. He was like studying them or something. And he had this whole server. I ended up leaving that server because I was on it at one point. I almost wish I hadn't left it because I was like, oh, I wonder what all those I'd like to look at it a little bit more, even though I don't even care. I don't want to be anything associated with that. But I don't know. Just saying, yeah. And it's just there was just one time after one of the mod meetings, and him and I were talking. Him and several of us were talking for hours. And he linked us to this other server, and he was just kept telling us how he's into the like all of that. And a lot of us were just like, what? Like we didn't really understand what that was all about at the time. At the time, at least, I didn't, but I do now.
Well, you remember the Ether 9000 bot that monitored the entire server that he controlled?
Yeah.
The profile picture, me and some other members like scalped that picture out of his profile picture that he put for the Ether 9000 bot, and there was only like one match on the internet, and it was this like really creepy website about like can't remember exactly what it was called. I think it was like Metatron something.
Yeah,
like
it was Metatron. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Metatron, and it was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna go into all the details, but it was fucking weird. And that was that.
Well, there's like a shape called the Metatron. It's like a geometric thing, and that's what I remember too. Like that was the profile pic, and what was so wild about that, and that was actually the time that we were on the server, like for a long time. And I think at one point someone had pointed out, but do you remember all that stuff about like Metatron? I'm not even saying any of this is or isn't true. I'm just saying this is all like kind of stuff that, you know, all those like rumors and ideas of like Metatron was some like flat Earth kind of, you know, maybe Flat Earth Society or some kind of like controlled operative group. And people used to say like Mark Sargent and all this stuff, you know, that whole phrase Metatron. And there was all those like people had linked it. I'm sure like if Riggs were here, he would probably, because he probably knows more details about it, for example, you know, than, because I know some, but I never really studied that stuff that much. But I did see some of those, because that was a whole thing in the community. Like there were videos done on it and people linking. Anyways, and then yeah, to see that they actually use that for their bot, it's I mean, is that just a coincidence that like there's this whole claim of, remember Human Sheeple used to be like, you're Metatron. Like when he got ownership of that 1.0 server, he was calling everybody Metatron shills and shit. He was banning people like, you're a Metatron shill. And then they make a 2.0 server, and their bot, the main bot that controls the server, has a Metatron logo. What's up?
Okay, well, here's what it was: is that when Human Sheeple did that, after the new server, the 2.0 was created, anyone coming in saying you're a Metatron shill looks like who? Human Sheeple. Honestly, it was the perfect coup. It was like that Mimulus video hit, and whoever was like monitoring the server to make sure it didn't get too big was like, okay, we got to pull the plug on this. And they had to do it in a way that was like really inconspicuous. Human Sheeple, that's not even his real voice. I found him on BitChute. He doesn't even sound like that. He's a complete actor.
Yeah, he's got a British accent. Remember we found that? Yeah, dude.
Yeah. That whole thing to me, in hindsight, just seems like controlled demolition.
Yeah.
And they did a great job. Like my hat goes off to them. They did an excellent job as far as like sabotage goes.
Well, yeah. You know what else is wild about it is, I mean, call them coincidences, call them what you will, but that server, the 1.0, right before Sheeple got the ownership and that all happened, the whole combustion and the eruption of it, it was just under 33,000 members.
I remember. I 100% remember that.
It was like 32.8 or 32.9. I don't know the exact number, but it was literally just about to kick to 33.
Yeah, it was like sacrificed to 33. It was, dude, I know. There were so many weird things that happened with that.
And you remember who, I mean, this is all public information, even though this shit all happened behind the doors, but everybody knows what went down, and it all went to the rest of the community and shit. But so Human Sheeple got the ownership. There was all this, it was like 48 hours of deliberation, and many of us were up all night. Like it was total rager. For days, people were up. It was so intense, and all these ongoing talks. And these were all like in the background. These were not on the live stream. These were like in the mod chats or whatever. And then at the peak of it, you know, back then he went by Meme Warvet. I don't know. Now he's Memulus Auroris, or, you know, that admin. He purged like 15,000 members. You know how on Discord you can click purge and you can just kick like a shitload of members? You remember when that happened? He literally like purged like 15,000 members. So the number went from 32 all the way down to like 14 or whatever it was, 13 or whatever, you know? And so, yeah, that Meme Warvet like did that. He like just purged half the server, you know? So it definitely was not going to get to 33,000 at that point.
Yeah. I mean, everybody had an excuse to destroy the server. No matter whose side you were on, you had an excuse to have it destroyed. It was perfect. But
see, it almost seemed like they the thing is though is like it ended up turning into that other thing that Sheeple made or whatever, because everybody left. You know, all the real people kind of left, and it was only just like teenage trolls or whatever that were still there. And so he kind of turned into like a Minecraft server, but it didn't seem like that. Cause dude, like the whole thing that went down, like he had ownership for like a week, I remember. And everybody was just going along like all was normal, even though Sheeple had like the ownership. And then I think it was me that like, I still have the message saved actually in my folder where I wrote a message in the admin mod chat. And I was like, you guys, I was like, server's been taken over by someone, like what's up, so I kind of spurred like the conversations that led into that 2 or 3 day thing by that message that I typed. So the minute after I typed that in the admin mon chat, everybody just started talking. It was like a waterfall of conversation, and then that went to the VCs. So I'm just saying that like whatever that all was, it seemed like in a way it was maybe whoever did it, whatever the deal is, they wanted it to maybe go along as it was, and then have Sheeple kind of, because he was already kind of making a joke of it, like for that week that, remember, he called himself the most flat, and he made a role that was the most flat, and he put that at the very top of everyone else, and then he's like muting mods and banning mods and doing all this stuff. So like it almost seemed like he was wanting to run it as is, being that like new character that he was. And he was like doing these weird like gauntlet things where he would bring like a mod into a room, and he'd be like, bow to me and call me the most flat. And if you didn't bow to him and call him the most flat and say that you'll do whatever he wants or whatever, he just banned you. It was intense. And he went through one mod at a time, bring him into the gauntlet, demanding that they bow to him because he's the most flat and that they call him the most flat, literally out of a movie. And that really happened. That happened.
I know. He did that to me. He brought me in and I told him to kiss my nuts.
Dude, at the beginning of all that, he banned me. I mean, I was unbanned like 2 hours later, but he banned me because this is right when he took the server over. I went right into the VC and I just asked him, I was like, so Human Sheeple, why'd you take over the server? And he just banned me just for asking him that. Yeah. And then I was unbanned like an hour later, but it was crazy, man.
Good times.
But then it was like everybody left, and then it's like those guys made a second server. Yeah. And then they brought CJ on to be admin, which is, I will just say, like that choice in a way, like I said, this is all like public information within the community, but I mean, that is what happened. That is the facts of it. That's when CJ became an admin or whatever. And the thing is that, like I said, he wasn't very active at all as a mod. I mean, dude, you were there every day during those times. I mean, wouldn't you agree that there was at least 10 mods that were active and, regular and, all that stuff, that would have been likely to be moved to admin. Whereas CJ was like this really quiet guy that no one really knew who he was. He never really shared his story. He never really talked to anybody. He only was kind of in the cog dis chats or whatever. So it was kind of a shock in a bit, like, how that, like, why they just brought one person into admin and CJ. And I think it's just been the same ever since.
Yeah, they just killed it, dude. It's like, I almost wish I was in the server so I could see what it looks like right now, but sure it's pretty much empty.
Yeah, I'm not over there either. I mean, people say, yeah, they get like 10, 20 people in their VC on occasion, but I think sometimes maybe there's also, it's quiet. I think it's quiet. Maybe Helio plays music or something, and maybe they have like 10 or 15 on their YouTube, I think. So, I mean, they're still going, but for having 30,000 members, I mean, it seems like,
yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes, dude. I remember I'd go in and it's like, you wouldn't even know which room to join. There's so many people, so many different rooms filled up.
Oh, dude, before that whole takeover happened, like you said, when that Memulus video came out, remember when we had 3 voice check-ins? I think it was called VC check-in. We had 3 VC check-ins, all maxed out at 99 people each. And that's just for check-in. And that was from one video of a guy named Memulus who had about 3 or 4 million subs. So he did have a good amount of subs, but I wonder how many views that video is still up on YouTube actually, but it was a video about like Flat Earth Discord servers, and he had 3 or 4 million subs. He did that video, and we got like 20,000 new members within like a week or two.
Yeah, it was crazy. And the video had like 1.2 million views, I remember, something like that at the time. Like, it was pretty good.
I mean, that was actually an overwhelming. I mean, if that happened here, we could handle that. We could definitely add mods. I mean, there's enough of us in this community. We absolutely could handle it. But yeah, ideally going a little slower would be a little bit smoother.
Well, here's a thought. If we could have all of our mods just be on it, like if you hear a good, back and forth between members in the live stream and have them clip it and send it to me, I can put together a Flat Earth Discord post and then have the link to the server. That might be it, just getting some people, like hearing people go back and forth in the server, like everybody knows they're on the live stream right now. I mean, maybe people will think twice about the way they speak if they know that it could be clipped and then seen by thousands of people, but we'll see. And then, yeah. I mean, that could work.
Yeah. I heard like the main part of it, but I was distracted for a second. Say it one more time if you don't mind. Like,
okay, so the Memulus video went viral because a bunch of people were like, "Wait, there's a bunch of people on Discord talking about flat Earth," and they heard a bunch of sound bites from it, right? And there was some, funny imagery with it as well. Well, if we did one where, like, anybody that hears a good interaction on this server wants to go to the live stream, wind it back and clip it, and then send it to me, I can add imagery to it and make it into a reel and put it out there because people are going to, people will see it.
Dude, that would be great. That would be awesome, bro. Like, I mean, see, I'm not much of a computer editor, like in a sense. Like, I can do editing. I've done it before, but
I don't own a computer.
It's not really my specialty. Because, dude, it's not my specialty. But, bro, there is so much. I mean, we have over 1,000 videos, 1,000 12-hour videos. So it's over 12,000 hours, et cetera. So, I mean, there is like tons of content. And yeah, it would be quite a task to go back. But, dude, there are so many good clips that could be pulled out and done that. What you're saying, that would be awesome for sure. Like, that would actually be a great thing, like just in general, like to have. But if someone like has that skill, I mean, we should put the word out if anyone can do that, because if they can do the video, you could then post it and then we could coordinate things on the server in terms of new people. Because yeah, dude, like, I mean, that's been blowing up on TikTok. Like, there's a lot of people talking about even that term flat Earth. Like, there's a lot of people talking about flat Earth in that way. That guy. Oh, what's his name? Coach, you remember that guy that he's got blonde hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Logan Paul.
No. I know who you're talking about. I think I follow him on Instagram.
Yeah, just his name. I'm just forgetting his name at the moment. Yeah, he's like kind of like Witzit's mentioned him. I mean, he's what is his name? No one knows who I'm talking about?
What's his deal? I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear you describe. Like, I didn't hear your description.
It doesn't even matter. There's a guy on TikTok. He's like a young, like attractive looking kind of guy with blonde hair. I mean, I would think women would probably think he's attractive, although that's not like his main. I'm not sure that's his main shtick. I'm just saying he is easy on the eyes overall, and he's got a nice smile, and he's got kind of just a youthful vibe and all that. And I mean, he's probably he's probably in his 30s or something. He was on with like Jeranism and Witsit. They've done stuff. Oh, I'm just forgetting his name right now. But he basically he's been deleted by TikTok several times. But every time he builds his account up to like 300,000 followers, and then they delete him, and then he gets 300,000 more. My only point is that like that's the thing, kind of platypus, like you're saying. It's like he does, he says like a couple things about Antarctica or the curvature or whatever, and it's got a little imagery with it, and people dig it because it's just short, quick information. It's good.
Yeah, this is Caleb FE, right?
Yeah, Caleb, that's his name.
Caleb, that's it. You got it. Thank you.
Yeah, he's hot.
Yeah. Oh, he's
massive
physically.
Massive cock.
Are you going to add him to your weekend wish list?
Slide into his DMs. No, I've seen his stuff. It's pretty good. It's a little like, hey guys, have you heard of this? Like,
yeah,
this. Have you heard of a thing called Bigfoot? It's kind of just like, all right, dude. I'm not. Like, I get it. There's people out there that need to have the information presented to them, like, because they're just not there yet. But I kind of want to do something a little more like you've been in the game a little bit. I mean, just my content personally, like nothing to do with bringing people to the server or anything, but like my content, I want to make people laugh. I want people that are familiar with like what I would call, your B tier conspiracies, which is like 9/11, fluoride in the water, all that stuff. And then I want to take them to like S class. I want to be talking about the dues. I want to be talking about the redacted. You know what I mean?
For sure, bro. I mean, the other thing we can do, like even with the censorship issue as well. So we're going to start streaming to Rumble in this next platform update. And I think Rumble is pretty, as far as I've heard, like non-censored. Although, I mean, stuff, yeah, I'm not sure. But I think, aren't they pretty much like pretty good on that so far? Or are they doing any censorship there? But my point is, like, if we stream to there, there's also Odysee, which I think is virtually no censorship because it's like on a blockchain. But we do have the Telegram channel, although we don't use it that much. But we could use the Telegram channel and stream from there and be totally uncensored. Like we could have the Telegram voice channel going and we could talk about anything and we could stream that to Rumble or Odysee. But even on this server, we could have, like, we could use like Livestream 3, for example, and we could just have Livestream 3 running to Rumble and Odysee all the time as well, where we could talk about totally uncensored. It's an option. Although that room might not be filled all the time, then it'll be dead air. There's all those questions. But the only thing is that because we're on Discord, we just have to make sure not to necessarily put stuff in text that I guess is against Discord's whatever. So I don't know if we did that. I'm just saying we could have a voice channel. In theory, we could have a voice channel on this server that could be audio completely uncensored. Because as far as I know, Discord doesn't really monitor their voice channels.
Well, here's
I'm not saying we're trying to evade Discord TOS or anything. I would say we still need to stick to Discord TOS. However, some of the topics that are kind of filtered by YouTube, those are the ones that are, you know what I mean, like that we could then have more freedom if we're streaming to Rumble or whatever. But again, just we would maybe have to not have a text channel for it, or somehow ask people, make sure people know not to post stuff, which is going to be hard to moderate.
Well, there is a silver lining to that, and that is that the people that are already here know not to say certain words, and we've all kind of figured out a way to use code word to where a person that's never been here with zero context could listen to our conversation and understand what we're talking about, which I think is really cool because that kind of normalizes getting around the algorithm and just being creative and, saying the thing without saying it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And that's helpful for posting too, because like I can't say directed energy weapons in a video. I can't have anyone, follower or non-follower, type those words into a comment or the video gets shadow banned.
Yeah.
Dude, it's crazy. The original video I posted, like I said, it stopped at 6,000 views. In the last 24 hours, it's only gotten like 2,000 views from the runoff. But the video I made, which is the exact same fucking video with my face in it, just saying, I can't say what this is. And then I show like some logos that have the 3 words in it. That has almost 50,000 views. And I posted it like right after. What's funny?
Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
Dude, yeah, totally, man. That's awesome, and that'll keep. Yeah, it's a good amount of viewers, man. So yeah, if we put the link, yeah, man, that could. There's a lot of possibilities to be able to, but we have to kind of restructure things in a way that's more approachable for new people. Because like I said, mostly this live stream has been a lot of these people have known each other for years, and a lot of the in-depth discussions. Hey, Ruhif, by the way, you said earlier that if we have like an intro room for new people that are coming, to kind of either ask questions or see what's going on, etc., you actually agree to not have globe earthers in there. I'm surprised. What that almost sounds like you're on the side of the Earth being not a globe. Like you actually want people to
well, get them in the check-in, ask them what they think, prepare them for the ass tearing they're gonna get. I think it's a good idea.
And if you were me, would you let them go through whatever you just described? Would you let them be exposed to that?
No, like have a buffer between checking in and being thrown into the debate.
But then, like I said, it's as easy as right now there's not an influx of people coming in. Like right now, there's no new people in the chat room, weight room, or whatever. But if you ever had something like that where you had multiple people coming in at the same time, you would just set up a structure so that somebody, instead of somebody going in to check people in, you'd have somebody going prepared to have like a powwow or a sort of like an introductory I don't know, like not a course or something, but where you just kind of have a presentation, like you have them presenting shit and having a dialogue with groups of people to get them kind of introduced to it in your way. But yeah, I don't think you don't need a Glober to do that.
Yeah, but dude, the thing is, there's a lot of the Globe guys. I mean, it can get pretty toxic, like the idea of like some new person, with some of you guys that, like Platypus was saying. I mean, I'm not saying you guys, but there are some individuals that, I mean, I'm not okay. There's on all like quote unquote sides of a discussion, especially when there's opposing ideas. There's going to be ones that are more toxic, ones that are less, and so on. But at the same time, though, that's the thing. Though, at the same time, like if you don't want to have a cult-like energy, that's just that you want to actually have the open dialogue, then yeah, I mean, the idea of having new people come in, and if they want to debate, like I said, Jeremy told me when he first got into a lot of these discussions, he wanted to debate. So if it was okay, if he came to a new server, like the way I was saying the server was originally set up, it was 3 live streams. I don't know if I finished saying that. The first live stream is kind of an introductory. You can ask questions, to various, we'd have to decide as a group, like what information is being shared in the introduction and so on. And just a way that introduces people to, a lot, various topics and things that we discuss and so on. And then live stream 2 would be like, like a podcast style, or like not necessarily podcast, but more the style where it's like chill. It's not debate style. People are just, able to, either like ask questions, explore topics, like we're in that mode a lot on this server. And then this live stream. And then the live stream 3, for example, could be more the debate one. Like that could be where the more debate kind of style, where people want to have that type of style. And like I said, Jeremy, when he got into this, he would have maybe gone right to live stream 3. Like he might have skipped the introduction, he might have skipped the kind of chill one, and he might have gone right to the debate one. But other people might not want to do the debate one and only go to the more chill one and just kind of ask questions, see what's going on, like ask people how, what they think about whatever it may be, and learn more information. Now, with all that being said, is there then a place, and I know that you Globe guys, Kosho and Ruhith and so on, if you guys are, you would say, of course, there is a place that you would want. Is that what you're saying, Ruhith? Like you would want new people to, is that what you want to do? Like you want to convince new people that it is the Globe? You want to keep them on the Globe, or what's the deal? You just want people to debate? Do you have like an actual agenda to keep them on the Globe? Like what's the deal there?
I just think there should be a buffer between, getting into the debate. Yeah, because it can get heated.
And if you were me, what do you think about the idea of just not having the contentious debate and just having more of a chill environment? Like, is there a benefit to giving the Globe all of this like headlining space to be battered on about?
No, I think the debate is what people. Well, it's why I'm here. Like the actual debate part of it. I assume I'm not alone in that.
No, I don't. I'm just kind of being playful with ideas. It's like throwing out ideas. I'm just kind of being playful, in that way. But
fuck
yeah. But I mean, and you're right. There's other people that definitely. Okay, there's a lot of people that believe there is a Globe, and so they are going to want to hear both sides. A lot of people want to hear both. I know I did. I mean, there's no doubt I wanted to hear both sides, and I'm less interested. I mean, I'm still interested in both sides, but I think, and ultimately, like, no offense, Ruhith, but I think I've heard you show your graphs and your ideas enough. Like, I'm not saying I can't hear it again, but if we have multiple live streams like that, and if you're like, anyways, yeah, there's other.
I made a mistake.
I may have other.
Start again.
way. I think there's other ways to flow one's energy in certain cases because I've heard, but I still would want to hear more and keep abreast on the discussions because it's a big topic. So you're saying if there's an influx of new people that you would want to be debating it?
Debating new people, sure. Yeah. Why not?
Because you realize that's like never really happened. Like if you want to use the term flat earth within kind of the flat earth realm, I mean, the 24/7 has kind of done that at times, but I mean, yeah, it's not like it used to be. Let's just say that. And you know, that whole situation and all the banning and everything that goes on there. And then Nathan Oakley's is pretty shut down for new people. I mean, you're going to get just absolutely, you know what happens there. And then Gems, well, we know what happens there. You know, so, and we, you know, there's other groups as well and so on, but I'm just saying, like, currently, like, can you think of any place that is even out, that even exists where there's an actual influx of new people and the debate's happening?
No, I don't really notice new people anyway. Like I don't.
Maybe like Bro Sanchez might be kind of, because I mean, Globebusters doesn't have new people. They don't debate new people. Well, Jeranism has little call-in shows, and he has like, you know, Brenda will call in there or whatever, and he'll, you know, there's a little bit of that.
Troubling Tribune is a new one. I go on his show a fair bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, dude, the way that 24/7 was back in the early days, like the, you know, the 1.0 server, as it were, the original one. I mean, Ruhif, like if you, in terms of like, you know, talking to new people and all that, dude, we had like influx of new people every day, all the time coming in. And like when they came in the live stream, Coach can tell you, like, I mean, it was a split. It was a mixed bag. Sometimes it was the more like culty vibe of the flat earthers just wanting to like, you know, rail the flat earth thing and just like end up banning people that didn't agree. But other times we tried to mod it like when we could. It just, some of the other mods had and the admins have different ideas of how, you know, to do stuff. And that's why Kosha went through so much struggle there, being banned repeatedly and shit. But I mean, when we were trying to get it going, like we had times where we had that. We had like new people coming in. The new people were probably Globers and they were saying their thing. And people like Kosho and others were there saying the Globe thing. And the rest of us were there saying the other side. And it was actually really cool. Like it was actually, you know, pretty awesome. We're like, you guys could say your piece. We could say our piece. They could say their piece. And it actually could be a pretty cool vibe in that way, you know, where everyone can kind of work together. It doesn't really have to be all segregated.
Right.
I mean, the truth is the truth. So
that is true, Geo.
It's up to people to decipher the information, and the shape of the earth is such a huge topic that there's so many factors to it. But here's what I'm saying in the extreme case, Ruth. If you were on the position that the earth is stationary and planar, and you see in that perspective, you would see the potency of the importance of this and et cetera. Would you see that there could actually be a way in which it would be better to just like do the tests and the research, present that to people, and not necessarily give like hardcore globe pushers a huge platform to keep pushing the globe? From that perspective, it's not even my perspective. It's just from that perspective.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Well,
it's always good to have your ideas challenged. Always.
Okay, so you're saying you think there's always a place for
debate. Yeah.
Even from the perspective that it's not the globe and we're in a dire situation of these people that are in control. And I agree with you though, at the same time, it is good to have open discourse and as well. But can you see from the perspective that like it's pretty impaired, you know, that it could even be like humanity's survival, that this truth is out. And so to give like people a huge platform to just push the globe endlessly is actually counterproductive from that perspective.
You're not obligated whatsoever to give people a platform. I think it's healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, like the vegan carnivore debates and stuff. Yeah. Well, I'm just like, I'm not even saying my opinion on these things. I'm just voicing because I've heard there are some people that think what I just said there, you know, that like maybe the global earthers, I know there's plenty in this community that think that, you know, should not be given a voice, basically, you know, like 24/7, basically that vibe. I'm not, you know, just in general, you know, they don't, well, we know how many, I mean, they don't, are there any like globe earthers there? Like of you kind of seasoned guys?
Banned, right?
You all
You're
get
banned from 24/7 instantly. Yeah.
Yeah.
They allow Kosho in because he's ultra polite and ignores all the jabs.
Are you in there now, Kosho? Go over there and
He was there a few days ago talking to what's his nuts that runs it now.
dude, Kosho was like the most banned person back in the day on there for a long time. Because he was creating sock accounts. Well, see, that was what they were like, the admins, the people that ran it. They had a thing where like they wanted to be telling the new people about flat Earth. It wasn't even really the admins. I don't know. It's complicated. Amongst the mods and admins, let's just say. But there was this energy, at least on the 1.0 server, of like wanting to wake people up to flat Earth. But of course, that can quickly blend into like a culty vibe if you're like, you know, forcing it on them and then they don't agree, you're banning them or whatever. But just like that spirit of like, all right, we're, you know, to have, because Kosho would like be in their DMs, you know, like there'd be a new person. The new guy comes in, he's asking questions. Oh, how does the sun set? How does gravity work? Whatever. And we're answering his questions, you know, and there's like an opportunity for that person to kind of, you know, learn a new perspective, as it were, at least, you know, what we think and so on, what other people think. And then like Kosho and others, you know, would be in the background. Like, I don't know if Kosho did this that much. I guess I can't fully pin it, but I think he did. And others did this where they would like, they'd be listening to the server on YouTube. Whoever that new person is, they would go on the server on a sock account and then DM that person and like give them ammo and tell them the Earth's a globe and give them all these proofs, you know, globe things or whatever. So that was a whole thing.
Testing.
Yo.
Check.
I was thinking what you were saying earlier about the role playing with the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I volunteered at a place and was counseling, and they've had this role playing where it was really effective. Where the you would pretend it's your funeral, right? So the kids have problems like either with drugs or, you know, some kind of behavioral thing, and they were then attending their own funeral, right? And or they were actually lying in the center of, you know, with the people around them. There's different ways you could do it, but yeah, you would assign roles to the people, like the mother, the father, the sister, the brother, or whatever, and you know, maybe you'd even brief them a bit about like what, you know, your relationship is with your family members, and then it got really emotional though. It's amazing how that role playing stuff, you know. And then I was thinking like, wow, if it's actually affecting reality, you don't want to play like the I'm dead game, but you know, like you don't want to start doing like manifesting like you're actually having your own funeral. But it did get people really emotional, like, you know, thinking about, you know, what their parents might say or their sister or brother might say at the end of or at their funeral. I thought we could do one in here since we have a couple Clovers and a couple flat earthers that I thought of an idea for. Did I cut out or could you hear me?
Yeah, dude, no, that could be cool.
Negate, are you up for it? Just a quick, just so I don't have to just say the idea, we can just try it out without me trying to ruin it first.
Yeah. I think he's deafened at the moment.
Oh shit. He escaped. He's like, oh shit, role playing, I'm out of here.
I mean,
anybody else here? Baller?
Xanax here, Ruhiv's here.
Xanax would be perfect.
Kosho, Carnivore.
Kosho's here?
Balls.
Kosho and Xanax would be perfect. Me and Gio and Kosho and Xanax, whoever else wants to try that. Truth, are you here?
Ball lives matter.
We need volunteers that are actually volunteering to participate, and just a short little role play.
That's what we should start doing, dude. Instead of just endlessly debating the globe, the shape of the Earth discussion, like the planar station or planar globe, We should just start having like healing constellation ceremonies and try to heal this stuff.
Right.
That'd probably be, we tap into the ether. Yeah.
No ballers want to play? Come on, I just need 2 ballers. Just all you have to do is say one thing.
Coffee converter. If he's at his mic.
Oh, come on, you guys are chicken.
Yep.
They might question their globe and what's coming out of it. They don't want to eat.
Difficult, huh?
Is this Fondle's mentals?
Huh?
Is this Fondle mentals?
Fondle Mentals?
Yeah.
Who is this?
I thought this was Fundy.
Fundy? No, fundamental. Oh, okay. No, I'm not fundamental. Who is it that just asked that? Come on, Coach was here. Zanuck, are you here? Zanuck's always up for fun.
I'm always up for fun. It's true.
He's here.
Yeah,
He's
nice.
the man with the
come
plan.
Very nice. And who else?
Zanuck.
Zanuck, grab a baller. Tell them you need a partner. Force them to it. Oh, it's real easy. It's just so I don't say the idea without us trying it out, just for fun. See if it works.
I'll play the role of a globe enthusiast.
Okay. All right. So the idea would be, okay, so what we're talking, this discussion is considering a pretty serious thing, you know. Like if it goes like it seems like it's going, the over 10 windows, you know, pretty much, you know, shatter, and you know, there'll be a certain breaking point where, like, you know, most everybody knows anyway. So, you know, basically everyone who's paying attention at all knows that the globe isn't the globe anymore, right? So I thought incorporating that same idea that we're having a funeral for the globe, right? And I thought a good way to do it would be we just take a turn and what it would be like 4 things, like or 3 things. First, you'd say like what the globe did, like what the globe meant to you or what it did, like your feelings toward what it was, right? And then you would the second thing you would say is what you would hope for this new paradigm to be, right? Like your hope for like whatever it is that, like the best case scenario of what the death of the globe would mean. You know, moving on, and then then there'd be the you know, what your worst, like the worst case scenario of the globe being over, like what you think might happen to society or whatever you want to include, and then maybe a realistic, you know, like what you think probably would happen. What kind of picture would you paint? It's a lot of deep thinking, I know. Maybe too much to just like offhandedly request that without.
No, that could be a cool exercise. Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Thought it'd be funny. Like I'm sure Zanuck would think of something like, you know, like if you had to go around and say just 3 things: what it meant to you, what you think the world's going to be like without it, what you hope the world's going to be like without it, and what you fear the world's going to be like without it.
Yeah, Zanuck, this could maybe another way. I was just thinking of it this way. It doesn't have to replace what New Perspective's saying, but I just thought of this idea. Like, let's say, Zanuck, that like, and we could also do it the flipped way around, I guess. If you want to say, okay, the Earth was validated to be a globe, and then the rest of us don't think it's a globe, we have to then, you know, do the same thing, the same exercise, with how the future
Pretend
looks.
that we're upside down and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and like how you know, how do we reconcile what we went through or something like that? So you could do it the flipped way too. But yeah, I was thinking, Zanuck, like in the perspective that, you know, you just got back from a month traveling the world, going to multiple places and seeing validation, physical, tangible validation of lack of curvature, like absolute, like in multiple places around the world, whether these are like, you know, monument demonstration site type setups, scientific setups, LIGO, whatever, you know, our minds
like way more than we usually observe every day, right?
Yeah, more than just like a long distance observation with a P900. Yeah, I'm talking like like the validatable, physical, tangible,
Undeniable.
that is undeniable, that is already underway, of that the whole world is the globe is over. Like it's already headed that way. It's just like there's already professionals, there's already scientists, it's already to that point. And you just got back from a month of traveling the world doing that, and you're sitting down for an interview. So the globe is dead in your mind, like 100% validated, from that perspective.
Don't pile on too much.
So yeah, we look north. We look north in the middle of the night, and this brand new high-powered
Here's the
telescope.
straw man.
We see
Right.
and we see the sun. It's like there it is. We know the Earth is flat now. Seen it.
No, because the sun's too far away. But I guess you could say we went up extremely high in altitude. You maybe saw.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to you're keeping your size of your sun. You always want to keep the size and say you'd see it forever. Keep it.
You're not going to
keep it
see it
like
because it's too far away. So I mean, that's not even.
It's way smaller than you think.
Not to change subject. I never thought of it that way. So because your drawing again made me think about this. So it's too far away. But we have a super high powered telescope. We see it 12 hours a day. We just all of a sudden gets to the horizon at 7, 8 o'clock at night, and then suddenly it disappears because it's somehow magically gotten too far away or it's too close.
Well, it's like angularly too far away, meaning the actual angle of the
too close, too small.
Yeah, the angle is far beyond. Like how Polaris
just like Polaris.
Yeah.
No, you've already made your point. You already made your point. So we go up in altitude. We keep on going up, middle of the night, 12 midnight, higher. There ain't no sun there, nowhere. But how high we go, we don't see any sun. We should, because you said by your logic we should see it.
I know, but this is a globe funeral. It's not a globe.
That's right.
Debate.
I know. It's kind of an offshoot of that. Okay, so let's say we do. We say we do have the super high power that you don't think exists. You've already said that, and it does exist, and it allows us to see even with the angular position and the angular size. I see that at midnight. We go up to a special tower. We look north.
You can't go
I
high
see
enough.
the sun across the earth. There's a sun. My mind is blown. The earth, the round earth is dead.
Whatever reason you want to consider, fine. Yeah, let's just leave it because I did a long one. You just said that. Fair enough. Whatever. Yes. The point is, in your mind, it's not just that you changed a belief or that Jeremy convinced you one night or anything like that. It's like you have. You got to do an
example.
You did.
That's the example I would need, right? And I need it. And I got it. I got that example. I see the sun. The special multiple wavelength and medium.
Oh wait, better yet, you tried to go high enough to see the sun, but your head hit the firmament.
How about you have an out-of-body experience? You zoom out from your body and you see the entire planar Earth.
No, I hit this. I go up in this altitude. I also hit the top of the dome, and I can touch it. I go, oh my god, this is like a hard, clear, weird shell. And then I see the sun through the special telescope. So I'm now convinced that you're now.
No, I don't think you would still see it with a telescope, man. It's too far away. That's not how that works. But anyways,
special telescope that allows you to see infinitely far.
Okay, give us your quick rundown.
Why are you fighting me?
What you think?
We're all talking
like say that happened. Let's just say that happened. Give us your quick
makes me realize that
thing.
it is truly round.
Right. Like they say you're at the Globe funeral. What would your 3 things be? Like what you hope for the world to be without it, what you fear the world would be without it, and what you think it might actually be.
Well, let's do one question at a time. So, okay, yes, Zanuck, whatever example you want to use, you are now 100% that the Earth is not the globe, and everyone else is in the world as well. Like the globe is definitely not what it is, and you validated it yourself. It's not just a belief. It's not that you had a 16-hour Coriolis discussion with Jeremy, and finally you realized that all. No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about something very tangible, etc. So, yeah. So, what's the first question, new perspective?
What do you fear the world would be without the globe? What's the worst case scenario if that happens?
Wait, hold on. You're saying the globe is dead, the globe is out, but what is the worst possible?
How's that going to affect everything? Like,
okay, that's interesting. So, because of this coming to light, what is a possible? You're starting with negative. So, what is a possible negative outcome of what the future holds for humanity when this is happening, Zanuck?
Right.
That's the first one.
Or you could just run through like the negative, positive, and realistic if you want to do it all at once.
Yeah. So this just happened. What is your message to humanity?
What you hope, what you fear, and what you
not necessarily message. Maybe not necessarily.
I mean, you guys are going to need to practice anyway because this is going to happen. Okay, so you might as well start practicing what you're going to
I like
say.
this.
How you feel about it.
Oh, Negator, you were the first one that we were gonna. Yeah, it was, but Zanuck is your backup. So now you're back now. So are you down to do this, you and Zanuck? Because I was.
Hang on, I gotta get a pizza out of the oven. It's a flat pizza though.
Okay.
Oh, nice. That's more. You're going to be thinking about pizzas totally differently now.
It's a full constellation. It's a full
pepperoni constellation pie.
Yeah. If you could maybe cut out the continents in the pizza and then eat it one continent at a time.
So, Zanuck, you want to try? We called you up. Now you got a lot of funny things to say, but not now. He's
Yeah,
writing it down.
I don't even know how to answer it. I'm playing hypothetical.
Imagine, just like, have you ever tried that? Have you ever tried to just like trick yourself into thinking that we're right for 10 minutes and just try to believe it for 10 minutes?
I don't even think you have to trick yourself. You just have to tune into yourself, really, because it's
yeah,
true.
Yeah, exactly. Just like listen to your inner soul.
Untrick yourself without even going that deep. No, Zanuck, we could do the reverse with some, those of us that don't think the Earth's a globe. We could do a reverse. Like the globe just got validated, curvature, curved water. We went to space and saw it as whatever, millions of things you could say. And then
it would be what we say from a space.
Okay, you first, and I'll do this.
Because I can tell you right now, like it would be harder for me to have as positive of an outlook. Well, okay, I'm not necessarily.
You're looking down at the globe Earth, totally spinning. You totally are. Your mind's blown. What are you going to say?
Well, hold on. I thought they were going first. No, or we're waiting for Negator.
I think that they're making you go first because you're excited about it. No.
We're jumping around.
I'm making you go first because you're on top of your game tonight, I think.
Well, let me go get a pair of pliers so I can pull my teeth out one at a time.
Dude, what?
Oh, talking about the future in a globalist world. I'm just relating that to pulling your teeth out one at a time with pliers.
Oh. Why?
I'm just joking.
He wants it to be true together.
Okay. All right, we could just take turns. Yeah, I'll just say. Okay, you want me to say one?
Yes, please.
This is a negative outcome of the Earth being validated as a globe. Is that right? Are we starting with the negative?
Yep.
Okay, one thing. I'll just say one thing. I don't have to do a long thing. I'll just say this. Okay, let's say in this perspective, by the way, just to preface this, for myself, I'm personally not on the fence in any way to where like this is even a thing, but I know you guys feel the opposite for your perspective. So I'm just saying as a preface, I'm not sitting here like, oh, I'm on the fence and if it happened, whatever. I'm just going to go with it as if it's, we can just, it's like a sci-fi movie for, because obviously if we don't think these things, it's hard to, but nonetheless. Okay. One thing I would say is this: if the Earth is absolutely validated, curved water, rotation, seeing it from outer space, all the above, etc. Absolutely, right? One thing I would say as a negative thing is I would say, okay, if that's the case, then the powers that be, as it were, are much more ingrained than looks likely that we would be able to gain our sovereignty from them. Because if they already have NASA, they have everybody believing it. Now, let's say, but this is true. Okay, this is if it's true, right? But NASA is a government agency, obviously. They already kind of control space. So this is from the idea, it is the globe or whatever. They already control space. Big money already controls outer space in terms of, even if you bring in, Blue Origin and Elon Musk and all that. Very wealthy guys that are connected, because I would still think there's absolute corruption going on. That's obvious. It's not like everything's, in that way. So I would say that it would be concerning, because this is a negative outlook on it, or a possible negative future in a sense. I would say it's concerning because the individuals that are controlling space, because we're on this ball now, we're on this spherical Earth, the individuals that are controlling space, I still don't trust at all, because they're connected to the governments, they're connected to the CIA, the FBI, all that shit. The National Geospatial Intelligence Agency that puts out the WGS-84. So I would actually think that the control matrix is much more embedded than would be likely that we would be able to overcome, because they have the finances, the government, the military, and all of that. And then on top of that, I would have extra concern that if we're on this sphere, if there is alien life, or if there is other beings like that, I still don't trust the government that we have here and NASA to be able to, in any way have a healthy engagement with these alien forces that are out there in a way that's not going to end in possible war or possible messing up our lives even worse, because I still don't trust them. I don't trust the military. I don't trust all those structures as it is. I don't trust the CIA and the FBI to go talk to the aliens. I definitely don't trust Joe Biden to be the dude that they go talk to. There's a funny meme. It's like, take us to your leader. And it's like Joe Biden. Like, never mind. Forget about it.
I've already forgotten what you wanted us to say after you said all this.
All right, so that's my overall. I would say yes, that I would have concerns about the government's capacity to deal with the aliens and the outer space and all of those components, and that I could trust them to interact with the possible aliens, or even for space travel to be done correctly, because they already seem profoundly incompetent. Oh, New Perspective dropped out. He was going to host this. Maybe he just lost connection for a minute, because I think we were going to continue. Yeah, so that's one. That's one. I think there's more, but yeah. That NASA was not lying about the shape, right? It is the globe, but then they are the ones controlling space and interact. Yeah, I would say that those are not the guys that I would want repping our planet, our big spherical planet in this mind experiment, thought experiment. Don't trust them. Don't trust the military at all to protect our planet, our little blue marble.
Nice.
Nice. So what do you think? Any feedback?
I missed the thesis statement.
And the thing about this is that I'm saying a thing that I'm sure you guys would agree is logical. In a lot of ways, I'm saying a thing that you guys already have to consider, because if you believe it's the globe, you already think this is the future. That it's these CIA, FBI, all these criminal psychos that are the ones controlling this planet, and controlling our interaction with any possible alien or any other type of being or anything like that. So it's like you guys already are in that situation. So.
I don't understand. It originally sounded like you were talking about, well, what happens if Earth actually isn't a globe and we find out? I thought that's where you were going with this.
No, New Perspective came in. We were talking about this thing called family constellation work, where you do these, you do these arrangements and you process these family issues and things. Anyway, so he brought that up. He said there's another version of that where when you go to a funeral, you there's like a mind experiment, a thought, or kind of a thing you can do where you consider that it's your funeral. And apparently he was saying it can be very emotionally, because like, let's say you're at someone else's funeral. If you kind of consider like, what if I'm the one in that casket kind of thing, my family's saying, oh, he was a beautiful person and this and that, and he was just saying it can elicit a lot of emotions and et cetera. So he was then saying, what if we did one now of like the death of the globe, and then do a kind of share our thoughts, et cetera. And his ideas were, because I don't think you were here when he explained it. His ideas were like, number one, what is the possible negative outcome now that the Earth has been, in this case, or he was saying that it's not the globe. What is the possible negative of what can come of this? What is the positive? And then what do you think the reality of it's going to be? Something like that. So anyways, that was the exercise. So he wanted two globe earthers, it was going to be maybe you and Zanuck, to kind of answer those questions, that meaning that the Earth is not the globe. It's been validated, tested, verified. You can test it tangibly. You can go to these, yourself, whatever, to the point where it's 100% not the globe, and then boom, what are the answer to those questions? Anyways, point is, Zanuck didn't really want to do it. And then I said we could do it flipped the other way. And someone said, all right, Gio, you do one for the reverse, meaning that the Earth is confirmed to be the globe. And then that's what that was the first one, which is the possible negative outcome in terms of like, what's the future looking like now that, we measured curved water, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm confused because I heard a lot of about you still distrusting the institutions. I guess I thought that if Earth turns out to be a globe in such a way that you believe it, that would mean you should trust the institutions more.
No, I was saying if the Earth was absolutely confirmed to be a globe in this thought experiment, curved water, the whole thing. My basic thing is that NASA, the government, CIA, FBI, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NOAA, who controls the skies and space. What I'm saying is that I do not trust them. So the fact that we're on this blue marble and there's possible other life out there, the guys who are like the intermediaries between me and the rest of the universe, I deeply don't trust. The military, the government, the politicians. That's a negative thing in my view. Like, I don't trust them to be liaisons between, the rest of the universe for us.
Oh, okay.
Like, that sucks. Let's say the Earth absolutely is the globe. Who's in control?
Why should somebody be in control, though?
Yeah, it's the military, it's the governments, it's the CIA. You know what I mean? Like, if some aliens land tomorrow and they're like, take us to your leader, and then they take you to Joe Biden and whoever, God knows who else, these corrupt-ass people, and then they're like doing backdoor deals, like, oh, well, okay, we'll do this. Well, I mean, it could be worse. They could enslave us. So I'm just saying, if the Earth's a globe, that's a shitty outcome, because now the people in control are already corrupt psychos that might team up with aliens and fuck us over more. Maybe they'll do something terrible to us. Maybe they'll start harvesting us. Maybe they'll strike a deal with the aliens to do some crazy other shit. Like, they don't have our best interest in mind. So I'm just saying, like, whereas if the Earth's not the globe, then there's actually the potential that these entities will be taken out of power and none of that shit's even on the table.
Oh, so if Earth's a globe, it just confirms your suspicions already?
No, if the Earth, well, maybe, but no, I'm just saying, if the Earth's a globe, then I won't repeat it. I said it 5 times.
Yeah, but the things you said don't directly correlate to Earth being a globe.
Yes, it does. If the Earth is confirmed absolutely right now, to me, curved water, curvature, the whole thing, I go up in a spaceship, I see it as a fucking ball floating in a vacuum, I fly right down to it, I see myself coming, landing, I go up and down, the whole 9 yards. What I'm saying is that if I came down from that and you interviewed me, like, what do you think now, Gio? You just went to space, it's a globe. And I'm sitting there like absolutely undeniable evidence on every single level. So that's the thought experiment. And what I'm saying, my first thing is that, okay, one of my first thoughts would be, all right, well, NASA, etc., all those people, the government, the military, they're the ones in Space Force, all that shit. They're the ones in control of the whole planet. And that is not a comfortable feeling, considering that they're already corrupt. I already know they don't have our best interest in mind.
But isn't that true now, though? Like, that's why you think they're trying to hide flat Earth, is because they have the control to do so.
Yes, of course. Well, it is a problem now. Yes, but it being a globe, though, maybe it brings a little more potential for the alien thing. Although on a planar Earth, you can also have other beings that these guys. Yes, that's why it's a problem, bro. That's why many of us have been. That's why we feel, there's a certain dynamic of this truth, and absolutely, yeah, it's already happening. Yeah, it sucks. We're already in a fucked situation with these guys in power. So I'm saying, if it's the globe, then we don't even have the chance to liberate from that perspective. We don't have the chance to gain sovereignty by exposing their globe lie and possibly dissolving their whole power structure by that truth coming out. If it is the globe, well, then we're locked down. It's over. They control space. They control it all. They're not going to if an alien comes, they're not going to have a meeting with me and you to talk about what to do. They're going to do shady deals behind closed doors like they're already doing.
But it seems to me like you're tying Earth being a globe to the power structures. And if it actually is a globe, rather, you're tying their ability to hide that it's flat and are pushing this lie that it's a globe. But if you find it's actually a globe, that should vindicate those power structures. And that should remove some of the conspiracy distrust you have for them.
I guess it could on the front of the shape of the Earth part. Yeah, you're right. It would lower some of that. It would be like, okay, it is the globe or whatever. Like, they're not doing that lie. Yeah, I hear you. But like, in a way, it would a little bit. But the thing is that, like, okay, like, I still don't trust NASA, the CIA, the government, Joe Biden. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't trust any of those characters. You know what I mean? So like in terms of that they have our best interest in mind at all. So like you're right, it would maybe give a little sigh of relief, like, oh, okay, the globe, the curvature, all right, so they weren't lying about that, but they're still corrupt. And it's even a worse situation, like I said, because like they're the liaisons for the whole planet. Like they're the rulers. They're the main ones that have control over all of us, and they're corrupt.
Yeah, I don't fully trust any of them either. I don't. That whole conclusion just doesn't seem to directly relate to Earth actually being a globe. Like if we had a funeral for somebody, we would be like part of we're at our own funeral bit you guys are talking about, where you invoke all these emotions. Those emotions come about because you lost something you had. What you're not describing to me is the emotions that you lost, or rather the things that you lost in your belief that it was flat due to it finding out it's not flat. And so I was just curious when you started talking about the government, as opposed to, how you got mixed up in this flat Earth business.
Yeah, I mean, this started with New Perspective wanting the globe Earthers to do a globe funeral. It's now turned into a stationary planar Earth funeral, but that's fine. I mean,
we can do the globe too. I was just confused, man. I wasn't putting all the things together you're telling me.
Yeah, so this is so I'm sorry if I'm repeating a million times, but yes,
I don't know.
Curved water, I go to outer space, the whole thing, it's a globe, it's a globe. What I'm then saying is, yes, on one level, I would be a little relieved, like, okay, theoretically, I would be kind of relieved, like, all right, they weren't lying about this, et cetera. But I would still question if they're going to space. The moon landing is fake AF, so I know that, dude. That thing, I'm 100% that is not them on a moon. That, to me, I have studied that thing so deeply. I am literally 100%. So the next thing I would think is, okay, the Earth's a globe, but that moon landing was fake. So they're obviously faking that. They may be faking a bunch of other space shit, because I also think a lot of the other shit's fake. So then I would even be more concerned. I'd be like, all right, then what are they really doing in space? Do they already have some agreements with aliens? Do they already have some other technology? So then maybe in my mind, you would think about like secret space programs. I'm just saying, if the Earth's the globe, then like the people in power stay in power. Even though it's the globe, they stay in power. Whereas if it's not the globe, there's this huge potential that they will not be able to remain in power, because this truth is so strong, and they push the globe. They were so bold with the globe lie that the likelihood there, in my mind, is, and I think the inevitable, is that they will not be able to stay in power. The CIA, the FBI, all that shit eventually will be dissolved and not able to continue their reign of corruption. And humans ideally would get our sovereignty back, be able to live on the Earth in a different way, because the globe lie is what kind of created the whole thing.
But remember, if you're finding out Earth's a globe, then that lie didn't exist. And that means that it wasn't used to do anything. That those power structures came about naturally and have more benevolent intentions.
Are they benevolent? Okay, naturally. Okay, so you're saying that if there's not a cabal that's using all money and their power to gain these, but you're saying that those positions were authentically chosen and elected by the people of Earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the story. It's the story they tell, I guess. It's the story of the democracy and vote for your. Yeah, it is the story they tell. I mean, that's what a lot of kind of mainstream oriented people might believe, which is kind of how the authority, I think, kind of has their grips in people.
Well, so on the reverse, if I found out Earth was flat, right? Like, I travel to the southern hemisphere and I see the Southern Cross moving left to right across the sky, as opposed to what I've always been told and always seen on the internet, that it circles, Sigma Octantis, or any of the other things you've described that would clearly show a flat Earth, or the reverse of a globe Earth. Then I would then take up your position as far as distrust of all of these structures, and there would be a lot of revolt, I think, in the U.S. I think the greater problem, geopolitical problem that would come of all that, as most of that revolt and questioning would happen only in the U.S. and a little bit in European countries, but in countries that oppose us, that have more control over their population, there would be next to nothing. Like, Russians are extraordinarily nihilistic, and they already believe they've been lied to, I'll bet nothing would happen over there. So we'd lose a bunch of geopolitical power, on the world stage. But for the most of the world, I don't know that would do much at all.
Well, okay, so if the Earth not being a globe, I mean, the thing is, dude, I think every human on Earth that becomes more and more aware of that, whether they're active in it or not. Like, I'm not saying everyone's going to be like an activist and like try whatever, but there would be huge questions in general. Okay, what the hell's going on? Who's been telling us the globe? How did it get into the school system? What the hell is NASA? The government is way more corrupt than we thought. There's a coordination going on here that we have got to get to the bottom of. And that's how I think it would happen. I'm not talking about like a bloody revolution or violence or anything like that.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't think it's kind of like a little bit like cannabis. Like they were doing all this propaganda. Cannabis is bad for your brain, burns your brain. Well, that's just false. It's absolutely false. Bad science, bunk, lies, the whole thing. And eventually people were not shutting up about it, basically, 70s, 80s, 90s. And all people from all over the world were pushing research and trying to get things cleared and all that stuff. They kept a cap on it as long as they can. Now, you could say that they wanted it to be legalized. There's other like theories and things. But in general, I would say that it seemed like people pushed back enough to where they like kind of, I think, kind of had to surrender some control over the cannabis legalization issue. So I'm saying with the shape of the Earth, if this truth not of the Earth not being a globe is more and more out there, I'm saying a similar type thing would happen. Like there would be many people in many fields that would be asking many questions. Now, I'm not saying we'd just be able to knock on the door of whoever the liars are and say, we got you. I mean, it might not be that simple, but who knows what would unfold.
I think it would have. I think it could have the potential to throw up like our entire political system out of whack. Everybody be looking at all those people in power, and I do think there would be a collective, like we're not going to put another what's the word? Another party man from any party in a position of power anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so how about this? I did my first one that the Earth was validated to be the globe or whatever. I did that thought experiment and I said the one negative because that was where a new perspective was saying like what negative possible outcome as it were. And I mentioned mine. So you're now saying some of yours. So maybe just put it in your words, meaning for you the Earth absolutely validated to be planar, stationary, etc., 100% not the globe. Because if you want to like rephrase it in a way, because that's what you're saying is interesting. So how would you put it in terms of like the negative possible futures as this truth is revealed, as it were?
So if it's just negative, like I said, I think the U.S. loses political power. I think we turn inward, and that during that turmoil, how many years of turmoil there is, not saying revolt, but questioning our systems, questioning our folks in power. I think that would leave a vacuum that Russia or China would take advantage of. I think questioning Americans would question bills for defense and spending on aerospace stuff.
Yeah, but wouldn't the implication be that all the countries are in on it? With this, they've all got space agencies and all the big money. I mean, like, why would you think that there actually still would be a separation that Russia's going to come get us or whatever?
Well, I don't think. So I don't think Russia's going to come get us. Like actually invade.
Yeah.
But maybe fewer countries out there would want to befriend us, but they also might have the same problem, obviously, because they played their role in the space race too. However, I think Russian citizens wouldn't give a shit, or as much as a shit as we do or did.
Dude, how could anyone not at least? I mean, dude, people have their own lives. Not everyone is into like cosmology, right? There's definitely gonna be people that are like, dude, there are people that are like, I like water skiing and drinking beer. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
There's definitely gonna be that. But I think even anyone, even that person or any person, is still going to like. They're gonna be like, oh my, it's gonna be a thing. It's not just they're not just gonna think nothing of it.
So there's I followed a bunch of guys since the war in Ukraine started, to interview Russians on the streets, and the amount that these people just don't give a shit about anything is mind-boggling. Like they'll tell you just to your face they don't know what's going on. They don't know if it's the truth. They don't care. they just don't feel either way about it. And I imagine if they feel that way about a war in their footstep or their doorstep, same thing would be true about space. It has no effect on them, so they don't care.
All right. So, do you have any other negative ones, or do you want to do positive ones?
The school system would have a lot of revamping to do as far as what's taught.
Yeah, big time.
I could definitely see like colleges across the country having fucking protests. I'm not sure what they would intend to do with that. Like obviously the only people they'd have a problem with would be tenured professors that maybe proclaim to be part of, those institutions that are now being questioned prior to coming and teaching at the school.
Well, there's so many of these that we could probably do positive and negative. Okay, so do you feel like you're done with that, or were there any others just for the moment? We could always cycle back and do another round.
It's all right. I'm playing a game and eating, so I'm fully, and willing to have just a back and forth that's not real focused.
All right, then I'll say one for positive. So let's say the Earth absolutely measured curvature, the whole thing, gone to space, see a sphere floating in a vacuum, all of that. I would say a positive one. Okay, I would say a positive would be, like you said, that, okay, they're not lying about that. They have been honest, at least with the shape in that sense of the Earth. We are, I guess you could say from a positive, okay, we are like a planet and we're, the kind of blue marble. There's kind of a mystique with the blue marble, like, dude, even a lot of people in my graduate school, like that's a cosmology program. I mean, that a lot of them believe in the globe. I mean, they see it as like mystical and beautiful, like, oh, the blue marble, and it's like spiritual. And it's, so yeah, I would say that those could be some positives, that there would be like a spiritual thing around that, like, that'd be this like, yeah, I guess like this beautiful sphere that's, in this vacuum. And I think there could be some like additional wonder, like a lot of people have when they believe heliocentrism, about outer space and possibilities to go to the moon or go to Mars, all that good, all that stuff, all the space excitement. So that could all be positive, that there could be a positive way. Maybe there could be another positive. There could be aliens that could come here that could actually have like new technologies or some kind of advancement, or maybe bring some, anti-aging device or time travel or, so yeah, I would say those would be some positives. And yeah, maybe there's even the way that, like, I guess another possible positive is like, even though I was saying there's corruption in a lot of these things, what if there's a way that we could like, kind of remedy that and like work with maybe some of these other things, or even build our own space agency or something like that. So yeah, I would say there could be possible positives in terms of like, of that. And then, yeah, I do think like the fact that there is, in that perspective, that at least the shape of the Earth, but see, it doesn't take out that there's still like, there's still a cabal and wealthy families and corruption. See, it doesn't take any of that out. That's the thing, the globe itself. Whereas the Earth not being the globe, I think starts to uproot those guys. I don't think they can continue on their thing. But anyways, all right, that was one kind of positive one I thought about.
Well, amazing.
Like, it would be cool to think that someday we could like go to the moon, have hotels there, and like take a weekend there. That'd be fun.
I don't think that'll ever happen unless there's some ridiculous amount of some particular resource that we found up there that's worth all the energy of mining it. I think it's the only way that we put other stuff on the moon. And I'd be scared as hell, man, to go do that, even just for a vacation. I don't think I would. I don't think I'd go.
Yeah, same. I would not like to visit the moon or go to space.
Ruhif's like, I'll pass on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So what's one of your positives then, that the Earth is absolutely established to be planar, stationary, not the globe? What's the positive? See, I feel this is a huge category. I think there's immense positives, but
so I think that once the turmoil dies down and we're all mostly on the same page, then we start seeing expeditions past known land, and I think that would be a positive. Like actual, let's go figure out what's out there and how far it goes, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, for sure.
Same thing with like if flat Earth also means dome, and I'm not saying you say it does, but I think we do the same. Like surely there's got to be a way to get up there and somehow make contact with it, and like maybe we could build structures on it and study it some way. I do think, and I don't want to go too deep on this one. I definitely think that, and I would really have to put myself in the mindset of like a very, 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 very liberal atheistic person. But I think there would be a lot more folks going to church the next Sunday.
Probably, actually, yeah.
And I do, because obviously they're, actually, no, I really 100% believe that. And the positive, I believe, is not necessarily that people are in church, following any particular scripture, which I think is good, but inherently going to church puts people in it leads them to a healthier mindset because they're around other people. They have support structures. There's a paper I read a little while back that compared what was it? Basically, it was a comparison of wellness between American conservatives versus liberals, and conservatives across the board by every metric are genuinely happier for lots of different reasons. And when it talked about religion, it was just that they had a group of people they would physically go and see and be with and interact with and break bread with and all that good stuff. And that's what produced, the positive on that end.
For sure, man.
People might be happier.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, I agree. People with, as another example of that, people that have like various mental, issues, for lack of a better term, like, different, mental states that are very challenging for them to function, all that stuff. It's been shown how, like, if you take those people and you put them in a hospital and kind of label them and give them treatment and kind of treat them like a diseased patient, that they'll like act more like that, and they'll be more isolated and more kind of isolated in a lot of ways, and they often get worse. Then they give them drugs or whatever to, that's that whole model. But if you actually, they've done studies where it's like you bring those people to just like a group home, somewhere where, and actually just treat them with kindness and respect, and like you said, have community and break bread and like listen to each other. If someone's in a challenging thing, they can feel free to express. Anyways, there's been certain people that have done that, like professionals, psychotherapists, etc., that have done that, like set up group homes, and they're not giving drugs to them, necessarily, and they're not doing any treatment that way. They're just accepting them for who they are. And even though it doesn't necessarily like heal their entire mental illness, as it were, or their mental concerns, but they're like way happier and they're able to function better, and they have like more hope and all of that. So yeah.
Yeah. So I linked that paper. I think you might be interested in reading it. It was written by someone, a liberal, and I actually read it because a liberal political commentator I follow was discussing it. And it breaks everything down, cites a shitload of studies and whatnot. But yeah, I think overall people, like I think our future is crappy one way or the other because of the internet and iPhones. And if people are given the opportunity, an easy opportunity to come together and just see someone, face to face, shake hands and hug and whatever, that there would be positive outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this, dude. I went to this event. It was called Flat Camp, and it was like a flat Earth camping thing. It's done by a guy, up here in Northern California, and ODD was there. ODD.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to meet him and hung out with him. But it was like a chill event, though. It wasn't like some hyped up thing. It was just like people chilling, like it was like bonfire. Everyone had food. People were smoking, drinking. It was awesome. Just it was chill vibe. It wasn't anything like. And I'm just saying, bro, like for me, like I've met a lot of people in a lot of different communities, within sacred medicine work, like ayahuasca communities, lots of different groups. But dude, like that group, to use the term flat earther, obviously, like it was fucking so positive, dude. It was amazing. Like we were all just like bright eyed, excited to be with each other. There was no like defensiveness and weirdness. Every person you talked to was like a journey of excitement of like what they knew and what they've heard about. Oh, have you heard about this? Heard about that? I met a guy who was a Vedic astrologer and was also knew the earth was flat. And so we were just looking up at the sky. Anyways, I'm just saying, dude. And a lot of people report that too about meetups in terms of flat earth in general, that they're like incredibly buoyant and positive.
Well, I think that's true of any subculture. You put people together physically. Like it doesn't matter whether it's flat Earth or could be a globe Earth meetup. You get the same result. Like people like to be together and do shit, and technology.
I do hear you. Yes, but like Dungeons and Dragons. Let's say they have a meetup. I'm not saying that can't be positive or whatever it be. Knitting group, whatever. But at least in my experience. Something is unique about this knowledge in my viewpoint. There's something that like connects you like in some deeper way. In my experience, there is like there's like a level foundational. It's unique in my experience.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to deny that because I believe you. I think if you have people that believe wholeheartedly what you're telling me, put a whole bunch together and you validate each other. Being validated feels good. And sharing feels good,
Meeting other people that know what you know and have gone through maybe a similar journey in one way. Dude, there's nothing better than going up to someone just being like, water's level, like, horizontal. I mean, it's just amazing, dude. It's amazing energy. It's just very, there's even, I would even say there's something kind of like mystical about it, almost like enchanted. Because that's the thing, dude. Okay, so in the grad school I went to, there's, like I said, there's a lot of like Copernicans, heliocentric, all of that, and cosmology and everything that's studied there. And one of the discussions is the whole concept that the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, what has come along with that is this like disenchantment of the cosmos. Where now it's not all disenchanted because some people do think the globe is like an enchanted, beautiful thing, but there is like this overarching disenchantment with everything, that there's like no meaning, we're on a ball in sort of space and all of those components. And I'm not saying it plagues everyone the same way. Everyone's different. But with that being said, like there is that kind of dynamic. And I do think that the earth not being the globe, like totally lifts that. Like it lifts that disenchantment because now there's so much more to be enchanted about. Like, oh, okay, there's a creator. We're on this incredible grand stage of life. Like we're on this huge planar surface was foundational. Holy banana. Like it just, there's so many components of what that even leads to.
I agree if that were the case, but I also think that idea of it being so enchanting is so powerful with many of the folks on your side that you discard objective reality in favor of pursuing this really, really good feeling.
Just getting high on level, or getting high on the earth not moving. The earth not moving is very awesome. It is very amazing, dude. Yeah, but no, I don't know. What? Yeah, I guess I mean.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like, think about how much emotion you're probably experiencing right now. Just telling me about it. Just the idea itself is really, really, really cool.
Yeah, dude, I've been very enchanted and activated ever since I figured this out. Absolutely. For me. Yes, absolutely. It's been nothing. I mean, there's challenging parts about these communities, the discussions, moderating, I have my challenging moments and etc. But for me personally, my own experience, absolutely, dude, there's just been this like thrust of positivity in terms of like the implications and the meaning on those levels, but also like what's coming in humanity. Like I truly think that the truth about the earth will be the main liberating, the idea the truth sets you free. I actually think that this truth will be like one of the core foundational truths that will help to liberate humanity, essentially, like bring sovereignty back to humanity and get us out of this kind of, matrix financial, whatever you want to call it, this current kind of enslaved matrix system, whoever's in control of it. So that's like the peak of how important I see it is. Like it's like the key that will help to liberate us from this kind of situation of the financial crunch and the toxic food and all the rest of it that's going on right now. Suffering and cities that are overcrowded, all these different challenges that kind of came with the globe paradigm.
Did you mention toxic foods, Gio?
Yeah, I was just saying that like the globe model has brought with it like the agricultural scenario. So yes, I would say that big pharma,
and the misery.
Yeah, exactly. The toxic food, toxic medicine, and a fake cosmology.
I was making that connection today in another group, and I said I was crazy, but yeah, anyway.
I think you're, and just think outside of yourself for a minute. Consider just how much disappointment you may feel when that time you're describing never comes.
Well, just being open to all the thought experiment that we're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, if that were to be the case, like just to totally give you the full answer, response in terms of considering that fully, I would say the good thing about it though is that everything I just described it wouldn't quite be the same because it wouldn't be that level of a liberation, in that sense, it wouldn't be quite the same. But I do think that spirit that I'm describing could also be rechanneled into a similar positive channel.
Oh, for sure. I just think it would be shocking, like if you've sort of built up this revolutionary happening in your head, like we're all looking forward to throwing off the yoke and the chains and all that good stuff, and it just doesn't happen. Could be very destructive.
I think it'd be tough to do, like from the perspective, like we said, we're just totally doing thought experiments that the Earth is the globe kind of thing. I actually think it would, like I was saying before, I think it'd be way worse. We'd be way worse off because,
well, we're already not in a great place, and then nothing changes.
Yeah, that's true.
I do, like if. I don't know.
We need something big, though. We need something big. Like these people in power, they're not just going to be like, we're good. Yeah, you guys can have the keys to the kingdom back. They're not going to do that, So unless they have to.
I agree. But I also, I think, having a teenager and dealing with teens that have internet access, like the future is kind of depressing as to what you and I grew up with. And I think we could fix that. I don't know how, but I think we could build a better sense of community across the country on smaller scales. But
yeah, we could all sing "We Are the World," and we could all have globes, and Justin Bieber could do a line.
Yeah, do a line like. But no,
Dude, oh no, go ahead.
No, that's all right.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say my best memories were Boy Scout camp and Bible camp and doing things with other people outside. And my daughter's got problems because there's just not a lot of kids that want to go out and do stuff and interact. And I can see it in her eyes, and it's depressing.
You know what, dude? Here's how big of a difference. I hear you on that. Here's how big of a difference it is, since we're just totally in thought experiment mode and everything. Here's how big of a difference it is in my mind. If the Earth absolutely is validated to be a globe, in that sense, curved water, the whole thing, the thing about it is that I would actually feel like some part of me would be like, all right, well, we can still try to make things better, obviously do what we can do. But I feel like we really wouldn't have much of a chance, to be honest, because I feel like they already have control over space. They already have control over the government. They already have control over the whole thing. There's no big truth at that point that is going to change things. And I would say, well, yeah, we're censored on the internet. They have all the money. Yeah, there's still the potential to get money and make changes, et cetera, et cetera. There could be that. But it would be a bummer, actually. It would be much less exciting. And I mean, well, we're all going to die. So, I mean, I've got however many years I have left. We all have our years left. So depending on how those are spent. So if that is what it is, many people have lived and died the way it is now. So if I'm just in that category, can't really, and maybe I try to change what I can, in whatever small ways I can, or maybe big ways. But it's like that structure is so embedded like that. Whereas
I'm sorry.
Just to finish, if it's not, but real quick, if it's not the globe, it's like now there's this huge spark of fire that's coming that is very exciting. So yeah, I do agree it would be different.
So yeah, I was trying to ask if you were, because I missed the context with you were telling me if Earth turned out to be a globe or turned out to be flat. And you said all that thinking Earth turns out to actually be a globe, right?
Yeah, if it is, then it's like they kind of control everything.
Yeah.
And what change can I really make? It's just that. It's just like it stays as it is, like you said. Like unless, but even if like you came into a ton of money, I mean, I don't know. It's just they have such a lockdown. Whereas what I'm saying is that if it did not be in the globe, there's this huge lie that they're doing that is going to reveal them, expose them, and I think naturally dissolve them.
But yeah, no, I like if Earth turns out to be flat, yeah, I think there's a lot of positive things that could happen. I think people would just walk out their house and find the first person, in their neighborhood and talk to them about it. I think there would be instantaneous, human connections that would make big changes.
Yeah, like that energy that people are all in general kind of isolated from each other. Just in general, especially if you're in cities and all that. I've always thought that kind of comes with heliocentrism in a way. The evolution kind of narrative, and then the globe, or kind of that whole narrative. I feel like it has possibly kind of lended to that, where it's more like dog eat dog, like, you might say hi to someone. I mean, I'm always nice to people. I say hi. I look people right in the eye and say hi and all that. But I'm just saying not everyone does. And some people won't look you in the eye and say hi. And some people get scared if you say hi, like the whole thing, especially in cities and whatnot. So are you saying that like the Earth being, planar and stationary, et cetera, would create a situation where people would maybe have more of that just natural, like we're all on the same level, we're all humans, and be a bit more connected?
100%. I think, like, did you watch Walking Dead early on?
No, I never saw that one, but I've heard of it.
Well, I only bring it up, and you can use any series, but like, 10, 15 years ago, when there was less stuff to do, like less internet, less ways to entertain yourself, things like The Walking Dead early on had a huge following, and people would like get their family and friends together and watch it, and then talk about it all week at work, and just have all of these connections. And I think if that were to happen, there would be an instantaneous common ground that everybody wants to talk about, everywhere simultaneously.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Like it's
yeah.
Like,
it would be like universal news for everyone. That would be totally like a new way of being.
Yeah, no, I think that that everybody would leave, like walk out their front door and just want to talk to someone about it,
Yeah, totally. That'd be incredible. Yeah, man. I also feel like, you know, that feeling where, okay, let's say, I'm going to describe it this way. Let's say you're out in the world, you're in the city, and it's just brutal, and people, you know, just, it's intense, right? You almost feel there's a little danger in the air, whatever it is. It's dark at night, you know, there's whatever it may be. But you get home safe and all is good. You know, when you get home and, you know, your dog and your kids and your wife and you're hugging and everything's happy and amazing. And you feel like you're now safe. You've come home in a sense, and you know you don't have to worry about, oh, is someone gonna jump me or anything like that. You just know that, you know, you can relax. And a lot of humans have gone through that because of this situation we're in. I was gonna say that the Earth not being the globe alone and having this, you know, the foundational kind of like the floor of the universe, and we're all kind of here in the sky above and everything. Just that on its own front. That feeling of someone coming home out of a dangerous situation and coming home, or possibly semi-dangerous, and coming home to feeling like comforted and safe. What if like just the shape of the Earth itself, what if it had a similar effect on a mass level like that, where people, that feeling of coming home to your family, what if that feeling of coming home to your family became more just flowing between humans? Like when you meet a quote unquote stranger, instead of them being a stranger, they're actually like an interesting person that has an interesting life, that's also part of the creation and the creator, you know, and is here, you know, real, and has their whole journey and how they got to this point as well. And it would feel like perhaps more like a natural family vibe rather than like a stranger who's isolated, you know, sort of
Gio,
big bang evolution.
Are you asking if it matters?
No. He's just putting out a hypothetical positive side effects if Earth turned out to actually be flat.
Yeah, we were kind of, we've been doing kind of like an almost like a kind of just an open discussion about, you know, just using like the term if and just considering both concepts between a globe or a planar stationary type of an Earth, flat Earth, as it were, and like positive, negative outcomes, you know, in different ways.
Right on.
So that would be a possible positive one, that humans would feel more maybe organically kind of connected and bonded in a way that like people might be more friendly, might be more willing to be in community together, work together, and maybe instead of feeling like afraid of other humans, to actually have like more acceptance, basically, as well.
Okay, so do you think, is it fair to say by what you're saying, do you think that's like if world views would be more in line with each other, then that would be kind of like more harmonious in some way?
Yeah. Exactly.
I think a little, yeah. Things would be like that. I think that feeling would maybe wear off. And I think that, you know, because like, it'd be great, but people still have to drive in traffic with other assholes the next day, you know? I think dislike for the common man.
It's like, hey, asshole, we have the same worldview, but quit cutting me off.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
if we were able to like combine this with like some tremendous forms of like healing and therapy for people that could actually really work, then that would also be really great as well. Like natural forms of healing, a lot of these things like anger and hate and depression and all these things. If we could help people naturally heal those and resolve those situations, like within this as well, I think that could be.
For sure. For sure, but that's, to me, that's more of a mindset healing than it is like, I don't know. You know, isn't it? Do you think that it's more of like a mindset?
I think there's absolutely
for sure.
Power in unity, which is why there's such an effort to keep people divided. So definitely it would overcome that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there'd be more unification and connectedness. There was a guy, I don't know the exact story, and I only kind of heard about it, so I don't know this exact story, but there was someone that was like in prison I don't know what it was for though. I only heard the story kind of, so I'm not even sure exactly details about it. But basically, it's that he was in prison and whatnot, and he realized the Earth is not a globe, like it is actually, you know, flat plane, etc. And just from that alone, he had like a total change where he like, you know, had an awareness of the Creator, and he no longer had like the isolation, like hatred for other people. He actually just saw like we're all like kind of under the firmament together, essentially, like under the sky, you know, together. We're all here together. Everyone's valuable and you know, special in a sense. It's like the opposite of like we're insignificant. It's like that everyone is significant, and it totally changed him as a person. And I think like he ended up, you know, being able to be released early or whatever from his sentence or whatever, and then just totally like never did crime again and all that. So like he had like in a sense, like a spiritual awakening just from, you know, moving away from the globe.
I just gotta say, totally,
because
your totally fictional story sounds totally legit.
No, hang on.
I heard it through the grapevine. Yeah, I don't know the exact details on it, but yeah, I did hear that. That was a.
No, but here, the moral of the story to me is, okay, I get it. Like the guy, like, so does there? Tell me if there's, for you, Gio. Is there a religious denominator to it, or is it just like, okay, hang on, there's something else going on, and what we've learned from grade school up to like when we started looking into it, that's different than that. Like, what? So where is there? Do you have a? Sorry, my Bluetooth went the other way. Is there a difference?
You're cutting out a little bit. Your mic was going out.
Right. Sorry.
Well, like
so
the concept that like this whole realm is spiritual. Like the concept that this is a spiritual realm, and by being told the globe and the Big Bang, it can like isolate your spirituality or like limit your spiritual connectedness, perhaps, just because it's an isolating, limited type of cosmology, and it's even surrounded in a vacuum. So, of this, you know, the whole thing, the way that it's you know, in those senses as well, and then the idea that by going through a process of that the Earth isn't a globe and actually is, you know, some sort of like a manifest realm of sorts that we're actually living within that's created. If this is a spiritual realm, and if the globe kind of has the ability to isolate you from spirituality, not everybody, but it has that tendency to be able to, especially with atheism and all of that, that by dispelling that in your own understanding that of the globe, would then perhaps like open you in this idea, would just naturally open you to some form of a spirituality related to the Earth in some way. I'm not saying like paganism or an Earth spiritual, any specific thing like that, but just coming to the understanding of the spatial components of this realm has its own kind of spiritual inheritedness to it. And then that comes through people where they may feel like there's a creator, they have many more questions, whatever it may be, but that sense that there is a creator seems to be like the first thing that comes in that sense. And it, in my mind, like the concept that like we're in a spiritual realm,
yeah,
knowing what it is awakens you to that parts of it.
Well, let me ask you also, guys, this is the spiritual part of it, is that also consciousness? Do you feel that part of it also?
Yeah,
like
absolutely,
there's the consciousness of it, like, you know what I mean?
Totally. I mean, I think the ether is like an actual memory containing medium. It could
Well,
actually.
what is that? What is that then? Like we can define ether as whatever the fuck, it doesn't exist, or it does, or whatever. But are you saying like the membrane of like you and me kind of consciously, or like everybody consciously kind of vibing and of some sort? Is that what you mean by ether?
Well, yeah, because I did. Yeah, so there's a lot of different directions or ways to respond, but maybe I'll just say one thing, which I'll say, my understanding of there's multiple layers of what ether is, but it does have a like fluidic component to it, like a fluidic, to where it's like an actual medium that contains In this sense, because because you were talking about the consciousness, and then I was just linking that to like the idea of like the collective consciousness as well, like the way that and then the interconnectedness between us.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is do you consider that what the ether is?
Well, if I was going to describe ether, I would actually more say, okay, so at the core of the creator is light and love, infinite light and love. And then from that, it's able to create other components. And so my understanding is that it starts with light, sound, well, light and love, sound, electromagnetics, and electrostatic fields. So light, sound.
What's the difference between any of those?
Light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic.
Okay, but hang on. Are you talking about all of the things that are combined together? Because I don't see any difference between any of those things. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to interrupt you. I apologize, but I'm trying to follow with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all good. Yeah. Though they are, it all comes from light, in my understanding, ultimately. So like the light creates the sound, the light creates the electromagnetic and electrostatic. Like the light and love is at the peak, and then the light creates those four, and then out of those four, light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic. Out of those four is ether. So those four go together to make ether, which is like the core base element of this entire realm, and it's like the interconnected matrix that physical and non-physical space within this entire realm is all contained. It's like the background substrate. And from the ether, that core element, then comes earth, air, fire, and water. So earth, air, fire, and water are made from ether. And then that's what makes up the actual corporeal physical world of the earth we live on, our physical bodies. Because with earth, which means the soil, all of the minerals, all of that, the air, water, and fire, those core elements then are able to create the rest of the entire physical world, is my understanding on that level. So then I would say ether has that. But then there's also like this sort of psychic field connectedness of the ether as well, which is the other part we were alluding to. Like that part I mentioned is more like the elemental physical part, my understanding of it in that way. And then there's this the spiritual interconnected fields that can be created as well, which is like a different it's a different component of ether. It's like an overlapping but slightly variant frequency field that has a different set of operations to it.
So would it be fair to say that like the ether is a membrane between, I don't know, some intangible and physical? Is that, can I try to simplify it that way, or no?
Conceivably, we might be able to see it like that or perceive it like that, but realistically, I don't think it is a real membrane.
Well, in my viewpoint, like I was saying, how the light, the sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic make ether, which is like a core element. They also used to call it quintessence as well. So that, and then out of that, earth, air, fire, and water. So from that perspective, like I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a membrane myself. I would describe it as like the core like matrix substrate of everything in this particular realm. Like I would even say things that are physical are ether. So like if you have a cup of water in front of you, that the water and the glass cup or the glass that it's in is all ether. Like physical matter is ether. So the air is ether. So it's not just that the air is ether. Like physical matter has the core element of ether as well, because it's what predecesses the earth, air, fire, and water, which is the actual physical matter that is making it up. So it's like it's at the base.
Okay. So would you consider it like a presupposed kind of a thing where, like, if you're, like you said, you have a glass of water and you're interacting with that glass of water, that reality is ether. Like, so help me figure it out. Am I following? Am I tracking with you on that?
Yeah, like the light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic all have to vibrate in a particular way. So the light is the actual consciousness. The sound gives it the vibrational quality, so it can vibrate in a particular way. And then the electromagnetic and electrostatic fields are what actually cling together all of that to make it what it is, to make that light, which is vibrating with the sound frequency, but it's all vibrating from the electromagnetic, electrostatic, and sound vibrating the light ultimately.
Okay, so everything hinges on light. Is that what you're saying? I'm not trying to argue with you against it. I'm just is that what it is?
Absolutely. And the creator is pure light. Like like people that have even experienced it on mystical experiences, they describe it as like as bright as a million suns. Like take the sun times a million times, in those ideas. So I do think it is pure light, and so everything it creates is from light. So yeah, I do think ultimately everything is light.
Okay, well, let me challenge you just a little bit on that. And I haven't experienced this, but I was talking to my brother earlier tonight, and he had gone spelunking in like cave, whatever. Like it's not like the caves where they have a guided tour, like for the general public. They just went, they had their stuff with them, and then he said they got to a point where it's basically like a smooth rock on basically a beach of like a stream that wasn't like moving much. It was just like a pool of water or whatever. And so he said the guy or gal or whatever, they said like, okay, turn all your stuff off. Turn off all flashlights, turn off all electronics. And then they just sat there in like pitch black. He said that he couldn't distinguish between keeping his eyes open and his eyes closed because it was that pitch black. And I asked him, was this kind of like a sensory deprivation kind of thing? He's like, yeah, I guess you could consider it that, but we could still feel. We couldn't see or whatever, It was just. And then I was like, what was the first thing somebody said to say, like, we got to keep going? And he's like, man, I don't even remember. Like, was it like, time's up, let's go? Or did somebody say, hey, man, what time is it? Like, I don't know. He's like, I don't remember, but we had to get going, because they had so much air, oxygen or whatever there. But they were able to, like, chill out for a bit with all their shit off. And so I think that there's something to do with, like, there's like a collective consciousness in that sense, like with people. And also, like, in the same environment where there is no light. You know what I mean? So that's just the challenge that I have to you. And what you're saying is light is the thing. So that's all. That's all. That's all. It's like a friendly challenge on that.
I would say light is also material in its observed nature in this sense, and I don't think that my personal feelings is that the nature of reality, that the stuff that we would think of as substance of the matrix of reality is not actually a substance. That everything isn't light, but light's maybe one of the first things to be manifest whenever this etherical matter, non-matter, whenever this etherical energy takes on form, then it becomes matter of whatever sort, whether or not it's light particles.
Is there a chance that you can tell me exactly what meta means? Because I'm still confused about it. It's like, to me, meta means sorta.
Yeah, metaphysical, the kind of unphysical, the like physical, the kind of physical, kind of not physical.
It'd be
Yeah,
interesting to know how
I heard
it,
recently it means
it'd be in-
dead in ancient Greek or whatever. I think it was.
it'd be interesting to know how someone that was born blind dreams. You know, what type of do they see images at all?
What would they have to compare it to?
Yeah, if they have no concept of light.
Well, the concept of images in your mind doesn't necessarily include light, right? Or shoot, man. I don't know, does it?
Yeah, be interesting.
Well, I mean, meta as a prefix has to do with like the beyond is one way it can be described, like transcending, beyond. You know, that's why it's metaphysical. It's like beyond the physical. You know, that which transcends the physical, that which is, you know, of a higher vibrational field, but also is like a predecessor to the actual physics themselves as well. It can be viewed that way. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, in terms of metaphysics, but in general, yeah, that meta as a prefix, it comes from a Greek term, which means, yeah, either like beyond or after, transcending, or something that's like more comprehensive.
More comprehensive.
If you're familiar
like
with
that.
electricity and how it comes from counter space, it's kind of like just that's one form, but there are other forms, right, that can come through from the same
Wait,
realm.
are you? I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting. But
Oh,
did
go
you
ahead.
say electricity comes from outer space?
It's a counter space.
Oh, counter space.
What,
What is that?
what they refer to as counter space, like if you think of it in that terms, if you think of the say field of consciousness, the four ethers, the like where it would come from, the energy. If you think of
Okay.
it in terms of like counter space, as in regards to electricity,
Counter
if you think
space.
relate it in the same way as
Yeah.
say the metaphysical, you know, would, because it's not a spatial. When you get into the spatial, the physical, you're talking about something spatial, and that's
Okay.
the male outward energy, the simulative, but when you're talking about where do these energies come from, or where like in terms of metaphysical, right? Generally, and regardless of what meta actually means, like if it's talking about like just a huge chunk of data or whatever, if you're talking about data, it's totally different. Usually, when
Okay.
people say metaphysical in terms of in this spirit of conversation, that's what they're referring to.
Okay.
In my mind,
Supernatural kind of thing, maybe.
in my mind, meta means all encompassing.
All encompassing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
All
Yeah,
encompassing.
that's better. That's better. Much better. Like what? But that's where it all comes from. It comes from the same, and it would be all encompassing. Did you get the?
When I think of death, I think of
like a meta consciousness.
like death and meta. They connect for me as well in that way.
There's all these other meta words too, like meta psychology, meta programming. I'm just looking at a list of these. Meta science, meta gaming.
Metadata, like meta.
Yeah.
Like you know, a summary of studies is like a meta study or whatever. Right?
How about this one? How about this is a real thing. Meta theory. You guys know about this?
No.
This says, this is from Wikipedia. A meta theory is a theory whose subject matter is theory itself, aiming to describe existing theory in a systematic way. In mathematics and mathematical logic, a meta theory is a mathematical theory about another mathematical theory.
Right.
Meta
Right,
theory.
exactly. A study of studies is a meta study. Like you hear,
Yeah, dude. It says meta theoretical investigations. Just think about those words. Meta theoretical investigations are part of
right.
the philosophy of science. A meta theory is not applied directly to practice, but may have applications to the practice of the field it studies. The emerging field of meta science. Yeah, who's going to be interested in that other than that field? But yeah, the emerging field of meta science seeks to use scientific knowledge to improve the practice of science itself.
Right. So it's like a study of studies.
Then they have meta science, meta mathematics, meta logic, meta philosophy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, so that's a different context, in my opinion, than like, you know, like what we're talking about consciousness is like meta as in like like something intangible. Whereas what you're talking about is tangible in words and it's a summary of words. I'm thinking it's somewhat different than that. You know what I mean? That's how I've always thought about it.
Oh my gosh, they have sociology. This is meta sociology. It's sociology of sociology.
Right.
Hey,
It's
Gio,
a meta
can I
sociology thing, right?
I wanted to comment on something that you were saying
It,
earlier.
it starts getting into oh shoot, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut somebody off. Go ahead.
That's all right. I just wanted, if it's all right, to ask Gio about earlier on. You were mentioning that you think that the globe model is a model that you would find more likely to be used as a control model.
Yeah, more isolating. Yeah, and as a control. Yep.
And then, if I got it correctly, you said afterwards that you think that's why a lot of people come into the flat Earth model. It's because, like, when they start to wake up and they start to realize that. So I forget what you said around this point or at that point. Sorry, but I was thinking when you were saying that I think that the flat Earth model can also be used as a manipulation tool. And I'd like to hear your opinion on my reason why. In that, I think when a lot of people start to wake up, they go through a process where they realize that just in general, reality isn't as they had perceived. And one of the first things that they're drawn to is the flat Earth. But then they go into the flat Earth, and instead of actually doing further exploration, increasing their awareness, they end up just taking on a new model of what reality is. And it's like, oh, okay, it wasn't this one. I've started to wake up and looking at things differently. Oh, what's this new shiny thing? Oh, yeah, that looks good. I'll take that one instead. And then they actually don't increase their awareness. A lot of them might not increase awareness after that so much or so.
Well, that's interesting. I see what you're saying. I think, yeah, there is that term flat Earth. See, I've never really, I've used that term obviously, and I've been involved in, if you want to call it the flat Earth, community and so on since the the main kind of shift, 2015, starting around 2015. So, but with that being said, I've never identified with that term myself. I've never called myself a flat earther, but I've used the term obviously, and it's useful in a lot of ways. But with that being said, like, is that what you're kind of, because you use that term. So you're saying like whatever is associated with that particular term, flat earth, as it were, you're saying that you've seen some who are only changing the model and not necessarily having like a further, either spiritual or, because I kind of feel like everyone is on. I mean, I don't know. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. Like that people are just quitting their journey, or what do you mean exactly?
Not necessarily quitting, but maybe they're distracted. Yeah, there's a shift in awareness, and they look to an alternative idea, and then that's as far as they get after that. They're just taken by that new shiny, and there is, regardless of whether or not, my opinion, regardless of whether or not you've disassociated or you were never associated with this flat Earth model of a person, I think there still is like a flat Earth community, and there is a even if it's only invented by the people that think that the community exists, there's still a stereotype. Actually, is what I should say. There's a stereotype or a stereotypic idea of a flat earther.
Yeah. Well, and the thing about that term flat Earth as well, it kind of goes with like a particular. It tends to go with some kind of rhetoric, basically, that goes along with it in a way. And I mean, I think we've all heard various things throughout the years, and I think we'd probably all agree that there's some rhetoric, really, on all kind of sides, as it were, if you want to call it sides, of these discussions. But what I'm saying is that like there is like well, I guess there's been certain individuals that have been involved with that term flat Earth, you know, and then certain groups and certain things like that have kind of, well, they're all different, I guess, yeah, and they have like there's the Flat Earth Society thing, which is their kind of thing, and then there's like other kind of concepts, like, you know, all starting really more like around 2014, 2015 up until now, that have really been, you know, so I see what you're saying. Like there might even be some that are there's even some groups that are a bit dogmatic, like you have to believe it this way, and if you don't, you're going to be like shunned, and you know, and you got to say this argument this way, and you got to say it this, you know, say this thing, you know, and then sometimes people do just they just repeat those things even though it might not even be correct. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just saying that there's also like metaphysical beliefs and materialist ideologies underpinning people's perspectives.
For some,
well.
yeah. Some have. Yeah. There are some that seem to have like a more materialistically oriented, you know, concept with a flat Earth, essentially.
Yeah, it's hard to get out of the materialistic, especially if you like if we try to be physical with physics. Like, okay, this does this because of this, like cause and effect. It's hard to get out of that, you know, while still talking about the meta part. Like, okay, well, this does this. The sun goes up there. The moon goes over here. The things happen. They have done it for those things have happened for centuries and centuries. So it's not hard to predict. So those things are, I guess, man. The sun and the moon is not physical to me, but it's still predictable. But there are physics where, you know, you mix like fucking like salt and vinegar together and it makes it certain thing. You know what I mean? So that there are physical things that are chemical as well that are in this, like we can tangibly see and do. So, you know, how do we figure that out part? No matter flat or not.
The way I resolve it within myself is that I just say, like, I look at life like a dream. Everything's made of dream matter. Nothing's actually real, and I can kind of experiment enough to sort of prove to myself or to show myself that I can't prove the absolute realness of everything in this experience. So it kind of must be, or the most logical thing for me to conclude is that it must be somewhat dreamlike, although within the dream there's certain things that are consistent. That it's a very consistent dream. So even though it's a dream and there is this kind of ethereal factor or this X factor, I've been calling it recently, the X factor, placebo effect, whatever you want to call it. There's this
that sounds more like a personal endeavor, dude. If you think it's a dream, drive out to the forest and start touching trees, and you tell me if they're fake.
Yeah,
but anyway,
you're talking about.
You can do a dream. That's the worst argument ever. If you're trying to say that reality isn't dreamlike, because I can do the exact same thing in a dream.
Yeah,
and I
well,
can make it feel
you're talking about a virtual reality at that point. Have you ever, from what you're talking about, has Geo? I'm pretty sure you.
It's not necessarily a virtual reality. Like,
hold on, you guys are going at the same time.
Yes,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Oh,
I just couldn't
okay.
hear it.
You go first. Go on.
I'm waiting. Yeah, you speak.
All right. All right. I'll go. Gio, have you ever heard of the guy Thomas Campbell? Not the guy that's like did the Evil Dead stuff, but the guy that's like he's an old white-haired old man, and he came up with like this whole thing. It's like he has a book. It's literally like I don't know, 4 inches tall, and it's called My Big Toe. And he has YouTube, and he's an old white guy. He's like, but he did like back in the day, like meta studies. Like you don't want to talk meta studies and shit like that, like with like you know hypnosis and stuff like that with Milton Erickson and all that. And he's still doing some YouTube stuff. It's amazing. I don't know my exact point on that, but that was.
I don't think I've seen that channel.
It's not a show. It's he's Bob My Big Toe, and it's like TOE is theory of everything, and what he like his kind of like the baseline of it all of it is it's more like
I just found
probabilities.
I just found his book. It says My Big Toe, a trilogy unifying philosophy, physics, and metaphysics, awakening, discovery, inner workings. That's a pretty cool title.
Yeah, dude, he was like a physicist for like NASA and shit like that. He's got the credentials to back it all up. But he was also doing like influence studies, I guess, if you would call it, like brain studies and what it all means, kind of stuff. And one of the things that he came up with was how does it like make sense? And he came to the conclusion that it's basically a simulation. Because it can't be anything other than that, because there is the creator, and if you have a creator, then there's like the whole it's fucking really cool to dive into, and it's really cool to just think about also, because I know like when I was playing pool, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna dive into the database of possible things and what's gonna happen. Either I'm gonna make it or I'm not. And,
Dude,
okay.
This sounds fucking amazing, bro. I'm looking at one of the reviews of his book, and I just went to this random little paragraph of some person's like the second review down or whatever. This is what it says. This is pretty amazing. It says Campbell's main theory of everything theme is that all consciousness is non-physical, while consciousness containers such as you and I may appear to be physical or non-physical. We are primarily non-physical beings. We are created as individual units of consciousness.
Individual units of consciousness. Exactly right.
And then it says, accordingly, our consciousness transcends our physical being, which is but a projection into a virtual reality that Campbell denotes as a physical matter. He denotes as a physical matter reality, PMR. While we actually occupy a transcendent non-physical matter reality. Sorry, I said that wrong. A transcendent non-physical matter reality, NPMR.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
Cool.
Check him out on YouTube. He's got some fucking like weirdo lady like interviewing him, but they get along. She's like he's like her, she's like his like interview lady, and she's like super fucking chill, down earth tech or whatever. She's like a bazillion years old, obviously, and it's like check it out, man. It's like fucking.
Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
using that exact.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if I cut in or not, but I was gonna say like that idea of consciousness. That consciousness transcends the physical, and then
Yes.
makes basically and that we're individual units of that in what we feel like our physical bodies, but they're not even ultimately physical.
Right.
They're just consciousness ultimately.
Yes, dude. And the other thing that I loved about like, oh man, dude, it's probably not quite 10 years ago that I ran across this guy that I'm telling you about now. But so one of the things that he kind of describes is like we're basically avatars. We're conscious avatars in a physical body. And I'm summarizing. This is not what he said. It's how I'm kind of interpreting it. But it's like one of the things that he says, like you're in a video game, like World of Warcraft, and this is the example that he gives. And I'm summarizing it or paraphrasing it or whatever. But like he gives that example, like we're a character. We're a character in this thing, and everybody is like contributing to it. And when you look to the right, it renders, and when you look to the left, it renders. So like that's kind of like reality right now, especially within the AI or the virtual reality kind of shit we're in. It makes sense because like when you go, but one of the examples I believe that I remember that he was talking about is like, okay, does a tree make a sound when it's like what tree? There's no tree there unless it's been rendered, and then it goes all about probabilities and possibilities. Yeah, but probabilities. Hey, me and you can't fly. There ain't no probable about it. We can't. The possibilities of us flying, zero. So once you get past that, it goes into like, okay, there's parameters in this reality that we're living in consciously. So it's like, oh yeah, you'll love it.
It says here with this, it says space-time is not a place we live in, but rather a field of which we are part. An absolute unbounded oneness, which generates an absolute unbounded manifold filled with resources we can access, and as we evolve can better appreciate and apprehend its bountiful content. That's pretty deep right there as well.
Yeah, man. It's I gotta be honest, I haven't read that whole fucking book, dude. It's like fucking, pardon my French, but it's like 3-4 inches deep. Like it's a
I mean, he's talking about like a lot of what he's saying there. Like when people do a lot of psychedelics, like also the term entheogen, like do a lot of where they tap into the larger connectedness and so on. Like through those experiences, people have reported a very similar general outline of what consciousness is to them, after those experiences, that is actually very much aligned with some of these things that this is just a review of his book, but obviously it's quoting some from it and stuff. So like just these basic concepts that we are, I mean, ultimately at the peak of it, that we are all one, and that we are, that on that level as well. But even without, going to that level, but then, that we are, like he was saying, like an individual, unit of consciousness that is ultimately far beyond the physical. Like our souls, you know, are far beyond what is even here, but that we are like, in a sense, like focused here in these bodies in this way. And that like our ultimate nature is of a transcendent nature.
Yeah. And you'll love it because if you find any of his stuff on he's got a shit ton of stuff on YouTube, or just like with this lady interviewing him. You know, it's obviously a contrived interview, but not contrived. It's just like a lady that wants to learn more and sort of trying to get it, you know, to the audience kind of thing. It's not contrived. It's just, you know, they don't know how to do it. And so they're just like, she's just interviewing him, you know, for whatever. And it amazing the shit that he says, dude. God damn it. I had a thing I was going to say, but I forgot because it's just so amazing. Like all of the stuff that he goes through and he says is just, man, I think you would dig it. Robert Campbell. I think it's Campbell. Campbell.
Like there's people, for example, who when they were doing a lot of the LSD therapy work in the early years before it was made illegal.
Yeah.
Before it was like, yeah, before they did the legalization on it, and they were doing actual like controlled studies with it, you know, with people at in some cases very high doses, where people could have like full experiences. And many people who went through those experiences, they basically, so in the more like kind of poignant cases where somebody would be like atheist, like literally like there's no God, atheist, the world is material, and it's you know, the evolution, you know, the whole thing, like a materialistically minded, you know, sort of in this kind of modern consciousness, the way, especially back in the 50s and 60s, it was even more so.
Right.
And so they were in that, and even like living in this, a lot of this work, early work was done in like Czechoslovakia, where they had like, you know, militaristic control. And I mean, it was, you know, intense what was going on there. It was, you know, not like America kind of thing, the way America is now or whatever, you know, let freedom ring. No, this was like totally different deal, much more locked down and everything. But anyways, so some of these individuals, these like Czechoslovakians, and they like enrolled to be in this like LSD therapy program where they would be doing like high doses of LSD like every week, you know, like once a week, you know, in a controlled setting and, you know, with all the right parameters and everything.
Right.
And many of these people did, you know, some of them hundreds of sessions, you know, with one person, these high dose sessions. Yeah. Anyways, but in a lot of these cases, like they went from, you know, they'd never done a psychedelic in their life before, you know, brought up very traditionally in the modern world or whatever, in Czechoslovakia, atheist, evolution, globe, the whole thing. And basically, well, the globe was not even as popular in the 50s as it is now, but nonetheless, yeah, it was still. It obviously was the thing that they were pushing. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, so they went from that atheist materialistic mindset, that was their entire reality, to after a series of LSD, etc., where they had a complete shift in that, no longer atheist absolutely gone. They absolutely know there's a creator. They're connected to that journey. And this idea, like we were talking about, of the consciousness and how, you know, the physical, non-physical, but also like this concept, I'll say it in this way, even though they explained it in different ways, but I'll say it in this way. Kind of like if you use like the idea of a TV set, you know, you turn on the TV, you go to channel 5 and you see something on the screen.
Right.
If consciousness was created by the brain, because that's what they try to say in the mainstream, like, oh, our consciousness is just created by the neurons in our brain because of evolution and whatever. If consciousness, if the brain was just creating the consciousness, then that would be akin to the TV show coming from the TV. Like you're watching, you know,
that was already pre-made for you.
Like, but that it's coming from the TV. But in reality, we know that the program Channel 5 is not coming from the TV. It's actually coming from somewhere else, and then it's just being displayed on the TV. The TV is just giving the display so you can see, but the content, the actual, late night with, Jimmy Carson, whatever it is, whatever the late night thing, whatever show you're watching, that programming, as it were, is coming from beyond your house. Basically, it's through the wires, through your cable company, whatever. So that being related to, instead of our consciousness being created by our brain like the TV, but actually that our consciousness is in the beyond. It's like beyond, and like the brain is like the TV. So the brain is like displaying our soul, our consciousness, but the soul or the consciousness actually is far beyond our brain. Like it transcends, beyond our actual brain. Our brain is just like the channel by which it can be focused rather than the actual source of it.
100%. Let me just shoot this out there so I don't forget it. The Monroe Institute. If you've ever heard of that, look it up, because that's what Bob, that guy I was talking about, my big toe guy, Robert, he was like partners with him on that, the Monroe Institute, and that was about like fucking
yeah, for sure. I know
that was about like remote viewing and shit like that, and like
I know them
studies.
Yeah, I know them well. Yeah, I've known them for years, like who they are, and I've even had some of their. I bought some of their products and things over the years. Yeah,
dude. Yeah, that's the guy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, you're right. Like the television is like the subconscious of that. Just like, even if you have it in the background, it's like, well, hang on. I try to like, I listen to music, and it's like, man, I know that shit's going in my subconscious, and I prefer to like not listen to music that says like I'm gonna kill somebody, and like rap music. You know what I mean? It's like, but the other stuff is like, oh yeah, okay, like there's positive about it also, like on the shit, whatever, that's cool stuff. But it's like, it's hard to get away from a lot of stuff, even if you just hit Netflix or if you hit Amazon Prime Video. Like, just want to get away from it. Oh, get away from all of this. It's hard to, because even that, like, I think that you have to be actively, at least for me, I try to be actively conscious, I guess, of what goes into my brain, even though it's like fun to listen to. It's like, sometimes it like, you know what, I don't know. I'll shut up now, but do you know what I mean about that?
Yeah, I hear you for sure. I mean, ultimately, I think we're all one, so we all are it ultimately. So every part is being experienced all the time on multiple levels, on transcendent levels as well. So it's all here eternally. But at the same time, within one individual's life, yeah, there's definitely something to be said for like where we focus our energy, positivity versus negativity. And it makes a huge difference in how you feel and your creativity levels and your, quality of life, and even your physical health, and like on a cellular level, like if we're talking positive right now, there's like the water in our bodies is being like crystallized and made into a high vibrating frequency. Whereas if we started yelling at each other or screaming or fighting or putting each other down or that kind of stuff, then it would do the opposite. It would make our cells, inhibited.
Absolutely. You've seen the studies where you talk to a plant versus like, and say, hey, you're doing a good job, plant, versus like they put like heavy metal music to another plant and it doesn't grow as well or whatever. Same kind of an idea.
Right. Yeah, heavy metal where the guy's just screaming and stuff. Yeah, it's like aggressive and
right. The plant won't grow as well,
right?
Even though it doesn't have a brain.
Well, even the rice experiment where you can have 3 jars of rice and then you you say like negative things to one of them, like just all kinds of putting it down and all that stuff. People have gotten pretty.
Yeah, it's like,
You know what I mean?
hey, you
Like,
piece of shit, Rice.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the vibe that comes along with everything, I think. And I think that's that I think a lot of people have that, including me, like in that internal dialogue with what you can do, like with your life. I think not necessarily verbally or out loud, but I think there's an internal mechanism in most people's consciousness or brains or whatever, like internal dialogue that needs this flip flop in order to kind of help, I don't know, progress your own self, kind of thing. You know what I mean? There's an internal dialogue there that taps into exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, we are energetic beings that are reflective in the environment that we're in. I mean, just think of like somebody who's living like a very like peaceful life, maybe out on a beautiful property with their family or whatever it may be. And, they have finances and resources and all that. And the quality of their life, as it were, just in that general sense, versus if you took that same family and put them in like a really bad part of town and a really bad city or a city where there's a ton of poverty and crime. And yeah, it's a huge difference.
Right. And so, what's that internal dialogue of that person in those two different situations? You know what I mean? Like, oh man, I'm never going to get out of this place. I could do what I can, but whatever. Or the other internal dialogue is, oh yeah, more aspirational in a sense. You know, like, oh yeah, I know I can do it. I can dig it out no matter what it takes. Kind of thing. So I really think that internal dialogue that you have is like key, super key to, I don't know, like a more positive frame of mind, I guess. Like not necessarily a situation, but more of like, okay, the confidence level that you could have, or one people could have. And I'm talking about myself here at the same time too. So, do you know what I mean? Like that internal dialogue, Gio?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I think
Oh, that's Adam. Nice.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, I'm still listening. Just doing some stuff. Might not be able to join properly.
no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how about this? Is our it's hard to say. Are our thoughts coming from the ether, or are we putting them into the ether? Are they coming from us from the ether, or out from us to the ether?
Well, if you subscribe to the whole Thomas Campbell kind of thing, it's like we're all kind of it all feeds into each other. It all it
I
all
was about to
goes in.
say the same
Like,
thing.
for example, there
It's all
what's
it's
his
all
nuts?
from the ether, within the ether, for the ether.
Right. We still do need to define the ether, but the other thing of it is like, so what's his nuts ran the 4-minute mile. Like Carl, shoot, what's his name? Black guy ran the fucking 4-minute mile in Germany during back in the day. And then the United States kind of won the race basically of what's his nuts. He and then he there was no way to break the 4-minute mile on the track. 400-meter track. But he did it. And then all of a sudden, now that the collective consciousness knows that can be done, people were breaking the 4-minute mile like that's not a big deal now, So it's like that's how man, somebody did it, and now it can be done, and so you can still do. So it means that there's that I don't know. There's something about that collective consciousness of once something happens, boom. Now everybody else has been able to break those records.
I've heard it expressed. People say it's in the field. It's in the field of consciousness now. Like there's an etherical. There's some sort of a substantial matrix.
I think they broke the records because they have Nike shoes.
Robert Bannister in 1952.
Right. So it was a limiting belief, and once somebody broke that limiting belief, boom, it wasn't a limiting belief anymore. Right? There's no way. I
don't know, man. I think it's the Nike shoes.
Could be the Nikes. Nike made a breakthrough in soul technology, and everyone was bloody just about jumping to the moon.
Not technology.
Just joking.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
well,
I think it's very
if one person can bend spoons with their mind, we should all be able to bend spoons with our mind.
Sort of.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not though, because I don't know if you've ever done much dream experimentation, but within a dream, I've done many experiments being lucid, so being having my waking consciousness present within the dream state. I've gone up to people and tried to get them to be aware of the fact that I realized I was in a dream. And some characters in the dream will wake up and some will not. So it's like some people are so strict or in their role, like the character role that they have in the dream is not able to be shaken.
So you mean like NPCs within that?
No, NPCs is more of, okay, that's a term that's being used to relate things to simulation and whatnot, but I don't think a dream is a simulation. I think it's an alternative, or it's a precursor to how we can perceive reality. It's like we go through dreaming, we go to deep sleep, and we go past the dreaming state to get to, do we? No. We even go from waking to deep sleep, don't we? Go from waking to deep sleep to dream, and then dream to wake.
I'll agree with you. Yeah.
So the fact that I can't verify this, my personal opinion, at least, I can't verify that reality is real when I'm in a dream. I can verify through experimentation that I can make dreams as real as reality. It seems to me like reality is very dreamlike.
Yeah.
And it's just dreamlike with
how do you verify
certain conditions within that realm? Like being here, how do I verify it?
Yeah. How do you know the difference at that point, right?
Well, I haven't gotten to this. See, maybe when you say that point, I'm not at the level where I can consciously enter into a dream every single night, right? Like it's not, don't have that level of consistency, so I can't tell you what it's like at that point.
Okay.
But regardless, having done a lot of experimentation and still continuing to do research and more experimentation, I've not found that my perception of reality has become distorted per se, unless you compare me to a normal person, and then they may say that my reality is very distorted, but I don't mind being considered the antithesis of a normie.
How do you imagine your reality then? Like, if you don't want compare it to like a normie, like how would you compare? How would you, I don't know, situationalize? I guess I don't know. You know?
Well, that's what I've been trying to sort of figure out a good way to talk about this topic for a fair while now. So consider this part of my practice. But I think the problem is that we try to objectify everything, and we're so used to that mentality that we've grown accustomed to thinking of everything objectively, and so that everything as we imagine it should be substantial, real, material. It should be it should be in some way graspable. Like, we objectify it. We turn it into something with our thoughts, right? So we're so used to this type of perception that everything has to exist in this objective way. It's like nothing can be non-material. It's like this realm exists. This realm exists outside of our experience of it. It's a substantial thing within some, even if you go by the globe model, it's a container, it's of some sort. It's a, so I just think that's the whole problem of the majority of people on the planet, actually, is their false perception, and it's all in how they view themselves and how they think about the nature of this experience that we're calling reality.
Right.
And people
are you talking about? I think you're dead on. We tend to think about things in physical reality, and I think if I could sum it up in the simplest way that you're saying, even though there's a lot to what you're saying, is there a way that you would you agree? Like, we're summing it up into like physical reality and of what we perceive as that.
Yeah. Can I add to that though?
Yeah, of course.
So that's like, yes would be the most simplest possible answer I could give. I think though there is also conditions to that. Like there is causality there to the like.
Okay, so would you say causality? If you can say because of something, to me, what the word because equals causality. So go ahead with your thoughts.
This idea even create like this way of looking at the world even creates causality. It's like causality. There is within this construct. That's what I said earlier. There's measurable effects, so we can say that there is causality. But I've heard many people describe experiences that go beyond causal effect, and it seems to me that there is a condition, like an underlying condition to the nature of reality, that says that basically any rule can vary. It's nothing is consistent. There may be measurable, observable consistency, but it could be. The X factor means that you might get an inconsistent reading.
Right. So you got oh man, dang man, you're going down in the rabbit hole here on the shit. It's like, okay, so the double slit experiment. That doesn't mean that the sun ain't gonna rise and the moon don't,
Exactly.
do the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I was using in my example recently in a similar conversation, was to say the double slit experiment showed us that when we're not looking at matter, it can what we're calling matter, this objectified, substantial, materialistic stuff that's supposed to exist,
right? So that's a
seems to
probability.
it seems to not exist and to do random sort of shit when we're not looking at it.
Right. Yeah,
So
bullshit.
it's like,
Yeah.
So what that says to me is that perhaps what we're calling matter isn't matter. The rules and the laws that we're applying to it are all based off a fundamentally incorrect perception of reality. Now, I'm not saying I have the answer and the right way of thinking. I'm just saying I feel like I'm identifying that there's a fundamental flaw in the perception of reality that the majority of the people that I talk to, at least, are upholding. And therefore, it doesn't matter how they look at the world, they're always going to see a subjective, objectified, materialistic world that's made of real substance stuff.
I'm with you. The only thing that I can like maybe counter on what you're saying, and I'm totally with you. I'm just trying to figure out like. So I'm still trying to figure out the causality of it, though. There's no cause. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think there's a way you can say like because this does this and that does that.
Yeah, so I think the
that
causality
obviously means this.
explain
You know
away
what I mean?
within the construct. We can identify it. The thing that we call causality, right? We can identify it to some degree. It's not to say that we don't even create it, though, through our identification of it. I don't know.
Right. So
But anyway.
you can't. There's some things that you can't do a scientific experiment with. You can't have that independent variable. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I can't comment on that. Not having.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you walk around talking like this in public, like restaurants, bars, cafes, family?
Oh, this is me being the normal version myself.
No, absolutely not. That's the whole point of I think this server is because you can't go around talking to some asshole at the bar talking about this stuff.
Maybe not to be able to get
If you start
into
talking about realities and stuff like this, they'll be like, "Wow, this guy's a fruitcake," you know. So of course, people are going to not think you're in the same reality as them.
Right.
Understand?
So it's all about the context, right? Just go walking up to somebody on the street talking about this is a forum specifically for this kind of stuff.
Although, if I was just talking with somebody on the street and they said something that I fundamentally disagreed with, and I thought it was based off a similar topic to what we're talking about now, I probably would say as much. I'm not
okay, yeah, but
however,
however, the other dude was saying like, "Oh, you just don't walk up to the street like." No, you don't walk up to somebody on the street and talk about this. You don't.
No.
You just don't.
But I do have those interestingly strange chance encounters with people. And in those experiences, this is generally the stuff that we're talking about or, ideas and whatnot around these topics. So when I do bump into random people on the street, yeah, I could say this is the kind of stuff I talk about with them. I'm pretty, I don't know.
Actually, if you make a good point there, I met a guy one day at the tyre place, get my tyres fixed on my car. And this guy walked up to me and started talking about chemtrails. I was like, oh, okay, this guy's interesting.
Yeah, I've never just approached somebody and been like, wow, you're an interesting non-existent dream character. How are you doing? But,
you really freak someone out. Go up to someone that you've never met before. They've never met you and just go up and say, hey, you were in my dreams last night.
You don't know how many times I've gotten laid because of that exact line right there, dude.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, just kidding.
That's a pickup line.
Yeah, but I was going to say, as to what you asked earlier, I don't know names of the people I'm talking with, sorry, but the person asked me that question earlier. I just wanted to respond to that and say that I don't. My personal feelings are that polarity creates the concept of like creation and destruction. And if you get rid of polarity, then there is no creation or destruction. And even though that might seem weird, I think that if there was some type of energy, or I don't know how to label it without like objectifying it, because I think that if there is a God, God exists within and without polarity, and he exists beyond existence. He can be without being. He can, it isn't, and it's just this force that can do anything that could be possibly imagined, and that we're in it somehow, and it's impossible that we're here. Our existence proves its existence because we are the living impossibility, and we live within a reality of its design where anything is possible.
Okay, well, you're going to have to define polarity and energy for me to follow along with you.
That was well said.
As a contrarian to what you're saying.
That was beautiful right there. We should clip that. That was on fire.
Thanks, bro.
Well,
there's so many good moments on these streams. Yeah, you know, yeah, man, that was well said.
Thanks.
Wait,
yeah, I was, really after my talk the other day, there, you know, I was really had a lot to sort of think about in the last week. Was hoping that maybe tonight's not the best night for me here, but yeah, I'm looking forward to our next chat. Anyway, we can maybe explore some of these topics a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Oh yeah, it's awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, welcome, bro. Don't think it's like in the Vipassana, when it's a meditation circle community, right? People say, "Don't thank me. You thank the serving energy." What's it called? The Dharma, I think it's called. The Dharma. Sorry, yeah. Don't thank me. Thank the Dharma. It's like the Dharma is the creative energy that we're trying to put a name to that isn't really an objective thing that we can name, but let's give it a name anyway and call it the Dharma. It's the helpful, creative, loving energy that works through everything. It's like the force of the universe, the Dharma. And so if you do something good, you shouldn't really take the credit for it in the meditation community because you're kind of thinking selfishly, you know, and the idea is to sort of get away from this perception of an individual self.
First rule of being able to take compliments is fuck all that shit and just say thanks. So there. How about that?
Yeah, it was all me. I didn't need God's help.
Say what?
I said, yeah, it was all me. I didn't need God's help in any way. I said all of that completely independent of any creative forces in the universe. All me, baby.
Yeah, that's why I said thanks.
Yeah, all right. That was I've dumped my wisdom for the evening. Thank you all very much. Love you all. Talk to you. I got to get going, hanging out with my nephew. So lots of love, everybody.
You too. Yep. Cheers.
Peace out. That's great, isn't it, Gio? What was that guy's name or moniker?
The Wizard.
Yeah.
His name was Adam the Wizard, and now I think it's more the Wizard. But I kind of know him as Adam. But yeah,
that's great. I love that. I love that kind of back and forth with somebody like thinks like that.
No,
you know.
I don't want to throw in the spanner in the works, guys. but I'll tell you what's going on. This is all part of the New Age movement, right? They're hijacking spirituality and renaming it, and they're taking over the meditation community, and they're calling it the Blama or whatever he said. I saw a video about it. They're the new
Hold up. Time out. What's going on?
It's the New Age movement he's part of, but my sister's part of it. She tried to drag me into it. I said, "No, I'm not part of your satanic shit." It's just a new version of the Antichrist, because they couldn't destroy Christianity, so they had to try other methods. And you'll find that the World Economic Forum backs this New Age movement now. You can go to their website, and they're encompassing elements of Buddhism and all this stuff. And you can hear the way he talks. Yeah, I knew it. I was going to call him out, but I didn't want to
Oh,
embarrass him.
really? Okay. So, what is there an agenda behind it, or is it just like, hey, man, I can agree with that? You know, that's the question. Like, I can agree with that, but is there an agenda behind it? Like, you seem very nice and stuff. Hello? Hello?
For sure, bro. No, he's on point, man. Yeah, I've talked with him several times. He's awesome.
Okay. What about the guy that was like disagreeing with him? Did you mute him or something? I don't know. It seemed like he went away, or was it just like negative vibes?
I think he mainly wanted to express his disagreement with the conversation, and then left.
Oh, I'm chill with disagreement for sure.
Yeah.
Would have been kind of fun to unpack the concept that the wizard be talking about dharmic energy, like the dharmic energy. Some things are just kind of a given, like the sun shall come up and go away now. Some things are given, like certain cycles are given, but that's part of like the inheritance of like this dharmic energy that we have to do stuff with, right? So some stuff's a given. The
Okay, so
energy provided
you guys
is
have experienced this guy before, and you're like, yeah, you're done, kind of thing. Is that it?
just saying the energy provided is what we do with it.
Well, that's my question earlier. Is how do you define polarity, and also how do you define energy?
Well, if you just define it like as this centrality, if you will, on a flatness. There's the north sort of the North Pole. I think it's very.
You're talking about magnetic direction now, though. You're not necessarily talking about.
You can either attribute all of this energy to what I said, or you can say maybe if do you believe in a spinning ball, maybe then it's about that. But whatever that energy provided, it is still spiritually like what you do with it.
Okay, so how would you in physics? How would you define the energy?
Not important. We're not talking about that.
You're the one that would use the word energy, so I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand.
You're provided a day every day that you're alive.
Okay.
To do some shit with. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So that's like part of this spiritual concept. I'm thinking maybe he was talking about with Dharma and kind of concerning that, it's just work that we have to do, like every day. Like it's sort of that pathway. And all right. Am I just totally mystifying you right now? Forget it. So you want to talk about physics?
I'm listening. No, I'm just listening. I'm not interrupting.
I'm just saying, like, what do you do with your energy? Right. That's sort of like a concept of like the physical world providing it, but it's also that you then have the repercussion of this is that you're living, that you have a day to live inside of, that there's a sun and air and all the stuff's working, that you have the potentials to do these things every day. It is the spiritual choice of the journey of like, what the fuck do you do without that? That's all.
Are you saying that the repercussion of just living is energy? You said repercussions or the consequences
I'm
of
just
just
saying,
living
like,
is energy, right?
like if the sun doesn't happen one day, right? We're like, oh man, don't we miss the sun? That was like 3 days ago, man. It was, or that was 2 months ago. At some point, we'd stop having the ability to go do things. Whatever it is that the energy provided to us, right? That's all I'm saying. Like whatever we're provided is what we do with that stuff.
So it has nothing to do with the sun.
It has everything to do with the sun, because if the sun's like the primary, like if that shit doesn't work, we're really screwed.
Well,
If
sure,
if
we're
somebody
fine.
forgets that somebody turns off the sun one day, right? I'm just like,
Right.
oh man.
Well, that doesn't have anything to me. That what you're saying to me, what you're saying is a non sequitur from my
It's a
question.
kinetic chain of that's happening.
Yeah,
Right.
sun goes
Because
up, we
it's
die.
energy transferring, right? And if that energy doesn't happen, then everything else cannot not happen
But you
as a result.
haven't
Do you
defined
think
energy
the
yet.
sun, do you think the sun is like coming from some undifferentiated state of consciousness that is like pure light in a sense, to where the sun is like an opening in the firmament which gives its like light to us and then connects like us to the heavenly realms through the way that the sun, like the light is actually the life giver that like gives us all the life here so we can even live on this plane?
Gio, to me, was that a question to me or no?
I was kind of just off of what Snacks was saying as well. I was asking
Okay.
what he was thinking, what he thought of that. If it's connected to like being an opening in the that like because you were talking about how the sun gives life and
Yeah. I'm just saying. Well, everything's kind of subordinate to those rhythms, to the greater rhythm of that. There is a day, like that drum gets beat every 24 hours. That's important, and if that action is not given, then we don't have energy to live, and if not that, so I'm just saying that there's like a sort of a kinetic action that's going on to where it's coming down to us waking up and breathing.
Here's
So what
my
do we do with that energy?
question.
That sort of energy provided, right? I'm just saying.
I understand what you're saying, but how do you define between the difference between energy and kinetic interaction? How do you do that in this physical world that you're talking about almost metaphysically?
Oh yeah.
How do you define energy when you're saying it gives you energy and yet there's kinetic interaction in your statements, in your words? How do you because I can't say it like that, but I know exactly what you mean. You know what I mean? So how do you define those things? And how do you differentiate between the two?
Yeah, I don't think it's with science is not going to help me be able to make more sense of this somehow. Like it might be able to like illustrate like in ways that this is going on, but I just mean in a greater sense that
Without being circular.
I don't know what that means in terms of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Keep going, please.
That's all right.
I'm
Just
sorry.
maybe move on. I was just wanting to unpack the concept that the
Yeah,
wizard
for sure.
because
Yeah.
like I don't know, like the idea of dharma is sort of mysterious and almost hipsterish to my culture in New Jersey. Like people talk about dharma, it's because they're talking about Jack Kerouac books or something. You know what I mean? So in order to like kind of reconnect with that as a modern, it's just like, well, we're kind of we're provided a lot. It is, there's shit all around us. And our I guess our dharma is to go like live that shit out, like take advantage of things or don't, pass stuff by or make choices, whatever. Like we do them for certain reasons, like we have some kind of core to us that is guiding us through these things. And it is like at some point it's just like you and the sun and everything, and all of it's kind of working together, in ways that like a physics book is not going to help you with per se, or maybe no books are going to help you with.
Right, like because you do jumping jacks every morning, it doesn't mean the sun is going to rise.
No, it's like the sun's going to rise every day, and you can probably count on that, or else you'll be totally screwed. So might as well do
Right.
jumping jacks in the morning.
Okay, okay. Well,
be like, hey, son, what's up? We'll do some
okay.
jumping jacks.
Well, you know what else you can do in
That
the
could be a
morning?
dharma that
Yeah,
you know,
you
your
know what else you
response
can
to.
do in the morning is grab a bunny rabbit and fuck it in the ass, and then the sun will rise. Like because you do something doesn't give
not.
correlation.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because you know it is going to happen, you might as well like accept that and roll with it. I'm not saying it's not a
Well,
sacrificial
that's what I'm
event.
saying is
It's not. There's
why do jack shit if you know that's gonna happen anyway? Why
for
would
the
you just lay in
facility of
bed and
translating
fucking
energies,
relax?
pulling energies, and like reflecting them and interacting with them.
Okay, so are you talking about polarities also?
I mean, just like in effect, I don't know. Are people polar? Are we polar? I don't know. People do seem to have different temperaments, like to where they could be very. People can be very lovey-dovey, and people can be chopping heads off too. So right, like so, there's I guess a polarity to our range of expression. No?
Right, I guess if you're chopping heads off and
That's like
not
extreme.
chopping heads off, that's
Not.
like
Well, you could be
that's like
making.
a
You could be
very
making
small
heads.
polar.
You could be getting head. You could be giving head. There's all these. Right. So there's extremes here, right? So that
Well,
could be.
but hang on, yeah. So it's all relative in that sense. Like if you're chopping heads off, you're like, yeah,
No.
fucking chop that guy's head off.
Okay. And then each one of those like extreme conditions that are partially there,
It's not
like they're going
extreme.
to go, but every one of them going to go to sleep and wake up.
But that's what I'm saying. So the relativity
They're
in
going to
that.
dream. They're going to dream and have waking consciousness.
So
they're going to have
hang
zero
on.
control or 100% control.
Well, 100% control. Vladimir the fucking Impaler. Let's say that guy, right? Back in the fucking day. Like he was like, yeah, we'll fucking stick that motherfucker's head on the spike just to prevent anyone from coming into my area. And he's like, yeah, the extremes are very little. Like either you do it or you don't. And either you're with me or you're not. So I guess that's like a high extreme, isn't it? Like either your head's on a stake or it's not. And then the other extreme is like, well, you're my friend, or or we can disagree and we can still be friends, or whatever. That's like the opposite of that.
But yeah, so I'm just saying, like there needs to be like some kind of higher form of like templating to like what existence might be, rather than like, do I wake up today feeling like I was going to chop heads off, or was it going to like make babies?
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to chop people's head off today.
Right, but so far also that like when we move to extremes in this needle, right, it's the fuck around and find out matrix, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Fuck
Like
around
then,
and find out. Yeah.
Well, when you're out of find outs, then you're gonna it's game over, dude. Right.
Fuck around and find out. I love that. Yes.
Right. So as in that matrix, the less that you fuck around, the less that you find out. But it also might mean that you never experience anything. The pathway through this is to not fuck around too much that you really find out.
Right. But the fuck around and find out matrix is kind of like from the the experience part of it. Like, hey, motherfucker, fuck around and find out. You'll get your head stomped in the toilet or whatever. Like,
And yeah, we all like imprinted with some kind of instinct levels to say like, okay, that's too much fucking around. Maybe not do that.
Right. Yeah, but that's how you find out, right?
And but that would be sort of like from anyway. So we could compare that idea to like, let's say the like a dharmic concept where it's like, yeah, that like intrinsically, the more you fuck around, the more you will find out. And so like, but that's already evolved like quite a ways from the very basic chunkiness of the fuck around find out matrix, right? So I think
Yeah.
the wheel of Dharma is like part of this, and the wheel of Dharma might actually just be about direction itself, or like the ordinal like sort of directions, like the fundamental directions, because like the dharmic shit is going to be inherently linked to the the Buddhist, like the Rig Vedas and stuff, and when they be setting up their stupas and shit to be burning incense and praying and whatnot, they're going to set it up in an east to west facing, or also north to south. Like they're centered in some kind of energetic way. So I think there's a room to feel like that dharmic stuff is about just paths of energy and ways that shit moves, and like that as beings, like we avail ourselves of these energies because they're greater forces, like the force of the wind or a river, or
Yeah, but it's also. Do you think it's also like? Correct me if I'm wrong in this analogy, though. I'm trying to align it with what you're saying. Like a puppy and a mama dog, right? Or like 10 puppies and a mama dog. The puppy dog is gonna be like, "Hey, I'm gonna fuck with you," and the mama dog's gonna be like, "Nope, I'm gonna grab you by the fucking like neck, throat, and then put you back over here. Quit it." Is that kind of the same thing? Like, hey, quit fucking around, asshole. Like this, no, like get in line, kind of thing.
I just think like there are like
that's how you learn.
Well, it's like there's like sort of temporal currents that you might be swept up in if you started to do some things. It's like Grand Theft Auto, you know. It's Grand Theft Auto. Like if you don't do anything bad in Grand Theft Auto, you're probably not going to get 5 stars coming after you, right? But it's like the second you start to kind of like run, you know what I mean? Like there's a dharma to Grand Theft Auto in some way, right? To have a long game before you get wasted, right?
Wait, say that again. I'm following. I'm tracking with you, but say it again.
I'm trying to, I don't know, reframe the
yeah.
My initial theme here is just like that. Like you could be playing Grand Theft Auto and not get 5 stars, and maybe not even get 1 star. You know, if you're really careful. Sometimes it's like you get caught on a charge. You're like, yeah, I just bumped that person. I don't know why.
You know what? It was kind of like in an Uber ride, and the driver's like, "Why do you have 4.8 stars?"
No, I just mean like you hit like there's grades.
What's wrong with you?
Like just like different currents, I guess, that one gets swept up in. If I don't know, if you just like, let's say, start just giving everybody $100 and stuff like that on the street, like some shit's gonna eventually happen because of that, right? Or just like if you just start bumping people or looking at them bad or spitting in people's food, right? There's repercussions to these things. You set up like temporal sort of currents, like you're gonna get caught up in some other shit that's like what you're doing. You know,
I mean, temporal is like in a timeline kind of thing.
It's like, how does one navigate the fuck around and find out matrix? You know what I mean? That's all.
Right. How do you navigate the fuck around and find out matrix?
It's sort of overlapped over here. We're doing some Immanuel Kant shit to this now.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe now. I don't know. Whatever. We're just overlaying this template over top of reality and saying like,
right.
How does it work like this? How does it not work like this? Both of these examples are shit, and just disregard all of it, because you know the realness is what you live every day already, and there's no concept that we could talk about that's going to apply to everybody and how they perceive their isness, how they are breathing in and out, and you know, doing the things in their day. But like they all have reasons for doing this. You know, they all have like rationale for why, and things that they will do and not do. And you know, I guess equatable to that idea is like is that like the modern dharmic concept, sort of? Because
I don't know. It's a good good idea to try to tie it back, but are you getting paid by the word? Because
Me?
I'm
Yeah,
hearing
I'm
a lot
too
of
much.
them.
My
I'm
syllable
not
spin.
understanding
Sorry.
it.
I don't know.
Like, what's your point? And I'm not trying to be a dick by saying that.
Well, if there's like a hierarchy of energies that make it possible to keep on breathing and waking up.
Right. So that's
Principle
what
in
I'm
this though
saying.
is that the sun is like going to warm us up, and that there's not anything between that. You know, if there's a problem there, then there will be problems down here, and that's it, man. Very simple.
Okay.
You want to move on to a different topic, man?
I'm down for whatever. I mean, topic wise.
Like, I don't know.
Don't get me wrong.
Something about us has to want to fight to wake up and do the day and all that stuff. So, like, I don't know. Something about the sun is like that too. Like, it's just like, okay, gonna keep on doing the thing that, you know,
Okay,
shine
so
on. And we all shine on, like the moon and the stars and the sun. Like, it's just something about everything is like, it just, it's, if, I don't know, like, how far can you take it back, really? Like, the solar worship and all that stuff. But I just think, like, it's like there's warrior energy to the sun. Like, if it doesn't do the thing, then the seeds don't want to come out the fucking ground. And man's going to want to stay in his cave and be like, I don't know, it's fucking scary out there. It's crazy sounds and I can't see anything. Right? Like, some bit of that solar energy imparts to us the warrior. You know what I mean? That's what I'll just say. Because that's just my fucking bullshit
yeah.
words for it. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
you know what?
Does that work?
Here's what I think about that. I think that you have never been in the sun without shelter by saying that.
I've been out in the desert. The sun, I would call it's like the fucking destroyer. It's like a fucking laser beam. It kills shit. It's crazy in certain places. Yeah, it's like the judge. Like, it will judge what lives and what dies because it's that strong, for sure, in certain environments.
So, are you going
What of
back
it?
on what you said previously, or
What
no?
of it? No, it inspires things to be hardest because, like, the things that live in the desert that can endure the sun are the fucking survivors. They're like the Joshua tree is like not even a good tree. You can't make a house from it, but it can withstand all this like wind
So the
and sun.
qualification from a good tree is if you can make a house from it, though.
It's
Seems
like
kind of odd qualification.
it's half of a yucca plant mixed with like a cactus or something like that.
Yeah, you can
And
define it.
it's a bad tree to build with because the wood isn't even that strong. But this not very strong wood tree is totally able to live and prosper in a place with very, very low moisture, incredible amounts of sun, and incredible amounts of wind, and be like pretty much something you could kick over. Like, the reasoning for this is that it actually breaks the wind with its needle leaves. That like can take a whole bunch of gusts of wind, and if you get underneath a Joshua tree, it's like you're in like a wind shelter, and it's the craziest thing ever. But like, I had to realize that nobody's telling me that shit in a book or on a YouTube video. But anyway, that shit is there for a reason. It's there because it has really hardy tendencies to it. Other things that can like burrow underground, they're doing pretty good too. You know, it's just like that's a type of environment or biome or whatever you want to say it is that like is harsh, and it basically is the judge that way. Like, the noon of the summer is either going to kill some shit or something else is going to be surviving in spite of it, you know. What? Yeah, go ahead, man. Whatever. Did I not answer your what the fuck you're saying? Shit. Come on back. What you saying? Sugar cookie.
Yeah, you just said a lot of words.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The sun inspires things to survive and to endure, things to thrive and things to die. You know, it does a lot of shit, but it's basically like stirring the pot. It's like doing that thing, man. I don't know, like how if you want to impart any kind of characteristics to it.
Well,
Go
no,
ahead.
I don't. I don't want
No.
to.
So it's just a mystery bulb.
No, it's not a
It's cool
mystery.
too.
It is what it is. To me, that's that.
But it's like the primary incidental chain for everybody in your local area to wake up to. And it's the primary thing that made everybody else go to sleep, you know, far away from you. I just think it's an interesting thing to consider. Like, you know, not that like, oh, I'm gonna go like acquire energy to go live for the next day. Really, it's just like a lot of it's provided already, and it is like inherently like just what you do with that, with what's provided, right?
How do you do? It comes back to the
Did I do
entire
something
thing of
fucked
like,
up here?
what the fuck are you guys considering energy?
Shit, man.
Are you considering energy consciousness or what? Like, what is it? Like, come on. That's a fair question. What is it? There's math. You can do math around energy. You can do all that crap, but what is it? Is it just a concept?
I think Eggshells. Maybe he's not gonna say anything, but he should.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty much at the limit of ability to communicate this idea for you.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm gonna close the portal.
Okay. Close the portal. Is that what you said? Okay. Yeah. So I thank you for the sound effects. That was great. Deferring to eggshells. This will be good. Eggshells. You got your comms on? Apparently not.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I saw his shit was unmuted before, but maybe I was wrong. I'm just trying to make some cafe.
It's all good. I enjoyed the banter.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's pretty abstract what I'm trying to talk about. So, I mean, I don't blame you if you don't understand me. Sometimes I take a little while to get familiar with. And it's not that I'll. It's
No,
not that
don't
I'll be
worry.
able to
Don't
explain it
worry.
better. It's like you'll be able to read what I'm saying better, I guess.
Right. Don't worry. I'm so below your intellect that I can't understand what the fuck you're saying. That's
The
correct.
clarity
You're
of
correct.
my communication is so low that I can't express what things I might think. So I don't know.
Right. Don't worry. Someday I'll probably catch up to you.
I don't know that I have like any kind of thing more than just a good feel for things. Okay, so I'm not Encyclopedia Britannica, just a simple person trying to figure out complex things.
Oh yeah, the humble hero story. I understand. Yes.
I know hero.
Hometown boy does good. Is that what it is?
These are good headlines.
Or is it the reluctant hero? Just by you saying I'm not the hero, that just means you are. That just means you're the reluctant hero. Yeah. That's your story.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, someday I will try to be able to keep up with your intellect. I'm going to try to read up.
It's not that I have a great intellect. I don't know.
Hopefully, I will be able to break it down into the advanced simplicity that it should be broken down into.
I'm so stupid though, like in many ways that I understand. I understand the stupidities. I have a lot of it.
Yeah, it's kind of like I'm just like you.
I'm just trying to bridge the gap of stupidity from my own mind to the bridge of stupidity that must exist with you in your own mind. And
Right.
either I'm going to hit or not. That's all.
Right. Yeah. That's the whole thing. It's like I'm just like you. Well, this is like a report. Is this like rapport building? Is that what you're doing? Like rapport building? That we call it. Yeah. Okay.
I'm me, you're you, he's him. That's the guy over there. He's doing that thing. That's right.
Oh crap! Who is that? Is that Pete? It's not your fault that I don't understand you of what you're saying. Although
It's
I
not your
do,
fault,
you
Chief.
don't realize it.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, that's that's classic.
It's not your fault, Chief.
It's not your fault.
I'm hitting you with pure goodwill hunting right now.
Wait, say it again. I literally didn't understand the words you were saying.
No, man. Have you seen Goodwill Hunting? I said it's not your fault. It's not your fault, Chief. But I'm trying to just do it in this Rob Williams voice. I'm sorry if it's not coming through the phone like that.
Yeah, how about them apples?
It's like hug it out, man.
How about them apples?
Yeah. Got her.
No, it's a classic copywriting like saying. It's like it's not your fault. If you're trying to sell somebody on something, it's classic. Classic. I think it's John Carlton, maybe. It's not your fault.
I don't know. I think people often buy that it is your fault. That's pretty good too.
Yeah, not if you want to get somebody on your side.
Unless it's environmental.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to do rapport building, so
it is your fault.
Yeah, it's not your fault, but here's the fundamental mistake you've been making the entire time. That's how you do it. What's the fundamental mistake I've been making the entire time, even though it's not my fault? You haven't thought that far ahead.
I'm a simple person. I'm just going to try to count 6 scoops of coffee. Let's see if that works. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I only get up to 5. And then I'm like, what happened?
I try to get
especially be talking on I'm trying to have a conversation. I think this is 5 maybe right now. I think we're at 5, but we'll kind of, so I'm going to stop at this one. But
You know what?
Let's hope I got it right.
No, I got you. I was trying to not give a fuck, and I was like, I actually give a fuck. And I was writing down things I give a fuck about. I was like, I give a fuck about my mom, my dad, but I get like I came up with like 25, 30 things I actually give a fuck about. So I can't give no fucks. Damn it.
There are a lot of fucks.
I'm like, God damn it, I can't give no fucks no more.
We have a limited fuck capacity.
Yeah.
So because we can only like have so much fuck in us to give about,
I was trying to not give. I was trying to give zero.
Well, you got to make choices about. If you give all your fucks away, you'll be left with nothing.
Well, you have unlimited fucks, right?
Do you?
I mean, I would assume. If you have a zero, then you have unlimited.
I don't take it to mean that. I think everybody has like a capacity of give a fuck.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Like like a container, but if you drain all the fucking about with it, you'll be like, now I couldn't give a fuck possibly. Right? Just leave it. But
well,
you
yeah,
did give
sure.
a fuck about it for a while. You're just like, no, I'm all out of fucks to give.
Yeah. Turns out I do have a lot of fucks to give.
You must have a big foot container. That's what I'm saying. Right? Because tomorrow you might wake up and give a fuck about it again, but for today, maybe you're done. You get to sleep on it or something.
Oh no! I don't give any fucks about this conversation.
We are rebuilding fucks every day. I think maybe tomorrow. You
Okay, so tomorrow I'll rebuild the fuck I give about.
Possible. You'd be like, you know what? I thought I was out of fucks to give. Now I've changed my mind.
Right. So tomorrow I'm gonna rebuild the fucks I give about this conversation I had with you tonight.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Right on.
I think we're at an understanding.
Yep. We're in the same zero give a fuck plane of existence right now.
Right. Now we can because we have that sort of set at zero, we can have like true perception, unskewed by our biases and unskewed by our desire to gaff, right?
Did you say unskewed by
we're
what?
like programmed. You're programmed to gaff, programmed to give, right?
Programmed to give zero Fs, or programmed to give AF.
It's advanced to not gaff, but all reality around you is telling you to gaff. You got traffic signs and billboards, commercials for starving animals and stuff like that. Everything's trying to get you to give a fuck. Cartoons want you to think that they're cute. You know what I mean? Some bitch wants you to think she's hot, right? All these things are going on. Something is trying to vie for your attention to give a fuck about, or to distract you from things that you should be giving a fuck about.
Well, I think you actually nailed it without realizing it. It's like you said attention, and I think attention is like the new, I don't know, oil.
Ooh, eyeballs.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like a commodity.
All right. Now that AI can mine it all, it's going to dry up.
No, it didn't. Not if you do it right.
You've
got my attention. I've got your attention. Geo's got both of our attention. Geo's got like, I don't know, 20 people's attention right now just because he's in the fucking. This is like a conglomeration of attention.
Whoa.
And I think attention is a commodity.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? That's monetizable. And I think that's where fucking social like influence comes from and all that. Like,
What do you mean?
The whole industry revolving around it.
Somebody gonna take like a 30-minute commercial break to watch something about Gain Ultra Fabric Softener or some shit?
No, dude.
It's not. I mean, what's the monetizing quality that this has.
The monetizing quality of attention? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, like of this conversation or of like this stream.
Well, inherently, if you have somebody's attention,
right?
To me, that's an ability to monetize that. So, if okay, so for example, if you have somebody's attention to, I don't know, chop down trees, and you're talking about chopping down trees, and you build an audience about chopping down trees, like they're wood guys that are like, that's what they do for a living, and then they plant another tree, and then we can build houses, stuff like that. Like, that's, to me, attention is how can you not monetize that? Right? It's like, okay, if you have somebody's attention about a subject, then they're interested in it, and if they want to learn more or be able to do it, to me, there's like a couple ways to do it. It's like, show you how to do it, and then do it with you, or do it for you, like DFY, or there's a few ways to do that. But like, if you have attention, those are 3 ways to monetize that. I don't know, man. Like, fucking YouTube, or LinkedIn, or TikTok, or whatever. To me, that's like, you should grab that attention, if whoever's doing and then bring them into like a fucking newsletter, and then bring them off that platform into your own platform, because that's basically a rented platform. YouTube, Geo, what you're doing on Discord, and what you're doing on YouTube, you don't have a way to bring somebody off those platforms. So, I'm working on it for myself too. It's one of those things, like, these are all rented platforms. They could shut that shit down at any time. You could be, demonetized or whatever, what have you. But they could just say, oh, nope, fuck off. See it. But if you have those people on like an email list, then, you can still communicate with them and still provide value. So that's the attention that I'm talking about. If you have attention, you can monetize it in some way. I'm not saying fucking, be a jackass about it. Just saying, bring it off those platforms into something that you own, and monetize it in that way, in a fair way. Geo, do you have a newsletter? Geo, hello, hey, Geo, are you still there? Come on, come back. Geo, I don't think you have a newsletter. Not everybody can be on Discord all the time. So, what a great way to like sum up like what happened this week on Discord, and like summarize it and shoot out a fucking newsletter.
Oh wow! Links to shows. We need a reporter.
Right. Taking people off of Discord into your kind of thing.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, I don't know. This is sort of like the home base, I guess, for the interaction platform part of it.
Of course. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. But without Discord,
the mental
without
battlefield.
Discord, you don't have anything.
Welcome to the grid. Boom, boom, boom.
Right.
It's like Tron. We're in Tron. Okay. But yeah, it'd be interesting to have something like that.
Yeah.
But who's gonna read that?
But
People
I
read
don't
it?
know.
Think so?
I don't know. The people that signed up to it would read it.
If you get behind the paywall, then you can check out all of the blog entries we did about all the time we spent talking about this.
No. Fuck all that. Fuck the paywall. How hard would
What
it
if
be
it's
to
just a
for
very,
fucking
very
Geo
small
to,
paywall, though?
how hard would it be for Geo to like summarize, so and so said this and this was a topic, and then like on Monday, and then Tuesday this happened, Thursday, Wednesday, and then give us Saturday fucking one day a week, fucking put the newsletter out to whoever the fuck wanted it that didn't need to be there all week, and like me, and just like get a summary. Like, hey, here's what happened on fucking Earth Awakenings this week while you were out. Here's like 5 things, and then
Earth Awakenings
whatever.
Prime. Earth Awakenings
Yeah,
Prime package. Also, yeah, it's gonna involve. Yeah, we got free access to cool ass documentaries and stuff.
I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I'm
Geo wants to do
subtly
documentaries or whatever,
trying.
but it's like a way to get like off like we're a captive audience. I am, you are. We're on this whole thing.
You're
We're on this
incarcerated.
whole Geo things.
Yeah, we're all in prison.
Yeah, and we're having what's cool about it is that this is kind of a community. So how about, I don't know. That's like, there's maybe a way to monetize it. I don't know. It just seems like what you're doing, Geo, which is awesome. It's just like, I wish I had it, but it's like, man, there's so much more you could be doing with it. Uh, just like that newsletter thing, like grabbing people info or a communication mechanism to communicate with them off of Discord. This is like a rented audience that you have right here. Same with your YouTube. It's rented.
What? Rent to
Yeah.
own. You can rent to own these conceptual frameworks.
Kind of.
Coffee's
Yeah.
been made. Long live coffee.
Whatever. What do I know? I'm just an idiot. I assume I'm the dumbest motherfucker in the room.
Hmm. All the time?
Most of the time, yes.
Hey, what's up, coffee converter? It's gonna message you. It's some smart contract questions, which are probably dumb questions about smart contracts, actually. Now that I think about it. God damn, I fucking wrenched some shit in my back yesterday. Got some nerves crossed over wrong there. Fudge. Yeah. Why is there so much UFO shit on my feeds? I don't even check that shit out. Some UFO pushers out there. Ten-foot tall green beings. Come on. So weird. Get out of town.
Oh shit. I was just looking at the people that are talking, and it lit up, and your moniker is Snacks to what? Snacks to.
I'm Snack to the Future. I just for some reason just tried to shorten it with the X there, but yeah, I'm Snack to the Future.
But what? Hang on. Just do people call you just Snacks?
I think people call me Snacks.
Yeah,
I think that's what people call me. But I
because
don't know. I
I've
just get weird
heard
about
of
it
that
being.
before.
What's up?
Because I've heard of that moniker before, just Snacks. I don't know what it was. It was
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Probably there's not too many people that would choose that, so I think maybe it could have been me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Snacks.
Yeah.
Snacks. How long you been in this kind of venue? Is that why I've kind of heard of you? Is that why?
I think we've actually talked before one night.
Wait a second. Did I
Pretty
tell
sure.
you to fuck off? Or did you tell me to fuck off?
Yeah, we got along, then we didn't get along.
Oh god dang it! Yeah, that's okay. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how Oh, we both told each other to fuck off.
I hope so.
Think, yeah, I think that's what it was. Pretty sure.
It's all good.
Pretty sure. Yeah. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was like months and months ago, wasn't it? If that's the case.
Yeah.
All right. Well, fuck you too.
Hey. Yeah.
Yeah. You bad person, you.
Yeah. Could do that to yourself too. Man. I'm all
I think
pain right
that's
now.
the funny shit, man.
Yeah. Fucking up my timing.
What? Fuck off entirely? Is that what you said?
It's fucking up my timing.
Oh. I wish you would have said the other thing. Like, fuck off entirely? That's really good. I haven't thought of that yet. Fuck off entirely?
Fuck off entirely.
That's good. That's a good one.
That sounds proper, right? That's a proper fuck.
Yeah, fuck off entirely. That's good. Oh, dang it, man. Entirely? Dang. Yeah, okay.
That's a bitter cookie.
That's good, yeah. I'm glad we figured out the best way to say that to each other now. So what would you like to disagree on?
Well, hey, check this out though. What's a no-brainer? Can you tell me what a no-brainer is?
Yeah, it's like you don't have to think about it. You agree automatically.
Okay. And what's a slow brainer?
What's a slow brainer?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like basically my answer right now. I don't know.
Right? Isn't that weird? But you never heard of it before, but you just provided it. Is it strange? But does that mean
the
a no-brainer?
definition of a slow brainer is the explanation of it.
Because you're not braining at all when you're no-braining, right?
Right.
But a lot of things like we take as no-brainers anyway.
Of course.
Now you have slow burners like diesel who have a slow start, but eventually can get a big load along the road.
You're talking about
Right. It's so you basically a no-brainer as a heuristic that you don't have to fucking think about.
Okay, all right. That's a
Is that fair?
That's maybe a little too smart for you to say that word. I guess heuristic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Big words. Okay, all right.
Be too uppity about it. You know.
All right. Yeah, heuristics.
Yeah, Google it real quick. You'll figure it out.
Yeah. So, but a slow brainer you have to think about it. It's not that you're the no brainer or you know what I mean, but like some things are, I guess we would boil down to just a heuristic, like boiling water, right? Is sort of like a no brainer sort of thing. Sort of like even to talk about it, even when people try to like elucidate something more or define boiling water, like I often feel that there's something to be desired from the definition.
Right, so what do you want me to call you? Snack? You want me to call you Snacks?
You call me whatever. Just you don't have to address me. If you're just talking to me, I'll hear you.
Okay, well that's cool. I just like there's, you know what's like I got a new phone. I got an Apple, so I don't know. I can't see like who's highlighting or whatever. You know what I mean? So I just want to make sure like who I'm talking to. It's like I got to scroll through like the 20 people that are in here and like click on it. So Snacks to the Future. That's you, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mystified by my own name choice still today. Yep.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Snacks. Continue.
Yeah. What's up?
Continue. What were you saying?
I don't know. We're just talking about no brainers and slow brainers. But the fact that it doesn't exist, it makes you have to slow down and think about it. Like that, you've never heard somebody say, like, that's a slow brainer. You're like, what? That's a head scratcher, right? But it's not like it's not something that people use. It's just an invention, sort of, but based on the opposite of something that we all know about, which is no brainers.
Okay. So is this kind of like a pattern interrupt at that sense?
Sort of. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah. I think
Okay.
I was listening to Arma discuss things, and the thought occurred to me that some things, because I think he said something like, "Well, that's kind of like a no brainer," you know, and just like it's a very fast, type of thing, you know, the tempo of his syllables and his thoughts and stuff like that, you know, and yeah, it's a no brainer. Like it's okay. We're on to the next thing. Like don't even consider it. Don't even scratch your head about it. You know.
Right. Have you heard of Robert Cialdini?
Like, man, have I?
I don't know. Google it. You'll find out.
Who's it?
Robert Cialdini. I don't know how to spell it, but it's Chiildini. Like something like that. But the book is I have it. I have the book. I actually took a college course on persuasion back in the day, and I still have the book. And he was working with Milton Erickson and all the rest of those guys. Like, so it was amazing reading through it. And one of the things that like he was saying is like the heuristics. Like, okay, so like going through like the marketing shit of it, like that's where my brain goes is to marketing of it. Like that's why like packaging is like new, like like red, like you know, thing on it is like new packaging or new like something like so that like when you're
10%
looking
more,
through
20% more of half of the portion that we gave before, but it's actually less than the previous one. But we'll say that it's 20% more of the new smaller size cookies. But you get 20% more, but it's less overall weight. But it's
but then we get more or whatever. It's like the packaging. It's like it's just like what you see. You make heuristics about it. That's what I was coming full circle on that. It's like the heuristics about like, oh, I should make a decision based on a heuristic.
Okay.
Rather than like knowing every fucking detail about I don't know, what the ingredients are.
Red light, yellow light, green light, stop signs, yield signs. Are those heuristics too?
No, I wouldn't consider those heuristics. No.
Okay. Do we engage in a heuristic when we see the signs, though? Or no.
I mean, I guess if you have bad vision, sure. Like for me, if I don't have my contacts in and I see a red sign on the right hand side of the road in the intersection, I'm just going to assume that says stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or
So,
don't do something.
right.
It's
If it's
could say
a
wrong way,
red.
maybe.
Oh, okay. So where are you going with this?
I don't know. Signs and signifiers, semiotics. It's a fun
What?
connection to like cognition, I guess. Yeah, like
Symbiotic. What are symbiotics?
The study of signs and signifiers and how they relate to our conscious, like perception of the world around us and choices that we make.
Okay, so like symbols.
Yep. Yeah, like even just certain, just everything really. The letters, icons, shapes, general objects, all kind of, like you could see a picture of a dog crossing the street. It could say dog Xing or not, but like you'll figure out what that means.
Are you just reading from Google and Wikipedia right now?
No, just to have an interest in it.
Why do I not believe you?
I don't know. Why would you? I wouldn't lie to you. But yeah, like not only do we like get all these kind of root informations like that dial back to everything else, right? So like if you see a picture of a telephone, you know that there, or if it's on the side of a phone booth, right? When there used to be phone booths, if there are still
Or
anywhere.
like a no smoking sign and you smoke right in front of it. Right, or no shitting zone.
Just saying the stuff's connected to like our memories of what things are for pictorial reference.
Yeah.
And then
pictorial reference.
Or yeah, there's like like visual cues.
Okay.
You could also say this could extend to the audio too, like little like sound bites of a dog barking, like that sounds like a dog.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's this have to do with anything?
I don't know, consciousness. What we think about or not think about.
I'll tell you what it has to do.
Yeah.
Like any fucking landing page that you go to. Like so, for me, like I said, my wheelhouse is in the marketing side of stuff. So like if you go to a web page and they want you to do something, and they tell you to do it or they don't, and the conversion rate upon what happens after that matters within those visuals.
All right. So it's like press red to cancel, press green to accept.
Basically,
good, right? But like we want maybe a square to cancel and a circle to yes, but also it's
or
like a green
like,
circle
hey,
and a red square.
yeah,
Tell us
that's
when
right. Like sign up for Geo's newsletter. Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Green,
thank
green
you.
circle. Yes.
No, thank you is in gray text. Yes is in great big green button.
Yeah. The green's like a check in a circle.
Yeah. Yes, please.
So anyway, that's how about like colors and shapes and things are more suggestive to meaning. So like if we stack these things,
Yeah, but no, colors don't mean shit. The contrast is what means anything. The contrast.
Well, it's both, but I'll get you.
No.
Contrast actually creates like tertiary kind of things that happen in the brain. So
well, Tertiary in what way? Who cares about your tertiary shit?
Mm-mm.
It's like three things, whatever. Like the one thing is what I'm focused on is the thing to do something to make somebody do something. Like the most non-resistant path to make somebody do something. So like if you see somebody with a website that has a thing that says to do something and it blends in, you're probably not going to do it. But if it has a call to action that has a like, contrasting color, you're more likely to do it and actually click the button or what have you. Like holy crap. I've literally tested, like scientifically tested with VWO. Like the last company I worked with, we had like the fucking $30,000 a year fucking plan for it and shit like that. And so it was like, holy fucking shit. The one thing, well, there's two things that I learned from that. They're so fucking simple.
You know what?
Dude. It doesn't matter your fucking colors and shit. It doesn't fucking matter. None of that shit matters. What matters?
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. What was it?
Call to actions are something. It's something deeper that you're trying to like cue from somebody. You're trying to get that because like a lot of times people's conscious minds are not like I don't know. Maybe they're indecisive. Like you want decisiveness. You're reaching somewhere into decisive land. You're trying to communicate with that for call to action, right?
Yeah.
With certitude, it's either going to be based on like making somebody like, oh, I really want that thing, or it's just that they're like,
yeah, of course. So all things being equal, if all things being equal, if if somebody goes to your website and they're like, well, no, that wasn't free porn, so I'm out of here. Or it's like, yeah, I do want that thing that you gave me about, consciousness, whatever. And the button or the call to action, just so literally that amount of fucking testing that I did, it wasn't that niche. It wasn't that, but the one thing that I got out of all of that was uh increasing the font size and contrasting button color, like from the entire website. So like if the website had like, a color palette, it's like the graphic designers would be like, oh, okay, we'll put the button that matches. I'm like, no, make it a contrasting fucking color that doesn't match color palette. Boom. Increase fucking conversion rates instantly and increasing the
what'd be
font size.
interesting to do is like set up a script with like something that just like switches up all that shit and just have it like ask a question that's a dummy question that you're asking somebody to say yes, no to, but like you're actually testing the setup. You're not testing the question.
Correct.
That would be
So
cool. Like,
yeah,
so you
no,
could
no,
program
it's not even a question. It's a call to action, as in like a buy button or something like that. Like almost an e-commerce type of site or whatever it is. It's like it doesn't fucking matter. That the increased font size that's inside that color, increased font size, boom. That's like probably a 10% increase. And then the contrasting color that doesn't match the website, that's another 10% increase. So like you got, I don't know, 20% increase on just doing those things, not even considering the offer or the rest of it. It's like, okay, so out of every 100 visitors, instead of
yeah, but like I guess is what is it? There's like a. Can I just get way out there? I know you're talking about real things that work.
Yeah, go
like
ahead.
my way out there thing is like the yes is kind of like a frequency and no is also sort of a frequency, and it's like trying to fish that out is the art, I guess. for agreements. Like when you're trying to like sell somebody on something, like they use certain types of tones in a sales pitch. There's a pitch to like how people use a sales pitch, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess, yeah.
They don't try to sell you some shit in a monotone. Unless it's life insurance, maybe they're like, yeah, we got this. Okay. It's not like, hey, you can love our new life insurance policy because, like, if you whatever. It's a different type of advertising. But do you think that there's something in like, yeah, just like as far as like how color translates to sound? Do you think that color translates to sound? Do you think that they have like analogs to each other? Have you ever thought about that?
I mean, you're talking to an old school audio guy, but I do think that there's something that, like, when you look at something, it does translate to something in your mind. So I don't know, like, if you are looking at something on a screen, whether or not that makes sound in your brain. I don't know about that. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, no, I'm just yeah, it's just weird, man. Like there must be like a property that's similar, like a yes color and a no color. If there's a yes tone and a no tone that we would use, like for our pitch, right? That we say like, I don't know, fucking forget it, man. Just too stonered out to think about it, I guess.
Are you talking about like red and green?
Well, those are
like
color
stop
opposites,
and go.
right? Right. So, but between opposites, we form a synthesis. To understand that there are opposites, we actually have to use like some type of part in our brain to make those contrasts. So, like that's kind of like what you're starting up, that kind of system.
Sort of.
Now it's part of the picture, right? Like the whole thing is sort of like to just start to get the brain lighting up in certain places to where like eventually somebody hits the left button on the yes thing.
Sort of. I think that there's part of it where, like, branding has certain colors and stuff, shit like that goes with it. So, like, a blue thing could mean learn more, or a red thing can mean learn more. I mean, it just matters of like how you anchor it, like on your landing page or whatever. So it's like okay, case studies or about us. That's different than
But there also may be
actual
like
call to action.
like a place on the screen that's the yes place, and a place that is the no place too. That's a crazy thought, but because we like use our eyes, there's like a searching and seeking and geometrical relationship that like whatever. I'm not trying to.
No, there's a
Well,
triangle
you'd be
in
tricking.
there.
You could trick the sensory system to kind of like be thinking
Yeah,
it's
for
really.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, most of us are we lead pardon me, we read from left to right, but we have our mouse on the right hand side, so we have our call to action is on the right hand side because we have our mouse there. This is how I think about it. I don't have I don't
Now
know
we're
if
back to heuristics.
any studies that go along with this, but the earlier studies back in the day said put your ads on the left hand side because that's where people's eyes go on the screen. It's like, no, I think put the call to action on the right hand side because that's where the mouse is nowadays. Like you have a separate mouse. So that's
Well, I
I
mean,
don't
is
have
there
any.
something different than to advertising the left-handed or right-handed people, or left eye
No,
dominant, right eye dominant people then as well?
no. All it is a call to it's a contrast in the call to action. That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all it is. And I've done that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I like the last company I worked for. I was fortunate enough to work with VWO, which is Visual Website Optimizer, and I had these guys that were in there. I'm like, hang on, what's going on with this? Why when we do this test, it doesn't actually, when we implement it, it doesn't actually like do the thing that the test did. And they were like, okay, well, all these fucking like insane statistical fucking things, like the Simpson principle and the rest of it. It's like, oh, okay. So we'll keep that in mind the next time. You know,
But like,
insane.
I mean, but this is why like corporate mascots exist too. Like that helps the call to action. It helps like to do that. Like if you're signing up for Simpsons T-shirt club or something like that, and I said, "I do T-shirt from Simpsons every month," whatever. Like you'll be encouraged because you see those characters that are already built like in your mind. You know, so like your call to action is borrowing from the strength of all that stuff. So I mean, that's sort of like an interesting dynamic too.
No, knucklehead.
Sorry.
The fucking Simpsons paradox is like not the fucking Simpsons fucking animation show. This is like some fucking mathematician back in like, I don't know, Plato days or whatever. Like the mathematicians back in the day. Back in the day. They're like, nope, okay, so we recognize this. Like you can okay, so over 1 million fucking website visitors analyzed. I'm gonna tell you, this is the thing. Increasing the font size and increasing the contrast is the one thing that has always held true in all of the experiments that I've done. A/B testing, statistically, that's it. Done and done. The simplest things ever. Done. That's it. All things being equal, that's it. It's ridiculously simple. Like,
I'm
add
just
to
trying to come
cart.
up with a way to like overcomplicate it. So
Yeah.
that I'm just trying to be funny.
Yeah,
But,
dude. Like,
okay,
add
fine.
to
Okay, cool.
yeah,
I'll
add to
keep making
cart.
cases.
Yeah, add to cart button. Increase the add to cart font size, and then just like make sure it contrasts with your website. It's ridiculously simple. It's incredibly simple. It's insane. Insane. I mean, like 100 people or 1,000 people or 100,000 people. That increase is still going to be 10% better. It doesn't matter. It's like, and 10% on a bazillion visitors is still going to be a low volume, but a 10% increase on a small volume is going to make a big difference. You know what I mean? Like spending that's the one thing that I've no, that's it. That's it. Increasing the fucking font size on a call to action and making a contrasting color to all the fucking web designer, fucking all that shit. Like, no, dude, make that shit like stick out. Okay, done. Craziest shit ever.
I don't know. Probably like smaller font and lower contrast can be better. I don't know.
Yeah, right. You're
Should
just
try it.
being contrary, right?
So
right. Yeah. Show me that. Show me that. Right.
like no box
Yeah.
actually.
Well, if everything else is high contrast, then sure, that would be stick. That would
What
stick
if you,
out.
how about this, right? No, think about this now. To where when you have like that call to action, the entire screen is the yes button, but there's a small no button.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead and throw out the dumb way to do it. Sure. You could do it totally opposite, and it will work exactly the same.
Everything's the yes button.
Right. Oh fuck. I was reading a fucking goddamn it. I can't remember what the book was. What like reducing friction. They had like goddamn it. They had like some fucking fancy ass motherfucking place in New York City or whatever is downtown where they're like fuck it. It's like it came from like Ogilvy advertising shit. And it was like they just like push the button on the wall for it said press for champagne. just press it on the button because they were like, you're waving your hand in the air, and you don't. The waiter's not looking at you. And now you feel like a dumbass. It's like, well, we're gonna reduce the friction of you buying fucking the fantastic champagne. You just put your fucking button. You don't have to look like a dumbass, wave your hand in the air. So they just put a fucking button on the wall. Like that was like in the I don't know, fucking 80s. Like reducing friction is a big deal. But like the opposite of it is like, you kind of got to make people work for it too. Like there's like there's like a fun little dichotomy there. The other part of it was like if there's fuck the name of the book is The Illusion of Choice. Look it up, check it out. I bought it. It's awesome.
I already believe it.
The Illusion of Choice, and I can't remember who read it, but it's got a green cover to it. And one of that's where I got that push the champagne button idea from. And the other part of it is there's like you can also like do the opposite where you give people some friction along the way. It's like, okay, well, they had an experiment where they like corked like they popped the wine before it got to the table, or they did it in front of them, and then like the waiter like corked it or whatever, or they made the person uncork it themselves. And like every time the work that the person did, like uncorking it themselves, they paid like more for the cheaper bottle of wine or whatever it was. You know what I mean? So it's like you kind of like sometimes it is worth it to like make people do something because they get more value out of it. So it's like super cool like experiments like that they did. That was The Illusion of Choice. Yeah, that's a hell of a book, man. It's incredible, like all those little different social experiments that they would do, just along those lines. Cool shit, man. So it's like reducing friction is a thing, and also making friction is a thing. Like
Right. I like to use the 7-Eleven beef jerky example.
Yeah, dude. How do you fucking open that?
Like, you can't be. It's like if you're from another country or something like that, you're like, man, they got a lot of beef jerkies here, right?
Yeah.
Right. Or like, wow, look at all these energy drinks at the 7-Eleven, right? Look at all like the diversity of all these things.
Yeah. Right.
It seems like that, but like that like sort of every beef jerky road always ends in a certain way, And
yeah, in your tummy.
You might be like you might be a lifer with beef jerky. Maybe it's just part of your heritage, and you're like you're gonna Slim Jims all day long. My father ate Slim Jims. His father ate Slim Jims, and that's just
so
my brand.
You got a refrigerator filled with beef jerky you had to pick from.
I guess if it was in your blood, like you'd have your own beef jerky that you made or some shit. You know what I mean? But like,
right. But we're talking about we're going 7-Eleven.
Like, we're showing that like there's a total amount of look at the range of infinite choices one could make about beef jerky.
Yeah,
it leads you to believe that everything is super diverse, but like but they're not. It's sort of an illusion that there's all this diversity of choice because you're just going to be led to like some beef jerky, some diet, and energy drink.
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing about framing your choices. So like you have like a whole selection, like you're talking about. You have a whole selection of stuff, but some of it's at eye level, and some of it is like has more colors, like tags with it or whatever. Like buy 2 for $4 or whatever, or 4 for $10 or whatever. I don't. That's not on accident. Your field of vision in real life, like on a computer screen, it's like 2 degrees. in real life, it's like, I don't know, 45 maybe, horizontally and vertically, 45 each way, maybe what you're focusing on. More like 20 probably.
But okay, so what do you think about this Apple Vision Pro?
Oh no, I haven't heard of it.
Have you
What's
seen
it
the
do?
demo for it?
Is it like an AI or augmented kind of
Here's
like
what it
meta
is. Like
thing?
we are at the Minority Report level tech now. That's where it is.
Oh yeah,
That's what that shit is. Like it's spatial computing. Like,
dude.
put on goggles. You could
Yeah, you
have
don't
your
have
shit like your own Minority Report timeline, video scrubber, all that shit. You could have all that.
You know? Hang on. I'm with you 100%. Like LifeLog, CIA or DARPA LifeLog ended when Facebook
The video
started on
interface.
February 6th, 2000, like 4. I know all about that. I'm down with that.
I'm just saying the interface of it. In the movie Minority Report, we're talking about the effects that were generated for that. You know, like where he's using his hands to kind of like move around and move objects on the video timeline and stuff like that. That was the interface, but that exists now. Like with this device, basically, it like tracks your hand and it tracks space too. So like it knows like when you touch a plane, like you could have video games that are like you're actually boxing some shit. Like it's just all it. You know, it would, there's a range of shit that's going to occur from this little ripple. I don't know, man. So it's like the metaverse as launched by Facebook was a flop, but that primed the market. And this is like the beginnings of like where the real meta is going to start to be. And like, even though you're wearing the goggles, it has like basically like a deep fake of your expressions and stuff, because it like you program it, and it also has like internal cameras that like read your eyes and stuff like that, but it like replicates it, so you can like FaceTime with people, and it like auto. It's really sick stuff, dude. It's like some anime level tech right here.
No, dude. I totally understand what you're saying. I was talking to a guy who was almost going to be a client of mine, but he's just getting started. He was like, he lives in like basically Virginia, where like this headquarters are. What's it called, like Langley or whatever, over in Virginia, and he's worked for DARPA. He's worked for all that shit, and he's doing this. He's doing a whole thing where he wants to get a thing. It's like the opposite of that, like where you sign up for like $2.99 a month, and you basically agree to have all of your entire data will basically go to that database, and so you agree to it. So you Facebook, your AR, all of it, your phone, all that shit, all goes into that database, and the entirety of the purpose of it is basically, I mean, it's like out there shit, but it's like Alex Jones' worst nightmare, right? Where it's like,
it basically can map like where you live, right? So it's what it does.
Everything. And so
listen.
Yes,
Listen, so
exactly.
when you have
your thoughts, your you can predict what you're going to do,
what this doesn't
because
have,
you do it quicker, and all of that, on all of it, because then,
if you combine,
hang on, and then like when you're actually dead, it will model you so that like when you're dead, your mom, heaven forbid you die before your mother, right? But like your mother, grandpa, or your daughter, or your son, or whatever, your nieces and nephews could go and like go, oh hey there, there's Uncle Joey or Uncle Snacks.
Listen,
Like, oh yeah, and then your Uncle Snacks would be like, oh hey there, how's it going today?
Yeah, because all of these units have the ability to 3D scan anything that's there and 3D video anything that's there.
Well, that's
So
what I'm saying.
creates
It'd be like your real life. It's like
Oh.
you're alive, but you're not because you're dead. And that's what I asked the guy. I interviewed him, and he was like, I said, "Is it like basically you're uploading your consciousness?" He said, "Yep, exactly."
Hold up.
And this guy was, I don't know, he's maybe not quite. He wasn't quite 35 years old, but he was from Nigeria, and he worked for the DoD. And like this is kind of the thing that he was doing, like startup kind of thing. It was fucking awesome. Yeah.
Cool. That's cool.
And I'm a marketing guy. I'm like, I don't know, man. I can't
I'm
help
just
you
saying,
with all that.
like what this thing does is like, so it overlays like all your, it's like an iPhone overlay over your existing background, which is
Like augmented reality kind of thing.
Yeah, because you can see through the glass, so it's
Yeah.
just like it's opaque, but it's got like it's got a couple like OLEDs in it or something, so it like creates black. So it can shade things out. It can like basically
Okay.
you can watch movies in like infinite size.
Like almost like a teleprompter.
No.
Augmented
It's like
teleprompter.
you could sit on your couch. You can not have a TV and just watch it like it's a TV. It's like each one of these is like a 64 pixels fit inside of the pixel of your iPhone. That's how it's 64 times the screen density.
Like 6K.
I don't know. It's whatever your iPhone is times 64. Like
How do you know I'm on an
Yo,
iPhone?
how does porn work on that shit though?
Like it would be like 3D. They could have a 3D porn that would almost seem like you could have like almost real, like
Augmented.
video overlay of that. So if you had like a doll or something
Like,
like that,
if we look at industries in the past, right? Like most industries get actually
would overlay
conformed
it.
through fucking porn. Like if we look at the whole fucking
Branch
history.
brings it right
No,
to
no, this is real fucking talk, bro. Like the porn industry, you don't even know how much the porn industry runs shit. Like, remember back in the days where there was the whole HD DVD versus fucking Sony's Blu-ray, right? The only reason why Blu-ray won was because
I
of
never got porn on Blu-ray.
the
just
porn
so you know.
industry. The porn industry made Blu-ray win.
Oh yeah.
That's straight fucking talk.
It's a triumph.
No, and that's the way shit has worked in the past too.
Branch, have you seen the Apple Vision shit? I know you're tech.
You guys don't even know. Like, if you look at the percentage of fucking shit people do online, the majority of percentage people do online is porn.
You're upset because you can't afford it.
I can't afford porn.
You can't afford the Apple $3,500 VR.
I can't afford a fucking. Yeah, you think I can't afford an iPhone?
I can't afford an iPhone either.
Yeah, but you have one.
You think I can't afford a fucking Apple laptop?
No, dude, it's not about affording it. It's wanting to spend money on it. That's the difference.
It's not even that. Like, why would I want to, bro? I don't like that shit. I do all my
It's
shit
gonna
on
have
the
to be
cloud.
subscription based or
Bro,
something.
like, here's the thing. I don't need a fucking high-end power computer at home because if I want to spin up a fucking fast-ass computer, I'll spin it up in the cloud.
Dude, anyway.
Can't do what?
If I wanted a high-end computer, I'll spin it up in the cloud.
Yep.
Yeah, right
Branch.
on.
Yo,
Yeah,
Branch.
you outsource your hardware, not your software.
Yo, Branch.
Right?
This guy don't hear me, I guess. Okay.
I've been doing that shit for fucking years.
Yeah.
Am I muted?
No, you're not muted. But the guy who's just saying stuff about hardware and computer in the cloud, he's got a point.
Why the fuck do you need a high-end computer at home, right? When you can spin up an 8 processor, I don't know, maybe like fucking 32 gigs of RAM type of machine in an instant.
Well, custom hardware optimization.
Why? Why would you need a high-end computer at home when you can spin up in the cloud?
I've
got
collection of
example me this. I've got a fucking Lenovo 8 gig RAM, solid state. I don't know, 512.
The only thing I need from my computer at home is access to the internet.
That's what I'm saying. I got a hard solid state. I don't have to worry about, trying to do some
Because
video crap.
from the internet,
Yeah.
I can spin up fucking super powerful computers.
Yeah, sure. You could probably you
50,
could
you're
probably
absolutely
use
right.
that.
You can do that with like Node, fuck, what's that goddamn service? I couldn't figure it out. But you get like
You guys are fucking retarded to think you need a fucking high-end computer at home.
Well, if you're doing like video editing, or if you're doing
Why?
like,
Even if you do video editing, why can't you do that shit in the cloud?
did you cut me off?
It's still stupid, bro.
Nah.
Even if you're doing video editing, right? Why you gotta do that shit? Why do you need to do the processing at home?
Access to your materials, the
You
ability
can
to
still you can process your fucking video editing in the cloud. You don't need to fucking do that shit at home.
Hellboy, can you let other people speak? I know you're on a mission to eradicate stupidity, but we don't agree with your definition of it.
Oh, Lightwater. I do remember your fucking voice.
Anyway.
And did you hear what I say?
Not really. I was trying to figure out what the fuck your voice was.
So let other people speak, and don't jump in too early.
All right, well, talk, bitch.
Branch, have you seen
you
the stuff
should,
with
you should
Vision?
jump in. I agree. He should jump in.
Hey, Branch.
He has stuff to say.
I'm straight, man. We're doing shit all wrong.
Branch,
But we're living in a world where cloud computing is a thing, and yet we still want to have big ass processors at home. People still want to spend fucking money on processors at home.
What are you talking about?
Retarded.
I mean, all the Apple stuff's like integrated, like GPU and.
Yeah, it's not even like okay. Well, what's the cheapest Apple? What's the cheapest Apple computer you can buy?
Hey, fucker! Stop fucking.
I'm just saying, bro. Like processing at home isn't the way to do shit, man. You're doing shit wrong.
Opinion, I guess. Right. Cool. Some people want to have that.
Yeah, but I like his point of view though, and I like his passion.
It's just junk.
Isn't cloud technology just information storage, or am I wrong?
Cloud computing is basically using like a virtual computer or something like that to take the place of a physical computer that you might have. You can use it over your Ethernet.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's really only information storage. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was saying. It outsources your hardware.
If the clouds are the storage, then the Earth is the computer. That's what I would think.
No.
Yes.
I like
no.
No, that's true. It's also
What do you
true.
mean by the Earth?
Yeah.
Like dirt?
Part of the Earth?
Dirt is the computer. No shit. That's actually I agree with you if you agree with that. Like, put a fucking try to get a piece of wood to do that artwork with electricity without putting a fucking ground in the ground, and then show me the ground ain't a fucking transmitter of electricity, what we consider electricity. Then tell me the Earth ain't like a conductor. Even to make computers in the quantum level and all this other shit that this dude's talking about, you gotta have a fucking stake in the ground that's copper that goes into the ground to ground it so the electricity works. To within the silicon chips and the rest of it, you have to have a ground. And that ground goes in the fucking earth, in the dirt, That's what actually makes it all work. Insane.
Like, but I don't know. I like the idea of having a home network. Having all your movies able to be distributed, having the ability to like set up virtual computers that you maintain for anybody in your family, having the ability to basically have that on a server. You could do that with like a second-hand computer that you could obtain for a very, very low amount of money.
Yeah.
Right. You basically just need
100%.
an interface, right? And you don't need to be running the computer at home.
Yeah, no, that's the idea. Like I like the idea of setting up like home automation. Like, why are you going to outsource all that stuff to all kinds of other things? I think it's
It's the future, bro. It's the way it's got to be.
You guys, hang on, you
Sure.
guys. I'm going to interrupt you. I want to interrupt for the sole purpose of reiterating what I said earlier. You can't get any of all that shit going. As awesome as it is,
Bro,
the cloud and all that.
You want me to
can't
spit?
have-
You
have to
want
have
me to show
electricity.
you
You have to have
the
electricity.
most powerful computer that you can probably even put your hands on right now, and I can access it right now in 20 seconds.
No,
I can turn it on in about 20 seconds.
Okay, well, hang on. I'm not disagreeing with you on the technology and how awesome it is. I think that's awesome. I think that's fucking
you can do the
kick-ass.
same thing with a 2010
But
computer.
you're not gonna get the electricity to power the computer.
I don't
or
need
whatever.
electricity. The Google provides
Yes, you
all the
do.
electricity that's needed.
What do you mean you don't need electricity? You need a
Because I'm not
ground rod.
running the computer at
You
home,
need a
am I?
ground, and that
Right, it's using
rod
somebody
is going to
else's.
go into the ground to power the entire thing that you're trying to do, and that is like you have
The
to get
only
that
thing
from the
I
earth.
need, the only thing I need at home is access to the internet, and I can run up any machine I want.
Okay, so yes, I agree. You have to have access to the internet, 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. But in order to get the access to the internet, you need electricity. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so how do you get access to the internet without electricity?
From my cell phone.
Okay, so how do you get electricity to power your cell phone?
Makes it
A battery?
Yeah, I just fucking like.
How do you power your battery?
Genies that shit up.
Ain't no power.
How do you power your battery?
From my
Kegels. Heavy Kegel action.
Like anal
You
action.
shake it like a Faraday like flashlight or something. You shake your fucking phone and it like magnetically charges.
I just straight anal action.
Power anal.
Okay. Oh yeah. Anal power.
Using your rectenna.
Right. You use your rectum. Yeah, of course. Like Kegels. Like Kegels.
Rectenna.
It's like 1984. The movie.
It's an antenna phone.
Kegelian
You
dial.
ride a bicycle. You ride a stationary bike,
Ooh,
and then
that's
powers your cell phone.
The Kegelian dialectic.
Right. Okay.
Oh fuck. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
That's great.
Problem solution.
But the Apple Glass thing is pretty interesting because like you can kind of like it would have like your like the
Hang on. Let me keep on this track real quick.
Oh, you
are not going to get electricity from the okay. So back it up. We have the internet. Yes. Okay. You don't have to have electricity. For you to say you have the internet and you don't need electricity is bizarre. So because you have the internet, you have a non-connected device without a cable. You're saying that you don't have to have electricity. That is ridiculous. And so all I'm saying
No. It's what we want to spin up a computer like that, right?
Yeah, right.
Hang
on, let me finish it out.
It doesn't make a difference, right? Because your computer is not running at home.
It doesn't matter. I know the home.
Let's say right now you tried a whole bunch of shit.
The matter is still running off of electricity. You don't
right, but it's not your electricity, is it?
Unless you have a ground. You have a ground.
All right, man. You know what? Wherever the fuck you talking about, saying you got a ground. Where the fuck you mean by that? Whatever, bro.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm just gonna assume you know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's what I'm trying to explain. You have to have a ground. So You have a positive charge and a negative charge. So a lot of times you have
Bro,
like
so why you need a
two-phase,
positive and
two-phase.
negative charge? If you're just
Right.
trying to run,
Literally,
if you're just
in
trying to
that.
run a computer at home with internet access, why you need a positive and negative charge?
Okay. So most likely the house that you're living in has a ground rod in, like to
You don't
direct
know how electricity
electrical
works, do you?
charges into the ground.
Do you know how
And
AC
I will
electricity works?
guarantee you that your fuse box, in the basement or whatever, it has a direct wire. It's got a copper wire goes in
All right, do you
into a
understand how AC
rod that's in the
electricity
ground.
fucking works?
What? I'm sorry. What? Are you not listening to me? What? I'm sorry. What did you say?
Do you understand how AC electricity works?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. You have a ground rod in your house. Alternating current. Yes. Go outside in your house. You'll find it.
It's so funny. Honey cookie or sugar cookie, sorry.
Yeah.
You talked about the conductor, and the branch of Hellboy Corporation is tapping direct into the cloud information, and he's very clouded because he doesn't have connection with the conductor, and he can't conduct himself. I find it rather funny because there might be some in that way spoken. There is some truth in it. I'm not a technical guy. I'm an artist, and I speak in flowers, dead or alive.
So are you saying
What's your
I'm
favorite
arguing for the
flower, bro?
globe or not?
Well, no, but hold the fuck up. What's your favorite flower?
No, I mean, he agrees with it.
My favorite flower is the iris.
Iris.
The lily.
I love the chamomile flower, bro.
Yeah, that's a beautiful flower too, man.
Have you ever had chamomile tea? It's so soothing. It just tastes good, and the best chamomile tea is when it grows in your fucking front lawn, and you just pick that shit and brew it.
It helps your stomach.
I started trying like white lilac flowers, and they really smell a lot like chamomile does to me. So I tried that shit out. That's pretty good stuff.
They stopped fucking growing in my front yard, and then like now I got a whole bunch of daisies and like shit like that. So like I think I could probably make some tea out of them too. I think you could smoke, like they have some like, yeah, I don't know, whatever.
Have you assholes ever tried to do like that cool like wood, like electricity on wood kind of thing? Like it really makes like cool like fractal kind of images in it while it burns it.
Yeah.
Have you guys tried to do that ever or seen it like on YouTube?
It's apparently kind of dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I did it. My brother and I did it, and then we had it like the plank of wood was sitting on like a Home Depot like 5-gallon bucket and wouldn't do anything. And I was like, nah, fucker. You know what? Yeah, literally plug that shit in the ground. And sure shit, once we did that, the thing fucking lit up. It's not because you put fucking water, like water doesn't conduct shit. It's the fucking minerals in it. Because we put fucking like sodium and potassium on it, and it was like boop doop doop doop. It worked, but it didn't work until we put it in the fucking ground. It has to have a fucking ground. It has to go somewhere.
You increase the font size.
Exactly.
Dude, why do people wear shoes in their houses all the time nowadays?
I don't know, man. I mean, for me, I wear shoes, or at least flip flops, because
Why? Like, if it's your own house, why wear shoes in your own house?
I just don't like my bare feet on the fucking like. Well, I wear socks.
You see, that's the problem, bro. Like your bare feet on the ground, you can feel grounded, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I love how you brought that full circle because it is. You're right. You bring it back full circle on the ground. That's the energy. So, I mean, whatever you can consider energy, that's where it is.
I mean, we do so much stupid shit in today's day and age that like stops us from being like we've forgotten what it means to be part of a planet. Like we basically lost touch with Mother Earth.
Yeah, dude. How do I post hey, Gio, do I have permissions to post a photo in my chat, or I can't do video?
Like the most important thing that we could possibly be doing, right, is understanding who we are.
Yeah,
And
how do we do that?
instead of doing that, we're so preoccupied with making money.
Have you heard of the concept of the ikigai?
No, tell me about that.
Okay. So imagine, like, I don't know, 5 circles. And then like they intersect in the middle. And then like each of the 5 circles are like uh represent like what you like to do. And then what you're passionate about and what you can make money from. And then like what like and then so like you kind of figure out like what of those 5 circles in the center point, almost like a Vesica Pisces of like, I don't know, multiple circles, but they all intersect in like this one little area. If you could have a chart, right? And that they all intersect, and you kind of make it up on your own. You know, there's nobody does it for you. You kind of make it up on your own, and like that middle fucking core
Yeah,
of
but
the apple.
the reason why I didn't like to start with, why I didn't like what you had to say was you started off saying that it's a way to make money.
Oh no 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 no!
I personally think that
That's not what I
this
started
whole
off
concept
saying.
of
You're wrong.
making
That's what you
money,
heard.
this whole
Stop
concept,
stop 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 stop.
though, bro, of making money and shit, is
No
kind
no
of
no no
the way of
no.
life.
Uh,
It's taken
yeah.
away from who we are as
No,
people.
dude, that's what you heard. You're missing the
God, that's
entire
exactly
point.
what I heard because that's what you said.
No, you're missing the entire point. My point isn't that. It it goes across all of those things. It goes around what you're good at, what you're passionate about, what like, and the things that you could get paid for. The rest of it. It
Right, but you
you
see, you're
you
still
only
talking
heard
about
you only
the
heard
things
that
you
one
get paid
thing.
for, bro. Who cares about fucking money, dude?
Right. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Is like you only heard that one thing. You didn't hear like the other 10 things I said, did you?
I'm hearing exactly what your points are.
No, you're not, because you're fucking zeroing in on one thing.
It's almost like you're
That
slurring points together.
you're he's zeroing in on one thing that like out of like 10. That
Out of 10, but the thing is, when you
what's
talk,
wrong with that?
the definition of the thing you're really talking about is how to
Okay,
better
so
yourself in
hang on. No, no,
society,
no, no.
right?
Until
You actually think that the way to better yourself in society is by making more money.
No, wrong. Until you go ahead and look at the ikigai and what it is, ikigai. Spell it out. Whatever. Ikigai. Look it up yourself and then talk to me about it.
Yeah, man. I personally think that look, there's a lot more to life than money.
Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to fucking say. %100%. That's what I'm saying is like all of these different areas of the ikigai kind of like help direct you to
The
like
most important thing in life is
yes,
children
exactly. Yes.
and
Yes,
family
thank you. Yes.
and then your wife and your kids. That's the most important thing in life.
Yeah, and until anybody can understand, like even look up the concept of it, I'm just trying to bring it to you, and like for
Well, it's not even just
people
wiping.
to like go like, oh, incorporates one thing, and
It's
then
not even. It's not even just that, Gordek. Like.
What's up, Branch?
I think it's more about just being in touch with who you are.
yes, that's what I'm saying.
You mean
There's
like
all kinds
masturbate?
of things that go along with it.
I think we've forgotten who we are, bro. We're almost like headless chickens running around, fucking trying to make money every day.
We're the masters, right?
That's
We're the masters of the
1,000.
world.
Yes, life is 1,000 times more than that. I agree, 100%. We agree on that.
It's fucking bullshit, though. I think that you may be able to say it now, but you're not saying it with passion.
Right. Well, that's part of it.
Because there's still
That's part of
there's a part like, and that's the reason why I keep calling you out on it, is because you still seem like someone who's very within the lines of not communistic but capitalistic way of life, and I think that's the bullshitest way to be. I think that we need to stop. We need to stop thinking that
Be poor.
our self-worth is based upon how much money we make.
Have you looked at what? Have you looked at what I just proposed as the ikigai? Because
Branches taking
I
job
agree with
glory.
you on everything you're saying, and I'm disagreeing with you on the part that's capitalistic based. Although I am capitalist, but that's not what I'm talking about.
So what?
I'm talking about a more whole.
Tell me, bro.
Like
Like let's say 10 years from now, right?
right.
If you could be
Okay.
anyone, you could be in 10 years. Who would you be?
That's a long ways away, man. I don't know.
Would you be rich?
What's that?
If you could be anyone, you could be in 10 years. Would you be rich?
I don't know.
That's it. By you saying I don't know, that means that you want to be rich.
Well, sure. Who doesn't?
I don't want to be rich.
But that's not. That's not. That's not. That's not. Or are you trying to correlate your question with the ikigai thing?
No, I mean I personally think that like money is almost like the devil's fucking drug.
Branch wants to be
I can agree
MVP.
with you on that.
He's gonna be a monk.
That's what you haven't looked into the ikigai thing.
Branch.
You haven't looked into it.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to introduce to you.
nah, bro. Here's the thing: you keep talking so much, right? But like, you need to get yourself grounded first before you keep talking like this, right? Understand who you are.
Yeah, that's what I'm the one to just introduce the idea of being grounded. You're telling me, okay, yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah,
Because you know,
I try to be
one day
grounded.
one day you're gonna realize, bro, that look, you're as rich as you need to be. You don't need no more money in life to be happy. Where you're at right now may not be where you want to be, but you're gonna realize sooner or later that you're happy with the lifestyle you're living right now, and you living this lifestyle because you chose this lifestyle. It's not
You're
about.
not listening to me, are you?
I think you're not listening to your heart.
I'm confused,
Whenever
guy.
Branch starts talking, he's really just projecting his own personal situation, because that's where he is at. He's self-analyzing himself and wishing he was maybe someone different.
I'm really confused. Branch came in saying we had to connect to the cloud to be clouded, and then Sugar Cookie pointed out you need a conductor, and then Branch says he conducts, but because he takes his shoes off, and it's his ritual in his desire to get rich, and if you don't see it,
Wait, hold the fuck up. My desire to get rich?
No, in no way have I